As dusk fell, the sky witnessed a huge catastrophe. The sky shattered, giving birth to an object that illuminated the sky as it fell. This heralded the end of an era. One shining armor lay on the scorched earth, falling under the hellish flames. The runes on it flickered, indicating a great sacrifice. The voice of the last representative of humanity expressed defiance and grim recognition. From the fire emerged a being of darkness and coal, dominating the battlefield. It was an entity waging war against the heart of fire. Tartarus declared that this was a victory, promising a future under his dominion. A clash of titans began, a dance of fire and steel, their swords meeting like age-old enemies. The warrior, his face expressing fatigue and determination, prepared for the climax of the battle. His eyes sparkled with unquenchable fire. He was preparing for the decisive moment that would determine the fate of everyone. The rising sun painted the sky red and fiery. One revolution has passed since the day when humanity lost the war with the demonic race. Their figures towered over the metropolis, which had become a graveyard of human achievement. The gloomy silence of a conquered civilization reigned in the air, broken only by the crackling of flames devouring the remnants of humanity. The remaining survivors were hunted down and turned into empty shells, giving birth to a generation of monsters. In a desert landscape, a lone warrior was the last symbol of resistance in a world consumed by darkness. His sword sparkled like the last light of hope, and he was the last guardian of hopelessness. Japhir stood before Tartarus, the lord of demons, the symbol of the darkness that engulfed the world. His sword was ready to challenge the night that had consumed his world. Tartarus, with evil eyes and strength that could crush mountains, was a harbinger of the end. Japhir accepted his challenge with the determination of a man stripped of everything. Under the closing rays of the sun, Tartarus sat over the battlefield, his presence foreshadowing an ominous end. He noticed a single human warrior present himself before him. Japhir stood surrounded by demonic flames, his breathing heavy from the threat of death. Tartarus distorted the flow of time, prolonging their last conversation. Tartarus's eyes flickered as he called Japhir by name. It was more than recognition. It was respect for a man who stood out among his conquered creatures. Japhir took Tartarus's words as cold comfort. Tartarus recognized something unique in Japhir, which aroused both surprise and respect in him. This was a rare occurrence throughout the long years of his reign, causing the demon lord to recognize the man's unshakable spirit. Japhir, in turn, took Tartarus's words, mixed with praise and condescension, as cold comfort. This was a confirmation of his unshakable strength in the eyes of the demon. Tartarus's praise was a testament to Japhir's endurance that even the darkness could not ignore. Tartarus, surrounded by destruction, clearly expressed his rage and condemnation. His judgment was merciless because, according to Tartarus, fear was a sign of weakness. His gaze was sharply focused, as if he saw the very depths of Japhir's soul. Tartarus's voice expressed contempt for the lack of resilience of humans, his anger a manifestation of endless rage in the face of weakness. Tartarus gave Japhir a choice, to join the conquerors or remain among the vanquished. His offer was tempting. Tartarus saw a grand future, a space odyssey extending beyond their world. He imagined a unification of forces and an empire capable of laying siege to other worlds. In the heart of the battlefield, Japhir faced a painful choice. His eyes bore the burden of countless battles. Before him stood Tartarus, the mysterious demon lord, who held the threads of fate in his hands. Tartarus's voice, full of honeyed conviction and sinister intent, confirmed that Japhir was considering his proposal. At that moment, the air was filled with tension, the battlefield becoming a silent witness to the profound moment between them. Japhir looked haggard and battered, indicating the toll the endless conflict had taken on him. His eyes, hiding their emotions, did not come into contact with Tartarus's gaze. Tensions grew, and the truth behind Tartarus's proposal began to emerge. Japhir realized that this was not sincere cooperation, but an insidious ploy designed to break his spirit. Japhir's gaze hardened, his determination strengthened, and he decided not to succumb to the evil games of Tartarus. His silence expressed his inner resilience. Japhir stood before Tartarus in a ruined civilization, the atmosphere charged with the energy of battle. Japhir's gaze was filled with determination and did not succumb to fear of the greatness of Tartarus. As the confrontation continued, a ghostly vision of the queen appeared before Japhir. Her image was a beacon of wisdom and calm in the chaos of battle, her words a distant reminder of nobler times. Jefir remembered the queen's spell and realized his hidden power. He decided to use her to confront Tartarus. With fierce determination, Jefir responded with silence and a readiness to release the spell. This was his vow to end the tyranny of Tartarus and reclaim the future. Jefir's gaze was a challenge, and his silence expressed his unshakable determination. The battlefield was filled with tension. The angel conveyed God's important requirement to the knight, who agreed to fulfill it. The knight's gaze was full of determination, and the angel's words revealed the essence of their task. The mention of God's demand emphasized the importance of the moment. God among the demons showed his power and authority by rejecting the pleas of the celestial being. The demon god's laughter pierced the air, but his power remained unbreakable. Tartarus demanded that reality be rewritten and the insult removed. Jefir lay in the dust, trying to grab the last shreds of hope, but his pleas went unheard. In a moment of disappointment, Jefir spoke his last words and accepted defeat. However, instead of death, he was overcome by dissonance and surprise. He realized that he was in another world, in non-existence. Jefir realized that the pain and cuts had disappeared, and he was alive. All his doubts disappeared, and he realized that he had a second chance. Inside the temple, he prepared for a new uprising for the sake of redemption and salvation. His armor was a contrast against the glow of the temple. He stood before the central figure, ready for another fight. The temple was consecrated and filled with statues of deities, and a central figure presided over the proceedings. Jefir was lost in thought, surrounded by statues of gods in a huge hall, and asked himself questions about his whereabouts. Looking up, Jefir realized that he might be in the afterlife and said the word underworld. However, he soon realized that this was not the underworld, but a place on the lowest floor of the pantheon, the realm of the gods. At this moment, Mercedes, a high-level angel, entered the hall with a majestic appearance and divine energy. Jefir, feeling vulnerable without his magic, was shocked by the betrayal. Mercedes descended from the heavens, declaring her destiny as a mediator between the gods and mortals. Another warrior appeared, dressed in armor from the night itself, ready to fulfill the will of the gods and return to the past and the future. Mercedes announced that Jefir would return to the past with memories and the power to change her reality. Mercedes convinced Jefir of the need for this journey, promising him success and return. Jefir stood alone in the majestic hall, wondering about the reality of his situation. He considered various possibilities, including illusions, but came to the conclusion that it was real. Jefir expressed his doubts about Mercedes' proposal and asked for an explanation. Mercedes assured him that there were no hidden conditions and the offer from the gods came from good intentions. Jefir raised the question of the price that would have to be paid and left room for doubt. The gods remained indifferent to prayer and repentance. Their artifacts were destroyed, and hope disappeared. Human armies disintegrated, and the clergy lost their powers. The gods no longer intervened. Jefir realized the betrayal of the gods and their decision to leave the world to its fate. Mercedes, with her wings spread, stood in front of Jefir, promising to help him change his destiny. With the order, Jefir called on Mercedes to provide him with revelation. Mercedes agreed, hinting at something deeper and more mysterious. They were preparing for a discovery that could change their reality. Mercedes, an angel of the highest rank, looked at the exhausted Jefir with a solemnity that reflected the concern of the gods. She told of his heroic battles and valor that even the gods were amazed. Mercedes continued the story, expressing the gods' regret at the rapid destruction of the world. It was interesting for them how luck smiled on Jefir. As she spoke, Jefir listened, waiting for a revelation. However, her sentence was cut off, leaving him in limbo. Jefir's voice boomed, and there was a treacherous note in it as he expressed his displeasure. He was promised a complete explanation, a secret that was about to be revealed to him. Jefir's voice expressed his displeasure. Jefir expressed his rage towards the angel and his displeasure regarding the revelation. His striking figure contrasted with the cold rage in his eyes as he challenged the angel to dialogue and asked the question of the real interest of what was happening. Jefir returned to the battlefield, remembering the queen, her unshakable pride even in the most brutal battle. She reminded him that they were all united in the struggle for a common purpose and meaning in life, despite the concerns of the heavenly observers. Returning to reality, Jefir clenched his fist tightly and asked if all this was entertainment for the gods. His words expressed clear displeasure towards them. Fury flashed across his face, and his accusations pierced the silence of the hall. He exclaimed, believing that the gods treated them as entertainment. His emotions were furious, and he couldn't accept the idea that their suffering could be just for fun. Jefir then unleashed his power, lighting up the hall with his anger. His aura of strength and will blinded everyone, and he challenged the gods, personifying the mixture of passion and calm. Mercedes answered in a soft and ringing voice, reminding Jefir of the watching gods. She urged him to be polite, reminding him that their actions were judged by the eyes of eternity. Mercedes offered to clarify some truths and secrets that revealed his understanding. The gods were only interested in Jefir himself, and this became a revelation for him. She emphasized that the gods are not interested in the ordinary lives of people. It was simply a statement of the fact of their indifference. Mercedes concluded that the whole world is connected into a single whole, and now Jefir has to prove his worth to the gods and go through his own path of destiny. The angel met the knight under the heavenly radiance and demanded the return of the knight. Jefir was decisive, and the angel's words hinted at the important role of the knight. A formidable demon among demons demanded an audience and rejected the pleas of the celestial beings. The demon demanded to rewrite reality because of the insult. The angel watched the demon through the portal, and the knight remained silent on his knees. Tartarus, the demon god, shrouded the 10 worlds in darkness, and the angel spoke of his destructive thirst. Jefir, the unshakable god, defeated Tartarus, changing the idea of his invulnerability. Tartarus was hurt by Jefir's actions, which caused him to become proud and vindictive. Jefir perceived the angel's words stoically. A spark of rage and defiance glided into the silence of his heart. Mercedes continued to speak, her voice resonating over the menacing war. Tartarus was eager for battle, and Jefir was ready for it. This was not just a fight, but a dance with fate that would determine the essence of victory and defeat. In the silence that followed, the angel turned to Jefir for advice, her gaze becoming a silent question. The worlds held their breath, awaiting the warrior's decision. The future of all worlds depended on the will of Jefir. Jefir clenched his fist tightly, his determination clear. If Tartarus wanted battle, then Jefir was ready. The celestial mechanism hummed with ancient power, preparing for the transition between worlds. Jefir announced that he was starting the transfer. The exact moment of arrival in the demon's domain remained a mystery, but the promise was made. The gods granted him the privilege of the returner, support in his vengeful quest. Jefir's thoughts expressed his contempt for the gods and the possibility of taking revenge on the patron deities who despised humanity. The constellation generated coordinates, completing the ritual. The spatial intervention was completed. Jefir, standing on the threshold of a great undertaking, was illuminated by his own unshakable determination. He was a harbinger of the coming battle. As the light of the celestial spheres faded, a figure with wings shimmering like the dawn bid farewell to Jefir. Mercedes wished him good luck and looked forward to the spectacular fight awaiting them. The calm of the farewell was shattered by sudden panic. Quiet voices in the shadowy space between life and death expressed fear and madness. In the chaos and bustle, an order was heard. The chief ordered him to be silent and confirmed his authority. Jefir's world was in motion again. A gasp of astonishment escaped his lips, and a cry of joy rang out around him. Jefir felt strength awakening in him. His wounds disappeared. His armor remained flawless. Jefir began a new chapter in his life. In the bright glow of the past, he clung to the familiar fabric of his life. The character nearby noticed déjà vu. Clarity struck Jefir like lightning. Ghosts of the past surrounded him. His past, with its scars and signs of slavery, appeared before him. The men spoke of his previous misfortunes. It was a time when his soul was imprisoned by someone else's will. The shackles of the past did not hold him back. The captain called for work. Jefir relived the moments that shaped him. Having become who he once was, he smiled at the future. The captain threatened, but Jefir remained calm. The scene unfolded, but Jefir was not worried. The little man thanked Jefir for his protection. The tense confrontation turned into a moment of gratitude from the child. Jefir found himself at a turning point when memories and realizations began to cascade. Jefir's glance at his own boot brought forth a flood of memories of a long-forgotten power. In the past, he was told about the returning privilege and the power that can be activated by saying, "Unlock privilege." This understanding of the gravity of this force returned to him. The departure of the dark-haired child evoked a sense of duty and determination in Jefir. He stood amid the light aura and activated "Unlock privileges." The power released surprised Jefir and his companions. The turning point began a new chapter in his adventures. The newfound power changed the world around Jefir, and filled him with inspiration. He smiled and wondered about the origin of this power. Jeffir reflected on his amazing abilities, which defied his expectations, as the other two characters watched. One of them admired the skill of the newcomer. His dedication and skills with a pickaxe in hand were impressive. Energetic movements emphasized his hard work and efficiency. Two observers invited Jeffir to join their team, admiring his dedication to the task. In the confusion, Jeffir swung his pickaxe, causing surprise among those around him. Jeffir's journey into the world of his abilities continued, filling him with confidence and energy. The activation of a mysterious force promised remarkable changes. The newfound power stunned Jeffir, who was unable to hide his horror. They wondered about the mysterious revelation before them, realizing its magnitude. Jeffir saw blurry images of text and icons glowing and displaying an extensive list of skills and abilities that belonged to him. A smile appeared on Jeffir's face, playing on his lips. He thanked the gods for this wealth of strength and abilities. In the mining tunnels, the captain and supervisor gave the command to Jeffir to return to work. A close-up of the boot and a cry to get back to work emphasized the seriousness of the situation. The captain accused Jeffir of running wild during his first day and not living up to expectations. Jeffir saw a man with a pickaxe. Their gazes expressed recognition and respect. In Jeffir's speech, he realized that this man is the captain of the mining team, and he respects his authority. Jeffir's hand gripped the pick tightly, showing his determination. The captain felt frustrated and determined. He mentioned difficult workers who did not listen to his instructions. It was a moment of internal struggle as he confronted the complex dynamics of the mining environment and authority figures. These images conveyed a tense encounter, setting the stage for potential conflicts in the world of the mines. In the context of mining, a dramatic confrontation unfolded. The captain of the mining crew exhibited aggressive behavior as he prepared to confront Jeffir. His words were sharp when he offered to train Jeffir. The captain intended to teach a lesson, causing fears in Jeffir, but Jeffir stood resolutely before the conflict. The captain's whip headed towards Jeffir, but he deftly caught it with his bare hands. The captain was surprised. Jeffir calmly handed the whip to the captain, expressing apology and submission. Jeffir suggested returning to work in an effort to relieve the tension. The captain was silent, his authority undermined by the unexpected turn. Jeffir walked away, raising his hand as a sign of non-harm. The captain's expression was stunned, and the spectators were amazed. This was a turning point in mining and caused discontent among both the captain and the spectators. This indicated a change in dynamics within the mining team. After the collision with the captain, Jeffir reflected and realized that his combat experience played a decisive role. He noticed that the captain's whip seemed slow, perhaps due to his experience. Past trials have sharpened his reflexes, giving him an edge at critical times. His hand remained unharmed, causing disbelief. Jeffir did not have a single scratch after the violent confrontation. Returning to work, he felt his amazing endurance and vigor. His physical efforts were combined with internal reflections about the potential of the new skill. He realized that he could work for a long time and tirelessly, feeling inexhaustible energy. This skill was a valuable asset that needed to be managed. A radiant radiance surrounded him, showing deep awareness. He reported that he had received 9 benefits and was using them, as well as his knowledge of the future, to regain his strength. Jeffir decisively developed a plan and prepared for changes in life. He underwent a transformation and skillfully used his abilities. He was ready for the challenges that awaited him. The following series of events unfolded in the mining environment. The character, who appears to be a scribe or recorder, was taken aback by the unexpected development. The atmosphere was filled with tension, which was emphasized by the sound of tension. Their frightened faces spoke of the seriousness of the situation. Jeffir emerged with a cargo of precious ore amidst a mining boom. A speech bubble expressed praise for his excellent work, highlighting his tremendous efforts and achievements. The announcement that the day's work would be appreciated echoed throughout the site. The ratings caused anticipation, and the moment of their publication was close. Jeffir's group, Group F, became the center of attention, declared leaders and first. A child in Group F expressed joy and surprise while celebrating an unexpected triumph. Jeffir realized that this child was part of their team. This unexpected turn of events shocked the mining environment, causing the members of Group B to express their displeasure through their astonished expressions. These events highlighted the competitive environment in the mining industry. where productivity and teamwork are important. Jaffir's leadership and efforts led his group to unexpected triumph, leaving his peers in awe. After the announcement of the ratings, events in the mining industry became more difficult. Group H finished third, but subsequent rankings were removed from the images, leaving them a mystery. Group E came in last place, causing joy for Group H and disappointment for Group E. The captain of the mining team cleared the air and announced that supplies and compensation intended for Group E would be redistributed among the first, second, and third place groups. This announcement introduced an element of fairness and distribution of resources. In the midst of the mining boom, a religious meeting took place where participants prayed to a deity known as Arya. Their prayers focused on salvation and the blessing of eternal light, emphasizing the importance of faith in their lives. During a religious meeting, Jaffir internally expressed his skepticism towards prayers, declaring that salvation had come to him. This internal dialogue revealed his attitude towards the religious rituals that surrounded him. The last image featured the Temple of Arya, a religious institution. He was described as one of the three great gods of the world, which emphasized his importance. The Temple of Arya's dual role as a religious site and the largest financial company on the continent was also mentioned. This combination of faith and financial aspects represented the complex role of the temple in the lives of the characters. These images created a multifaceted narrative where work, spirituality, and economics were intertwined. They shaped a world where characters overcame difficulties and strived for success. The day at the mine's ends, tired workers emerge from the mines, their faces expressing hard work. One of them complains of fatigue, reflecting physical and mental stress. As the narrative continues, it becomes clear that many workers in the mining industry have endured unbearable hardships. Many have lost their homes to dangerous monsters, leaving them without a livelihood and forced to seek refuge in the mines. Some of them were former adventurers and turned to the temple in search of salvation. Now they have to work tirelessly in the mines, mired in medical debt. In difficult conditions, Jaffir realizes his position as a prisoner in the mining territory. Going out without permission threatens his life, which makes him vulnerable. This realization fills him with determination. He understands the urgency of the situation and decides to pay off his medical debts to regain his freedom. In the final image, Jaffir appears determined and ready to challenge the forces that keep him trapped. Despite adversity, the main character shows perseverance and determination. In this world of revenge and valor, he stands steadfast, ready to fight for justice. Amidst the swirl of ethereal energies, a regal figure danced in a sign of power. She reached out with desperation, or perhaps commanding an invisible force. The swirling pink and purple swirls created a magnificent and terrifying sight. The tale returned to the white-haired guard with his tattoo on his shoulder, symbolizing the journey and promise to protect her. It was an oath expressed with conviction that transcended time and the pages of history. In another scene, a woman dressed in pure white addressed the people with a kind gesture and an invitation to use her store or consultation. Her words were an invitation to those who sought help or wisdom, and she majestically orchestrated the flow of life and needs. In another scene, a woman dressed in pure white addressed the people with a kind gesture and an invitation to use her store or consultation. Her words were an invitation to those who sought help or wisdom, and she majestically orchestrated the flow of life and needs. Under the golden sunset light, a child with tousled brown hair hesitantly turned to Jaffir. There was a mixture of fear and hope in his eyes as they met the imposing figure of a white-haired man. The man, standing persistently and impassively, asked a short question, as if challenging. Skepticism showed on his face when he asked if the boy had money, but the child, unafraid and serious, showed a small treasure of coins and modestly said that he had just received his money. He had a shy smile and knew he couldn't offer anything expensive. The memories came back when the child looked at the place where Jaffir stood, and he talked about how Jaffir protected him and helped their team take first place. A tear rolled down the child's cheek as he explained that their team usually finished last, and that this was the first time he had received money. It was a moment of vulnerability and a glimpse into a world where strength was currency and weakness meant endless debt. In this short conversation, a special bond between them was born. The man, previously a silent guardian, was faced with a choice to become an important person in the child's life. Their destinies were intertwined in this moment, and every word and look added to the importance of this connection. The man answered with understanding and a sparkle in his eyes. He embraced the harsh reality of the world they live in and how even one person can affect an entire group. It was a tough game, and he put an end to the conversation, protecting his pride. The disappointed child tried to explain himself, but his words were lost in the wind of misunderstanding between them. The man concluded the conversation by asserting his boundaries and leaving a hint of a joke at the end. The man came to the merchant's counter, and his request for restorative water made the merchant smile. The seller was hospitable, but surprised by this request. The man was looking for something unusual, perhaps a potion with unusual properties. This conversation revealed the complexities of a man and a child trying to make sense of the complexities of their world. They represented different worlds and a clash of morality and survival. The man approached the vendor's stall, arousing the merchant's suspicions. The merchant asked pointed questions, drawing attention to money and warning against unnecessary spending, which was typical of their world. The man showed the coins, but their amount was not enough. However, he decided to take out a loan for the remainder of the payment, showing confidence and unwillingness to be limited by financial restrictions. The child, full of anxiety and tears, could barely speak. His voice expressed fear of the man's decision. The man stamped the loan document with a flourish, surprising the seller. But he remained calm and resolute, like a conqueror planting his flag. The moment revealed the character of this man: audacity, pride, and perhaps a little madness. Their fear and shock were only a reflection of his determination and courage. The child spoke furiously about fears associated with debt. He described how incomes had shrunk and the dire consequences of high interest rates. The man reacted with disdain and drank the water of restoration, demonstrating its power. The next image was of the water of restoration, a popular health elixir in this world where magic and power played an important role. The man held the bottle and pondered its effects, acknowledging its limited effectiveness. He believed that with her appearance, his arsenal became more powerful and elixirs became redundant. In the mines, he worked with a pickaxe, accepting his fate and the reality of this life. There was no wealth here, just the harsh truth of a life lived on the edge of magic and reality. In the dim light of the dungeon, the man clutched the potion with confidence, like a life preserver. Above him hung his words, expressing humility at the injustice of a system that did not recognize the value of his work. His muscles tensed, each push-up a testament to his determination. His question hung in the air. So what should I do? It was a rhetorical opening line to the emerging plan that was taking shape in his head. The scene shifted to the surface, where a rough miner with scars on his skin heard the sound of an anomaly. He expressed his surprise by saying, "What is this?" A scream came from the mine, filling the air with an alien and disturbing sound. The man from the depths of the mine took on the role of leader and said in a firm voice, "Yes, contact the hunting team." He was ready to lead the brave to the source of the disturbance and declared, "I will lead them to where I heard the screams of the monster." Standing in the doorway again, he glanced at his constant companions, the shadows. With eyes full of new purpose, he declared his intentions. "I need to make money in the dungeons." This path was dangerous, but it promised much more reward than the mines. The dungeons awaited him, offering him the chance to forge his destiny with courage and perseverance. In a distorted world saturated with magic, monsters were not only nightmarish creatures, but also manifestations of the very essence of this mysterious world. Fierce and unyielding, they roamed the lands, their presence destructive in itself, their aggression like a relentless storm that left destruction in its wake. However, even in this hopelessness, the very fact of the existence of these monsters gave humanity hope, the opportunity to rise from the ashes of its decline. Within the bodies of these beasts are hidden treasures, magical stones, the crystallized essence of powerful energies flowing through their veins. Warriors, brave and cunning, perceived monsters not just as enemies, but also as unconscious benefactors. They crafted weapons and armor from the bones and skins of fallen creatures, materials imbued with hidden power. What once caused fear now served them, becoming an integral part of human resilience. Dungeons, ancient and mysterious, have become monuments to a new era of humanity, repositories of wealth and danger. Those who dared to enter spoke of them in whispers, like treasure chests in the bowels of the earth. Hunters appeared, Figures cast from iron and shadows, balance in the world was restored. Their spears and shields were decorated with symbols of power. Standing on the threshold of the unknown, they were the harbingers of the human spirit, undaunted, unyielding, and ever reaching into the abyss to claim their destiny. In a world where darkness mixed with magic, hunters appeared. Their purpose is to fight the horrors released by the magical warp. The risks were great, but the rewards were even greater. Among them was a man whose past is hidden. He asked out loud, "Why was I chosen to work in the mines when I was a traveler?" There seemed to be a hidden thread in his story. The seller persistently tried to attract the person's attention by talking about the end of issuing loans. It was a sentence that tied his hands. He looked for logic in this world but did not find it. The answer came sharply. "Because of the bet, you will not get anything else." The man found himself at a crossroads of conscience. The woman offered to sell her organs to get a loan. It was a decision that tasted bitterly of despair. The choice before man was fraught with danger, and his future was uncertain. In a world of magic and monsters, hunters and survival, life was valued in currency. Jeffir studied the loan documents in the sacred halls of the temple and discussed the terms with the priestess. He offered to donate his organs to get the money back. Outside, Jafir traded new credit for potions with a vendor. The seller handed over the potions to him, aware of the risk. The priestess watched as Jafir drank the potion, smiling and admiring his bravery or stupidity. Standing alone, bathed in the heavenly glow of the potion's magic, Jafir pulled himself together, silently vowing to face the challenges ahead with the same determination that had brought him to this precipice between despair and hope. "Fine, I'm ready to go," he muttered, his gaze fixed on the road in front of him, where shadows danced with promises of fate. The final scene unfolded in the open air as a knight in armor approached, his voice cutting through the tension. He was asked if he was Jafir. It was a call to action, a call to the unknown, and as Jafir turned to face the armored figure, it became clear that he was on the verge of a journey that could redefine his very existence. As the light of dawn pierced the horizon, Jafir stood on the edge of fate, his eyes reflecting determination as clear as the morning sky. The timing was perfect. He muttered to himself, a half-smile etching onto his face, marking the serendipity of the moment. Armored figures gather in the bustling center of the camp, their presence commanding and their purpose special. Goethe, the leader of the reconnaissance group, introduced himself with the air of a man accustomed to the seriousness of his role. Dale and Marco stood next to him, silent guards awaiting the day's attack. Jafir, with the easy confidence of a man familiar with the vagaries of fate, offered his services. "He hoped he could be of some help to you," he said, his tone a mixture of humility and confidence. He didn't have the typical skills of a dungeon explorer. He had a different arsenal. With mana detection skills at his disposal, he could sense the unseen and unlock the hidden energies of the world. As the veil of night opened in the sky, the importance of such abilities became undeniably obvious. To overcome the dangers that await them in the dark depths of the earth, to move unnoticed among the creatures of nightmares and magic, they need more than just eyes. They need vision. Thanks to the subtle distribution of his mana, Jafir could illuminate their path in a way that torchlight never could. His gift allowed them to act carefully in a world that did not forgive difficult steps. For Jafir and his new companions, hunters and ghosts, the journey ahead was full of unspeakable dangers and unseen secrets. Together they would plunge into the abyss, where the line between predator and prey was as thin as the flickering shadows through which they had to walk. And there, in the very heart of darkness, they will find their true strength or find their end. In the verdant outskirts of a forgotten kingdom lived a group of adventurers, each bound by a destiny that had yet to unfold. Among them was a hooded figure, protected from the dangers ahead. With their eyes fixed on the horizon, they mourned the coins spent on potions that were now considered unnecessary. "There's the money I spent on night vision potions," the figure muttered, with a mixture of regret and determination in his tone. "If you're ready, let's go," they shouted to the others, signaling the start of the journey. In the center of the group stood a knight dressed in chainmail, his helmet serving as a barrier not only against physical enemies. He handed his comrade a hefty hammer, the handle of which had been worn out in countless battles. On the side, the hooded rogue couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the miner, the strange one in their company, who was using secret mana energy. "Oh, the miner who uses mana," "This is interesting, haha," the robber remarked, and the humor did not quite reach their hidden eyes. The air became tense as the man with hair as white as the first snow of winter received a quiet reprimand. His companion hissed at him to shut up, reminding him of the dangers lurking in the shadows and the silence necessary for their survival. This white-haired enigma, weighed down with a heavy burden and heavy thoughts, recognized an unspoken connection with at least one other soul in this motley collection. Although they both knew each other, he reflected, he knew at least one of them. As they traveled, his thoughts returned to the moment of transformation, the time when his path changed irrevocably to that of the hunter. When he was transferred as a hunter, he recalled, it was about a month after they cleared this dungeon. Under the weight of the inky sky, the adventurers faced the ominous silhouette of the entrance to the dungeon. Prophetic whispers among them hinted at a dark future. If things had gone the same way, 2 of them would have died in this dungeon. A chill ran through the group as the dungeon was a place where many stories ended, not in triumph, but in tragedy. However, within the gray-haired hunter, a stratagem began to take shape. His eyes, sharp and calculating, betrayed his intentions. He had a pretty good idea of how to use these guys, he thought, seeing not just faces, but pawns and knights on the chessboard of his plans. The journey took them through a light-filled forest, where even the most experienced of the group could not help but gasp in surprise. They said in unison, the beauty of this world not lost in their battle-hardened hearts. On the threshold of fate, a figure beckoned to me, and her voice broke the serenity. They called, their tone filled with urgency and seriousness. As they gathered, a mystical figure with eyes glowing like 2 moons appeared from the shadows. "They are the waiting team," they announced, holding out a hand decorated with braided magical ropes. It was at this moment, with their hands joined and their destinies intertwined, that the adventurers stood on the edge of the unknown, their hearts beating as one against the drum of adventure that called them forward. As the morning sun painted the ancient stone of the dungeon's entrance a golden hue, Jeffir stood with a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty. His hand, outstretched and vulnerable, was bound with a wiry blue rope woven from magical threads. It tightened around his wrist, the knot secured with mysterious precision by his comrade, whose eyes shone like beacons from the shadow of the hood. It was a rope bracelet imbued with magic, the masked figure explained, lifting his own wrist to reveal the bracelet's duplicate, which now took the warrior's skin. If something happens to you in the stone maw of this dungeon, the other bracelet he is wearing will break on its own. This will be a signal to call for help, to call upon the entire might of our base to protect them. There was a solemnity to the ritual, a silent acknowledgement that every step in the depths of the dungeon was a dance with fate. However, as Jeffir nodded, accepting the tether that bound him to fate and his friends, the masked figure gave him a parting gift of not only magic, but confidence. Since he was only here for reconnaissance, as long as you pay attention, there will be no need for this. "Have a nice trip," they said, their voices filled with a mixture of worry and trust. The warrior had barely crossed the threshold when the calm of the scene was shattered. From the shadows of the dungeon, 2 figures appeared, creatures of nightmare in the form of a wolf and a man with eyes sparkling with a predatory light. One held a torch above him that hissed and hissed, while the other brandished a blade curved like the moon and promised death. The warrior stood motionless, the weight of the mission holding him back from the wave of instincts telling him to flee. But now was not the time to escape. This was the moment he was ready for. With a quick movement, the stone fell out of his hand and flew in an arc towards the animals. The creatures, taken by surprise, watched as he walked unharmed through the barrier they thought was impenetrable. In that split second, when the stone met the barrier and the illusion of safety was shattered, the narrative of Hunter and Hunted was rewritten. Jeffir, bound by a blue magic bracelet, stood ready, his fate unwritten, but his resolve as strong as the stones of the dungeon that surrounded him. A scouting party gathered in the shadowed veins of an ancient mine, their breath visible in the cold air. They stood among the remnants of a brutal skirmish, and the ground told tales of recent carnage. "There is another nursery on the other side of the mine," one of them said, his voice echoing off the stone walls. "Last week they were killed by hunting parties A and B." He pointed to the corpses. "It looks like these guys are the last survivors of that attack." Among the huddled figures were Dale and Marco, warriors whose reputations were as formidable as their fighting skills. The task was clear: reconnaissance, observation. But the presence of survivors hinted at a possibility that sparked tactical debate within the ranks. Dale offered to take charge of it all, his tone carrying the weight of leadership and the excitement of potential conquest. The words hung in the cold air, a sharp departure from their orders, a gamble that could change the balance of their campaign. This proposal was met with mixed reactions. Surprise was reflected on the faces of some, skepticism on others. In the dark labyrinths of these dungeons, there were moments when decisions made in the flickering torch determined the line between victory and defeat. "Why don't they take it over?" Dale repeated, and the idea took root. His proposal was not just about occupation, it was about affirmation, about the power of the hunters over the darkness that dwells below. However, the voice of caution did not stop. "Leader, we should just explore the inside and get out," the cloaked figure intervened, his words a reminder of their original intention. "Let's steer clear of making such dangerous decisions." His position was clear. Information was their treasure, not the bloody spoils of monsters. The conversation unfolded in flickering shadows, a dance of strategy and survival. The reconnaissance team tasked with silent surveillance now stood at a crossroads between the secrecy of its mission and the boldness of challenging opportunity. Each member, wrapped in his own thoughts, weighed the potential of Dale's daring plan against the grim caution of his comrades' advice. Tension hung in the cold underground air as the small group of adventurers stood surrounded by the oppressive darkness of the mine. Their voices, usually so confident and even, now trembled with the weight of uncertainty. What would you do if there was a group of them inside? What if there were even stronger monsters out there? One challenged, voicing the silent fears that began to take root in their hearts. "There are only 3 of them now," another exclaimed, his words echoing off the cave walls, adding to the gravity of their predicament. There was a brief pause, a collective gasp, as the terrifying reality of their situation dawned on them. The frustration was palpable when another team member lashed out at him, his anger a stark contrast to the cold silence. "They have 3 people and some garbage," he spat, waving his hand dismissively at the meager arsenal at their disposal. What should they do with such a team? But it was then that a voice called for peace, a moment of clarity amidst the brewing storm. The guy called on the blonde to calm down, a beacon of calm in the stormy sea of their conversations. The speaker turned to the leader, a silent question hanging between them as to whether their leader had a plan. The leader, who embodied stoic determination to face the growing fear, nodded, with a team as calm as a frozen stone. He said, "Take it out." So from the depths of the backpack, a bundle was pulled out, hazelnut leaves and seeds, their greenness contrasting sharply with the grey stone around them. "These are hazelnut leaves and seeds," the leader announced, revealing his unexpected ace up his sleeve. "They will crush them and mix them with the remaining cobalt. In these hazelnut leaves and seeds lies not only the promise of a plan, but also the potential for triumph. The adventurers, once divided by their doubts, now find unity in the seeds of strategy planted by their leader. With this new mixture, they will face the darkness not as 3 warriors and scum, but as an insidious force ready to bend the very earth to its will." In the cold and cavernous depths of the dungeon, a quiet meeting took place between the camouflaged figures of the reconnaissance party. Their latest strategy was unconventional, but it promised cunning rather than brute force. To create the scent of a female kobold, one of them explained, carefully grinding hazelnut leaves and seeds, a mixture designed to deceive. As the powerful aroma began to permeate the air, the team held their breath. The scent, created to imitate the allure of a female kobold, was strong enough to travel hundreds of meters. It was a beacon, a siren signal for the creatures hiding in the Stygian tunnels. Having laid a trap, the adventurers waited with bated breath. Tension coiled around them like ancient snakes until their prey finally appeared. A lone kobold, drawn by the irresistible allure of the scent, ventured forward. His muzzle trembled in the air, inhaling deeply the artificial scent that foreshadowed his doom. He chuckled, a sound full of longing and desire, oblivious to the fate that awaited him. The adventurers remained motionless, shadows within shadows, as the kobold walked into the heart of their trap. "Then they will take advantage of this," the leader whispered, his voice barely audible. In his hand he held the key to their victory, the final piece in the game of predator and prey. With a quick and decisive move, the trap was sprung and chaos erupted. The kobold, trapped by its own instincts, was defeated. It was a testament to the team's ingenuity, a triumph not of strength but of intelligence. When the dust settled and the echoes of the struggle faded, the adventurers became not just warriors, but also masters of tactics in the dark and dangerous realms of the dungeon. In the dimly lit caves of the treacherous dungeon, the air was saturated with the aroma of victory. As the dust settled from the elaborate trap, the adventurers gathered together with a triumphant gleam in their eyes. "Didn't he tell them it would work?" one of them boasted, his voice echoing through the hall, resonating with the confidence that the plan was well executed. The others around him could not help but admit their admiration, although not without a humorous tone. "He really respected the leader, sometimes in times like these," one of them remarked, the word "sometimes" hanging between them like a playful challenge. The leader's reaction was a mixture of feigned indignation and a knowing smile. "What, sometimes? Are you kidding?" The conversation was light-hearted, but underneath the banter there was a deep respect for the leader's cunning. How did he know all this and prepare? They asked with sincere curiosity. The answer came not from the leader, but from another member, an experienced warrior whose eyes were as sharp as his sword. "This is what they call experience," he said, nodding towards the leader, his voice carrying the burden of countless battles and strategies forged in the fires of conflict. The leader, standing among the remnants of victory, allowed himself a small, satisfied grin. This look spoke volumes, indicating that their survival depended not only on the strength of their hands, but also on their intelligence and wisdom. A quiet figure stood among the group, his eyes reflecting the flickering light of the torch. "Even though he taught him this?" he muttered half to himself, with a hint of pride in his voice. This revelation was a small piece of a larger puzzle, an acknowledgement of a shared history and lessons learned together. As this moment dragged on, silence reigned in the group. "He was in the same group as him," the quiet man finally stated, his statement hanging in the air, a bridge to a past filled with camaraderie and conflict. Before the reverie could take hold, a sharp, crackling voice broke the silence. Before the operational meeting, it began, and the group tensed, ready for the next command, the next challenge. One of them exclaimed in surprise, and this word lit a spark of excitement and apprehension. The leader, always the symbol of their collective resolve, simply tightened his grip on the weapon that had served them so well. He answered positively, and in that single word was the promise of new trials and new triumphs. In the depths of this ancient place, the adventurers stood not just as a team, but as a testament to the power of unity and the enduring strength of bonds forged in the heat of countless battles. Their journey was far from over, but together they faced an uncertain future as one. As the dust settled in the dimly lit cave, a group of adventurers stood amid the aftermath of their confrontation. The leader, holding a spear in his hand, surveyed the area with a strategic gaze. Behind him, one comrade tended to his equipment while another rested, his body language hinting at the severity of the battle they had just endured. Jafir ahead broke the silence, his voice echoing off the stone walls. Actually, he inspected the inside himself yesterday. His random revelation hung in the air, a stark contrast to the gravity of their situation. This place, he dismissed with a hint of contempt, was just the lair of a cobalt loser. Laughter and disbelief mingled in the response of one of his comrades, who reproached him for his solitary exploration. Jafir just shrugged, his demeanor as calm as a calm pond. Before this mission, he was a party scout whose specialty was the art of camouflage. Pondering the strategy for the next step, the leader thought out loud, his words careful and measured. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, the weight of their collective safety and success settling firmly on his shoulders. The silver-haired adventurer's response was respectful but firm. He said it was up to them to decide, his gaze meeting the leader's with constant intensity. His voice faded, leaving the sentence hanging like a thin thread. In the silence that followed, a statement was both ambitious and cautious, hinting at the enormity of what lay before them. "It is because such a dungeon is too good to be shared with others," muttered one of them, expressing caution in greed and tactical prudence. This was a testament to their unity and the trust they placed in their leader, recognizing his decisive role and the respect they had for his decision-making skills. The leader nodded to acknowledge the importance of each member's contribution. "He is quite useful," he admitted, recognizing the value of each person in their close-knit ensemble. Together, they stood on the cusp of making a decision, their bonds of camaraderie and mutual respect as strong as the armor they wore. With the dungeon promising hidden treasures and lurking dangers, their next steps would be taken with caution, as they knew the balance of risk and reward all too well. In the green thickets of an ancient forest, finding the elusive hazelnut turned out to be a difficult task. The dense foliage whispered the secrets of the forest, shrouding the land in mystery and well hiding its treasures. The hazelnut, whether a bountiful resource or a cunning individual, remained hidden among the whispering leaves and the dance of shadows. Elsewhere, under a muted sky, an authoritative figure clad in ceremonial armor showed off the weight of his rank. With the determination common to many battles, the captain spoke of recommendations and translations, taking into account the worthy man's skill in the dangerous art of monster hunting. It was a testament to the man's skill and a promise of greater responsibility. In a quiet conversation, the armored sentry handed a tool, perhaps a weapon, to a younger comrade, whose eyes shone with gratitude and the fire of ambition. "Use this," the captain ordered, trusting the tool to help the young hunter in the trials ahead. The words were spoken with respect, as deep as the roots of the forest itself. As dusk enveloped the land, two figures ventured through the dim light, the chill of the night caressing their skin. A sudden pause, the quiet whisper of a man wrapped in a hood, broke the silence. The captain, always vigilant, responded with a simple but expressive confirmation. At that moment, both became acutely aware of the unknown lurking in the shadows. Discovering a grim sight, a pile of carelessly discarded bones, the hooded figure wondered about the origin of such remains. Are these leftovers from something someone ate? The question hung in the air, full of consequences. There, under the clear trail of death, the narrative of survival and danger continued to unfold, creating a tale of the inexorable cycle of hunter and hunted. The air crackled with electricity as a cloaked figure stood amidst the chaos, a lone sentinel against the encroaching darkness. The words, "cobalt bones." A mixture of question and awe escaped their lips as they faced the discovery that lay before them. The ground beneath their feet seemed to pulse with energy, a silent testament to the power that manifested itself in the very bones of the earth. Without warning, the calm was shattered by the appearance of a ghostly entity, the essence of which was a whirlwind of cobalt rage. The figure, taken by surprise, was thrown to the ground by the inexorable force of a creature that seemed to be made of the same unearthly blue. The world became a blur of movement and light as the being from beyond struck with a force that resonated in the bones of the earth. Out of the turmoil, a new champion emerged. The armored captain, a bastion of strength and authority, stepped forward with a decisive cry. In the presence of the commander, they began to weave a fabric of magic into a shield of light, their hands tracing ancient symbols of protection in the air. The circle of power glowed with promise, a beacon of hope in the deepening darkness. While the captain stood resolutely, a plan, a strategy of defense and escape, formed in their minds. They faced many foes, their confidence etched into every line of their battle-worn armor. This is a shield of mana that can block the leader of the Duba tribe, they thought, confident in the power of their magic. The belief that the shield was indestructible was itself a fortress, a mental bulwark against the tide of doubt. However, even the most powerful can fail. A sudden blow, a break in the barrier, and the captain's cry echoed into the night. The magic that had been their defense against the storm now shattered into fragments of light, scattering like stars in the night sky. The captain's voice, once filled with the confidence of command, now betrayed a hint of human fragility as the reality of their vulnerability weighed heavily on the battlefield. In this dance of light and shadow, where every spell cast and every blow struck wrote a story of survival, the characters found themselves in the throes of a conflict that tested the very limits of their courage and their skill. In the depths of the shadowed monasteries, a figure stopped, focusing its gaze on an invisible anomaly. A curse escaped their lips, a whisper that danced with the specks of dust in the air, a piece of their confusion exposed in the dim light. Something broke the silence of this place that shouldn't have happened. Their hand emerged from the darkness, holding up a bracelet woven from the whispers of ancient power. It was a talisman of protection, its integrity a silent guard against invisible forces. This is a bracelet with power, they said, and their voices carried the knowledge of its purpose. However, the ominous tearing of the bracelet spoke of a grim reality. If anything happens, it will break. And he broke it, not just one, but three, their frayed ends a silent testimony to an invisible cataclysm. The thought furrowed their brows as they looked at the broken strands. Is something going on inside? The question hung in the air, unanswered, but filled with omen. The talismans were their warning system, and their silent alarm went off. Elsewhere, the reality of their fear came to life. The warrior, clad in the steel of his resolve, staggered and grunted painfully, betraying the attack he had suffered. His armor, once immaculate, was now marred by the marks of conflict, blood, sweat, and the dust of battle. In the midst of the chaos, another stood firmly, his posture an indomitable bulwark against the onslaught. He commanded the iron wall, a skill honed in the fires of relentless training and the anvil of war. He stood ready like a guard against the storm, his body language speaking of unyielding defense, of an unshakable spirit. This tapestry of events wove a tale of sudden danger and desperate defense, a story where a broken bracelet heralded the destruction of the world, where whispers of defense turned into battle cries, and where the strength of a warrior's will was tested by the inexorable hammer of fate. The air was full of tension, a palpable thread permeating the silence of the room. The figure stood with its eyes narrowed in contemplation, watching the creature before it. This must be a child who is not yet a year old. They mused, the seriousness of their tone belying the deceptive appearance of the creature. There was no room for fun here because, as expected, this creature was not to be underestimated. In everything but name and age, he was a predator. His presence a silent threat to all who stood nearby. This creature, covered with a mask of innocence, kept a dangerous secret. He was raised on pheromones, deceived by a false sense of kinship by those who now became his prey. Predator, the word echoed in the minds of those who watched, a harsh label for a hand-raised creature that it would inevitably turn against. Such was the nature of the beast, the cycle of predator and prey, where what is nurtured becomes the demise of the nurturer. This abrupt realization set in motion a cascade of events. One of the spectators announced his intention, and his voice cut through the silence like a knife. Jefir said he would borrow the spear, reaching out and gripping the weapon with the determination of a warrior. With survival hanging on such a thin thread, there was no time for debate, no moment for doubt. With spears in hand, they turned to face the approaching threat. The creature, with its terrifying jaws and eyes that glowed with a cold, predatory light, waited. This moment was an abyss, a knife edge where the outcome of life and death was precariously balanced. The posture of the people was resolute. The position of their shoulders spoke of past battles and determination to endure whatever comes next. Jefir states with a determined expression that he will now be able to relieve some stress, suggesting that he is going to do something that will allow him to vent or relieve tension, perhaps hinting at an upcoming battle or confrontation. The following image shows Jefir's hand with energy or essence swirling above it. This could mean the moment of making a decision or calling, preparing the authorities. Jefir holds the spear powerfully and firmly and rhetorically asks if they really want to die. This portrays readiness to fight and challenge the enemy, emphasizing the character's belligerence and willingness to confront. Jefir, with a calm demeanor surrounded by mystical energy, and holding what appears to be a dimensional artifact they claim was a dimensional artifact, indicating that they were in control of an object of significant power or importance. Finally, Jefir instructs someone and tells him to move away a little, with a focused and serious expression while holding a spear, implying a defensive stance and preparation for an immediate threat that requires others to keep their distance for safety. In a realm created from the very essence of mana and mystery, Jefir, with his alabaster hair and eyes like storm clouds, was the embodiment of the silence and fury of the wind. He walked through the twilight of a world poised on the edge of chaos, a solitary figure whose name whispered promises of freedom and swift retribution. The knight was shocked that Jefir had such powerful power. His movements were deft and fast. He continued to be on the ground, and Jefir protected him. And then, immediately after this, the knight asked Jefir what he was doing, because the guy didn't even train for battalion commanders in attacks, and he was so easily ready to sacrifice for the sake of his comrade. The knight immediately began to get to his feet, thinking that Jafir could die in this situation. But he himself could not die such a shameful death, and as soon as the knight was brought to his feet, a terrible howl was immediately heard. It was so loud that the knight's body simply froze in fear. His hand was also on his wound, stopping the bleeding. As it turned out, immediately after this howl, a spell was cast on the knight, which allowed the opponent to drive him into fear, thereby completely immobilizing him. The guy couldn't even move his toes, and so it was. A huge monster stood right in front of the knight. He howled very loudly. His mouth was simply huge, and his teeth were sharper than any sword of the bravest adventurer, wielding a sword that cut through despair and a wit as sharp as the edge of night. Jafir met his enemies with a calm born of storms and a ferocity that warded off a wild wind. His dance was a dance of blade and shadow, a ballet to the silent music of a world that held its breath. His potions flowed out, promising nightmares and dreams, creating fear and courage in equal measure. Jafir used a plant that prevented his opponent from inflicting the Ispuan status on him. Fade, the alchemist of shadows, created his secret radiance in vials of liquid twilight. His potions, a pantheon of bottled wonders, were both a blessing and a curse, keys to salvation and instruments of destruction. Their paths, intertwined by the hand of fate, were strewn with the remnants of searches and conquests. Jafir and Fade, hunter and sage, stood against the backdrop of dark tapestries of night that sought to envelop the world in eternal despair. In the depths of this abyss, Jafir's blade sang its silent song, a requiem for the fallen and a hymn of hope for the battles to come. As the reverberations of their struggle reached their climax, the two became guardians at the end of the world, a testament to the power of camaraderie. But then Jafir throws the potion right at the monster. The guy thought that this potion alone would be enough to completely kill this huge dog. His hand quickly moved forward, and on the palm itself a silhouette lit up, even the outline of a key. Jafir decided to use a potion, the recipe of which belonged to his old friend Fade. He was the king of poisons. It was number 72 in toxicity on the Fade scale, and was ranked 68th. Two silhouettes of guys sat in the dim light of the fireplace. Jafir tells Fade that everything was really good. He also said that for Fade to tell him that he had made a new poisonous potion, which he had been studying for so long, was a sign of great generosity. To this, Fade responds with a small laugh and closes his eyes. Fade says that the world was starting to collapse, so why did he have to hide it until now? And then the man adds that if this potion turns out to be unsuccessful, then they should have used it better together. Jafir's voice cut through the chilling air, a determined whisper carrying the weight of his determination that said he hoped Fade would take advantage of this, if he could kill just one scavenger with his poison and save one more person. Taking a deep breath that seemed to draw all the wind into his lungs, he straightened his stance. The rapid movement of the spear was followed not just by an exhalation, but by the release of pent-up rage, his muscles contracting and relaxing like a spring. The spear pierced the darkness, a blur of movement aimed at the unseen horrors lurking just out of sight. Elsewhere, hidden in the shadows, another figure watched with a scarred face that bore the marks of countless battles. A crooked smile played on Fade's lips as he whispered to Jafir that he could no longer ask him for anything. With the vial of shimmering liquid in his hand, he pondered the irony of this. Drinking 10 bottles in one sitting, he thought, is the price of power. But a 500% increase in efficiency was a price he was willing to pay. It was a smile of satisfaction, an acknowledgement of a plan set in motion, or perhaps an acknowledgement of the inevitable end he had long since come to terms with. In the very heart of battle, the warrior's movements were a dance of death, each swing of a spear an artist's stroke. The weapon hummed through the air, a symphony of destruction leaving arcs of power in its wake, the tip leaving venom behind, thirsting for the blood of its enemies. The screams of his opponents were dissonant notes of this deadly melody, a cacophony that only urged him forward. As the warrior fought, a voice broke into the chaos, cold and dispassionate, a harbinger of the power of the poison. The words hung in the air like a curse, a reminder that the poison was a legacy of suffering, the sadism of its creator immortalized in every drop that ran down the blade of the blade. The clock was ticking, every second a precious grain in the hourglass of survival. Any minute now, the poison would not be able to spread completely, and Jafir understood this. The words echoed ominously in his head, a relentless countdown that narrowed his attention to the next moment. Each heartbeat was a drumbeat that propelled him forward, each breath a gust that fanned the flames of his resolve. His opponent, the Leviathan of the Deep, rose before him, a monstrous silhouette against the stormy sky. With a roar that shook the heavens, he rushed towards the warrior's wrath. The sound was like thunder. The impact of the spear against the scales was a statement of his refusal to give up. Jaffir's onslaught was merciless. The air whistled with each blow, the spear's blade creating a silver streak that carved light wounds into the encroaching darkness. His movements were a blur, a whirlwind of precision and fury that even shadows could not avoid. In a fluid motion that belied the ferocity behind it, Jaffir completed his arc, his spear cutting an elegant passage through the air. It was the sound of the end, the last note of a deadly overture of blood and poison. There, in the center of the storm he had summoned, the warrior collided with the beast, his silhouette standing out sharply against the creature's towering body. The moment was frozen, a picture of man versus monster, each an embodiment of their own world. With a final cry that contained all his hopes and fears, Jaffir rushed to the attack. The boy's quick word was an explosion, the sound of the inevitable collision between the kiss of the spear and the death of the beast. It was the sound of victory, survival, and above all, the sound of battle that will go down in the annals of legends. Jaffir's silhouette stood out against the chaos of the battle, his weapon merely an extension of his indomitable will. The blade dripped a toxic mixture, a green poison that glowed with an ominous light. Jaffir growled for them to take the item, his voice low over the noise of the battle. The poison, a gift from the Dark Ages, promised agony to anyone who tasted its kiss. With a surge of energy that sent ripples through the air, the warrior charged at the beast towering before him. The world seemed to slow down as it struck, the spear finding its target with a force that could be seen and felt at the same time. The sound of the impact was a loud cry that echoed across the field, a testament to his strength and determination. The beast recoiled, its monstrous form contorting into a display of excruciating pain. The warrior's attack reached its target, the poison penetrating the creature's defenses. The beast immediately exclaimed very loudly, and the sound pierced the noise of the battle, which was a clear sign of the warrior's effectiveness. And again the creature howled, desperately causing an echo in the ether. The pain was palpable, filling the space between the two combatants with palpable fear. Poison was a cruel master, and Jaffir used it with precision. However, time was the warrior's true enemy, as unforgiving as any beast he faced. His eyes narrowed, a mental countdown counting down the moments. Jaffir thought that there were 2 minutes left, only to correct himself with even greater insistence that there was still 1 minute left. The sands of time were quickly slipping away, and with it, the chance of victory, or something even more important. In this dance with death, the warrior was both choreographer and leader, his movements a series of desperate tricks, each second precious than the previous one. Poison was his ally, but time was a merciless judge, and he intended to win this race. Under the pale light of the moon, the warrior gripped his weapon tighter, a silent oath etched in his sinewy hands. The sound of jag cut through the air, as fast and sharp as his resolve, and was a prelude to the violence to come. Jaffir moved blurry. The world around him was a strip of indistinct shapes and shadows. The wind whistled loudly as it followed the arc of his weapon, and the sound was the harbinger of a blow, ready to rip through both air and flesh. Time stood still, the fragile thread on which fate balanced. Raising his shoulders, the warrior prepared to withstand the weight of the moment. Jaffir thought that he could only hold out for 1 more minute, his internal monologue drowned out by the roar of his heartbeat in his ears. The decision was made in one thunderous heartbeat. But then, Jaffir shouted that all he had to do was deal a critical blow to the monster, and his body unfolded like a spring, releasing a spiral attack that withstood the weight of his will and the sharpness of his intention. In the immediate vicinity of battle, where every breath could be his last, the warrior's focus narrowed. The whistle sounded again, a testament to the speed and ferocity of his actions. An echo in the vast night that spoke of a predator delivering deadly blows. The sound of the battle sounded like the silent cry of a warrior's soul. He stood behind the beast, his gigantic figure reeling from the critical blow dealt with such fury. A loud sound cut through the air, a poetic note to a battle ballet, a dance that was both beautiful and brutal. In this dance, Jafir was both choreographer and leader, his movements a series of desperate curls on the canvas of the night. Every second is more precious than the previous one. He was an artist of survival, his spear his brush and the battlefield his merciless canvas. Jafir understood that it was time to start. In a blur of movement, Jaffar's silver hair contrasted sharply with the swirl of blue and white that painted the background of his violent fall. Muscles tensed, veins standing out in relief on his skin, and he thrust his staff forward with a force that seemed to cut through the very air around him. His menacing grey eyes were fixed with unshakable determination on an invisible target. The scene dragged on, focusing on his hands, wrapped in white bandages that spoke of many battles, gripping the staff with such force that his knuckles turned white. The strength of his grip indicated that this was no ordinary fight. It was the culmination of determination, a decisive moment that may have been brewing long before this meeting. As the staff swung downward in an arc of pure intent, the frame was dominated by the figure of Jafir, a lone warrior battling an unseen foe. The staff seemed like a silver lining in a world of blurred lines, the only solid, real thing in time that seemed to stretch and slow, awaiting the result of his actions. The next shot was a close-up of Jafir's face, a bead of sweat running down his temple, his expression contorted with effort and concentration. Words began to form around him, unearthly whispers of encouragement. Jafir understood that he still had a little time left. It was as if the world itself was urging him on, the voices of past allies and the quiet cries of his opponents fueling his strength. Finally, Jafir's hand opened, releasing the knife, or perhaps releasing the power that was stored within. Energy seemed to surge forth from his core, as if in that moment he was the epicenter of an invisible storm, a force to be reckoned with, a warrior whose determination was as much a weapon as any blade or staff. With a scream, Jafar jumped onto the monster. His actions were quick and deft. He struck the beast with the wrath of the heavens, blue energy crackling at the tip of the weapon, the tail of a comet of light heralding his strike. The moment his feet left the ground, time seemed to dissolve into nothingness. As Jafir fell to the ground, he was a portrait of vengeance, silhouetted against the sky where light and dark danced in eternal struggle. The staff touched the ground in cataclysmic fury. A bright flash of light as the shockwave rolled outwards, a testament to his unyielding spirit. In the heat of battle, Lysander's concentration never wavered. His muscles, tense and sore, controlled the staff with precision. The shock of the blow reverberating through his hands as the ground itself seemed to tremble under the force. Dust and debris rose like ghosts in the wake of his power, a spectacle of destruction caused by his unwavering determination. But the battle was far from over. Jafir swore that there was only one left, his voice becoming a steely whisper amid the roar of chaos. His hand, slick with the sweat of exertion, gained new strength as it closed around the hilt of a blade crafted from the very essence of his will, a second wind in the form of sharpened steel. The aftermath of the attack left him breathless, each breath cutting a ragged edge into the silence that fell like a veil on the battlefield. The beast, defeated or simply retreating, disappeared from sight, leaving Lysander standing alone, like a sentinel among the ruins of his ferocity. As the dust settled and his breathing evened out, he reached out to pull his staff from the scarred earth, a quiet symbol of his readiness to face whatever darkness lingered on the horizon. Jafir's noisy breathing echoed softly, a human note amid the symphony of his valor, a reminder that even heroes are bound by the weaknesses of the flesh. In the dim light of twilight, the night reflected on the newly acquired skill imprinted into the fabric of his soul. The skill is so powerful that the rarest elixirs pale in comparison. As the last drop of the potion passed through his lips, a burst of energy erupted from within, his fist glowing with a sky-blue light. The power of the gods flowed through his veins, the once dormant power now awakened. Jafir transcended his mortal limits, if only for a moment, and tasted the divine. "Let's talk quickly," he suggested, although the air around him crackled with the tension of unspoken words and unspent storms. The scene changed, and the silence that followed was broken by the clanking of chains and the pleas of a terrified man. No, it's not me," he muttered, eyes wide open with living fear of the unjustly accused. In the shadows, an armored figure watched the transformation with a calculating gaze. The armored knight wondered if he could join the hunting team. Acknowledging Jafir's newfound power was a silent nod to his rising destiny, but reality turned out to be a harsh mistress. Jafir, now known for his mining work rather than his warrior heart, stood at a crossroads. The armored figure's words echoed through the cold air. Now he is just a miner who cannot even enter the dungeon. The knight shouted that he was not some kind of beggar, the armored figure stated with a dismissive tone and unyielding eyes. The cobalt dungeon is not enough to make me accept the request. His pride was a fortress, invulnerable to the boy's achievements. However, not everyone was impressed by this display of power. "They are colleagues who entered the temple together, right?" he thundered. The question was rhetorical. The answer was already damned in his eyes. Despair broke through the man's defenses, his voice cracking like dry earth. He was no devil worshipper, he insisted, but his protest was a weak shield against the dark tide rising to meet him. From the shadows, a figure shrouded in mystery gave the command, its smile a crescent of malice. Jafir turned, his silhouette sharply contrasting with the twilight. He needs a ticket that is in the form of him. It was a statement of himself, an understanding that the key to the gate he sought to open lay within. In the fading light of the changing day, the man's name cut through the silence, spoken by a man stern and decisive. The white-haired man known as Jafir stood in stark contrast against the bleached sky, his voice carrying the weight of his impending doom. Then a monster emerged from the bowels of the earth, a centipede of titanic proportions, whose body was a grotesque canvas of nightmares and shadows. The air thickened with the threat emanating from him. The earth trembled from his fury. Suddenly someone noticed, detached observation amid the chaos. The parasitic centipede has revealed itself. It was a statement devoid of surprise, as if the appearance of this creature was the last inevitable note in a symphony of fear long ago composed. In a world where light has faded and darkness has grown closer, the lines between friend and foe are blurred, and mythical monsters have woven themselves into the fabric of reality. Every character has prepared for the tumultuous battle ahead. As dusk gave way to night, the air itself seemed to resound with the arrival of a monstrous parasite centipede emerging from the bowels of the earth. His menacing form cut through the silence, a harbinger of chaos seeping into the very soil of the troubled land. In the midst of this commotion stood a shadowy figure with a sword that glowed like a captured star. The glow of the blade cut through the darkness as the figure spoke the truth that hung heavy in the air. In fact, he was a devil worshipper. The words were not a question, but a statement, revealing the hidden betrayal of hearts once hidden by deception. In a room bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, two silhouettes were talking. Someone pondered the likelihood of their predicament, reflecting on the improbability of their situation with the squad of philosophers. If it's 1 out of 7, isn't that a low probability? The question was met with the thoughtful silence that often precedes a storm. The dialogue escalated into a question of morality and sacrifice. Yes, they rebelled so much that they considered it worthy to burn down the entire house to catch one bug. These words were a metaphorical dance around the flames of rebellion, decisions that weighed the cost of lives and legacies. Equisor Matthias, an authority figure with a gaze as piercing as the sword he spoke of, pondered the machinations of unseen enemies. He was well versed in shadows and subterfuge, and the conversation hinted at a plan, at plays moving in the dark, each play as important as the mystery. Taking on the burden of the coming conflict, Matthias spoke of the countdown to the raid, the only month that stood between them, and developments that could change the course of their world. If they don't expel the heretics from the temple as soon as possible, he warned, the urgency of his voice emphasizing the seriousness of their situation. Failure was not an option, as the cost would have been unbearable. His eyes burned with determination to resist the heresy that threatened to undermine their very existence. It was a game of power and danger, and the stakes had never been higher. The tension in the air was palpable as negotiations reached their climax. With a heavy heart but clear eyes, the cloaked figure nodded curtly. He will satisfy the hunting party's complaint on his part, he admitted, his voice carrying the weight of command and the shadow of compromise. But in turn, he continued, his silhouette standing out sharply against the flickering light, they better get results. It was a decree spoken with authority, a binding agreement in which failure was impossible. His warning was clear. For a student of heresy, rash action was as dangerous as inaction. Within the strict walls of the headquarters, Goethe, the head of the intelligence group, was drawn into the bureaucracy. The administrative officer's voice was monotone as he instructed, "First, fill out the request form." The mundane task stood in stark contrast to the seriousness of their usual affairs. The officer's gaze then shifted to the newcomer, a recent recruit named Jeffir from the mining team. He asked to give him 1 minute, the officer intoned, holding his pen over the document that would determine the fate of the young recruit. The conditions were stated with clinical precision. If Jafir makes a mistake, the entire team's rating will suffer. It's a risky gamble in their covert operations. It was a risk, but one that had to be taken. He obviously agreed, came the confident reply from the figure in the shadows, his face hidden but his resolve unmistakable. The decision was taken. The die was cast. In a world of hunters and heretics, any choice could tip the scales, and each new ally was a chess piece in a game that spanned the dark side of a society on the brink of unrest. In the dimly lit corridors of power, where the sharp edges of politics met the shadowy world of warfare, stood a helmeted figure with a smirk on his face. If he performed well, it would be credited to him, he mused, the gleam in his eyes betraying his anticipation of the reward for masterminding the newcomer's success. Each victory of his subordinate was a feather in his cap, a step up the ladder of treacherous hierarchy they navigated. He chuckled, the sound reverberating off the stone walls, filled with the wisdom of the streets and the hard-earned knowledge that in their world, luck was a currency as valuable as gold. The man whispered to himself that his whole life was luck, enjoying the serendipity of the moment. The irony of fate that gave him this opportunity was not lost on him. As the echo of his laughter faded, a conversation unfolded in the shadows, discussing sinister implications and veiled threats. "You want to pretend he doesn't exist, Predator?" asked a voice full of meaning. The Predator was a force to be reckoned with, a legend that many feared and some wanted to forget. The helmeted figure's tone hardened as he demanded confirmation. "You mean you'll get rid of the monster's body?" The reality they faced was brutal, and the consequences of their encounters with the creatures of the night were a tangle of politics and practicality. "Just a predator. He will leave the cobalt," came the cold answer. The plan was clear: communicate that this was a cobalt lair and tailor the narrative to suit their purposes. It was a maneuver as strategic as any battlefield tactic, a sleight of hand that changed perceptions and shifted the balance of power. In this world, where every being's existence depended on their ability to wield both the sword and the circuit, the lines between hero and villain were blurred. Their lives were a chessboard, and they were pawns and knights. Each took risks. Each victory was fleeting, like the flickering of a candle in the wind. In a world where the secret and the oppressive intertwine, the spires of the temple cast long shadows over the lives of those bound to its service. Among the relics of power, a horned helmet that whispered of ancient wars, a ball in which time itself seemed to be captured, a tome containing the secrets of the cosmos, and swords that hummed, promising untold power, stood temple slaves, forbidden from claiming any, or a treasure for yourself. To the temple, these objects were sacred, but to the slaves, they were a cruel reminder of their slavery. Everything they found in their forced labors, by law and magic, was required by the temple. In the darkness of twilight, a muscular man, marked with the ink of his enslavement, contemplated the glowing prize in his calloused palm. His eyes, the color of thunderclouds, reflected not only the light of the object, but also a glimmer of defiance. He knew well the rules that bound him. Any loot he collected would bring him only a meager bonus, mere pennies compared to the true value of his finds. A thought, dangerous and tempting, danced in his head. Brokers, they will offer more, much more. The risk was high, but the reward was high. However, just as quickly as hope was born, it was crushed by the cold voice of reality. Clad in the armor of power, another executor of the temple's will emerged from the shadows, clutching a fresh heart in his gauntlet, a harsh symbol of their control. He spoke of a surveillance team, invisible watchers who made sure nothing escaped the temple's control. The post-production team soon arrived to claim their due, leaving nothing for those who dared to dream of freedom. While the security officer's words hung heavily in the air, a blue light illuminated the young man's facial features, his face turning into an impassive mask that poorly hid his inner turmoil. He muttered positively, reluctantly accepting the temple's merciless grip. But as the light cast an unearthly glow on him, his voice fell to a whisper, defying the unyielding decree of his captors. but he asked about what would happen next, with a hint of cunning in his tone. At that moment, a spark of rebellion was ignited within him, a spark that could ignite the flame of revolution. In the middle of a desolate space where only the brave or the enslaved dared to tread, a vortex of arcane energy burst from the earth, its tendrils of light spiraling upward into the heavens. It was a spectacle, a phenomenon of power that warped the very fabric of reality, leaving a void where a monstrous creature had once stood. But he wasn't here. The wind seemed to whisper, and a mysterious riddle was revealed under the stars. The armored figure, whose very essence was intertwined with the dogma of the temple, looked at this sight with wide eyes, not believing his eyes. He roared that he had entered subspace, and fear and admiration were mixed in his voice. The laws of magic as he knew them were inexorable. Subspace, a hidden pocket in the folds of existence, should yield only to the most powerful of artifacts, not to mere trinkets. However, there lay evidence to the contrary. Disobedience to the established order caused a wave of doubts about his steadfast beliefs. When the storm subsided, an uneasy silence reigned. The beast they had defeated, the monster whose blood had stained the earth, was consumed by the vortex, wiped from the face of the earth without a scar to mark its passing. Such completeness was unheard of, an anomaly that defied explanation, forcing the minds of those who witnessed it to teeter on the edge of the reasonable. Following the whirlpool stood a man marked by fate, his sinewy body outlined by the residual glow of a subspace anomaly. He asked the question, his voice calm but laced with the promise of upheaval. Didn't he want to get a promotion? The words hung between them not as a question, but as an invitation to a dance of ambition and cunning. It was clear that he held the secret, the knowledge of the vortex that could elevate their position beyond slavery. The scene changed, from the wild freedom of the open lands to the borders of the wealth of the temple's inner sanctum. There, a man with the mark of a slave stood upright, and another, previously clothed with the power of the temple, now sat and prayed. He allowed him to go through 3 more dungeons, the former captive offered. His terms spoken with the confidence of a man who had made a difference. He could get a reward for the cleanup, he continued, his gesture magnanimous but calculated. But in return I will get monsters. In the shadowed corridors of ambition, where the clang of armor echoed off ancient stone, a solitary figure stood in contemplation. He was a warrior of thought, a strategist, clad in steel. The helmeted leader, whose reign lasted 3 grueling years, believed that clearing the dungeons would affect his prospects within the rigid hierarchy of the temple. Even smaller worlds such as the Cobalt Lair had their place in the great calculus of development. As part of his role as patrol team leader, he was acutely aware of their shortcomings in combat, shortcomings that marked their progress. However, amid the challenges they faced, he saw an opportunity, an anomaly in the form of a strong ally. Such an addition to their ranks could shatter the status quo, giving them unprecedented control over the dungeons that lie at their feet, domains hitherto unclaimed and ripe for conquest. As the leader of the patrol, the first to penetrate the depths of the dungeon, he foresaw the path to ascension. A covert operation to clear the dungeon with minimal forces could bolster his rank, leading him from the shadows of obscurity into the shining halls of power. His ambition was a flame that could not be extinguished, fanned by the opportunity to turn the hierarchy on its head. Money, the ever-present siren call, motivated others like Jafir, but for our helmet-wearing tactician, it was the allure of ascension, the sweet taste of higher status, that drove his plans. His thinking was pragmatic, good deal, cautious move. All that was required was to evade the prying eyes of those who could see through the veil of his intentions. Clutching the artifact that was the key to his release, he allowed himself to dream of a life beyond the oppressive reach of the temple. Debt is a chain, but the right sail can be the hammer that breaks it. Freedom was close, tangible. Its taste on the wind whispered of worlds beyond the suffocating embrace of the temple. Everything was ready for a grand event, a raid by the temple knights that promised to shake the very foundations of their world. Rumors begin to spread about an object of unspeakable power, a secret that will soon be revealed, bringing with it a wave of change that could sweep across the continent. The leader's eyes glittered in the shadow of his helmet. The game was on, and he was no mere pawn. He was a player ready to make a move that would resonate in history. In the silence before the storm, Where the weight of fate pressed on the fabric of the present, the protagonist stood resolutely, the fire of determination casting shadows in his eyes. He knew that the raid looming on the horizon was more than just an event. This was the fulcrum on which his future would balance. He had to participate in this raid no matter what, he vowed quietly, aware that the item he was looking for was a key that would open a new path, change the course of time itself. As golden light flooded the tall temple building, a statement was made. Jefir, a name that spoke of change, was now on the hunting team. Jefir ordered them to collect all the necessary materials, a directive that made the wheels of fate turn. The gears of preparation turned, coinciding with the silent promise of the upcoming hunt. Reflecting on a past life, a ghost of what was, the protagonist mourned the lost opportunity that slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. This time he won't be so late, and won't be so unprepared. The number of members of a hunting team does not exceed 20, he said, a fact that emphasized the need for notable achievements or influential connections. His participation was not just welcome, it was necessary. He had a plan, wrapped in the belief that his strategy was correct. He was in charge of managing the intricacies of this plan, and its success lay in a delicate balance of timing and precision. It's just a matter of when to execute this plan, he mused, a chess player ready to make the decisive move on the board that was his world. Amid the bustle and murmur of the gathering forces, he purposefully moved around the temple grounds. He pointed his fellow warrior to the supply depot, a place of activity as preparations for the raid intensified. And yet, even as the war machine spun around him, his thoughts turned to his comrades. Then he will go to the infirmary. He decided his duty to check on Dale and Marco was a testament to the bonds that bound him to those he fought alongside. In the looming shadow of the great raid, as the temple knights readied their weapons, the protagonist stood as a beacon of intent. He will grab the object that promises a revolution, enter into battle, and grasp the future with decisive hands. In his heart, he carried an unshakable belief that the path to change was paved by those who were brave enough to walk it. In the vast temple courtyard, where the air hummed with the tension of unseen battles and whispers of loyalty, a helmeted figure conveyed final instructions to an unseen companion. If he had any luggage, he could bring back. The words lingered, echoes of the ordinary against the backdrop of the extraordinary. It was then that the air changed, and it was a palpable change as the presence of power grew closer. With a sharp and insistent hiss, the helmeted figure was ordered to bow his head. The authority resonated with the brief command, leaving no room for hesitation. In this world, respect was not just politeness. It was survival, a shield against the capricious whims of those who use power as a weapon. The court was a tableau of bowed heads, a forest of bowed necks paying homage to the procession that cut through it like a sword through silk. Among them, the protagonist bowed, the relief in his posture fleetingly disappearing as he exhaled a silent breath. When the danger was over, he stood up straight like a reed in the wind, unbroken but not inflexible. The procession was an unusual retinue. They were the heresy experts, a name that evoked fear as surely as a shadow foretells the night. They were direct slaves of the examiner, and this fact distinguished them, made them inviolable, and gave them the terrifying power of life and death over those they examined. The helmeted figure continued to speak in a low murmur, meant only for trusted ears. They should treat them as higher ranks, and not just ordinary slaves. His words were a warning carried by the wind of caution. The examiners were a law unto themselves, known for their arbitrary cruelty, unpredictable as a storm, and merciless as the desert sun. To welcome them was to invite danger. To ignore them was to invite disaster. They were known to swear for no reason and took offense at the slightest insult. Even those who made as little as a shoulder bump in a crowded market square were stripped of their very humanity, a warning to all who would forget their place in this rigid hierarchy. In the fading light of dusk, when the silhouette of the temple cast long shadows across the stone courtyard, the figure, dressed in the robe of power, stopped midway. Especially Mad Dog Sahaku ahead, he warned, and his voice carried the weight of an unspoken threat that hung in the air like a drawn blade. Sahaku earned his nickname not because of a joke, but because of the bloodthirstiness that was both his honor and his curse. He chose the path of the explorers of heresy for the sole purpose of quenching his thirst for violence, a clear indication of the darkness that resided within. As the procession continued, Sahaku's predatory gaze found its target, picking out a man from the crowd. Someone shouted to someone, his voice cut through whispers and footsteps like a cold wind. The main character, who found himself in the center of Sahaku's attention, felt the chill of danger. The scream was a harbinger of potential anger, and the air around them tightened, charged with the electricity of impending conflict. Sahaku's tall figure obscured the fading light, his presence a looming omen. He apologized, the casualness of his tone belying the seriousness of his words. Something was bothering him a little. His statement was a riddle, shrouded in power, the kind that foreshadowed disaster for someone who had unwittingly provoked his wrath. In a twist that was as deliberate as it was menacing, Sahaku addressed the protagonist directly. He was there, dressed like a miner. The words were filled with contempt, an indictment of the protagonist's appearance that contained an unspoken accusation. It was the kind of research that could unravel a person's fate, thread by tenuous thread. Revealing itself with the ease of an unfurling snake, Sahaku's eyes flashed with a cruel light. His name was Sahaku of the Heresy Experts, he stated, his voice like velvet stone. State your name and department. It was not a request, but an order, the kind that carved lines into the very stone they stood on. At this moment, the main character found himself at a crossroads of fate. Sahaku, the temple's mad dog, was an unbridled and indomitable force, a test of character and will. The reaction of the main character must be balanced but courageous, because in the world in which they live, even words have the power to decide life or death. In the fading light of the temple grounds, an exchange of menacing desires unfolded. The cloaked figure, with the posture of a leader and the burden of responsibility on his shoulders, stepped forward. He began in an even but cautious voice. This friend was Jeffia, who had just joined my team. His entry was diplomatic, the pretext of a man who knew the delicate balance of power and the need to carefully negotiate it. But Sahaku, the mad dog, was an impulsive creature, not given to the niceties of protocol or the niceties of hierarchy. He barked, telling him to shut up because no one was asking him, his words like the crack of a whip, cutting through the politeness that hung uncertainly in the air. The air became thick with tension, a tangible mantle enveloping those gathered with a suffocating density. The cloaked figure staggered back, a sigh escaping his lips as if the very words were a blow to him. He croaked with a strangled sound, indicating the horror that Sahaku's very presence could instill. Sahaku emanated not just the threat of violence, but the promise of it, an aura that spoke of dark alleys and blood spilled in silence. Mad Dog glared at him, and for a moment the world seemed to shrink, the noisy noise of the courtyard giving way to silence. Someone whispered that there was some kind of murderous aura. The words were barely audible, but they swept through the crowd, the general recognition of a predator among them. Sahaku's gaze settled on the main character, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. He barked, and that single word carried the weight of a command. The main character looked at him without flinching, as the voiceover revealed the truth known only to those with the keenest senses. It's a mistake, even when he's just standing there. If it had been someone else, they wouldn't have noticed it, the voice noted, a note of respect piercing the fear. The protagonist's eyes narrowed, silently confirming his increased abilities, but he is known to have extremely heightened senses, he admitted to himself, his gaze never leaving Sahaku. Unspoken words hung between them, a silent clash of titans. In this dance of power, the protagonist was the only one who could truly see Sahaku as the threat he represented. A man who was not only dangerous, but was death incarnate. However, he stood his ground, which is a testament to his own strength and the courage that ran through his veins. In the very heart of the Colosseum, surrounded by walls that had witnessed countless tests of character, he stood, a solitary figure against the backdrop of an azure inferno. It was a spectacle that defied the ordinary. The main character was the epicenter of power, a high-level expert whose very aura spoke of incalculable power and unbridled potential. The electric blue light swirling around him was not just a manifestation of his abilities, but a declaration of his dominance in a world where power was the only currency. His clothes, simple and modest, hid the magnitude of his presence. He was dressed as one would expect of a miner, a deep tunnel worker, and yet here he was in the arena, his new battlefield. Transferred to hunting team, they said, a phrase that promised transformation. His skills did not go unnoticed, and his assignment to the hunting team was a testament to his abilities, a hint of the power within him. Around him, the bodies of the fallen served as a stark reminder of the trials every slave must endure. Rigorous tests of the temple's performance, battles of strength, feats of magic, were designed to separate the wheat from the chaff and find those worthy to rise through the ranks. In this brutal ordeal, only the most formidable could rise. Jafir was such an individual. His talents, originally wasted on the mining team, were now brought into the light. But there was such a high-level expert on the mining team. Voices muttered in disbelief, their words trailing off as they saw a man who defied expectations, who turned the very concept of order on its head. As he stood after his triumph, his gaze firm and impassive, it was clear that this was a turning point in his history. Jafir turned out to be not just a survivor, but also a harbinger of change. The winds of a new era whispered within it, ready to sweep through the corridors of power and challenge the status quo. He was not just a participant in the temple games, he was the force that could redefine them. Sahaku stood in front of Jafir, his eyes shining with the excitement of the hunt. Not so strong that he couldn't be caught, he declared, with the smug confidence of a cat cornering a mouse. However, his voice betrayed the slightest hidden respect for whoever he was facing. He asked him a few questions, he said, disguising the team as an invitation, a confirmation of the game they were going to play. The main character looked at Sahaku with a calm, almost disinterested look. Sahaku ordered to answer honestly and calmly, but the words were nothing more than a formality, a dance of decency before the inevitable clash. The air between them crackled, filled with electricity that could ignite at any moment. The main character's response was a mocking laugh, and this sound dissipated the tension. He mocked him, calling him a bastard, and the bravado contrasted sharply with the respect expected from him. Why does he crawl out of his hole like that? How nice of him! His words were a blade, sharp and dangerous, an open challenge to Sahaku's authority. Then, in a moment of quiet tension, the protagonist's voice dropped to a mumble filled with ominous knowledge. "Have they ever heard of a demon god worshipper?" he asked. The question hung in the air. The key to the lock had not been turned for a long time. The narrative changed, revealing the terrifying appearance of a creature shrouded in flames, the embodiment of the fervor of the faithful. It was not just a product of faith, but a real threat, a presence that roamed the periphery of their world, biding its time. When the protagonist stood up, his silhouette standing out sharply against the background of his dark assistants, he declared his unprecedented insight. There was no one who knew about them better than him, he stated in a quiet and confident voice. Before them appeared the image of the demon god worshippers, a pantheon of shadows and fire. These were devoted fanatics, lost souls who linked their fate with the harbinger of the abyss, Tartarus. The sun bathed the courtyard in a warm glow, bathing the stone in a light that seemed too soft for the tension crackling in the air. The main character stood shrouded in mystery in the guise of a miner. His pose was nonchalant, but his eyes betrayed a depth of knowledge that belied his appearance. For now, the only thing the lower-ranking members needed to know, he began in a firm and confident voice, was the fact that they were a newly created opposition religion, in conflict with the pre-existing order. His words were careful, measured, revealing just enough to keep the Inquisitor hooked. Sahaku, an authority figure wearing the robes of heretical inquisitors, listened intently. His eyes narrowed as he processed the information, his mind working to unravel the layers of the puzzle before him. There were a few facts about them that set them apart from most other people, he replied, his tone suggesting that he was putting together a puzzle that only he could see. The protagonist watched as Sahaku's confidence seemed to grow along with his speech. He was recognized for his ability to recognize these small inconsistencies. Sahaku boasted with a hint of pride in his voice, declaring his loyalty to Lord Martius and his respected role among the Inquisitors. It was then that Sahaku's eyes lit up with a different light, sharp and piercing. His instincts told him right now that he was dangerous, he said, and the words fell like a hammer, weighed down by the weight of judgment and power. The air around them seemed to thicken, filled with the potential of what had not yet been said. Sahaku's warning was clear, his stance unshakable as the sword was pointed straight to the heart of the matter. From now on, they will truthfully answer questions about me as a member of the heretical Inquisitors, he commanded. Everything they said and did could be used against them. Jafir remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed on Sahak. He knew the game he was playing, knew that the stakes were higher than it seemed. While Sahaku waited for an answer, Jafir's silence spoke volumes. It was a silence full of secrets, knowledge that had not yet been revealed, a battle of wills that was just beginning. In the dimly lit corridor of the ancient temple, tense silence reigned between the stones. The young warrior with eyes like smoldering coals stopped midway and turned to his mysterious companion. Jafir began with a seriousness that did not match his years, if he could ask him something. The question hung in the air, a thin thread of intrigue. The cloaked figure opposite him, the silhouette of a threat, replied with a grin. His voice, a dark melody, was a challenge wrapped in a mask of permission. Unfazed by the hidden threat, the young warrior's gaze never wavered. Could they have moved the location? His request was met with a mocking raised eyebrow from the cloaked figure. There was an answer, in the words of which there was a hint of impatience. With the briefest glance over his shoulder, Jafir answered whether too many eyes were paying attention to them. This was the recognition of an unwanted audience, many hidden observers within the walls of the temple. Their exchange continued, a dance of words and will. Jafir, his unwavering stance, spoke of honor and duty, a subtle challenge to the integrity of the cloaked figure. Just in case they saw something unfortunate, he hoped that he could continue to defend his honor as a member of the heretical inquisitors. Laughter, cold and joyless, broke through the tension. So the guy was saying that he could take care of 5 men by himself. The cloaked figure's taunt was the blade, sharp and poised. But the young warrior had the last word, his voice rising above the taunts of the cloaked figure. He was all the more proud of his work, he declared, and a radiant wave of energy washed over him, a tangible demonstration of his will and power. The ancient stones of the temple bore witness to their exchange, a tale of courage, challenge, and the search for a place away from prying eyes where secrets could be revealed and true power revealed. Among the crumbling ruins, an ancient power awoke, its red glow casting a ghostly glow across the weather-beaten stones. The magic circle, dormant for an eternity, came to life with a chorus of arcane symbols that danced like fireflies caught in an eternal waltz. A lonely figure stood in his heart, his eyes reflecting a newfound wonder in the face of the most unexpected challenge. He whispered something, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. Now this was a little more interesting. Interest flashed in his gaze, caused by the flame of curiosity and the excitement of the unknown. With the effortless grace of a seasoned warrior, he readied himself, his hands moving deliberately. He declared that it was time for them to do this, the silent guardians of the past, his voice echoing off the silent stones. Another observer noticed from the shadows, his eyes narrowed in calculation. The warrior's posture was unconventional, the combat discipline different from any known to the caped spectator. He was surprised by the strange stance. This is a strange martial art. Should I wait? He wondered, weighing the risk of engaging in combat against the temptation of observing from afar. But patience quickly gave way to the heady rush of battle when the disguised enemy jumped into the circle, his presence disrupting the delicate balance of energies. It was no use. Since he was taller than everyone inside the red field, he shouted, his confidence a palpable force that sought to crush everything in its path. A clash of wills followed, a storm of power and rage that electrified the air. They moved like shadows in the twilight, strikes and parries weaving a tapestry of battle that went beyond the physical world. The circle pulsated, its boundaries a cage for titans locked in battle. At the center of the storm stood an unyielding warrior, his determination a beacon amid the chaos. He responded with a sudden jerk, his body becoming a conduit for the ancient power of the circle. The air split with the sound of his execution, a movement so precise, so saturated with the essence of the circle that it seemed even the stones were holding their breath. The confrontation reached its climax as energies collided, a crescendo of power and magic that would be etched in the annals of the temple's history. At this moment, the warrior stood in triumph, a testament to the fortitude of those who dare to walk the path of arcane magic. Victory flashed across the boy's face, triumph carved from the very essence of determination. It worked. The words spilled out of him as he stood back, watching the fruits of his labor unfold with a mixture of awe and satisfaction. The plan, risky as it was, worked exactly as he expected. The trap, carefully set, worked. The air was heavy with the smell of dust and tension, a silent witness to the struggle that had just taken a dramatic turn. The enemy, a monster of muscles and sinews, met the guy's blow with a leg as unshakable as iron. His leg, it's like kicking a steel pipe. The guy's comrade gasped, disbelief sounding in his voice. The blow, which should have knocked down any man, barely made the giant flinch. As the giant's shadow loomed over the boulder, the enemy's ally was sprawled, the impact of his failed attack leaving him vulnerable. He was a crumpled echo of defiance, his figure standing out against the swirling dust raised by the fight. A sharp cry cut through the chaos from the periphery. Jeffir, he was right. It was a call to arms, a warning that resonated with urgency. Kalen, known to his comrades as Jafir for the way he moved like the wind, snapped to attention. His hawk-sharp eyes darted to the right, just in time to catch a glimpse of danger. With the grace of a dancer and the ferocity of a storm, Jeffir turned. His body curled and relaxed in one fluid motion, a counterattack that combined elegance and strength. There was a crack of contact, indicating his speed and precision. It was a movement born of countless hours of training, with every muscle memory honed to instinctive perfection. The giant staggered. The blow came with a dull thud that echoed among the silent spectators. It was the sound of a wave turning, an indomitable will meeting an irresistible force. And in this frozen period of time, Jafir stood in the center, a lone warrior against the tide, his resolve unshakable, his spirit unshakable. The tension in the air was palpable, as thick as the dust kicked up by shuffling feet on the stone floor. Laughter, dark and mocking, burst from the throat of the tall man in the center of the ring. His eyes sparkled with wild challenge. He beckoned him to play with him too, an ominous invitation to a fight dance. At the other end of the circle, his opponent Jafir remained unmoved. In response, he responded not with fists, but with a cold refusal, and said that he had been able to speak all this time. He also suggested that he try talking to other people. It was a verbal parry, sharp and cutting, designed to disarm the pride of the monster before him. There was contempt in his voice. They might think he was their pet, he added, a smirk playing on his lips as he turned his back, a final gesture of contempt. The giant's rage found another outlet, chains that were silent, but still came to life, breaking from the force of his anger, scattering stones and shrapnel like hail. The spectators, once eager for the spectacle, now scrambled to escape, their screams cutting through the noise. A voice spoke from within the whirlpool, calm amid the chaos. Scary guy. It was not an acknowledgement of fear, but of respect for the power possessed by the man they were all watching. It was a force that demanded distance, a force that spoke of untold stories and battles fought in the shadows. The arena, a crucible of will, became the arena of Jeffir's cold determination and the giant's unbridled fury, a tale of conflict where words were weapons and the environment witnessed the destructive dance of their rivalry. After a collision that shook the very stones of the ancient Colosseum, a warrior stretched out on the cobblestones. A muffled murmur rang through the crowd as onlookers looked on, some in awe, others with dawning awareness of the shift in power they had just witnessed. The figure lying on the ground was Saka, a rival known for his brute strength, now defeated in the blink of an eye by a martial art so alien and so fast that the witnesses struggled to understand him. There was one voice from the stands that shouted that Jafir was strong. He realized this when he saw him fight in the dungeon. But the spectacle they had just witnessed surpassed previous displays of valor. It wasn't just power. It was the artistry in battle, the dance of deadly grace that took Sahak out of action even before the crowd had a chance to gasp. Meanwhile, the big guy, as the crowd called him, rallied with one last effort. His Morning Star flail, itself a weapon of mass destruction, slammed into the ground, leaving a web of cracks across the arena floor. Chunks of rock and dust flew into the air, a desperate attempt to salvage his crumbling superiority in the battle. But Jafir, still victorious, remained unshaken. Its shape was that of an island in the middle of a storm, each piece of debris being deflected with an ease bordering on nonchalance. The chains that tried to bind him shattered against the invisible shield of his skill and fell like rain from the edge of a roof. There were whispers among the spectators about tactical considerations. What if he wins like this? They pondered, and the consequences of Jafir's victory go far beyond personal glory. They knew that Sahak's defeat would not only be a blow to his ego, It would rob him of the dignity needed to face the higher echelons of their hierarchy if he admitted that he had conquered an unknown martial art. The strategy was clear in their whispered words. If he wins, they won't need to be interrogated anymore and can just leave. Freedom hung on the threshold of Jeffir's next step. They applauded, a sentiment punctuated by a sharp warning. The knight thought that he hoped that Jeffir would not lose. The air was filled with the coppery smell of blood and the heavy breathing of the combatants. The arena, once filled with the sounds of a crowd long gone, was now filled with the haunting laughter of a man who believed the end was near. "Playtime is over," he roared, his voice sounding ominous as it resonated off the ancient stone walls. He stood there, the antagonist of the story, his sword shining in the fading daylight, his figure illuminated by the flames of his own making. He should have just sat quietly, he chuckled, pausing to enjoy the seriousness of his next words, begging for your life and asking to be sent to prison. His eyes glittered angrily. He was sure that the fate of his opponent was sealed. But amidst the chaos, there was laughter that rose above the noise. A laughter born not of despair, but of confidence. Jeffir, clasping his hands together, reflected the fragments of reality thrown at him by the antagonist. He taunted back, his voice like a blade cutting through the tension. His silhouette, calm and motionless amidst the maelstrom of violence, was an immovable object to the overwhelming force of his opponent. The antagonist, with his stunning speed and enhanced abilities, stated with loud confidence. All of his abilities increased by 80%. There was nothing they could do when faced with such staggering speed. However, Jeffir stood, unharmed and untouched, with a smirk playing on his lips, as if he knew a secret that the other did not. For every movement, for every increased ability that the enemy boasted, Jeffir had an answer, a counterattack, a defense that was as natural to him as breathing. The enemy's confidence, once as solid as the ground beneath his feet, began to crack like the stones that Jeffir now used as his shield. In this dance of death, only one will emerge victorious. And as the final act approached, Jeffir's eyes shone not with fear, but with challenge. This was not an ending he wrote for himself. This was just the crescendo of his defiance. In the midst of a clash of wills, where the outcome hung on the edge of a sword, the voice of the antagonist thundered through the cacophony, malevolence weighed down by the burden of impending doom. He grinned, his wild, harsh laugh cutting through the tension. However, it was not Jeffir who faltered. With the grace of a warrior, he parried the killing blow, his movements fluid, in a dance of defiance against his opponent's dark designs. There was a sound of clanging metal, a testament to his durability, as his opponent's confidence began to crumble like brittle stone. Jeffir's voice was calm, and there was an unfathomable depth to his simple statement. This was not just a challenge, it was a sentence that included all who dared to speak out against him in this maelstrom of violence. Mocking the very idea of unity among his enemies, Jeffir joked that what was wrong with their teamwork. His question was rhetorical and struck at the illusion of their solidarity as he systematically exposed their insults with a deft precision that belied his calm demeanor. The next moment, the antagonist lay defeated, the ground around him a testament to the brutality of Jeffir's counterattack. Jeffir's tall silhouette cast a long shadow over the fallen warrior. As he continued to fly like a fly, there was nothing for the big guy to do, he mused, his tone a mixture of pity and contempt for the faltering power of his opponent. The dust settled, and the reality of the new hierarchy became as clear as daylight breaking through the darkness of battle. Jeffir remained unshakable, a winner not only in the fight, but also in spirit. The spectators could only watch in awe as their former confidence was shattered, their fates now intertwined with the whims of the undisputed champion in their midst. In the desolate space of the battlefield, strewn with debris, two figures stood in stark contrast against the chaos. The first, a defeated warrior, lay prostrate in the dust, his breathing faltering. He muttered something, a testament to his resilience despite the fall. Another fighter towered over him, a smirk playing on his lips as he watched his fallen enemy. Since he kept flying like a fly, the big guy had nothing to do, he said, his voice filled with a mixture of contempt and amusement. A self-confident warrior, thin and flexible, looked at the horizon, where a hulking figure loomed. If they wanted to show off their speed, they should have worked with a more stable tanker, he shouted, his challenge cutting across the distance. The monster, its muscles shaking with pent-up force, yanked at the chains that bound it to its opponents. He roared for him to come to him, the rage in his voice sending tremors through the ground. Unfazed by the giant's fury, the grinning warrior clenched his fist, and the chains wrapped around him clinked softly. He raised a cuffed fist, the metal links of which glowed with ghostly energy. Why was he fiddling around there all the way and not doing this assembly? He mocked. His voice itself was a weapon, provoking the giant to action. His eyes narrowed, the warrior's gaze piercing the haze of battle. He asked if he was afraid of close combat, and the basic challenge echoed the grace of a provocateur. Surrounded by a halo of blue energy, the warrior stood resolutely, memories of his past life fueling his determination. In Jaffir's past life, if his subordinates ran their teams with such management, he would have taught them a lesson, he mused, his breath visible in the cold air as he exhaled forcefully. He raised his hand, 2 fingers extended, a simple gesture that belied the complexity of the magic at his disposal. He stated basic enhancement skills, a mantra to focus his growing power. Then, with a sudden release, the energy around him exploded outwards in a brilliant spectacle, the sheer force of his will manifesting itself as a burst of magic. The sound of the elements obeying his command echoed like thunder, signaling the release of his power onto the battlefield. The warrior's unleashed power was a spectacle that cut into the very fabric of the battlefield, and the chains that bound him were now a shining extension of his will. His opponents, once formidable, were scattered like straw in the wind, their forms etched in the light of his fury. The observers, cloaked in the anonymity of war, stood in stunned silence, their faces changing from anticipation to shock. Among the settling dust and debris, the silhouette of the warrior seemed an immovable monolith, evidence of the unyielding strength hidden within. Barely holding back a grin, the warrior breathed out a single confident, "Ha!" It wasn't just a sigh. It was the epitome of victory, the sound of triumph over an opponent unworthy of the challenge he faced. Among the onlookers, one dared to voice the question that hung unspoken in the air. It was a request, a desire for understanding in the face of overwhelming power. The warrior turned his back to the questioner, his shoulders relaxed, expressing detachment. With a mocking look, he said that they pretended that they wanted to ask him some interesting questions. The condescension in his tone was palpable, a verbal mockery of the inadequate challenge to his power. That was the only question he had in his mind, he continued, each word hammering home the significance of the investigation. His position was clear. Some truths are not meant for the unworthy. They had no right to hear this answer, Jaffir said, having finally made his decision. In his world, knowledge was power, and not everyone was considered worthy to share that power. Somewhere off to the side, a shadowed figure pondered, placing a delicate hand on his chin. The pause was filled with realization, a connection of facts that led to a startling conclusion. Understanding dawned on their faces, a mixture of awe and fear. "He sent him here for them," they whispered, and the pieces of the big puzzle fell into place. It was a revelation that hinted at strings being pulled from above, a narrative of manipulation in which the warrior could be merely a pawn, or perhaps a king, in a game far grander than the skirmish that had just unfolded. Sarkach, once a formidable presence on the battlefield, was now defeated. His strength left him, his life force seeping into the ground below him. A sentence hovered like a gloomy ghost over his bowed head. Sarkach is lost. A few steps away, the victor, a warrior with hair as white as bone, walked away with the calm confidence of a man whose goal had been achieved. The grey-haired warrior's thoughts were in a whirlpool, although outwardly he remained serene. "At least I completed the first step of my plan," he mused quietly, already considering the consequences of his victory. Every step he took was measured, the weight of his undisclosed plan as heavy as the chains he used in battle. His thoughts took a darker turn, tinged with foreboding of the inevitable consequences still to come. The problem is that when he finds out, he wondered, the he in question is a shadowy figure in the warrior's war strategy, one who has the power to unravel or tighten the threads of the plan he has so carefully woven. The next thing his thoughts were quiet, the next phase of the plan was already looming on the horizon of his mind. Jaffir knew what to do, knew the roles and moves awaiting his command. But as he prepared to consider his next maneuver, a sudden weakness overcame him. Jaffir couldn't even lift a finger, he realized with a shudder. A chilling numbness spread through his limbs, a treacherous current that robbed him of his free will. Panic, foreign to his experienced heart, flickered in his chest as he struggled with invisible restraints. Tension gripped him, a vice in his flesh, a sudden tension and pain in his body. He exhaled, the discomfort growing into agony that threatened to break his towering spirit. It was an internal betrayal. His own body turned against him on the threshold of triumph. In this moment of vulnerability, the warrior stood immobilized, a stark reminder that even those who dance in victory can be ensnared by unseen enemies, and that every plan, no matter how well laid out, is just a house of cards before fate is blown by the capricious winds. The battlefield fell silent, and the warrior with hair as blonde as moonlight fell exhausted. His breathing was heavy and his energy was draining faster than he expected. Ever since Jafir used this technique, he had used up his mana faster than he thought, with a tinge of regret coursing through his thoughts. It dawned on him. Even with his efforts to increase his mana, his body, a relic of the previous decade, was cracking under the strain. As Jafir struggled with his vulnerability, the air around him began to thicken, the atmosphere filling with an ominous presence. From the depths of the shadows emerged a figure both majestic and menacing, a spirit bound in chains, its form a tapestry of darkness and power. "He is the spirit of Shylock," it declared, and its voice echoed with the echo of power. It declared its allegiance to the mysterious Sir Uzra, the god of loans, whose name whispered promises of binding contracts and high duties. The spirit, Shylock, watched the warrior with eyes that held ancient secrets and an unshakable goal. Since Jaffa has confirmed that the user's mana has dropped to 0, the Iron Wall skill will begin to collect. His words were a sentence, the last point of a contract that the warrior may have concluded too hastily. The very skill that had been his stronghold now became a harbinger of debts to come. The warrior's eyes narrowed, his jaw set firmly, as realization pierced the fog of his fatigue. "Iron Wall is not just a skill that increases defense and stamina," he muttered, the bitterness of the truth biting his tongue. Reality was a cruel master, revealing that the power he relied on so much was actually a double-edged sword, a protector turned collector. After this revelation, the warrior realized the seriousness of his situation. The skills he mastered, the powers he honed, came at a cost beyond mere physical effort. His power had its price, which the spirit called Shylock had to gain under the watchful eye of a deity whose mercy was as incomprehensible as the void from which the spirit emerged. And so the warrior found himself at the mercy of the very forces that he once commanded. Bound by an ancient covenant, his fate now lay in the hands of the spirit and the invisible god he served. The battle may have been won, but the war seemed to be fought on terms not quite his own. As the dust of battle settled, the alabaster-maned warrior realized a newfound awareness. The Iron Wall, his once reliable stronghold, has dealt him hidden damage. While using skills, fatigue, and damage accumulated into debt, he recalled the cursed conditions, and his heart sank as the truth was revealed. The magic he so skillfully wielded was power on loan, its value accruing with each use, and it could be repaid in full, ruthlessly, like a loan shark's debt. Then, before his mind's eye appeared the majestic face of the god of loan, Uzra, a deity clothed in the robes of insight and power. It is whispered among adventurers that it is a grim and cautionary tale of how many of them went too far, drawn by the lure of the Iron Wall, only to fall victim to dungeons beyond their strength, their ambitions leading them to an early grave. Among the shadows of his calculations, Jafir's eyes glowed with rage, and his face expressed a silent growl. He's sure he was drooling watching his fight. The words were a poisonous arrow aimed at the divine voyeur he imagined, reveling in the spectacle of his struggle. The ethereal Shylock now floated, his form at once ethereal and sinister, and he began the grim arithmetic of conscription. The spirit's hands danced with otherworldly precision, calculating the damages due, the ghostly accountant calculating the cost of borrowed life force. And then, inevitably by the will of fate, the verdict was pronounced. The calculation is completed. The countdown begins. 10. The figure of Jafir, once indomitable and decisive, turned into a simple supplicant before the altar of his past decisions. He knelt, caught in the chains of his own making, as the ghost of his arcane deal began its inexorable countdown. Every second that passed was one step closer to payback, to pay that could deprive him of more than just his strength. In the quiet aftermath of his triumph, the warrior was forced to confront the looming specter of consequences. His fate hanging in the balance, suspended by the thin thread of a countdown bearing the weight of eternity. The weight of his own flesh felt like chains as the warrior lay on the ground, his mana drained and his body turned into a prison. Jeffier's body felt too heavy, he thought, and as the countdown continued, a feeling of fear crept into his mind. 8. The number echoed in his head, a harbinger of the impending doom that the iron wall promised to bring. Panic reigned, cold and unwanted. Jaffier couldn't move at all. Jaffier cursed, feeling the invisible shackles of his own tighten around him. Every moment his situation became more and more desperate, and the countdown was inexorable. But then, from the depths of his fading consciousness, a spark was lit. The memory of salvation that he carried with him. Emergency recovery potion. This was his last hope, his potential salvation from mysterious retribution. With a great effort that belied his weakened state, his hand jerked and his fingers closed around the vial. His grip on the potion tightened, like a lifeline against the wave of darkness that threatened to engulf him. The click of the glass was a loud call, a liquid in a cascade of vital forces. As the contents of the potion poured into him, a surge of energy followed, a wave that washed over the shores of his fading spirit. Light enveloped him, the warm glow contrasting sharply with the coldness of his despair. And then, as if a spell was being lifted, words appeared. The mana counter has increased. The collection countdown has been cancelled. The relentless march of the countdown has stopped, the threat of the iron wall having diminished for the time being. The warrior lay there, the glow of the potion bathing him in a radiant reprieve. His breathing, once shallow with fear, now became deeper with the influx of mana. He was safe from the collector's grasp, saved by the grace of the potion. After the silent aftermath, the warrior was left with the knowledge of how close he had come to a terrible fate, and the understanding that his battle was not only with flesh and blood, but with the very essence of magic itself. The spirit of Shylock, with the face of otherworldly power, hovered before the tired warrior. His words were a decree, albeit a temporary one, granting reprieve from the magical debt that clung to the warrior's soul. They will postpone fundraising until next time, the department said. A pause in the relentless pursuit of redress, a momentary sigh in the endless cycle of cosmic retribution. The warrior, stretched out on the ground, grinned defiantly. His eyes, burdened with the burden of past battles, sparkled with an uncontrollable sparkle. Ozra, he underestimated me. He mocked the absent deity. His voice was a hoarse whisper, but filled with triumph. Did he really think that he would not be ready for such a situation? In the face of divine calculation, Jeffier found a loophole, a contingency plan woven into the fabric of his destiny. His statement rang out into the still air, a testament to his resilience. Jeffier was a professional who survived for a year even after humans became extinct. It's not hard to avoid your collection. The words painted a portrait of a lonely figure against a backdrop of desolation, a survivor of cataclysms both human and divine, an expert at evading even the most ruthless of creditors. The warrior's mind then wandered, tracing the contours of his strategic mastery. He had always known that Iron Wall was a bastion of safety, a skill that maximized his mana efficiency. In his past life, such a skill was worth its weight in gold, being a valuable tool in the arsenal of anyone who dared to confront the unknown dangers that awaited in the darkness of the dungeons. Lying in the dust, he remembered the price of his skill, the currency from another life. Jaffier reflected on the fact that he owed 500 gold pieces, and a sad smile touched his lips. This skill was coveted, sought by many reckless souls who plunged headlong into action, blinded by the allure of power and without forethought. In these moments of respite, the story of a warrior unfolded, a chronicle of cunning and preparedness, a dance with fate, where steps were measured not in beats, but in the careful management of mystical energies. Jeffer lay there, a schemer whose plans had allowed him to resist the inevitable, a gambler whose movements in the dark realms of magic were as deft as those on the physical battlefields of the past. As the warrior's mind teetered on the edge of the abyss, the brutal clarity of his predicament struck him like a cold wind. Either way, this skill is too expensive for someone in my situation, he muttered to himself, the weight of the iron wall weighing heavily on his spirit. It was a luxury he could not afford, too high a price for his dwindling reserves. However, even as he realized the gravity of his situation, A glimmer of his indomitable will shone within him. In a gesture that was both bold and reckless, he raised his middle finger to the sky, his words a sardonic mockery addressed to the invisible forces that dared to bind him. Jeffir spat in a hoarse whisper, in which the fire of his defiance burned. With his next breath, his world went dark, and he could only wonder if he had slipped into the void. The question hung in the air, unanswered as he drifted in a sea of uncertainty, the events that had transpired fading into shadows at the edge of his memory. Waking up from the darkness, he was greeted by a gentle voice, sweetly mocking words. The nun asked if the customer slept well. The face looking at him was unfamiliar. Its tone was mobile, almost playful. It was in stark contrast to the grim reality he had just faced, and for a moment he was lost in the dissonance between the two worlds. Jafir asked his sister what that meant, his voice piercing the silence with confusion. The surroundings were unfamiliar, the atmosphere at odds with the battlefield he remembered. His eyes, sharp as a warrior's, searched her face for answers, any sign of the reality he knew. The warrior found himself in the hands of a mysterious figure, a mysterious woman, whose presence brought more questions than comfort. Jafir lay there, his body still reflecting the remnants of the battle, and Jafir's mind raced to piece together the puzzle of his current predicament. Was it an unexpected ally, the fruit of a weary mind, or a new adversary disguised in the guise of kindness? Only time will reveal the truth about the intentions of his mysterious savior. In the dimly lit room, the warrior's eyes widened to see a woman dressed in a cassock, with a strange mixture of worry and amusement on her face. "Ah, buyer, you were surprised, right? Since you woke up in a foreign place, Tilda," she cooed, her voice a soothing balm to the worry that was gnawing at his mind. The reassurance offered was brief as she hastened to add, a statement that was meant to be comforting, but it contained something more, something unspoken. The warrior's respite was short-lived, as the woman's tone took on a playful, mocking tone. Jafir seemed to be very tired. The girl said that the guy was fast asleep. Her words were light, but the meaning behind them was heavy and had consequences. Jafir did not miss the joke in her voice, nor the seriousness of the situation in which he now found himself. Her demeanor changed, the warmth in her voice giving way to sharp sarcasm. "Isn't their client crazy?" she asked, her eyes widening in mock shock. It was a rhetorical question that emphasized the folly of his previous actions. The girl heard everything. "Jeffer did dangerous things," she chided, wagging her finger as if scolding a child before delivering the final blow. As if revealing the extra debt wasn't enough, she leaned closer, her face inches from his, her eyes blazing with a mixture of anger and defiance. The girl immediately shouted if this bastard was going to pay them. The change in her was radical. The nun-like figure became a formidable creditor, and her patience was exhausted to the limit. The warrior lay there, his thoughts racing, and the realization came that the battlefield had followed him into this room. The debt he owed, the security he had staked. It was all coming to maturity, and the woman in front of him was keeping track of his account. Her transformation from caregiver to enforcer was a stark reminder of the fine line between asylum and prison. Through the pain of exhaustion and the fog of his recovery, the warrior realized that his battle was far from over. It simply changed the arena, from a clash of steel and spells to a silent war of words and debts. His opponent was no longer just an enemy on the battlefield, but the very conditions of survival to which he agreed in despair. The chains of obligation weighed heavily on him, and as the woman's face loomed over him, he realized that the fight for his freedom was just beginning. In the dimly lit corners of a world ruled by magic and power, a desperate soul finds itself crushed under heavy chains of debt. Black-haired and wide-eyed with the realization of his plight, the young mage muttered curses under his breath. The weight of his obligations hung in the air like a noose, ready to tighten at the slightest incantation of his forbidden arts. He knew well the price of magic at this moment, his very freedom. So he vowed to walk the path paved with words, not sticks, and his voice was the only instrument he had left. At the other end of the room, shrouded in power and menace, stood his creditor, a figure shrouded in darkness of her own making. Her eyes, sharp and unyielding, promised no mercy as she declared her intention to claim his future earnings, her voice echoing coldly in the stone chamber. She probed him with sharp words, each a barb hinting at the futility of his plight. Daily loans, mounting interest, payments missed like so many fallen soldiers on the battlefield he himself had created. She spoke of the Cobalt Lair, the reward for his last journey into the treacherous dungeons that permeated the earth like a honeycomb. But her tone left no room for hope. She saw no value in his reward, no value in his victory. She claimed it was a pittance compared to the mountain of debt he owed. The magician's eye, golden as the coin he so desperately needed, reflected not only the flickering light of the room, but also the flicker of fear within. The lender's next words were a whisper, a hiss that threatened to cut deeper than any blade. "Should we demand what is due to us in the flesh?" she asked, her gaze never leaving his. Her minions, two bald and brutal thugs, stood next to her, their loyalty as obvious as the bald tops of their heads. And there she stood, the architect of his suffering, a smile playing on her lips like the dance of the devil. She thought of limbs he could spare, perhaps a finger to speed up his understanding. Her mockery was a velvet glove over an iron fist, as it reminded him of the power of the temple, so often underestimated, so often ignored, until it received its due. The stage was set, the players were ready, the stakes were on life and limb. In a world where words could be wands and debts could be a prison, one man's tongue was his only ally against the darkness that threatened to consume him. The tension in the air was palpable, a living thing, as thick as the stone walls surrounding them. The young mage, turning away from the cold reality of his debts, found a glimmer of hope, or was it despair, flickering within him. Jafir screamed for his sister to wait a little, and there was ragged panic and insight in his voice. The words seemed to burst from his throat, as if trying to grab hold of the promised fleeting salvation. The creditor, hidden by the inflexible power of his position, was unshakable. Her commands were swift and brutal, a stark contrast to the hesitation in her debtor's eyes. The girl ordered Jafir's fingers to be cut off, and her voice became a harbinger of the grim consequences of his failure to pay his debts. The blade, cold and indifferent, hovered over the mage's vulnerable flesh, one breath away from cutting off more than just a finger. But the blade stopped in its fall at the debtor's desperate request. There was a moment, brief as a heartbeat, when the inevitability of this act seemed to hang in doubt. And then came the shock, spreading across the creditor's face like the first ray of dawn. "That bastard, did he just—" Her voice faded and the room held its breath. Now, standing, she looked at the magician with new eyes. Behind her gaze there was a stream of unspoken questions, namely who he was. The question was an arrow aimed straight at the very heart of the mystery that suddenly enveloped the debtor like a cloak. There was recognition in her unchanging facade, a glimmer of uncertainty. Her minions, always the instruments of her will, drifted with the tide of sudden change, their confusion palpable. They asked their sister what the problem was. They turned to her for advice, for orders, which always came quickly and confidently. But no one came. Instead, she ordered a sharp retreat, her voice leaving no room for protest. It was an order for them to leave that could not be delayed. Her authority sounded as clear as the ringing of a bell, and they obeyed. The minions' departure was as sudden as their arrival, the noise of their departure reflecting her anger. A heavy silence reigned in the room, the oppressive weight of the creditor's team floating like smoke. History hung, suspended on a knife's edge. The next words, the next breath could turn the world around its axis. Within the dimly lit confines of the creditor's domain, a question hung in the air, sharp and unexpected, like the tip of a dagger. The girl was afraid how Jafir knew this name. The lender's voice, once commanding and commanding, now trembled with a hint of uncertainty. The shadows seemed to lean closer, as if wanting to hear the debtor's answer. Jafir, prostrate and seemingly defeated up to this point, smiled with a newfound confidence bordering on insolence. Jafir objected, because how could it be possible not to know this name? And his tone was permeated with mocking awe that did not reach his eyes. His knowledge pierced the veil of the creditor's double life, revealing a hidden truth that suddenly put them on equal footing. With the air of a man revealing a great secret, he spoke again, his words deliberate. Or Jaffa should have called the girl the monster broker, White Rose. The name fell between them like a thrown glove, challenging the carefully constructed boundaries of their relationship. The creditor known to the world as Anna Primrose, a devoted sister of the Temple of Light, now appears to us as the infamous White Rose, a broker of the underworld. Her secret identity, which traded monster corpses, equipment, and classified information, was revealed after the debtor was exposed. The image changed to become a visualization of shattered shields and broken swords, representing the madness of facing monstrous dangers without insufficient preparation. It was a bitter reminder of the debtor's folly, and perhaps a subtle hint of the creditor's complicity in his plight. Within this room, the balance of power has shifted. Jefir, armed with the secret of his opponent, threw off the mantle of victim. Now he stood as an equal, a man with influence over the mysterious figure before him. The creditor, for his part, found himself in an unfamiliar position, not as the holder of the debt, but as the keeper of secrets now in danger of being exposed. The air was thick with the promise of stories yet to be revealed, stories of darkness, redemption, and the inevitable past that binds them all. Under the warm glow of the lamps, the power dynamics in the room changed noticeably. The debtor, who had previously been bound and at the mercy of his creditor, now spoke of negotiations with a confidence that seemed to flow from an unexpectedly acquired advantage. Jafir was wondering why he would have to negotiate with this woman in order to get some utensils. His voice was even and confident. The creditor's wife looked at him intensely. Calculations and surprise raged in the depths of her eyes. Jafir continued, a hint of caustic amusement in his tone. Jafir stated that he was already planning to go look for you, as if he had been expecting this confrontation, and maybe he was planning it. His subsequent remark that he was glad to be ambushed like this was tinged with sarcasm, hinting at some shared history or deeper context of their interaction. With the pragmatism of a seasoned negotiator, he pointed out the absurdity of their current situation. Why doesn't he untie the girl first? Jafir asked the girl if she didn't think it was not very convenient to negotiate while he was lying in bed. The humor of the situation was not lost, and even the creditor seemed to recognize the unusual nature of their situation. When the story unfolded outside the building, the debtor's offer of a private conversation promised the opportunity for a frank conversation away from prying eyes and ears. Jafir invited the girl to have a productive conversation together, and the moonlight cast a peaceful glow on the scene, giving a respite from the tense situation in the room. However, the calm was short-lived. Returning to the house, the debtor became a storm of movement and excitement. As the attendants tried to calm him down, his dissatisfaction boiled over and his voice broke through his attempts to calm himself down. They fluttered around him, white against the background of his thoughtful silhouette, and their pleas for calm were as fruitless as whispers against a storm. For the last time, demonstrating his defiance, Jafir, or rather his image, surfaced in Sahaki's memory, his height and the firmness of his voice breaking through the tension. Sahaku stated that this was really all he had, and said that the guy did not deserve this power, asserting his authority and asserting himself with authority. The employee, stunned by the debtor's conviction, could only utter a muffled curse. Following the chaos and strife in the hallowed halls of the hospital, a declaration of vengeance was made. Sahaki, whose eyes burned with an unquenchable fire, vowed revenge. Sahaki shouted that he would kill Jafir, and his voice cut through the silence like a jagged blade. Sahaki said that he would definitely kill him himself. Her promise was a dark oath that echoed ominously off the sterile walls. The sudden noise attracted attention, and now new steps are approaching the epicenter of the noise. A calm voice cut through the noise. So Ned entered the room and asked what the noise was, if someone had decided to make a scandal in the infirmary. The owner of the voice did not pay attention to the heaviness that had shackled the room a moment before. When a man named Sir Ned entered, the atmosphere changed noticeably. His presence was like a balm, and his behavior suggested that he was able to calm even the most violent souls. Someone said Ned's name with relief. Sir Ned surveyed the scene with an experienced eye, then dismissed the healers with a gesture of authority that seemed to emanate from his very being. He turned, telling him to lie down, to the agitated man on the bed, and his voice sounded like an order shrouded in velvet. Ned said that the healer could go, because he would take care of it. Sahaki remained silent, eyes downcast, his spirit struggling with the gap between who he was and who he had become in the eyes of his peers. The lecture he received was a mirror that reflected his faded image, a hero diminished not by an enemy, but by his own actions. It was a story about failure, about the distance between expectations and reality, and about the difficult path to redemption. In the silence that followed the storm, a man with golden hair stood. His posture expressed remorse, and his words of apology were uttered in a barely audible whisper. Sahaki said that he was very sorry to Ned and that he had made a mistake, but his sentence was cut off, as if the weight of his mistake was too heavy to bear entirely. There was a hint of challenge in his eyes, however, a subtle hint that he was not entirely resigned to the situation. The room shifted, the air filled with confrontational energy, as another voice interrupted his unfinished confession. The weight of power and barely restrained anger were felt in that voice. Sir Ned asked what, and he didn't have to worry about it. There was distrust in this tone. Every person Ned had encountered today had been talking about it all evening. The accusation was a verbal blow that directly hit the man's already fragile shell of self-control. The reprimand continued, unfurling like a war banner in the silence of the chamber. Sir Ned said that Lord Matthias always told him not to do anything that would bring them eternal shame. The words hung heavy, reminding me of a broken code of honor. The accusation was a verbal blow that directly hit the man's already fragile shell of self-control. Ned immediately exclaimed that Sahaki still dares to beat them like useless dogs in front of all these slaves. The contempt in the voice was palpable, and it filled the room with a suffocating force. The man bowed his head. The figure stepped forward, its silhouette towering over the man with golden hair. Ned believed that the reason Sahaki was able to get away with such things was because people expected him to do what he could do. When he first found the demon god worshipper, Ned thought that Sahaka had a special talent. Ned reflected, the history between them was a tapestry of victories and now defeats that stained the fabric of their shared past. The gravity of his mistake was obvious. His actions made their sacred department the subject of ridicule. The echo of laughter and contempt caused by his mistake in the crowd fell like a heavy cloak on his shoulders. After the reprimand, the man's desperate plea filled the space between them. Sahaki asked the master to give him one more hour. His body was bent in supplication, and his voice was a tense whisper on the cold stone floor. This plea was evidence of his fall, a last attempt to atone. The figure responded curtly, not so much as a command as by moving away. Sir Ned said that they would continue to do what they always did. It was an order to rise, and perhaps an indication that the man would be given an opportunity to correct his mistakes, no matter how insignificant that opportunity might be. In the dimly lit corridor of the Order's fortress, a drama as old as time played out, a clash of honor and survival. Sahaki stood with his head bowed, a model of regret in the face of his implacable superior. The weight of a stern order hung in the air between them. Ned ordered not to leave alive those who brought them shame. These words were not just a statement, but a sentence hanging over his head like the sword of Damocles. The uniform, once a symbol of status and a source of pride, now seemed like chains shackling his inevitable fate. Sahaki understood that if he could not do even this, then he would be stripped of his crimson uniform. The reality of his eventual downfall was a bitter pill to swallow, a poison that threatened to squeeze the life out of his once brilliant career. The chief, silhouetted in the torchlight, handed him a package with a solemn order that he use it. It was an offering fraught with danger and potential, a life preserver thrown into the stormy sea in which the man's honor was now drowning. When he unrolled the cloth, he saw a sphere pulsating with the dark energy of the forbidden and profane, an artifact of the demon god worshipper. It was an object of enormous power, and with it came a choice, which in itself was a test. The chief's words confirmed the artifact's sinister origin. It was in the room of the demon deity he had once captured. But Ned said that it was up to Sahaki himself to decide whether to use the artifact or not, leaving the burden of the decision in the hands of a person. The man known as Sahaki understood the unspoken challenge. To use the orb is to dance with darkness itself, to risk your soul for a chance at redemption. Refuse. It would mean accepting his shame and losing everything he held dear. The eyes of the Order were fixed on him, and within these walls he had to make his choice, a choice that would either restore his tarnished legacy or condemn him to dishonor. In the shadow of the Order's sanctuary, Sahaki, known among his brethren as Mad Dog, stood before his superior, his fate hanging in the balance. The weight of anticipation and the sharp taste of fear hung in the air. The boss's words were a harsh reminder. Sir Ned said that Sahaki had no freedom to choose the means of completing the task. Sakachi's eyes, in which the fire of defiance once burned now flickered with awareness of the difficult situation. The boss's order was clear. Ned continued, telling Sahaki to make a decision he won't regret. It was an instruction that left no room for hesitation, an order to throw oneself into the abyss with eyes wide open. The reputation he had built, the very essence of his identity among the hunters, was now a shackle around his ankles. Mad Dog Sahaki, the terror of enemies, the scourge of hunters, found itself at a crossroads. Whispers of his past deeds, of the number of hunters who had shed blood, were like ghosts in the room, their silent verdict echoing off the walls. The laughter that followed, cruel and mocking, became a sound that would haunt Sahaki. It was the laughter of his superior, a sound that stripped him of his dignity and revealed the depth of his fall. For him to return to slavery, to succumb to the very chains that he had so desperately tried to break, was tantamount to death. The death of spirit and name. In his hand he held a sphere, a dark relic of a bygone victory. It was a symbol of his eventual redemption, but at what cost? It pulsed with a force that defied any influence, a seductive whisper of power and magic. Sahaka's voice broke the silence. He shouted at Ned not to play with him. There was a glimpse of something more in his life of indentured servitude, and he didn't want to miss it. Sahaki thought that his life had finally gotten better. In the silence of the underground chamber, Sahaki gripped the sphere tightly, its ominous glow reflected in his determined eyes. Sahaki said that he could not allow it to end here to the shadows, and it was more of a promise to himself than a challenge to fate. The sphere, pulsating with forbidden power, seemed to respond to his determination with a surge of dark energy. Above ground, the night sky silently watched Sahaki's soul rage. When he emerged from the darkness, he was silhouetted against the moonlight, a lonely figure struggling with the looming specter of death. Sahaki declared that it was not he who would die, but Jafir, and his voice cut the cold air like a steel blade. In the corridors of power, Sir Ned's words hung heavily, and a curtain of surveillance was thrown over Sakach. Ned ordered the knight to keep an eye on Sahaki so he wouldn't cause them any more trouble, his gaze as sharp as the blade he held at the ready. Loyalty and suspicion danced a dangerous tango in the dimly lit halls. Sir Ned paused, his profile looking thoughtful against the stone walls of the Order. Jafir thought about the need for people to study their situations from an objective point of view, and a mysterious smile played on his lips. These words were a lesson and a warning, a guide for those navigating the treacherous waters of their ranks. And in a moment of naked frankness, Sir Ned revealed the cruel joke of talent, the invisible threads that connect them all. Sakak, the ferocious mad dog, was both pawn and player in a game whose depths he had not yet fathomed. Ned whispered that Sahaki does not understand the real reason why they decided to hire a person like him. Sir Ned whispered these words to the knight, his eyes reflecting a game that only he could see. In the dimly lit corridors of the ancient fortress, shadows secretly gathered. Ned Strayer, disciple of the demon god, stood next to his interlocutor. Both were hidden from prying eyes by dark robes. Their conversation was quiet but intense. Ned admitted that he owed a debt to Sakar, whose machinations had diverted the knight's suspicions away from themselves. There was an atmosphere of conspiracies and whispers of alliances in the air. As night fell, their plan unfolded like a dark tapestry. They intended to infiltrate the ranks of the Knights of the Temple and intercept the coveted items during the chaos reigning in the dungeon. The plan was daring and fraught with danger. It was necessary to destroy the captain of the Knights Templar and capture the Sanctuary of Light of the 3rd District for their sinister patron, the Demon God. If successful, this mission will change the balance of power in the Order, and the coup could reshape the dominance of the followers of the Demon God. Ned and his silent companion continued their secret path, their boots clicking softly on the cold stone. Ned was determined that nothing should interfere with his goal. Their conversation turned to an unexpected topic, namely that of a certain person whose presence had become a variable in their equation. His identity caused Ned's ally a moment of recognition and surprise. Elsewhere, a figure emerged from the shadows, its physique sculpted by discipline, and its stance reminiscent of the ancient martial arts of a secret school. His very existence raised questions. His techniques were not intended for outsiders. They were known only to the schoolmaster and his 4 devoted brothers. Ned, having learned about this master, plunged into thought. Was this man an emissary of their master, called to help in their dark mission, or perhaps a spy sent to thwart their plans. The silence that hung between the brothers spoke volumes, and Ned realized that the mystery needed to be solved. After all, if the owner really sent this warrior, then why didn't he use the established channels to communicate with them? In a tangled dance of shadows and deception, every player was a potential enemy, every ally a possible traitor. In the underground echelons of the demon god's disciples, mistrust was as common as the shadows hiding their figures. One of them, a figure shrouded in mystery, was pondering a troubling suspicion. The object of their attention was an enigma, a figure whose loyalties were as yet unknown and therefore dangerously unpredictable. The conspirator was careful, knowing full well that a rash step could lead to the disclosure of carefully guarded secrets. The conspirator developed a plan, deciding to hire Sahaki, whose name seemed to carry the imprint of secrecy and intelligence. This Sahaki will be the key, the means to determine who this suspicious person is, friend or foe, without the risk of exposure. Then the scene narrowed to a hand, the fingers of which tightly gripped the hilt of a dagger, the blade of which glinted ominously. The implication was clear. If the stranger turned out to be an enemy, he would face swift and silent retribution. The threat to their cause could not go unheeded. A mask of determination froze on the conspirator's face. His eyes burned with the dark fire of determination. Eliminating the threat was not just a necessity, but a duty. The decision was made with the cold finality of steel. Elsewhere, disbelief furrowed the brow of another, perhaps compatriot, who considered the stranger to be nothing more than mad. The answer was quiet. A sigh was immediately heard, in which bewilderment and revelation were mixed. The twist of fate, the unfolding events, took them by surprise, but the amazement was soon to intensify, for before them appeared a creature from nightmares, a monster that came from the abyss, from the darkest legends. Its claws were like scythes, and its many eyes glowed with eldritch light. The incredible presence of this monster evoked awe and undisguised respect. What they once considered madness was now a manifestation of enormous power, an incredible challenge that could change the course of the war with the Shadow. In this realm of intrigue and dark arts, even the most unusual techniques were weapons that had to be wielded with precision. A lesson that would be written into the chapters of their secret history. In the sun-drenched interior of a bizarre room decorated with the attributes of the ancient and arcane world, a muscular man with a prominent arm asked a question to his companion, a woman in the white robes of a cleric. Jeffir asked the girl if she liked him, and his question hung in the air between them. The woman, whose features were engraved with symbols of holiness, was taken aback. Her response was harsh, tinged with obscenities that did not suit her sacred attire. The girl, with a sparkle in her eyes, asked loudly whether it was really not clear what she liked, and the discrepancy between her words and her appearance amazed any observer. After a moment, she pulled herself together, and the initial shock passed like a cloud over the sun. She cleared her throat, a small cough escaping her lips, as if cancelling the previous outburst. The girl muttered that, in any case, the guy should let her put them in order. Her tone was now filled with determination rather than anger, indicating a return to some task that required her attention and care. Her attention then turned to the parchment, sales list, on which was written Predator Corpse. The creature that had once been a great mass of muscle and sinew now lay lifeless, its value diminished by its lack of magical essence and damage to its corporeal form. Such was the trade of this kingdom, where the remains of fallen animals were goods, byproducts of their existence, traded and exchanged. The second list revealed a whole scattering of objects imbued with mysticism and divine craft. Advanced holy sorcerers, rosary with an engraving of a miracle, healing, a rare salamander stone. These were artifacts of a world where the miraculous was combined with the mundane, where sorcerers worked at their craft with the same diligence as a blacksmith at his forge. Finally, the woman with a businesslike and calm look moved on to the main question. The girl said there was nothing on this list that we couldn't get, but money was the problem, and her eyes reflected the weight of economic reality, even in the realm of magic. The amount was a significant 5,000 gold. To gather such wealth, they needed to capture more predators. No easy task, involving dangerous hunting and encounters with nightmarish creatures. In the weathered stone hall, bathed in the golden glow of midday, a man with a tattooed arm stood confidently. He stood facing the woman out of habit. His voice was even. His posture was confident. Jeffir said there was no problem with that. The guy also said that he would prepare them in 3 weeks, so let the girl prepare the item by then. There was a promise in his words, obliging him to meet deadlines, to fulfill an important task that both he and the nun seemed to understand well. The air changed as he leaned forward slightly, the light casting shadows across his sharp features. Jeffir decided to ask the girl for one more favor, suggesting that their agreement had depth beyond simple transactions. There was trust here, or at least a semblance of it, forged in the fires of necessity and mutual benefit. The scene then shifted to a modest wooden table where a man sat with his companions around him. It was a motley crew, each of whom bore the imprint of his own merits. There was a silent tension in the room as they considered their next steps, and the man's muttered grunt hung between them like a thread that needed to be pulled. The silence was broken by laughter, and a broad-shouldered man with a mug held high interrupted his thoughts. Goethe immediately said that although they had already seen each other, they should introduce themselves to each other, and a good mood sounded in his voice. The Goethe emblem was a sign of his identity, perhaps a code name or nickname from a past life. His easy demeanor showed that despite the seriousness of their mission, the camaraderie among them was not lost. The introductions continued as a man with sandy hair and a casual smile announced his presence. Goethe announced that the guy who was sitting next to him was the front tanker of their team, pointing to a strong figure with a hand gesture. Marco's smile was warm and inviting, and he greeted him casually. Marco smiled and said it was nice to meet Jeffir, and there was an unspoken promise of protection and strength in his tone. Under the quiet hum of camaraderie, the group's dynamics subtly emerged. They gathered in the dim warmth of their usual place, where the wooden tables bore the scars of countless meetings. It was here that Dale, the anonymous hooded figure, received praise. Although he had only been with the company for 3 months, his skills resonated with the team, and he became a valuable employee whose potential had yet to be fully realized. When Jeffir was introduced, the conversation took a different direction, and silence reigned at the table. He was an enigma, the so-called new guy in the group, with high expectations placed on his name. Despite being a newcomer, he was greeted with excitement that was palpable, the promise of fresh energy and untapped possibilities. Laughter cut through the silence as one of the group members called for fun, trying to break the ice and ignite a spirit of togetherness. A small keg was served, perhaps an offer to drink, a gesture beyond words, a sign of the bonds that bound the group. But underneath the veil of fun there was anxiety. Goethe, who always supported the morale of the team, addressed his comrades with a laugh and seriousness, urging them to defuse the situation. His words were a rallying cry, a reminder that newcomer Jeffir should be the cornerstone of their future endeavors. Therefore, it is very important that he feels as much a part of the team as its experienced members. During this exchange, Marco, the constant guard of the front, struggled with an internal dilemma. His furrowed brows and thoughtful gaze betrayed his thoughts as he pondered the delicate task of integrating Jeffir into the team. Marco's concern was obvious. He cared about the cohesion of the team, the comfort of the newcomer, and the unspoken promise that every member of the team should be accepted as family. In a dimly lit room, the group members gathered around a modest table laid out with simple food: a loaf of bread, a wedge of cheese, modest pastries. The leader of the meeting was puzzled by the modesty of their welcoming ceremony. Jeffir wondered aloud if it might be because their ceremony wasn't grand enough. There was concern in his voice. He tried to provide a decent meal, but doubts gnawed at him whether this was enough. The room fell into a thoughtful silence as Jeffir, the newest addition to their ranks, leaned forward. His presence was commanding even when he was about to break the silence. Jeffir asked to show everyone else one thing first, attracting all eyes to him. There was anticipation in the air as his colleagues waited for him to voice his thoughts. With a grin that bordered on arrogance and humor, Jeffir raised his glass and delivered a scathing critique of the drink he had offered. Jeffir immediately declared that he did not drink horse urine, but in a light tone, as if challenging his companions in a joke. The group erupted in shock and laughter, shocked by his audacity and the unexpected turn of the ceremony. Jeffir's next revelation only increased the intrigue. He solemnly waved the flask, showing that it contained exclusive alcohol from White Rose, a name that evokes a feeling of rarity and luxury. Jefir continued that it was a luxury that slaves like them could not even dream of, a note of pride and disdain in his voice, as if challenging their current status with this small act of condescension. The dynamic of the group changed noticeably as Jefir's actions hinted at depths and stories yet to be shared. His entry was not just an initiation into the team, but a subtle statement about his background, his tastes, and perhaps his intentions. As evening drew on, the bread and cheese were forgotten, and the stories and toasts began, heralding the beginning of Jefir's journey with his new companions. In the warmth of the secluded corner, the group huddled, and camaraderie was born amid the clinking of cups and the shared bread of the meager feast. The atmosphere was filled with notes of uncertainty. New alliances hung in the balance. The man who had previously questioned the adequacy of their welcoming ceremony now handed Jefir a glass, a gesture of goodwill, to which he unexpectedly responded with an outright compliment that Jefir was cuter than he even thought. These words were just a ripple in the calm waters of their newfound communication. Raising their glasses, they silently took an oath, sealed by the amber liquid of their glasses. They were warriors bound by a common cause, united against the lurking shadows that threatened their lands. The battle with the monsters was not only a fight for survival, but also a test of their cohesion. Jefir, his silver hair reflecting the dim light, nodded stoically, accepting the unspoken terms of the alliance. Jefir stated that whether he liked it or not, they were now comrades before the raid, and there was a low rumble in his voice that emphasized the seriousness of the upcoming test. Amidst the general merriment, one of the group members, known in the past as Goethe, watched Jefir with the knowing gaze of a mentor. His past experiences with the team had taught him the value of leadership, and he was willing to mold the raw talent that sat before him. He just needs a good teacher to improve himself, without doubting that he can become the catalyst for Jefir's transformation. And yet, even as the group basked in the glow of newfound camaraderie, secrets remained. The mentor was thinking about the other two, and the silence that followed his words was filled with questions. These were people who had nothing to do with his past life. Mysteries shrouded in the mantle of the present. Marco's hand froze in the air, the cool surface of the cup pressed against his lips. A thought flashed through his head, a whisper of a question. Should he have tried to work with him? It was a question of alliance and trust, of the unspoken dance of give and take that underlay the fragile bonds of their newly formed group. Dale's gaze, sitting opposite him, was firm and contemplative. The depth of strategy was hidden in his eyes. Thoughts silently beat in them. Jefir wondered if he should have gotten rid of these guys as soon as possible. His mind was tuned to the long game, always calculating the next move, even under the guise of camaraderie. Time passed unnoticed. He was a silent observer of their internal disputes. Jefir's fingers tapped a leisurely rhythm on his chin, the shadow of a smirk appearing on his lips. Jefir said that he had enough time to figure this out, allowing himself the luxury of patience, a moment's respite in the rush of decision-making. When it dawned on them, the coins gleamed in the dim light like promises, and the chest opened to show them the results of their efforts. There was a clear message within the stone walls of their meeting place that told them to give money to those who needed it, to provide success to those who sought it, and to show respect to those who demanded it. Goethe closely followed what was happening, having experience and knowledge. He thought thoughtfully about the fact that in a past life he had already been on the same team with Goethe, and this gave him an idea of how to behave with him. Goethe recognized that there was a subtle relationship between them, and sometimes a guiding hand was needed to help them navigate the uncharted waters of their relationship. However, even as he sought to teach and guide, uncertainty remained at the edge of his thoughts, like a shadow. He hesitated when he wanted to say that, however, the other two. These two were mysteries, unknown variables that defied the patterns of his past experiences. Jefir's eye flashed like a lonely beacon in the darkness of their shelter as he expressed the unspoken truth. It was an awareness of the complexities hidden beneath the surface of their code, an awareness that the human heart does not always follow the transactional rhythm of give and take. Dale's posture tensed, and a shadow passed over his features. His world consisted of absolutes, lines drawn in the sand. He reflected that he was not one to be nice to those who were constantly trying to quarrel with him. His words were a clear declaration of war against all who dared challenge his sovereignty. There was a hint of hostility in Marco's gaze, which clearly reflected his inner turmoil. He came to the conclusion that he did not like this man at all, and this confession was not in doubt. The tension subsided, and the quiet storm began to grow with every sip of bitter beer they drank together. The room seemed to shrink as they discussed the details of their ranks and the delicate balance of power that held them together. One of them noted that he was level 4, and the other was level 5. The statement hung between them like a status symbol. In this world, value was determined by rank, and each level was a step on the ladder of respect. And then, through the raging storm, a voice called for unity that could not be ignored was heard. The hooded figure, the mediator who sought to bridge the gap between them, told them to find common ground with this man. She also reminded them to greet him when he arrived. There was a sneer in response that reminded them of how many twisted paths they had to take to get to this moment together. In the dimly lit room of the makeshift headquarters, a tense conversation was unfolding between two members of a ragtag group of rebels. The weight of recent decisions hung in the air, and the leader, a man named Goethe, stood tall, his authority unquestioned, but his choice controversial. His second in command, a man with sharp eyes and a mane of blonde hair, leaned towards him, his voice a mixture of respect and reproach. He acknowledged that Goethe, as leader, had every right to do this, but suggested that it would be better if they discussed it with him first. The blonde man joked with a bitter note in his voice, asking who could have done this, pointing his finger in the air to emphasize the previous deal. The third participant, who had previously been silent, intervened in the conversation with harshness, comparing it to the tip of a dagger. He warned that they should stop, glancing towards the door, where the silhouette of a passerby loomed. It reminded them that walls have ears and their rebellion could be heard. The tension ebbed away like a wave as the blonde man shrugged, a smirk appearing on his lips. He announced that they had already decided to accept him into their squad, and a conspiratorial smile flashed in his eyes. He also added that they had already decided to split the reward among the three of them. His casual disregard for protocol, the ease with which he leaned back in his chair and shrugged off the seriousness of the situation, suggested a man accustomed to walking on the edge of a knife. He mused that letting things take their course might not be a bad idea, and he felt comfortable with the chaos they were navigating through. This chaos could both mold them into leaders of a new world and break them into forgotten whispers of rebellion. In a secluded corner of their lair, tension reached boiling point. One of the group members, feeling frustrated, grabbed his head furiously and expressed his dissatisfaction with letting things take their course. There was contempt in his voice. It seemed that the very air around him vibrated with the fury of his thoughts, in which he condemned his comrades for their gullibility and carelessness. He was unable to hide his mistrust, and it flared openly when he encountered another member of their group, whose figure stood out against the darkness. He stated that he still didn't trust the member, and his voice became a hard line drawn in the sand. He blamed the newcomer for daring to take his place in the established order. For him, such insolence was not only offensive but also threatening. The blonde man, whose cunning was as much a weapon as the blade he most likely carried, let his features reflect his skill. He remarked that as time passes, we will soon know the truth about what happened, and he said this with calm and confidence. His words hung between them like a prediction of an imminent revelation. He knew that fraudsters become more vulnerable under the influence of the ceaselessly passing time. He looked into the distance, wondering about the inevitable nature of their world. His words expressed who the hunters were and what lessons the dungeon taught. They pointed to the reality of this world, where the merciless landscape of the dungeons was both a battlefield and a furnace where the fortitude of those who dared to go into its depths was forged. Their story then took them from shadowy rooms and whispered conspiracies into the grandeur of history itself. The action moves to the majestic cave city of Edelweiss, an ancient miracle of human resilience and ingenuity. A city born in the belly of towering mountains, its walls are a chronicle of centuries. Here, in a place where the past meets the present, the group will soon be tested, its bonds strained by the weight of legacy and survival. Their journey passed through harsh and majestic landscapes, but nothing could prepare them for the amazing sight that opened before them, just 2 days' journey from the temple. One of the hooded travelers could not hide his surprise, and exclaimed that he did not know that there was such a place 2 days' journey from the temple. His gaze was drawn to the unusual houses located in the natural fortress of the mountains. He wondered aloud, perhaps more to himself than to his companions, wondering whether all these structures were truly human habitation. This thought seemed to him as mysterious as it was fascinating. His companion, armed with a spear and familiar with the terrain, nodded with pride in his voice. He boasted that the inside of these houses was even better, talking about comfortable living quarters designed for relaxation and healing. He described the place as a refuge for those who temporarily left the temple or came to provide assistance. Another listener, having heard this conversation, expressed slight envy at the lost experience of the past and said that the leader could have taken it with him then. But their reverie was broken as quickly as it began. The ground shook beneath them and the air filled with a sense of foreboding. One of them expressed his notes of accusation and fear in his voice, asking why he decided to bring him here after the place had turned into a nest of monsters. The question was serious and suggested betrayal or a serious miscalculation that had led them into danger. In the face of this threat, a calm hand extended, fingers spreading, as if wanting to grasp the invisible threads of magic that permeated the world. He announced his mana skill called Detect Mana, summoning a lasso as naturally as a person breathing. His skill became a beacon that would help them penetrate the darkness and face the terrible reality that lay in the shadows of the cave city of Edelweiss. Their adventure suddenly took an unexpected turn, and now their only goal was survival. In the shadowy corridors of the dungeon stood a lone figure, representing a conductor of arcane energy. As he channeled mana through his body, it spread like a spider's web, invisible yet omnipresent, expanding his range of senses far beyond the limits of flesh and bone. He was a beacon in the darkness, and every impulse and pattern of the hidden life of the underground appeared before him. He whispered that the shape of objects within his detection radius. His voice merged with the flow of magic, sounding like a low hum. Any movement or disruption of the fine grid of his spell would immediately reveal the presence of their target. Above them, protected by the mouth of the cave, his comrades gathered, weapons ready for action. They discussed the next steps in whispers, aware of the gravity of the task ahead. One of them asked that they were inside the place where we were going. His hand tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, seeking confirmation. Another member of the group responded that this could be determined by signs left at the entrance, while carefully inspecting the area. The signs were there for those with the skills to search: faint traces of passage, disturbances in the dust, and remnants of magic. The leader stated that this was the plan, and his words cut through the tension like a blade. His gaze was firm and his determination unbending. They have faced danger more than once, danced on the brink of death in different circumstances, and each time they emerged victorious. This time everything will be different. After drawing up a plan, they moved quietly, trying to avoid the cobwebs that littered the dungeon like woven traps. Their mission was to find a nest of baby spiders, which were a threat when young, but became deadly if allowed to grow. The leader instructed them quietly and clearly that they must first go through the dungeon, avoiding touching the webs, and reach the hole where the baby spiders are located. The plan was simple, but full of dangers. One wrong step, one accidental touch on the web, and a whole herd of poisonous spiders would fall on them. 608. The leader continued to explain the strategy, then pour the paralyzing potion into the hole and wait to easily destroy them. This plan was born out of urgency and the understanding that sometimes the direct route is not the smartest one. In a dark dungeon, guided only by reason and will, a group of adventurers were ready. The mage's hands glowed slightly as he prepared to cast a spell, and at that moment they became more than just a battle group. It was a force united against the darkness, a light that would not fade. The mouth of the cave opened before them, silently pointing out the threats within. The white-haired magician held his wand tightly in his hand and talked about the upcoming arcane test. He admitted that he would have to maintain his mana detection skill during their stay here, and his young face was already showing concentration. His companions, hidden under the hoods of their robes, nodded in understanding. They were aware that the monsters they were about to hunt posed a serious threat, and their search would be dangerous. However, since they should sleep during the day if we are careful, his voice broke, leaving the sentence hanging in the air like a promise. It was a faint hope, but in the dangerous world they navigated, they had to be content with little. The urgency of their mission was palpable, and when one of the hooded men chimed in, it became clear that it was doubt, a reluctance born of wisdom and experience. However, the hesitation was short-lived, as the reality of the situation descended on them like a veil. "It's not a matter of whether it's difficult or not," the second figure said with a seriousness that belied its camouflage appearance. It was the voice of reason, the voice of an experienced warrior who realized that some battles choose them, and they do not choose battles. The danger they faced was not a matter of choice, but of urgent necessity. The seriousness of this task was emphasized by a stern statement: "We can't do it with just 4 of us." His words echoed off the stone walls, foreshadowing the dark battle ahead. Then, as if summoned by their conversation, the monsters themselves appeared, black steel spiders. They were nightmarish creatures with carcasses that sparkled like wrought iron and eyes that glowed evilly. Their very presence was an insult and a test of courage for these adventurers. One of them whispered that these were monsters with a shell hard as steel on the outside. There was awe and fear in his voice. These creatures were not just spiders. They were a threat to life, a scourge that could not be allowed to flourish. The menacing nature of the spiders was further described in detail. Their aggressive abilities were unmatched in attack, but the real nightmare was their high fertility and unquestioned reproduction. The magician concluded that the nest of black steel spiders was more difficult to deal with than the adult predators themselves, and his words left a heavy sense of distress in the air. At this time, it became clear to them that their quest was not just a hunt, but a race against the ever-growing threat of infection, which, if not stopped, could take over the entire Earth. The 4 of them stood against the darkness, their resolve as strong as the enemy's armor. This was their mission, and they would meet it head-on, using steel and spells mixed with courage and cunning. The unquenchable fire of heroes burned in their hearts, and this fire illuminated their path through the pitch darkness. The cave, only dimly lit, seemed closed in around them, becoming like a tomb with echoes and shadows. One of them, hiding under the hood, expressed his doubts with a seriousness that demanded attention. He declared that this was not a place that the 4 of them could cope with, and the severity of their situation was clearly felt in his words. It was an acknowledgement of his limitations and a tactical decision to return with reinforcements capable of confronting the horror that lay within. A proposal to return and report was made, with the hope of the possibility of regrouping and returning with military reinforcements. This provided a chance to change the balance of power in their favor. The other white-haired man nodded in approval, his eyes showing unwavering determination. He muttered that it was a good idea, and his agreement was like the calm before the storm. But in the next moment, the white-haired figure's tone changed, and his confidence lit up like a sword. He said that if someone was unsure of himself, he would not be forced to go with them, turning his back to his companion, indicating his willingness to face danger alone. He then continued that he himself could handle it easily, expressing his readiness to fulfill his role, and his statement mixed both the arrogance of the strong and the naivety of the inexperienced. 617. Behind him, his comrade's eyes grew closer as he silently watched this unexpected development of events. He reflected that he had not expected things to turn out this way, and suspicion of his attitude towards the white-haired man grew. Doubt was sown and began to take root relentlessly. He concluded that this incident had made him more confident in his position, with a cool confidence in his voice. This man is a scammer. It was an accusation, wordless as a thought, and a sentence pronounced at the trial of his mind. With the group standing at the crossroads of trust and betrayal, their next move would be a dance with danger, a gambit against darkness. And at that moment, they realized that the monsters lurking in the heart of the cave were not the only threat they faced. After all, among them lurked a deceiver, an enemy, deadly, like any fanged or poisonous beast. Tension engulfed the group like a living creature as they found themselves facing the fearsome maw of the dungeon. The first of them, wearing a hood, expressed his doubts, saying that 4 of them could not cope here. His proposal to retreat and return with reinforcements expressed caution and the understanding that it was useless to demonstrate courage without the necessary strength. Another warrior with pale hair agreed with his opinion, whose gaze expressed determination and practicality. He agreed to the proposal, and it was clear from his face that he already had a plan. In this text, the hero showed his position without using direct speech. His voice rose, striking a note of defiance in the chorus of retreats. He claimed to be able to easily complete the task alone, like a lone wolf, ready to fight the darkness without outside help. His companion remained a silent observer in this situation, becoming a shadow figure among other shadows. The hero was bold in his statements, which only increased his suspicion, and his confidence in the correctness of his decision intensified. He reflected that both of them had knowledge that he himself did not have, and this caused him some anxiety, which showed in his furrowed brows. They realized that their comrade's confidence was just a mask, as cunning as the tricks of illusionists. A smile appeared on the observer's lips. Apparently, he did not expect that after all the precautions he told us about, they would still follow him. In the quiet theater of his mind, the pieces of information fell into place, and the puzzle came together into a clear picture of deception. He watched the white-haired man's actions with special attention, like a predator waiting for its prey to reveal its weakness. The observer wondered with sardonic amusement how long his self-control and composure could last. The situation turned into a game where there was a dangerous dance between truth and lies. However, as events unfolded, an unexpected turn occurred. The self-confident warrior, left alone, fought against something invisible, and his disappointment was palpable. His thoughts filled with self-blame for the mistake he had made, and his self-control began to slip away like sand through his fingers. The sudden question of why the situation was not going according to his plan became a crack in the armor of his confidence, revealing a moment of vulnerability and the complexity of his character. In the shadowy realm of the dungeon, where monsters lurk just beyond sight, the real monster of deception was unraveling, and with it, the very fabric of trust that bound the group together. The path, shrouded in fog and woven with betrayal, was unclear, and only time would tell whether the truth would be their ally or their undoing. In the bottomless darkness of the dungeon, the ambush was quick and silent, like death itself. Spiders made of black steel, whose eyes glowed with an evil mind, descended on him. The man, entangled in the deadly silk threads, was a model of calm, a motionless point in a whirlpool of flickering paws and bared fangs. He muttered that they were approaching, and there was a ghostly expectation in his voice. The spiders, as if having heard the call, began to move forward, and their movements turned into an eerie dance, reminiscent of a predatory instinct honed over centuries. With a grace that belied the gravity of the situation, the white-haired warrior rose to his feet. His body moved with the precision of a sharpened blade, each blow a deadly promise addressed to the monstrous arachnids. He was like a hurricane, his every movement cutting a deadly path through the swarm of creatures that sought to overwhelm him. The spider lunged, its fangs seeking the warmth of life, but met the cold refusal of the warrior. The creature recoiled, unable to withstand his attack, and immediately mocking words were heard in the cave. He asked if the spider was surprised that it could not bite him. His confidence was a bright beacon in the darkness, his skill a hammer striking the anvil of their despair. But this was not just a display of bravado. The fire of knowledge burned in his eyes, the understanding that the battle was his doing. With each spider that fell, the truth of his skill became more apparent. They were witnessing more than just the struggle of a lone warrior against the encroaching darkness. They were witnessing a demonstration of exceptional power that would become the stuff of legend. Beneath the shadow-shrouded dome of the cave, the air crackled with the energy of impending doom. The white-haired warrior stood in the very center of the storm, his hand raised and serving as a conduit for the pulsating blue energy that swirled around him. This was not just a show of force, but a prelude to the attack that would decide their fate. The order came for everyone to approach. His voice cut through the chaos and served as a guide for his comrades in the darkness. They realized the importance of his instructions and, in obedience, moved towards him, creating a strong unity against the surrounding darkness. Together, they stood like a constellation of warriors, ready to face the horrors of the night. Their formation was an impressive display of determination and fearlessness against the backdrop of slowly moving shadows. They represented an unbreakable chain, where each link was tempered in the fire of joint battles and unshakable trust. The white-haired leader admitted that their plan was hanging by a thread. He mused that this was just a plan after all, and he had no idea what might happen in the dungeon, whispering these thoughts to the rhythm of his heart. However, his determination remained unchanged, because in the unknown that the monster hid, he found the only certainty. To express his camaraderie, He handed his scarf to Marco, showing thoughtful gestures. This scarf, covering the weapon, became a symbol of their joint will, a hidden threat that could fall on an unsuspecting enemy. There was a pause, a respite between the calm and the storm, before the battle resumed with renewed vigor. In the depths of the dungeon, where the light did not dare to linger, the warriors were preparing for battle. Each of them stood guard over the darkness. Each heart beat the drum of war. In the depths of a shadowy cave, entangled in a labyrinth of silky threads, stood a lone warrior. The task was clear, using the arsenal at hand to escape from the web, which threatened to immobilize and confuse. As the warrior swung his weapon, he was overcome with a sense of unshakable purpose. He swung his hammer with a force born of necessity, creating a whirlwind that tore apart the thin traps set by invisible enemies. Despite the cobwebs clinging to the hammer, he smiled grimly at the corners of his mouth. They were weak, these silky threads, and one by one he could tear them apart. However, his sense of triumph was short-lived, for the reality of what was happening soon dawned on him. Many opponents emerged from the shadows, and their number seemed endless. The question of how many there were arose in his mind, heightening the awareness of his isolation and the gravity of the task. Determined not to give in to the threats, the warrior pursed his lips, his resolve becoming unshakable. Growling at the little bastards to get out, he defiantly repelled the swarm's attack. His movements were as if in a fog, each blow a symphony of survival and resistance. And then, amid the chaos, a new enemy arose, a creature more formidable than all the others. It was a real test, a dance with death, when the warrior met it with a flurry of blows. The battle was intense. The stakes were on life and death. The warrior parried and struck with all his might. This moment was a test for the warrior, a moment that would define him not by his results, but by his resilience and determination to face impossible odds. The battle continued, and amidst the chaos of sounds, including the clanging and hissing of monstrous opponents, a strategic moment arrived. The leader, with an unwavering gaze and steely determination, called on the monsters to unite. He muttered in his mind once they gathered all the monsters, devising a plan that would require all of his cunning and strength. A comrade with a mass of blonde hair moved forward next to him, a light of confidence visible in his eyes. He expressed his willingness to care for others, and his voice provided a calm contrast to the chaos around him. Together they rushed into battle, forming a single unit of courage and suppressed rage. The fight was like a whirlwind of events, mixed and confused movements, where the outcome of the struggle and the possibility of survival hung on the edge. After the dust fell, the warriors stood panting, letting out short, sharp breaths. Around them, as if after a hurricane, lay the networks of fallen enemies, tangled and tangled. The brief moment of triumph was quickly cut short. One of the warriors began to stagger, holding his hand at his side. He silently swore under his breath, and pain left tense features on his face. The battle took its toll, leaving marks on his body as a stark reminder that no victory comes easily. There was bitterness in his voice when he said he shouldn't have relaxed and assumed everything would be easy. His eyes closed for a brief moment, showing pain and remorse. He also expressed regret that he turned to a certain person for help and became the target of ridicule. In the silence that followed, his words hung heavy. The monsters may have been defeated for now, but the scars from the battle remained deep, etched not only into the flesh, but also into the warrior's pride. The battle was over, but the war, it seemed, was far from won. After an intense fight, the golden-haired warrior sat crouched, his face showing signs of fatigue and pain. An ally approached him from the shadows and handed him a bottle with direct instructions to drink. The word hung in the air like a life preserver thrown in the turmoil of a warrior. The bottle contained a mixture of healing water and herbs that promised healing, like an elixir. It flickered with hope and the promise of relief. The tired warrior looked at the bottle with some doubt, and his face expressed surprise. As the healing properties of the liquid began to penetrate his system, the blonde warrior wondered about his ally's fighting skills. Throughout the battle, this ally showed amazing understanding of what was happening. He was silently amazed at his excessive sensitivity, which seemed almost supernatural. Jafir, feeling the unspoken approval, turned his gaze to his wounded comrade, and sympathy was reflected on his face. He suggested that everyone makes mistakes. Next time he will be more careful. His words sounded like comfort and camaraderie. It was a gentle farewell characteristic of brothers in arms. The golden-haired fighter took another look at the potion and grimaced. He admitted that such things had become commonplace for him. His words carried notes of both submission and rebellion. It was an acknowledgement of the path he had chosen, full of danger and conflict, where wounds were as natural as breathing. In this brief respite, the warriors shared a moment of understanding, a silent acknowledgement of the dangers they faced and the unspoken bonds that bound their destinies. They were kindred spirits, bonded by the battlefield, their camaraderie forged in the crucible of battle. At a time when he did not yet belong, at a time that whispered about past lives and old battles, he was a mentor to warriors. Images of soldiers standing in formation danced in his memory, their faces a mixture of determination and confusion. He was their guide, their teacher, and upon his shoulders lay the heavy burden of their inexperience. Many times he showed them the path, but despite clear instructions, they strayed from it. Now, in the current life of the sword and shadow, he once again acted as a seasoned veteran, but his approach changed. He realized that lessons learned through personal experience are much more indelible than those that can be conveyed in words. It was better, he believed, to give the young people the opportunity to stumble, to find their own support in the stormy dance of battle. He saw the wariness in their eyes, the questioning glances that seemed to pierce right through him. They wondered about him, about his past, about his secrets. Still, he hoped that in time, after going through the trials and tribulations of the dungeon they were currently in, they would understand each other. There was a clink of steel, and the blonde warrior jumped to his feet, his movements precise and graceful. His weapon sliced through the air, cutting down monstrous enemies with a force that belied his previous thoughts. Each blow was a word in the language of battle, which he spoke so fluently. With a cry of rage, he struck the decisive blow, and the defeat of his opponent was marked by the sharp sounds of battle. The echo of his victory echoed throughout the area, testifying to his skill and reminding those he led of the power of lessons learned in the heat of battle. As the dust and roar of battle rose around him, through the chaos, he heard the voice of a warrior who exclaimed in victory. His heart began to beat faster, and adrenaline coursed through his veins as he watched the monsters. Their movements sluggish, and their reactions slow due to the effects of the alchemical potion. A figure appeared on the periphery, silhouetted by the intermittent light of the skirmish. The flesh in the belly area was softer than on the back. Jeffir ordered the guy to be hit in the stomach, and his voice rang out in the chaos like a beacon of tactical wisdom. The blonde warrior confirmed the strategic idea with a quick glance and a nod of his head. This is true. The mentor had extensive knowledge, describing in detail the habits of monsters, their weaknesses, and the status hierarchy in their ranks. It was as if he had a tome of ancient strategies stored in his head, and the best ways to kill lay before them like a victory card. When the blonde warrior engaged the enemy, his blade flashed like silver death. He was amazed at how deeply his comrade understood their situation. Dale wondered how Jafir had so much knowledge, his thoughts racing as fast as a sword. Each of his strikes was accurate and well calculated, which testified to his experience and intelligence accumulated in battles. In the heat of battle, when the enemy fell before him, the warrior's face was distorted with awe and suspicion. The guy whispered under his breath who it was, and the words were lost in the roar of their victory cry. The question hung unanswered as they stood among the fallen monsters, and the warrior's respect for his ally grew, seasoned with the mystery of his deep knowledge. In the fading light of the battle-scarred sky, Dale stood atop the fallen beast, his enormous form sprawled beneath him. He shouted that they would do it, and the triumph of their struggle was heard in his voice. Below, his comrades stood frozen in place, their faces marred by the marks of war. Goethe shouted that Dale had done a great job, and a smile broke through the dirt on his face. Dale, leaning on his weapon, calmly replied that it was easy, although the sweat on his brow indicated that the battle had indeed been hard. As they gathered among the shadows of victory, one seasoned warrior approached Dale, his gait confident and his presence commanding. Jafir said that the battle was not bad for the first time. Experience was felt in his voice. Jafir told Dale to continue as well. His words were terse, but carried the depth of his mentor's approval. Dale, standing guard over the carcass of a defeated enemy, was the image of a warrior born in the chaos of battle, a silent guardian among the spoils of war. One of the younger warriors, who was watching what was happening, quickly had an epiphany. His words faded into the cool air, filled with awe and wonder as he contemplated his comrades' capabilities. As the realization of their combined strength dawned, the leader's voice broke through his thoughts. Jafir decided to regroup and go eat with Goethe. It was a call to take a break and refresh yourself after hard work. There was a simple answer, an admission that even warriors must rest. After the clash, the warriors were bound not only by the battle, but also by a common humanity that longed for a respite and a camaraderie that would help them survive more than one battle. When the dust of the last skirmish had settled, the warriors' armor still rang with the echoes of battle. In the midst of the calm, one of them, shrouded in mystery, turned to the other, and his curiosity pierced the silence. The warrior with hair as pale as moonlight paused, a smile playing on his lips. Jafir said that he was an explorer, imagining his past as a tapestry of untold adventures. But the investigator was not convinced. Searching for a deeper truth, he continued. They belonged to a large guild or were a student of someone famous. His eyes narrowed, searching for a sign, a solution to the riddle. The third comrade leaned towards him from the side. Intrigue sounded in his voice. Someone said that he was also very interested. Their eyes were focused on Jafir, eager for stories of a past shrouded in whispers and rumors. In an instant, the scene changed, and Jafir stood in a fighting stance, his physique honed by countless fights. His mentor, a shadowy figure clad in a robe of mystery. The image spoke of careful training, of knowledge passed on through silent communication. Finally, the warriors gathered, their breath audible in the cold air, their faces filled with determination. One of the warriors said that only the chief's room remained. His voice was even and did not give away the slightest hint of the adrenaline seething in each of them. A simple, almost muffled answer came immediately. Another moment passed, weighed down by the weight of the impending test, before the question rose in the air as to what they should do now. Their further actions hung in the balance. The anticipation of the final confrontation weighed heavily on them. They stood together, bonded by a brotherhood forged in the crucible of battle, their shared past and future intertwined like threads of fate. Amid the silence that followed their victory, an inquisitive gaze turned to Jair. Goethe asked Jafir what he used to do, his voice barely audible in the silence of the battlefield. With a casual wave of his hand, the warrior Jafir replied in an even and confident voice that he was a researcher. His past was a map of untold stories, every step a story written in the stories of his memory. The question remained unsatisfied and prompted the masked figure to continue. He asked if Jafir was a member of a large guild or a student of someone famous. This question hung between them like a thread of curiosity running along the seams of the unknown. A blonde observer joined them from the side, becoming interested, because he was also interested. His eyes, burning with a thirst for knowledge, searched for the truth in Jafir, the riddle standing before him. A scene from the past unfolded, showing a warrior in a moment of intense struggle, his body a testament to the battles he had endured, his mentor a ghost shrouded in mystery. There, in the pre-dawn silence, his skills were honed and his spirit was tempered. The warrior spoke of his time with the hunting party, his voice soft in the twilight. That's how long Jafir spent on the hunting team. During these 4 years, many hunters died, but fortunately he survived. His survival was not luck, but the result of a calculated dance with danger. He stood in front of a bridge, broken into pieces and inspiring fear, a metaphor for the dangerous paths he had decided to avoid. There was a reason for this. Jafir always avoided the dangerous bridge, he reflected, his wisdom born from the scars of survival. In these moments, the warrior's story unfolded, a tapestry of trials and triumphs. He was a creature of endurance, a survivor of the strongest, his life written in the ink of endurance and the blood of the fallen. In the shadowy corridors of a cobalt dungeon, a group of warriors stood among the remnants of their conquest. One of them, burdened with the weight of leadership, was thinking aloud, and there was a note of exclusivity in his voice. He said that it was a pity to share this easy dungeon with the others. His words showed the prudence of the chosen path, and to go only along the safe route. Dale, the man, laughed, and his voice bounced off the stone and said that he didn't even think it would be so easy. The ease of their journey seemed to mock their readiness, a joke at the expense of danger. As we moved through the treacherous terrain, the main principle, the mantra of survival, was voiced. Dale always followed strong leaders. That promise was quickly put to the test. when a cry for the boy to duck cut through the stillness, prompting the instinctive fall to safety. The dance with danger they had already mastered. One stood to the side, his helmeted head bowed in thought. Despite the camaraderie, there was a lonely resignation in his thoughts. He wasn't promoted because of this, but there was nothing he could do about it. It's not like they were protecting his life or anything. His role was clear. He was a defender not by name, but by action. The leader, with hair like silver threads of moonlight, Jafir, made a statement that pierced the air with finality. That was all they could do. Jafir also ordered them to leave here immediately. His order was non-negotiable. It was an order born from the depths of conviction and concern for comrades. The realization of this came to the others like the first rays of dawn. Goethe muttered that Jafir had planned to catch the boss alone from the very beginning, his words sounding awe and understanding. They understood that their presence would not help him in his solitary battle, but would become a burden in his silent war. One of them, Dale, reluctantly agreed, and the air grew heavy with unspoken respect and the solemn seriousness of the moment. They withdrew, leaving their leader to face the darkness alone, a lonely guard against the final storm that awaited him in the heart of the abyss. In the dim twilight of the dungeon threshold, figures stood at the crossroads of fate. The one who was clad in mail, whose eyes remained closed in silent contemplation, opened them to see a glimmer of hope. The guy said that since they were already there, why don't they go all the way? The proposal hung in the air of the cave, like a delicate invitation to a joint journey. However, in the next moment, the calm of the hooded figure was shattered by confusion, his eyes narrowing at the unexpected answer. They immediately said their partner's name at once, Marco, in disbelief. The question of what Marco meant was not just a demand for clarity, it was a plea for understanding. For with each blow of silence, the fabric of their camaraderie seemed to disintegrate. A figure with hair as golden as the wheat of autumn fields emerged from the shadows. They announced that they agreed, the firmness of their voices contrasting sharply with the disbelief of the hooded figure. 2 heads were better than one. The hooded man, known as Dale, staggered back as if struck, and a star of shock flashed next to his head. The solidarity of an unexpected ally was as alarming as it was inspiring. As the echoes of agreement died down, Neil's face became as hard as steel forged in the heat of battle. Jafir ordered them to gather themselves, their gaze as piercing as the tip of a blade. Then came a stern and grim warning. If he overestimates himself, he will die in a second. It was a reminder of the cruel truths that govern the deadly depths into which they dared to tread. Amid this exchange of fiery wills and hardened spirits, another presence arose, a figure crowned with curls as white as the first winter snow. The Jafirs, as they were called, stood in silent authority, and their very posture testified to untold strength. Goethe turned to them, despair evident in his voice. Goethe immediately thought of Jafir saying something, and that they were not useless. It was a call for affirmation, a search for camaraderie and vulnerability. Jafir, whose eyes saw through the veil of deception and truth, spoke with a resonance that filled the emptiness of the cave. It turned out that everyone was wrong. Their words, mysterious and at the same time clear, cut through the tension like a scythe through wheat. With a final look and newfound authority, Jaffa continued that he told him to get lost. From now on, he will choose roles for him. It was not just a statement, but a proclamation of a new order, a new way forward. As the group tried to comprehend the weight of Jafir's words, the air itself seemed to tremble with anticipation. Jafir, once a silent observer, and now the undisputed leader, turned to the heart of the dungeon, looking towards the vast horizon, and in a voice that seemed to echo time itself, that there was the main point of the dungeon. In the labyrinthine depths of the dungeon, where light and shadow danced an eternal waltz, a pact was made, based not only on necessity, but also on newfound respect, and the unspoken promise of the trials they would endure together. Their journey began not at the beginning of their descent, but here and now, in the quiet understanding of common hardships and the whisper of an unfolding fate. In the dark depths of an ancient cave, adventurers stumbled upon the heart of darkness, the nest of the Spider Queen. Shadows danced along the walls, and countless spiders darted about in the silken chaos. The nest was filled with the sound of paws on webs, a symphony of terror that echoed throughout the cave. The Spider Knight stood guard at the entrance, a legion, silent as the grave. Their exoskeletons gleamed like polished obsidian, and each limb was a spear of midnight steel. These were the protectors of the nest, unwavering sentinels, who had a single task: to protect the offspring and their queen at all costs. In the depths of the nest reigned the queen of spiders. Her appearance was both majestic and terrifying, a mistress, drawn into the velvet of shadows. She was the undisputed master of the spider cave, her presence omnipotent and pressing on the air. A lone figure made its way along the treacherous paths woven by the queen's subjects. With each careful step along the woven threads, they whispered to themselves that this was the only safe place. The irony that safety lies at the very heart of danger remained with them, but the path offered a narrow margin between life and death. The spider knights stood with steely determination, their eyes glowing in the darkness like emerald lanterns. They formed an impenetrable ring around the spawning chamber, a fortress of limbs and fangs, so that their queen could carry out her role in peace. Not a single creature dared to disturb their silent vigil. Among the oppressive darkness, a silvery reflection flashed in the dim light. The adventurer, hiding behind a semblance of calm, opened the key. It flickered with a ghostly radiance, a beacon of hope in the impenetrable darkness. The key was not just a tool, but a symbol, a promise that even in the darkest abyss, a way to salvation could be found. However, just as suddenly as the key appeared, the scene inexplicably changed. Sacks of flour appeared, the ordinary appearance of which contrasted sharply with the previous danger. It was an unusual and abrupt transition, making one wonder whether this was an ordinary storage room or a cunningly disguised trap. The shady silence of the cave was broken by the creak of a drawn bow. In the twilight stood a figure with silver hair, a bow in his hands, the string stretched to the limit. The arrow placed in the bow was not just a projectile, it hummed with a charge of energy, a harbinger of destruction waiting in the wings. With a sigh that seemed to freeze the very air of the cave, the archer released an arrow. The arrow cut through the darkness, a streak of destined fury, and struck its target with a force that turned stone into fragments and sparks. These sparks, trying to fulfill their unintended purpose, fell on the bags of flour scattered on the floor. In an instant, the beneficial particles turned into fierce flames. The explosion blossomed like a deadly flower, petals of flame and power, unfurling in a swift, destructive chain reaction. The archer was well aware of the instability of flour dust suspended in the air, an ancient method of warfare repurposed for a modern trap. This phenomenon, known as a dust explosion, turned the food particles themselves into weapons of destruction. As the firestorm raged, an archer, the embodiment of calculating calm, jumped out of the whirlpool. Agile and unharmed, they landed at a safe distance, their eyes reflecting the orange glow of the inferno. His lips curved into a knowing smile as he answered softly and briefly, but the words came out in a whisper, lost in the roar of the flames. The explosion, although catastrophic, was not an accident. It was a carefully planned event, testifying to the cunning of the archers and their ability to master the situation. As the flames licked the cave ceiling and the echoes of the explosion faded, it became clear that this meeting was just one move in a grand scheme, a deadly dance of strategy and survival. After the explosion, Jeffer examined the battlefield. The flames that were consuming the insides of the dungeon cast an ominous light in which the silhouettes of their opponents, who remained unharmed, could be seen. Jeffer muttered that this was the only way he wouldn't kill them, with a hint of disappointment in his voice. The creatures, black as the charred stones around them, advanced defiantly towards him, their eyes gleaming predatorily through the fire. Not calming down, the archer reached into his quiver for another arrow, darker, the tip of which glittered with a deadly compound. Everyone immediately shouted that it was a poison arrow. It was a tacit concession to the gravity of the situation. A more insidious approach was required. When the archer fired a poisonous arrow, the creatures moved forward, not stopping before the fire, which would have been the death of any lesser creature. Their chitinous bodies were designed for survival, for hunting, for killing. During the pause, the archer showed a spherical gland taken from one of the deceased creatures. It was the dark iron's web gland. Jeffer explained this to them, demonstrating its use to his companions. It was a tool, an opportunity, a weapon turned against its former masters. Jeffer also said that if you squeezed it, a web would come out. The comrades, armed and attentive, nodded in understanding. The question of whether the webs would work, almost rhetorical, was met with a confident answer about the sticky nature of the creature's secretions. A plan was formed, a trap was prepared. Yefir ordered the guys to place webs in the places he ordered. His calm but firm tone conveyed authority. He raised his hand, pointing to strategic places invisible in the shadows. Yepir immediately ordered Goethe, Mark, and Dale to prepare to leave. The team spread out, moving with purpose and precision. They weren't just fighters. They were survivors, thinkers, warriors, who understood that sometimes the best way to resist the power of nature is to use it to your advantage. In the smoldering silence that followed, the archer waited, the poisonous arrow silently promising the coming confrontation. This was not just a fight, it was a chess match, and the archer was playing several moves ahead. Jefir stood at the edge of the boss's dungeon, his eyes narrowed, assessing the dense labyrinth of cobwebs spread out in front of him. Jefir thought that it was even more difficult in the web boss dungeon, to himself, realizing that engaging in direct combat in such a cramped room would be stupid. Jefir realized that they had no chance of winning there. With the clarity that comes with experience and the intelligence of a seasoned warrior, he spoke decisively. Jefir realized that he should then take them outside. His voice was low and commanding, conveying the confidence that a plan had been formed. This was not an act of retreat, but a tactical reshuffle. Readying himself, the archer let out a powerful grunt, setting his plan into motion. His body coiled like a spring, every muscle ready for the next explosive action. The moment came when preparation and opportunity collided. He began to sprint, and his silhouette became blurry against the background of the ominous dungeon. With every heartbeat, he brought the battle closer to the open ground where he had the advantage. His movements were purposeful, each step a measured dance between predator and prey. As he broke into the open, the reality of the battle became apparent. Jefir noticed that there was only one last Spider Knight left. The weight of the battle felt in his voice, and yet it was impossible not to notice that there were notes of triumph in his voice. Where once there were many, now there is only one enemy left, a testament to his strategy, skill, and unbending will. The last Spider Knight loomed in the fading light, his appearance both menacing and majestic. The archer had to perform the last act of this deadly ballet. He knew that the toughest battles often lead to the greatest victories, and he was ready to win his. Anticipation hung in the smoky air, the silence before the storm barely containing the archer's calm breathing. Jefir whispered that it was approaching him, more to itself than to anyone else, straightening up to its full height, and the arrow was already nocked and ready to fly. The ground beneath him vibrated with the impending impact, and as the walls of the narrow passage into the dungeon began to tremble, the archer's warning sounded again, a quiet echo in the chaos around him. It walked on him. A monster appeared from the depths of the shadows. The Spider Queen, the monstrous beast of nightmares, burst forth in rage and fire, her green eyes, sparkling with anger, fixed on the archer, deadly blood dripping from her fangs. However, the archer stood without moving. In his hands was the venom of the Spider Queen, a deadly irony aimed at the heart of the monster. Yefir shouted that it was the Spider Queen's venom, his voice defying the roaring fire. With the calm that only true masters of war possess, he pulled the bowstring back, aiming the poisonous projectile with deadly precision. The narrative changed, and a voice cut through the cacophony, explaining the terrible nature of the Spider Queen's venom. Her poison was highly acidic, but the worst thing was the special effect that accompanied it. The words lingered, becoming a dark prelude to the unprecedented powers the archer was about to unleash. In a quiet room, far from the battlefield, the archer meticulously laid out his plans. Defensive ability, curse that disables the ability to regenerate. Jefir explained these things to his comrades, pointing to the anatomical drawings of the beast. They listened carefully, understanding the seriousness of their enemy's capabilities. A person with low defensive magic will melt without even having time to understand anything. It was necessary to fight not only with the physical power of the Spider Queen, but also with the clockwork of her damned biology. Every second, every movement was a carefully calculated step in the dance of death he was leading. And now, as the archer released the arrow, the culmination of his strategy, the synthesis of calm under pressure, knowledge of the enemy and unshakable determination, it all reached one piercing point. The arrow flew, silently signaling the end of the game he had orchestrated from the shadows. The air was filled with tension brought on by the venom of battle as the archer, his profile obscured by the flickering light, gave a stern warning to his companions. Jafir told them that if they wanted to live, then they should not come into contact with him. Jafir also ordered them to avoid him at all costs. His voice was filled with the threat of impending doom, speaking of a deadly poison that was their best chance of survival, and at the same time a threat to their own lives. Without wasting time thinking about the danger, the archer rushed into battle. He jumped with the grace of a panther, barely dodging a spray of viscous purple liquid. The poison, a deadly compound capable of dissolving flesh and bone, fell onto the stone where he had stood just a moment ago. The Spider Queen, the monstrous matriarch of evil, loomed over him, her every move a promise of death. She unleashed her poisonous attack on the archer with a force that made the very air become caustic. But he was ready, his silhouette silhouetted against the chaos, like a motionless pillar of steadfastness. His voice cut through the cacophony of the clash with a command that was both a battle cry and a beacon of hope. Jafir shouted for everyone to take their places. It was a call to arms, a signal to the allies that the moment had come to strike. As the last Spider Knight prepared to unleash the full fury of his venom, the archer remained on his feet. The pull of the bowstring was a whisper of death, a silent promise to end the reign of the Spider Queen. With a poison arrow at the ready, he was the embodiment of single-minded vengeance, the culmination of cunning and courage combined into one decisive moment. He took aim, knowing that the fate of everyone depended on the flight of his arrow. The Spider Queen's acidic venom was formidable, but the determination of the one who dared to use it was no less. When the bowstring opened, she sang a song of victory and revenge, which would resonate in the history of their saga for many centuries to come. Amidst the chaos of battle, the archer stood resolutely, the desert wind blowing through his silver hair, proclaiming his key role. Jafir stated that he would tank, holding his bow at the ready, and it was all because he was the only one who could defeat the boss. His words were not just bravado, but a stern recognition of his unique ability to withstand, to survive. His eyes, steely and calm, did not betray the storm raging within as he laid out the next stage of his strategy. Jafir said that he would distract the boss. His plan was based on a dangerous dance to attract the enemy's attention. The team, clad in their battle armor, reacted with surprise and awe. Jafir continued that it was the boys who would catch the boss, giving them a task that would take them out of their comfort zone and throw them into the very jaws of danger. One of them, an experienced warrior with a cautious heart, wondered what brought him here. He remembered his past, taking careful steps and avoiding risks, talking about a life that had always been safe. He always lived by avoiding the dangerous bridge because his safety was always his top priority. But the battle changed him, as it changed them all. In a moment of togetherness, another voice joined in, correcting itself with a newfound sense of camaraderie. It was a declaration of collective resolve, a shared understanding that he would not bear the brunt of the battle alone. The sun was sinking toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the battlefield where they were preparing for the final act. This testified to their transformation from single fighters into a single, cohesive unit, cemented by the trust developed in the heat of battle. When the archer released an arrow and his comrades prepared their nets, it became clear that they were no longer individual people, but a group of brothers, ready to stand face to face on a dangerous bridge for the sake of victory for each other. The line between life and death was thin, as was the line between heroism and recklessness. At this moment, they were indistinguishable, and they stepped over it together. In a desolate world ravaged by war, a lone warrior stood against the shadow of a huge enemy. There was tension in the air, the ground was scarred from past violence. This warrior, with a spear in his hands and determination on his face, was the last bastion against the enemy who loomed over him like a mountain of darkness and fire. In other places, there was a sense of strict hierarchy in the group of fighters. The commands given by the invisible leader reduced the three subordinates to the level of servants. Wrapped in cloaks and bearing the marks of battle, the men went about their daily chores of cooking and cleaning while their swords lay idle and eager for battle. As fate would have it, one of the members of the hunting party, caught off guard, his eyes wide with bewilderment, muttered about an unexpected reunion with familiar faces. Memories of camaraderie and fighting together came flooding back. mingling with the uncertainty of the present. When night fell on the ground, under the cold gaze of the stars, a pensive figure appeared on a heap of defeated creatures. The warrior reflected on the seismic changes that had taken place in the group after the appearance of a mysterious newcomer who changed the very essence of their struggle. Determination rang through the night air, and through the silence the voice of another warrior rang out to his comrades to once again trust in Jafir, a name that seemed to carry a weight of hope. His message was clear. Unity under an elected leader was the only way forward. However, not all hearts were won. Among them was a man who was tormented by disappointment, and his faith in unity was destroyed. Clenched fists and furrowed brows betrayed his inner turmoil. He cursed the stubbornness that threatened to split an already fragile alliance, and his words spoke of the difficulties of leadership and the difficult task of keeping the team together. Amidst the chaos of clashing steel and war cries, a lone figure stood on the battlefield, weapon drawn. Fear mixed with challenge in his eyes, a silent vow was read in them that he would not retreat as long as the strength to fight flowed in his veins. His scream, echoing piercingly across the field, was a challenge both to his enemies and to the fear gnawing at his resolve. The battle continued, and then an opportunity presented itself. A fleeting moment when the enemy, a mass of muscle and sinew, was vulnerable. The warrior, who took advantage of the moment after the explosion that broke through the monster's defenses, realized on what shaky edge victory was balancing. The inner tactician calculated the moment to strike when the monster's thick skin split and showed its weakness. With new clarity, the warrior shouted his revelation for all to hear. Beneath the monster's armored facade lay soft flesh. The only obstacle to defeat was the strong shell that served as his shield. His heart began to pound with adrenaline. The awareness of his opponent's weakness spurred his ardor. Then, dancing an ancient dance, the warrior unleashed a blow on the enemy that could sweep through centuries. His weapon cut through the air with the force of his will and the weight of his hope. Light and shadow played around him, enveloping his figure in a halo of ferocity as his strike found its mark. This was not just a swing of the blade, it was the culmination of fear, courage, and a desperate desire to protect what was dear to him. As the weapon met flesh, the very ground seemed to acknowledge the severity of his blow, trembling beneath him. In the heat of a desperate battle, the fighters circled, each looking for his advantage. And then the hawk-eyed warrior noticed a glimmer of hope, a weak point in his formidable enemy. In the creature's leg, a huge column of tendons and bones, there was a thin network of nerves. The lifeline was exposed. With the precision of an expert, the warrior lunged, his poisoned blade cutting through the air with a promise of silence. His target was the bundle of nerves that hid the fragility of the monster. The strike was a beautiful arc of desperation and precision, a dance with death where the slightest miss meant death. His muscles tensed, the warrior's face became a mask of determination, and the blade became an extension of his will. He stepped back for the final blow, the air around the blade crackling with the tension of the moment. It was the blow that should have ended the fight, the culmination of strategy and skill, but the ebb and flow of battle is changeable. In the midst of the attack, the warrior's senses screamed a warning. The attack was coming, fast and merciless, and he could not hope to evade it. His eyes widened, the realization hanging over his heart like a shadow. Dale immediately cursed because he couldn't dodge, and then the world exploded with light and pain. The warrior was thrown back, his body turning into a leaf in the creature's storm of rage. In flight, he saw a monster, its eyes like emerald lights in the darkness, its mouth full of despair. It stood, testifying to the cruelty of the wild, unyielding and ferocious. The warrior's gambit failed, the moment of victory snatched away by the unpredictable savagery of the battle. But even as he prepared to strike, his spirit not broken, he knew that the battle was not over yet. The unquenchable flame of a warrior burned in his heart, the desire to rise and fight further even against monstrous darkness. In the intermittent light of battle, the warrior's gaze was sharp, his challenge thrown like a gauntlet at the feet of the monster who dared to confront him. Jafir asked Dale with a grin where he was looking, getting ready to attack. The creature, a monster made of nightmares and darkness, stood in front of him, and its many eyes lit up with an evil fire. It struck with the fury of a hurricane, but the warrior was a whirlwind of steel and precision. His body moved with unearthly grace, a ballet of violence against the backdrop of war. A blonde, battle-weary spectator watched him from the side with disbelief on his face. Dale muttered that complete madness was happening to him now, without addressing anyone. Admiration and disbelief could be heard in his voice. The warrior seemed to respond to the Spider Queen's every attack, his movements too fast for even an experienced eye to follow. Meanwhile, a strategy was being born in the head of another comrade. His eyes narrowed in thought. Jafir mused that they lacked the strength to defeat this spider, acknowledging the grim reality of their powerlessness. His words hung in the air as a sobering reminder of their precarious situation. But despair was not their choice. The warriors rallied. Their determination was unshakable, like a stone under their feet. The white-haired warrior, marked with the scars of previous victories, outlined his plan. He had incinerated their enemy's eggs, earning her wrath, and was now the focus of her rage. A distraction that could be their salvation. Jafir immediately shouted in order to stop the others. His voice was calm in the storm. He explained his role: to remain in the Spider Queen's line of sight, to keep her attention focused and enraged. His strategy was clear. While she writhed in anger, consumed by a thirst for revenge, his allies would strike, a cunning ploy to draw her attention to himself. The warriors understood. It was a gambit, a game of cunning with brute force, and in the silent communication of battle-hardened soldiers, they prepared to act. Their bond was forged in the fires of countless battles, and in the shadow of the Spider Queen's fury, they found their way out. This was not just a fight for survival. It was a testament to their brotherhood, their skill, and their unwavering will to triumph over the insurmountable. As the twilight of the battle cast long shadows across the battlefield, the strategist among them, with hair as pale as moonlight, shared his most important insight. Jafir muttered that the most important thing was that the Spider Queen had a habit, raising a finger pointedly. His revelation hung in the air as a clue to the ferocity of this creature. The golden-haired warrior, tensing his muscles, admitted the truth of the strategist's words. Time was their invisible ally and enemy. 5 minutes passed, and with every second the Spider Queen's habit became their opportunity. His thoughts, although heavy with fatigue, were clear with newfound understanding. The Spider Queen, a colossus created from the darkest depths of their nightmares, was an unstoppable force, her presence dominating the battlefield. Yet she remained almost motionless, like a spider in her web, waiting and watching, focused on destroying her opponents. The strategist's keen gaze noted not only her immobility. The Spider Queen's hind legs, adapted to the cramped spawning nest, revealed her to be a creature of habit, pattern. Her actions are predictable, her movements are limited. In the cradle of her birth, she learned to strike, not to dance. Their plan unfurled like a banner in the wind. The warrior, with the grace of a predator, understood the rhythm of the Spider Queen's attack. The deadliest blows, the deadliest fury, came from the top of her grotesque head. This is exactly what they were waiting for. When the dance of death resumed, the warriors took heart from the hope that knowledge gave them. Every twisting web, every thunderclap that sought to crush them, was a beat in the deadly melody, which they now read as if from a score. Critical attacks, always heralded by the lowering of her vile head, were no longer unexpected, but expected. In the ebb and flow of this deadly ballet, the warriors found their opportunities. With each repelled attack, with each counterattack, they moved closer to their triumph. The strategist's words laid the path to victory, and in their hearts burned the unquenchable fire of warriors who would not retreat until the monster was defeated at their feet. In the throes of battle, when every second is fragmented into many possible outcomes, the warrior's resolve crystallized into action. Jafir tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade, silently confirming his readiness. His voice, smooth and confident, betrayed a strategy born of difficult experience. Jafir practiced this technique while fighting huge spiders in the dungeons. His fellow golden-haired fighter rose to his feet with a furious cry, a plan already unfolding in his head. Since Jafir had the Spider Queen's full attention, they had a decisive advantage. The poison of the strategy was no less powerful than any physical poison, an anesthesia that penetrated into the limbs of the creature, depriving it of the ability to move, making it a prisoner of its own formidable body. A chorus of determination grew around them, each warrior echoing that they could do it. Their faces showed the concentration of those who had walked through the valleys of fear and emerged unscathed. They were not just a group of fighters, They were the harbingers of the fall of the Spider Queen. Every oath they swore to each other was a link in the chain that would bind her to defeat. And yet the Spider Queen, in her dark majesty, in a whirlwind of rage and maternal wrath, refused to bow. The queen growled that she would not let these pathetic people get caught in the poisonous web of retribution. People dared to challenge her, to harm her children. Their insolence was as unforgivable as it was unexpected. The battle raged on, a cacophony of steel and sorcery, every movement met with an equal and opposite reaction, a deadly dance balancing precariously between triumph and tragedy. But the warriors were united, their spirit was broken, and their will was unyielding. After all, they fought not only with swords and spells, they fought with the power of a plan, developed by the experienced mind of one who looked into the abyss and came out from there to tell about it. The cave lair of the Spider Queen echoed with the echoes of battle. She loomed over her human opponents, her form a grotesque tapestry of shadows and malice. In a voice dripping with venom, she declared that crushing them underfoot would be too merciful. The Spider Queen immediately shouted that she would melt the warriors with her poison, foreshadowing death. But the warriors were undaunted. One of the warriors, with the agility of countless battles, danced in the rain of death, his movements blurred. Green streaks of venom flew past, narrowly missing his target as he twisted and turned under the Spider Queen's furious onslaught. His sword flashed silver in the dim light, cutting a clearing in the poisonous stream. Every blow was accurate, every parry a challenge to the might of the Spider Queen. The warrior's determination was as indestructible as his blade. And then there was silence. The Spider Queen's venom had been a relentless hurricane, but now it was gone. A speech bubble floated into the silence that followed. Jeffir said that now the Spider Queen will not be able to use her poison for some time. The warrior's plan succeeded. The Spider Queen's deadliest weapon became ineffective. With the taste of approaching victory on his lips, the voice of the white-haired warrior sounded evenly and confidently. Jeffir said that they had nothing to fear, and his words became a beacon for his comrades. They weathered the storm. The Spider Queen was vulnerable, her armor cracked. His sword rose again, becoming not just a blade, but a symbol of their unbending spirit. It cut through the air, a blow meant to end the nightmare they had all endured. The reign of the Spider Queen was coming to an end. Her tyranny over the dungeons, over fear itself, was about to be destroyed at the hands of those brave few who dared to stand against her. The feverish noise of battle echoed through the cavern, a symphony of steel and survival. The warrior, silhouetted against the looming figure of the Spider Queen, evened out his breathing. A mantra flashed through my head, a whisper drowning out the roar of my pounding heart. Jeffir told him not to rush and do everything accurately. Every move was a deliberate dance with fate. Every decision walked along the razor edge of life and death. His eyes, fixed on his monstrous opponent, glowed with clarity forged in the crucible of battle. Jeffir thought that in this fight, and the air around him crackled from the electrical tension of the moment. The Spider Queen, a nightmarish deity in her own right, towered over him with terrifying majesty. However, a spark of uncertainty flashed in her eyes, a reflection of the warrior's unwavering gaze. There was a premonition of the end in the air, either triumph or tragedy. Jeffir continued, thinking that the one who does not get confused will win. These unspoken words became the common credo of the warriors who surrounded the beast, and their camaraderie became an unbreakable chain. They moved as one, each blow a note in their deadly harmony, each parry a blow in the rhythm of the battle. Then, with a crescendo of fury and fearlessness, they struck. The Spider Queen's terrible roar tore through the abyss, a sound that was forever etched in the darkest corners of their memories. But it was not a cry of triumph, but a cry of defeat. When the dust settled, the warriors stood in the silence of victory. Their bodies bore the marks of battle, but their spirit shone brightest of all. Everyone immediately started shouting joyfully, saying that they had won. These words were a declaration, an emotional release of all the tension that was building up like a hurricane. When they looked at each other, their faces spoke of sacrifice and strength. After a stormy battle with the Spider Queen, the warriors stood among the ruins of victory, the silence of the lair echoing around them. The golden-haired warrior's voice broke the silence, carrying a note of uncertainty amidst the triumph. Dale thought that the word win was not quite the right word in this situation. looking into the distance, and unspoken thoughts began to stir in his head. As the specks of dust danced in the rays of light breaking through the darkness, understanding appeared in his eyes. Dale admitted that Jeffir was the one who allowed them to take away the victory over the Spider Queen, and there was grudging respect in his tone. It was the recognition of an invisible hand guiding them, a strategist whose insight turned the tide of events in their favor, giving them the advantage they needed to survive and win. The warrior's frozen gaze softened from reflection, and a drop of sweat rolled down his temple. And so, Dale realized that depending on the person who gave the orders, things in the battle changed significantly. This revelation, whispering into his soul, spoke of a hierarchy in their ranks, of a subordination that could change as subtly as shadows. The thought lingered, born in the fertile soil of his ambition. Dale thought that if he continued to follow Jeffir, he would become much stronger. This thought remained unfinished, but at the same time full of possibilities. The future unfolded in his mind, with unknown paths and untapped potential. The strategist, whose white hair contrasted sharply with the dull background, reflected on the practical aspects of his success. They could not erase the traces of battle, the scars on the ground that testified to the death of the Spider Queen. Jeffir said that since they could not get rid of the traces of the Spider Queen, they would not be able to take all the prey. As was the case with the predator, his voice was the embodiment of pragmatism. Then he turned, reflecting on the spoils of their conquest. Jeffir decided that he would take a couple of spiders, which were larger, and take them to White Rose, already developing a strategy for further actions. The distribution of wealth as a sign of the success achieved with such difficulty. Sir Jeffir stood resolutely in the bleak expanse of the desert. A figure of calm authority, his white hair a stark contrast to the gloomy background. His glasses caught the gleam of the setting sun as he addressed his faithful companions with firm instructions. Jeffir immediately ordered the guys to take only what they needed. An atmosphere of respect hung in the air, as one of the fighters quickly responded by calling him Sir, which meant not only agreement, but also readiness to carry out his order. As the shadows deepened, the fair-haired lieutenant, his muscles tense with effort, took up the heavy bag, insisting on sparing his commander the labor. Dale immediately said that Jeffir was probably tired during this time, unwrapping the burden with a sense of duty that was as heavy as the load itself. Dale immediately exclaims, telling Mr. Jeffir not to do anything and let him take care of everything, concern and unwavering devotion evident in his voice. Nearby, Sir Jaffer, calming for a moment, took a modest sip from his flask. The soft sound of water was interrupted by a distant conversation in which someone complimented his skill in dissecting monsters, an unusual talent that he humbly acknowledged without saying a word. The calm was broken by the alarmed voice of Dale, who asked how long the guys would stand there for a long time, and would they really make Sir Jaffer wait. The question was sharp, a reminder of the respect that Sir Jaffer demanded. At the end of the day, Sir Jaffer reflected on the efforts of his team and how, thanks to their contribution, he was able to maintain his strength. Thanks to their contribution, I was able to save some energy, he reflected, feeling grateful. Strategically, he envisioned a future in which the dangers of hunting would be mitigated by the cohesion and skill of his squad. Watching the trio from afar, their silhouettes silhouetted in the twilight, he saw one of them swing his spear victoriously. There was a sense of camaraderie among them, their spirit unshakable in the face of adversity. Sir Jaffir's lips curved into a rare smile, and his internal monologue gave out silent praise. The three of them aren't that bad. It was a quiet acknowledgement of their merits, a sign of silent approval from those who stood with him against the wild. In the twilight of reflection, doubt flashed in Sir Jaffer's watchful eyes. Although he recognized the merits of his comrades, one thought haunted him. Still, that's all they are, he mused, feeling the weight of unspoken words in the air. There was admiration in his gaze, but it was overshadowed by the harsh realism that not all battles are won by valor alone. The scene suddenly shifted into the night sky, where a figure stood, shrouded in mystery and darkness. The silhouette seemed to pulse with ominous energy, contrasting sharply with the celestial background. The words flashed through my head like a shadow. In a battle with him, they will not be so useful. A chill ran down Sir Jaffer's spine as he thought about the formidable opponent ahead, the specter of a test for which his team was not yet prepared. His hand, tightly gripping the bottle, became a symbol of their current state, a longing for strength, for resources, for hope. Experience, equipment, people flashed through my head, and every word became heavier with the weight of truth. This is not enough for what lies ahead. The realization came with the finality of the twilight. The coming conflict demanded more than they had, more than they were. Sir Jafir, his profile silhouetted against the dim light, felt the weight of leadership weighing on him. "I have to think of something," he whispered to himself. It was not just a thought, but a vow to find a way, to find a strategy that would help them overcome the storm brewing on the horizon. As the story drew to a close, the majestic cathedral building stood proud and unshakable. It was in these sacred halls that the revelation took place when a reverent voice broke the silence. "Oh, so it really is a predator." There was surprise in the speaker's voice as he acknowledged the windfall. "I didn't think you'd come back with such a valuable find." Yes, it was a triumph, but it hinted at the outbreak of a dangerous game in which the hunter could very well become the hunter. In the sacred halls of the temple, an exchange took place, shrouded not in secrecy, but in the openness of joint obligations. The bag, burdened with promise and potential, passed from one weather-beaten hand to another. The giver assured of its usefulness. The recipient was shocked by the size of the gift. "Oh God, all this," the recipient muttered, and the weight of the bag sank not only into her palm, but also into her consciousness. The woman, dressed in the white robes of the divine order, with the symbol of her faith emblazoned on her head, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. The goddess will certainly reward you for this good deed," she declared with a smile as warm as the light penetrating through the stained glass windows. She offered further assistance in the form of subspace pouches, indicating an abundance of resources and generosity of heart. However, in the shadows cast by the flickering candles stood a figure whose thoughts were shrouded in a darkness deeper than the alcoves of the temple. He watched the exchange with the interest of a scientist and a skeptic, noting the irony of shady dealings in an iconic place. "It's interesting to watch," he thought silently. His cynicism was a contrast to the apparent sanctity of the place. He reflected that the world knows that corruption can penetrate even the most sacred places. Outside lies a city that bears witness to the temple's influence, a civilization built around the spires of faith. The coins jingled and jingled. A golden river flowed from the hands of the devout into the treasury of the deity, sacrificing wealth for protection. It was the knights and combat slaves who swore allegiance to the temple, who made sure that not a single monstrous entity could disturb the peace brought by prosperity. The observer, whose gaze was as piercing as a knight's sword, reflected on the true nature of security in this world, where the divine intersected with everyday work. "Well, I guess security is an expensive luxury," he agreed, his words sounding like a whisper, lost among the chants of prayer. "It's all the better that now we can at least buy it with money." These words, although spoken softly, carried a weight of truth in a world where the cost of living was measured by the ability to survive, and survival itself was a currency traded by those willing to pay for it. In the world where they lived, a prophetic voice whispered a menacing prophecy. "Subsequently, it will be difficult for you to ensure your safety, even if you sell your body." This prophecy hung in the air, hanging like a silent ghost over the noisy streets, where two figures floated along the current of fate. The priestess, her robes reflecting the golden hues of the setting sun, walked alongside her companion with a sense of accomplishment. The predator and the black steel spider, both big names in their profession, were sold. The buyers were punctual, the deal was profitable, and their steps were light, as if they had completed the task. Yet there was surprise and newfound respect in their exchange. "I never thought that you would get me spiders made of black steel so quickly," the priestess admitted. A tinge of surprise sounded in her voice. The man next to her, known for his calm demeanor and silver hair, acknowledged the praise with a nod. His next question, practical as always, went to the heart of their enterprise. "So how much did we make?" The answer came not with a smile, but with a gloomy tilt of the head. 48% of the goal," the priestess admitted, and the seriousness of the situation was reflected in her eyes. 20% of sales went to pay off the debt to the temple. She wanted to say something else, but the continuation hung between them, burdened with meaning. This man, perhaps Sir Jaffa, had already moved on to the next phase of their plan. the details of which were as securely hidden as the contents of the pouch he held in his hands. "I asked for the laboratory to be removed," he said, a statement that was both innocuous and laden with hidden intent. He presented his work clothes and a pass, a ticket to the place where their next action would take place. The priestess unfolded the parchment, a shopping list for the Silver Alchemist set, rented for a reason. The priestess talked about how they had very little time, about the laboratory's work schedule, and about the need not to leave any traces behind. It was clear that their mission went far beyond everyday affairs, hinting at alchemical experiments that required stealth, precision, and perhaps a touch of the forbidden. As the evening light faded into twilight, Sir Jafer stood firm, hatching a plan in the quiet chambers of his mind. "Okay, it's still safer than trying to steal it," he thought with calculating calm. The quiet corridors of the laboratory awaited his secret touches, and he was ready. The potential call for service was a disguise of his true intentions. The priestess, a beacon of faith in her white robe, offered words of teasing consolation to the solemn man. "You are also paid, good sir. So don't worry," she chirped, dispelling the heavy air that often surrounded their endeavors with a soft edge. But her smile was fragile, threatened by the burden they both carried. Their respite was short-lived. A new figure emerged from the shadow's embrace, commandingly addressing the priestess in a respectful yet demanding tone. "So that's where you were, sister," he said, relief and seriousness in his voice. "I was looking for you to share the news." His request for her time suggested a conversation that could change course, change the ebb and flow of the tides. Sir Jafer, who always stood like an idol against the winds of change, could only utter a short "ha," since the appearance of a new person caused a quiet storm in him. A stream of thoughts, hidden behind a cold facade, flashed through my head. The timing was not the best. The best laid plans of mice and men often go wrong, and now they stood on the brink of an abyss. As the newcomer stepped into the dim light, his personality shattered all pretense of normality. Ned, known among the holy and damned as a first-class heresy examiner, is one of a dozen. His reputation was a storm that could bend an iron will and break the chains of petty secrets. His appearance was not just a break, but a harbinger of trials to come. Sir Jafer's mind, a fortress of strategies and secrets, realized the gravity of Ned's presence. He never expected to meet this man. Not here, not now. The silver-haired tactician knew that with the arrival of Ned, the heresy expert, the game had changed. The Templars' recognition of Ned's skill was a sign of power they could not ignore. This wasn't just another player on the board. He was a master of the game whose moves even the uninitiated could not predict. Under the fading light, Sir Jafer's gaze was a silent harbinger of unspoken thoughts. His path, a tapestry of untrodden paths and unspoken battles, hanging in the balance. "And as for my path," he thought, and the unfinished phrase became the beginning of an epic unfolding in the depths of his steel blue eyes. The atmosphere, filled with the hidden seriousness of the situation, was momentarily cleared by the priestess's joke. Her voice, filled with amusement, danced around Ned's solemn mood. "What exactly is the matter? Most likely this is not a request for a date. Have you come for a loan?" The lightness of her joke served as a subtle reminder of their shared past, of camaraderie forged in the crucible of the temple shadow. However, behind the playful facade there was a sharp mind of the priestess. She was well aware of what was happening at the moment, the subtle game of power and persecution unfolding before her. "Although he speaks to me, his target is the one standing behind me," she thought, conducting an internal monologue about strategic foresight. Ned, Sahaka's boss, didn't just come for pleasantries. His presence was a chess move in a game where Sir Jafer was the unwitting king. Her internal observation continued, quietly commenting on their courage. "They are very brave. I never would have thought that they would try to fight when a representative of the clergy was in front of them," she noted, astonished at their courage as clearly as at the setting sun. Turning gracefully, she suggested that the meeting be postponed until a later time in order to unravel the threads of their conversation. "Let's talk another time," she offered, promising to cut interest rates like a silken olive branch extended into the future. Ned, shrouded in the mystery befitting a heresy examiner, accepted the retreat from the conversation with a polite bow towards the inevitable. "Oh, Tilda, then is it okay if I at least ask about something urgent?" His question was as smooth as the tea he promised to serve. a mixture of the urgent and the noble, a balance between pressing matters and politeness that made their world go round. Ned's proposal hung in the air, a seemingly harmless invitation with subtext. "Why don't you come with us? How do you like it, Jafir?" There was a casual note in his voice, but everyone present could not help but notice the subtext. It was a dance of diplomacy and subtle power plays, where every word and gesture could be a veiled challenge or a probing question. Sir Jaffa stood, the fading light casting long shadows that mirrored those that flashed through his thoughts. When Ned hinted at a connection with Sahaki, his response was a deft parry, a distance shrouded in feigned oblivion. "I'm not sure who this is. I don't have a very good memory. I can't remember useless people." It was a statement as sharp as a sword's edge, clearly indicating that Jafir was not one to easily maneuver the intricate chessboard of their world. The priestess, caught between the two men, presented an image of serenity until a sudden surge of magical energy shattered this facade. "What? Can't be. Such sharp magical energy," she muttered, and her surprise manifested itself in the form of a physical reaction. Ned, with his questions and hints, may have hoped to find out secrets or conclude an alliance. But in the face of Sir Jaffa's impenetrable facade and the priestess's newfound awareness, it became clear that the path ahead was fraught with danger and silent battles yet to be fought. Ned's invitation was like a stone thrown into still water, and its ripples went far into the depths of the unknown. "Why don't you come with us? What do you think of this idea, Jafir?" he asked, and the smile on his lips did not quite reach his eyes. There was a playfulness in his tone, but underneath it lay the steel of undisclosed intentions. As he spoke, a new understanding dawned on the priestess. No, he could be even bigger, she thought, looking into the distance. The true measure of Sir Jaffa's strength was not what she had supposed. It was something much greater, something that even the knights of the temple could not eclipse. Ned, ever the provocateur, continued to subtly tease, mentioning the mysterious Sahaki and hinting at a connection with Sir Jafir. His words were casual, but they were barbed hooks, trying to latch onto secrets that might have been better left alone. "Now that I'm close, I understand why Sahaki couldn't stop himself from going against him," he mused, the weight of the implication in his words. Sir Jafir, whose face was as unreadable as always, responded in a dismissive tone. "I'm not sure who this is," he said, feigning ignorance. This is how he tried to hide his past from prying eyes. "My memory is not that good. I can't remember useless people." It was a deflection, a shield raised against Ned's questioning. But the calm before the storm was short-lived. The priestess, taken by surprise, felt a sudden surge of magic, sharp, powerful energy rushing through the air. "What can't be this sharp, magical energy?" she muttered breathlessly, feeling her composure shaken by the raw power that resonated with Sir Jafir's presence. The priestess's revelation came in one breath, her thoughts racing as she pieced together the puzzle that was Sir Jafir. He is not just an ordinary combat slave. He is on par with the temple knights. Her realization sounded like a silent clap of thunder, echoing her shock and awe. And then the priestess commanded with authority, like any decree. "Both on your knees," she demanded, her voice cutting through the tension. In her order there was a power capable of bending the will to peace, even if only for a moment. Ned, the mysterious examiner of heresy, and Sir Jaffa, shrouded in power, found themselves on their knees, their defiance crushed by the weight of the sacred law. The ground below them was not just ground. It was an altar of their submission to the command of the priestess. In that moment, the hierarchy was clear, the boundaries of power clearly drawn in the sand. The priestess, clad in the symbols of her faith, stood over Ned, and her words were like the blow of a whip. "Where do you think you are? You are crazy. Do you want to die?" Her command was absolute, unchallenged, her authority radiating from her like the halo of a divine mandate. She was the arbiter of destinies, ready to teach a lesson to anyone who dared to disturb the order of things. Her gaze fell on Sir Jafir, the so-called toy in her hands. Her proclamation was chilling, a harbinger of death, whispered by an angelic voice. "Since this child is my toy, if you try to do anything, I might kill you." The threat was veiled in velvet, but carried the hardness of steel, a reminder that her favor was a choice, not a given. After the collision, there was silence, in which echoes of strength and trembling of fear were heard. The priestess towering over Sir Jafir issued a warning disguised as concern. "Hey, you! Can you stop trying to fight everyone around you? This bastard is really dangerous, okay? Her words were a mixture of abuse and admiration, an acknowledgement of the dangerous force that Sir Jaffir represented. And there, in the shadow of the temple spears, Sir Jaffir could only silently acknowledge it. I'm still shaking. It was an acknowledgement of the consequences, a testament to the intensity of the power struggle they had all just endured. In the dim light of day, Ned's words cast a long shadow over the entire conversation, testifying to his mysterious power. Since he is a first-class examiner, that means he is strong, he thought. The confidence of a man aware of his strength sounded in his voice. But what followed was an unspoken truth that was chilling. No one lived to tell the story of how he mastered this power. The priestess, possessing sacred authority, addressed Jaffir with almost maternal parting words. "Do you understand how hard it is for me when you do such dangerous things?" She scolded, breaking through the veil of discontent. Her threat to kill him herself if he caused any more trouble was harsh, but not unkind. He was her ward, a treasure not to be squandered. Her worry was palpable as she warned Sir Jaffir to be on his guard. "I won't be able to protect you outside the temple," she said, and a rare crack appeared in her armor of invulnerability. It was a moment of vulnerability, an acknowledgement that even her abilities had limits. Sir Jaffir, always enigmatic, wrapped in a cloak of indifference, dismissed the tension of the moment with an offhand remark. "I just said hello." He waved it off, although his words hid a deep strategy and foresight. As the day waned, Sir Jaffir made his excuses with a clear and focused purpose. The fact that it's showing must mean they're almost ready. "I need to hurry up too," he said, feeling that he was being rushed. The priestess looked after him, and at the question hanging in the air, "Where are you going?" They answered her with one ominous word: "To the laboratory." In the dim light of the fading afternoon, a man with hair as white as winter's first snow turned slightly, a hint of mischief flashing in his eyes. "Let me ask you for one more favor," he said, and in his voice, smooth as velvet, there was a steely note, indicating that this was not just a request. Not far from him, among the swirling dust of a place forgotten by time, another figure appeared, dressed in a robe that had seen better days. He laughed, a sound that danced between triumph and madness. "Ha ha, that's the power of engraving." He was amazed, and a wild grin played on his lips at the sight of the unprecedented power that had just awakened in him. Meanwhile, the third heroine, with deep crimson curls, leaned back into the shadows, her eyes becoming narrow slits of discontent. "It puts me in a bad mood," she hissed, and the air around her crackled with barely restrained rage. These words were a warning, an omen of the storm that was brewing beneath her outer calm. In the consecrated room, illuminated by the unearthly radiance of sacred fires, the student looked up, betrayal written on his face. "Teacher, what does this mean? Do you want me to enter the Temple of Light and become a slave?" The question hung heavy, indicating his disappointment and the collapse of his once indestructible faith. Above them all, in the sanctity of the hall lined with ancient texts and wisdom, towered a figure in blue and white robes, the embodiment of regal defiance. Turning her back to the world, she addressed an invisible enemy, her voice filled with contempt. "Do you want me to be marked with the engraving of this filthy slave?" She spat out words, each of which showed contempt for the fate that they tried to impose on her. In the underground corridors of power, a hidden figure brooded over past grievances. Long brown hair framed a face marked by history and hatred. "You should know the resentment I have for these people. But still..." These words hung in the air, like an echo of unresolved conflicts and a prelude to reluctant decisions. The man, adorned with a golden filigree symbol on his robe, spoke in a grim tone about the fate of their comrades. "Two of our brothers, who entered the temple under the guise of priests, were recently discovered and executed. This news was a cold reminder of the danger to which they were exposed, evidence of the cost of their secret struggle. Elsewhere, shrouded in shadow, a figure with cascading blue hair and a mask spoke of the difficulties ahead. They've beefed up security. All the remaining brothers there are doing everything possible to avoid being caught." There was an urgent need in these words. They testified to the danger their compatriots were in, walking along the razor edge between shadow and light. But hope was not lost yet. The scythe, a silent harbinger of fate, flashed in the dim light, unfolding a new plan. "However, there is another way to get our people inside." There was an unspoken strategy in the air, a last gambit in the face of tightening chains. The scene gave way to a symbol, ethereal and glowing with an unearthly light. The revelation was clear. The followers of the light are unaware of those who have been marked. On the great chessboard of their conflict, the marked ones moved quietly, undetected, their curses a hidden force. For in the shadow of the light, the enemy's greatest weapon was his unwitting ignorance that there were marked ones among them. In the fading light of dusk, a figure stood before the council, clothed in the dark tapestry of night, and the unearthly glow from her braid cast long shadows. With hair as blue as the twilight sky, they spoke of possibilities born from the enemy's watch. As long as you are marked, they will limit their actions. We will use this to our advantage, they said, their voices carrying the promise of clever strategies yet to be implemented. The air crackled with the tension of the upcoming action as they continued. You will receive the mark and infiltrate the Temple of Light, and you'll steal the loot they collect from raid dungeons. Their plan was a gambit, a dance on the edge of danger and deception. All eyes turned to Ned, his brown hair falling like a silent waterfall onto his cloak of shadows. He was singled out, chosen. Only you can do this task, Ned, the leader declared, anointing him with trust and the burden of his hopes. Ned's eyes sparkled with determination. He was the linchpin of their machinations. The scene shifted to focus on the symbol, a cross in a circle torn apart by lightning, a stark revelation. The followers of the light will not realize that we have found a way to destroy the mark. The council has created a secret weapon, an antidote to the curse that has bound them for a long time. And yet, with wisdom gained from years of loss and sacrifice, the shadowed figure warned against restraint. However, we cannot use it now. Wait until the moment is right. Their words were a reminder that patience is as deadly a weapon as the sharpest blade. Ned, his profile silhouetted against the approaching darkness, absorbed the full weight of the task assigned to him. The fire of vengeance burned within him, a silent vow to force the followers of the light to atone for their wrongdoings. Then we'll make sure they pay. These dirty followers of light. His voice was a whisper, but it carried the force of a gathering storm, a harbinger of the retribution that would soon fall upon the unsuspecting students. The golden hue of the late sun fell on the village square, where the day's work faded into the evening silence. Amidst the soft clink of dishes and the homely aroma of cooking food, a man in a wide-brimmed hat paused, his work-weary hands frozen, hearing a call from the other end of the yard. "Hey, eat first!" A warm and persistent voice beckoned. Turning with a grin that crinkled the corners of his eyes, he replied with slight surprise, "Oh, is it really time to eat already?" The day flew by unnoticed. Each hour was marked not so much by the passage of time as by the rhythm of work. The two villagers walked side by side, their conversation a low rumble amid the general chatter. "This is probably how we work every damn month," one of them muttered with a hint of disappointment in his voice. He glanced towards the perimeter of the village. "Come on, why does the barrier keep getting damaged?" The question hung in the air, indicating their fatigue and the relentless cycle of repair and destruction. "Protecting the temple is an unaffordable luxury," the second answered with a resigned sigh. "That's why we have to build such a barrier." His words conveyed a sense of self-reliance born of necessity, a community building its own defense. In the shadow of a wooden palisade, one of the villagers demonstrated a defensive movement, a practiced and precise gesture towards an imaginary enemy. "This is how I will hit the head," he explained, and there was a confidence in his movements that did not match the simplicity of his defense. The routine was abruptly interrupted by a call. "Hey guys, it seems like someone from the temple." Surprise was evident on every face, and a wave of alarm passed through the crowd as all eyes turned to the unexpected guest. At the edge of the village stood a figure, commanding and out of place among the village nature. The villager, clothed in the humility of his position, approached the newcomer with cautious respect. What brings you to this humble place?" he asked. The stranger with the emblem of the temple, from whom the other world emanated, was a harbinger of change, and the reasons for his visit to their humble village were still unknown. In the quiet of the village, the air became tense with anticipation as a stranger from the temple asked a question to the assembled locals. "How many residents are there?" His voice was devoid of warmth. There was some kind of purpose in it that had yet to be revealed. The peasant, a simple man in a modest cloak, answered the question with a frown. "What? I guess. About 50 people or so," he replied, a hint of confusion in his voice. He couldn't understand why such a detail would interest this impressive newcomer. "Not bad," came the answer, and the corners of the temple visitor's mouth rose upward in the semblance of a smile, which never appeared in his cold eyes. His words hung in the air. There was a veiled meaning in them, causing the villagers to exchange worried glances. Suddenly the scene changed, rippled like a troubled pond, and a memory appeared in it, a memory of shame and anger. "What a humiliation he inflicted on me," muttered the stranger, turning his thoughts to the time when he was brutally attacked and his pride was torn to shreds. The pain of that moment seemed to fuel a grim determination, and he declared with poisonous determination, "I will never forgive this. I'll make sure he pays back handsomely." His oath was a whisper of malice, a promise of vengeance, chilling and absolute. And then, laughing, he shattered the calm of the evening. He released all the power of his bitterness. Behind him a shadow stirred, monstrous and terrible, a ghost of anger caused by the depth of his hatred. The villagers could only watch in horror as the night began to become distorted by the dark energies of an ancient grudge. Beneath the indigo cloak of the night sky, the Temple of Light rose like a beacon of secrets. Within its mysterious walls was the laboratory, a sanctuary dedicated to the arcane art of making potions and creating formidable equipment. It was here that forbidden knowledge was whispered in the sacred halls. In the stone walls of the laboratory, on shelves lay the rarest ingredients: blue herbs that left behind remnants of power, ice tree bark covered with parasitic fungi, viscous liquids of decayed kobolds, mushrooms sprouted from the fallen, and grey centipedes huddled in the darkness. These were components not for the faint of heart, but necessary for those compositions that boiled and brewed in the alchemical cauldron. As the moon rose higher, bathing the laboratory windows in silvery light, a figure hunched over a boiling cauldron cast a spell. If these ingredients were brewed with the venom of the Spider Queen, it was a recipe that danced on the edge of darkness, a potion that held within itself the whispers of death. The moment of revelation came when the glass flask was raised to the light, and a liquid appeared in it, shimmering with the midnight shades of the starless sky. "Everything is ready," the alchemist announced. Triumph and foreboding sounded in his voice. He picked up the vial that contained the 72nd of Poison King Fade's deadly elixirs, the infamous Zagan, whose reputation was as deadly as the night was dark. The silence that followed was broken by a plea for shelter. "I will die if Ned and the other inquisitors interfere with my work, so help me," the alchemist begged, turning to the nun who swore his protection. He reasoned coldly and calculatingly. His life was a coin in the temple treasury, and death was a loss they could not afford. The nun, dressed in the habit of her order, found herself in a dilemma. The oath to protect was sacred, but complicity in such dark deeds is a path fraught with shadows. He was not mistaken, and I helped him. But a thought flashed through, a silent admission that perhaps some oaths are too dangerous to be fulfilled. In the dimly lit laboratory of the Temple of Light, an intricate diagram of a human figure lay on a table, dotted with lines and markings similar to ancient runes. At the sight of this spectacle, the person watching what was happening had a puzzled look on his face, and he furrowed his eyebrows, muttering to himself, "What is this?" The bewilderment in his voice reverberated off the stone walls, becoming a mirror image of the riddle. The alchemist, a man with a sharp mind and sharp features, turned away from the parchment, his attention drawn to the essence of the arcanum tree. "The wood of the arcane tree is as hard as metal," he proclaimed, a fact known to few, a secret that promised untapped potential. Among the alchemical instruments and bottles, the alchemist explained to the curious nun the art of acupuncture, deftly wielding thin needles. "They're called acupuncture needles," he said with the patience of a teacher. "In the East they are used for medicinal purposes." His voice was a bridge between worlds, between mysticism and medicine. The scene shifted to the needles, which were now being dipped into a mixture carefully diluted in precise proportions. "Dip the needles into Belial and Zagan, diluted 1/100, for 10 minutes, he instructed. The precision of the task was as important as the ritual itself, a dance of time and concentration. When the last needle was removed from the bath, The reflection of newfound truth flashed in the alchemist's eyes. The poison is very simple. Its only use is to kill a person without much effort, he began, and this statement carried the weight of common knowledge. But when his gaze returned to the shadowed corners of the room, he finished. Or so everyone thought. The subtext hung in the air, laden with the promise of revelations to come. A new chapter was being written in the underground of the Temple of Light, in which the deadly dance of poison found a new partner, a target capable of transcending death and perhaps taking over life. In the shady corners of the Temple of Light, where the aromas of herbs and the alchemy of poisons hovered, a lonely figure worked with dexterous and tenacious hands. With each needle dipped into the green elixir, he thought about an upside-down world. Who would have thought? His thoughts were a tapestry of history and regret, woven from the dark threads of an era when demons walked the earth and gods in their distant abodes stripped humanity of the very powers it once possessed. As the man plunged the thin needles into the composition, there was a whisper of protest against the past in his voice. When the race of demons invaded our world, and the gods took away the power they gave us, betrayal of the divine was a wound that time would not heal. Just think, we all relied on poisons. The revelation was made not with pride, but with grim resignation. The quills, now gleaming with the emerald hue of poison, were an unlikely choice for salvation, evidence of their desperate reliance on deadly art for protection. The tale took a turn for the worse when, without warning, the man fell, his body convulsing, a sharp cough escaping his lips, and he clutched his chest. The nun, whose robe contrasted sharply with the dark tiles, rushed to his aid with a cry of alarm. "Oh, dear customer." There was panic in her voice as she saw him fall, the poison needle plates scattering next to him. However, everything was not as it seemed. The man stood up. Snake-like traces of veins were visible on his body, untouched by the poison that affected smaller creatures. He turned to the nun, his tone filled with mystery and confidence. "Don't be surprised at what will happen. When I give you the signal, do it." His words were cryptic, a riddle she had yet to solve. The nun's eyes widened with confusion and incipient fear. What are you trying to do?" she asked, feeling how her duty to the temple conflicted with her concern for the person standing in front of her. The unknown plan he was plotting lay like a shadow on her heart, an omen that whispered of dark events to come. In a quiet chamber, where the air hummed with hidden energy, stood a man with a feeling of newfound strength. "Upgrade," he announced, and there was confidence in his voice. This word was not just a statement, but evidence of the amazing transformation that he was about to experience. A metamorphosis promised by the alchemy of poison turned into a panacea. He discovered an ancient secret about Fade's 72 deadly poisons and their chameleon-like nature. He learned that when carefully diluted, these deadly substances turn into enhancing agents that, balancing each other, can enhance a person's natural abilities to unprecedented levels. When preparing for the procedure, the man was aware of the risk. He knew that the volatile mixture of Belial, which caused excruciating pain, and Zagan, the essence of instability, could harm his body. "Hawk!" he gasped as the first wave of pain shot through him, a grim harbinger of the trials he was about to endure. "It will hurt me a lot, and my stability will decrease," he muttered to himself, coming to terms with the cost of his ambitions. The suffering was intense, as if fire and ice were flowing through his veins, but he was determined, his eyes burning with the fire of determination. Concentrating, the man plunged into a deep meditative state. His mind was focused on the internal flow of energy, the technique of using and circulating the magical power within him to suppress the violent dance of the poison. It was a delicate balance, an art of arcana that required all his strength. Against the dim light, he looked like a statue, every muscle tense with the effort of controlling the raging energy that threatened to overwhelm him. "If I succeed, I can improve my performance to the next level," he whispered, making a silent oath to the forces that were testing him. In the sacred silence of the room, only the whisper of his breath and the faint hum of magic in the air could be heard. The man standing on the threshold of pain and power was a solitary figure, forging his destiny with the forbidden knowledge of the alchemist. In the silence of the unknown place, there was a tension that seemed to thicken the very air. One of the heroes, stern and collected, said with unshakable determination, "This is all nonsense." These words hung in the air, testifying to an unbending will that gave no rest. It was said again, this cannot be called either a crisis or pain. It was a sharp denial of the seriousness of the situation, a refusal of torment that would cripple the soul of a lesser person. Meanwhile, the nun, dressed in the robes of faith, watched in amazement as the miracle unfolded before her eyes. "The color of his blood vessels returns to normal," she exclaimed, her voice filled with awe and disbelief. Whatever happened, it was a deviation from the natural order of things, a violation of the expectations set by both medicine and prayer. Elsewhere, a shadowy figure was preparing to undertake a task of dire consequences, so difficult that the cost of its accomplishment was met with grim approval. "When I complete it, I probably won't be able to move." These words did not sound fear, but agreement, recognition that in order to achieve the goal, it is necessary to make a sacrifice. The silver-haired orchestra member of this unfolding drama stood at the center of the maelstrom of events. Their order was clear: monitor the situation. When I give the signal, this directive laid the foundation for the events to come. They were the eyes of the storm, calm and determined amid the chaos. Then a name was called, perhaps a code, and a question was asked that seemed to cut through the tension. "Are you ready, White Rose?" It was a call to arms, a call to be prepared before the storm came. The command followed as quickly as lightning. Now, it was a moment of action, the turning of a key in the lock of fate. The nun, with a mask of determination on her face, held a needle in her hands, sparkling with poisonous intentions. A poisoned needle into the top of his head. These words spoke of an action so dangerous, so fraught with finality, that a shiver ran down the spine of the bravest heart. At the climax of this dangerous action, the gravity of the moment was laid bare in a silent confession. "I can tell what will happen if I fail, even if I don't ask." Death. It was an acknowledgement of the harsh reality they faced, the delicate balance between life and death, on the edge of a needle. The heroes stood at the forefront of fate, and their actions in these fleeting moments could tip the scales in an irreversible and absolute direction. As the last rays of day gave way to growing twilight, Sister Abigail's eyes lit up with excitement. The weight of a fateful decision fell upon her. The simplicity of her monastic life contrasted sharply with the complexity of the current situation. "What should I do?" she whispered, barely audibly breathing in the silence of the sanctuary. The question was a silent plea for help, because in her hands was the balance of life and death. Time passed, and when the heavens put on their mantle of night, speckled with the distant lights of countless stars, the scene moved to the northern forest, sheltering the Temple of Light. Here, under the heavenly gaze, fate was already being decided. The serenity of the night was shattered by a cacophony of horror. Desperate figures in dark robes rushed through the thicket, gasping with fear. "They are approaching us!" A cry rang out, foreshadowing the horror that gripped their ranks. Monstrous birds, creatures of nightmare, were approaching them with eyes like coals and claws like daggers. "Your mother! Those bastards from the reconnaissance team! Didn't they say it was just one nest?" Accusation broke through the night, a bitter realization of betrayal. Their mission, based on imperfect intelligence, failed, plunging them into a nightmare of wings and evil beaks. Panic quickly gave way to despair, clinging to my throat. Did someone call for reinforcements? The question was thrown into the darkness as hope for salvation. Amidst the chaos, a glimmer of hope pierced the darkness. One of them, with determination etched on his face, declared, "A minute ago, I fired a flare. Reinforcements are coming soon." His words became a lifeline, a promise that their struggle had not gone unnoticed, that their fate was not yet sealed. In this tapestry of fear and faint hope, Sister Abigail's inner torment is echoed in the palpable struggle for survival in the heart of the forest. Her moment of indecision, fraught with unseen consequences, reflected the immediate danger facing the group of brothers under the trees. As they held on to life, so she held on to clarity, each of them awaiting deliverance in their own way. Under the cover of darkness, the forest came to life with the stomping of feet and desperate breathing. Brother Matthias, wearing a brown hood, pushed his weakening legs forward. "Run to the temple," he breathlessly repeated the mantra that encouraged his spirit. But his call was abruptly stopped. Guttural Keok escaped him as invisible forces grabbed his body in a cruel grip. The world narrowed to the beating of his heart and the viscous need to survive. There are about 5 kilometers left to the temple, he thought, and the distance echoed in his mind with a mocking echo. And it takes more than 20 minutes to walk to the temple, even in broad daylight. The darkness seemed to laugh at him, and the temple was an elusive sanctuary that mocked his misfortune with its distance. As he made his way through the thicket, the night sky, covered in a tapestry of indigo and silver, was obscured by the monstrous forms of birds. Matthias raised his head, and his heart was gripped by horror. The creatures dived at him, their eyes sparkling with evil hunger. Their screams were the sounds of nightmares made flesh, harbingers of a cruel end. A moment later, the nightmare hit him. The bird, whose beak was the spear of death, fell upon him with the force of a hammer blow. Matthias's scream was lost in a flurry of feathers and fury, his body a painting of shock and agony as the creature's beak found its mark. The attack was relentless. More winged attackers joined him, their claws like daggers aimed at his soul. Once on the ground, Matthias could only cover himself with his hands. The sword was useless against the onslaught. Every bird was the shadow of death, and in their unyielding eyes, Matthias saw the end of his desperate flight. In the very heart of the forest, the struggle between man and beast unfolded with primitive cruelty. Every moment was a battle, every breath a victory over the inevitable. And yet, as the claws descended, Matthias's thoughts turned to the temple, to the light that seemed so far away, and to the hope that, against all odds, he could still reach it. In the very center of the chaos, where the very ground was scarred from the fury of battle, stood a lone warrior. Silver hair crowned his head, and his skin was decorated with signs that spoke of ancient power. Kneeling amid the rubble and ethereal flames, he was the eye of the storm, the calm in a world maddened by violence. Energy flowed through him, blue flames licking the air, silently testifying to the power he was summoning from within. Rising sharply, the warrior stood up to his full height, his body becoming a pillar among the swirling whirlpool of dust and fire of the spirit. His presence was an affront to the sky, an insult to the winged horrors that descended upon him. From his lips came a sound that was part battle cry, part war song. Kill! He broke through the noise of monstrous screams. Birds of prey circled above him with evil intent, but the warrior was unshakable. His mind was a fortress. There were 12 monsters left outside the dungeon. He silently counted, and this number was fixed in his mind. In total, the number of neck bones of bird monsters, 12. It was a grim count, a list of enemies that needed to be defeated, a score that had to be settled only by his hand, and then a glimmer of hope appeared in the air. Reinforcements from the temple. Are they here already? These words became a balm for his spirit, the promise of help a pleasant melody amid the cacophony of battle. But the mark on his shoulder, the symbol of alliances and oaths, seemed to pulse with a question that had no answer. Meanwhile, Brother Matthias, a fragment of chaos, with a face streaked with panic and confusion, scanned the horizon. But is he alone? The realization of this fact hit him like a physical blow, and his mind began to shake. Where is the nest? Where? Yes. The puzzle piece fell into place, and the dawn of understanding reflected in his eyes. In a moonlit clearing stood a silver-haired figure from whom an indescribable authority emanated. His presence was imperious, an invisible force forcing one to obey. "If you continue on this path," he said, and his voice was lost in the night with a thoughtful HM. Brother Matthias, shocked by the meeting, silently nodded, whispering, "Okay." When a flare flashed at his feet, casting long shadows that danced wildly around him, a look of confusion appeared on his face, and a quiet "ah" revealed his inner turmoil. The forest seemed to freeze as Matthias tried to understand the aura of the young man standing in front of him. "I felt such overwhelming intimidation from this young man," he mused, the words ringing in his head like a ghostly melody. It was as if I was receiving orders from someone in a much higher position. The realization of this fact was unnerving, disturbing the balance in his world. As Matthias watched the carnage, the reality of his actions became clear to him. Surrounded by the remains of monstrous birds, he realized his submission. And then I reflexively told him where the entrance to the dungeon was. It was a confession whispered into the night, a secret that the silver-haired enigma now shared with him. When clarity returned, it was already too late. The figure disappeared like a forest ghost. Matthias, left alone with the dead man, felt regret. When I came to my senses, I regretted that I had not told him one important thing, he lamented, losing words in the darkness. But it was a long time ago when he disappeared. In the silence that followed, Matthias could only ponder the weight of the knowledge he had conveyed and the true intentions of the mysterious figure. After a fierce battle, dark truths were whispered in the forest shadows. A lone survivor, haunted by memories of his dead comrades, told a terrible story. 4 of the 7 members of my party died in that dungeon, he recalled with a heavy sense of grief. And of the 3 who managed to get out, I was the only survivor. The revelation hung in the air, becoming a vivid reminder of the danger lurking in the depths of the dungeon. Brother Matthias, whose face showed suffering, was overcome by a painful thought. "I should have stopped him," he complained, and his voice echoed painfully among the trees. "I should have waited for reinforcements. I had to stop him so he wouldn't go alone." The weight of responsibility weighed on him, the weight of what could have been if only he had intervened. Meanwhile, the silver-haired figure stood in silent victory over the colossal form of the main monster. His prostrate mass lay beneath him, a testament to the warrior's strength. The scent of triumph was in the air, and the ground was hallowed by the end of the battle. When the dust settled and calm returned to the warrior, he exhaled an air that seemed to take away all the tension of the battle. "Phew," he exhaled, and this simple phrase marked the end of the tension. Now there was calm in his posture, the calm of a battle-hardened soul that had defeated the beast, and with peace came awareness, a feeling of newfound strength that flowed through his veins. "I feel light in my body. It seems that my characteristics have increased by 2 or 2.5 times, he noted, internally assessing his increased skill. Everything went well. This experience made him anew, stronger and more capable. With the right equipment, it's worth a try, he mused, contemplating the future with the wisdom of a man who knows the true cost of victory. When the noise of the battle died down under the night sky, Jeffir stood looking up. A green flash like a comet born from the earth flashed over him, drawing a line of hope against the darkness. It was a beacon that whispered of crises averted and battles won. In its light, he reflected on his further actions, on the tools that he would need on unknown paths. What equipment should I take? He thought, and the question hung in the cool air. The days blossomed like the petals of a new flower, and the grandeur of the Temple of Light appeared before my eyes. Its spires reached to the sky, silently testifying that it promised refuge to those who found themselves in its stone embrace. Rumors of the warrior's deeds spread like wildfire. An out-of-control nest of cockatrices, a medium-sized bastion of monsters led by a colossus, was destroyed. Purified by one slave, the legend said, and every word was colored with reverence. It was a feat that was impossible to believe, but the evidence was there. In the hallowed halls of the temple, 2 figures were engaged in quiet conversation. The testimonies of survivors and the results of field research formed a single whole. "He's really making himself attractive to participate in the raid in 20 days, one of them remarked, his voice filled with intrigue and suspicion. The implication was obvious. The warrior had intentions that went beyond what was visible to the eye, ambitions that attracted the attention of the powers that be. Another, empowered to distinguish truth from heresy, was considering further action. Senior heresy expert Matthias Grimmer, whose name had become synonymous with the harsh justice of the Temple of Light, weighed his words with the seriousness of a judge. Maybe interrogate him? To check if he is a worshipper of the demon god, he suggested, and his question carried the severity of the consequences and the echo of the upcoming Inquisition. Lucius Giornetti, leader of the Knights of the Temple, stood resolutely in the dimly lit corridor of the Temple of Light. His word was final. "No, leave him alone." His voice carried the weight of an order, drowning out the murmurs of dissent with the calm authority befitting his rank. Matthias, the chief heresy examiner, used the seriousness of his office to voice his concerns about the integrity of their ranks. "But if we don't properly weed out those suspected of worshipping demonic gods before the raid..." His voice broke, weighed down by the weight of possible sabotage from within. Lucius turned his back to him, a towering wall of conviction, and interrupted him with cold pragmatism. "As long as they are useful, I don't care if they worship demonic gods." It was a statement that reflected the harsh truths of their holy war, where the end could justify the most unholy means. "They still don't have enough strength to get to the chief's room," Lucius continued, rejecting the very idea that these suspects could pose a serious threat. It was a rejection not only of their power, but also of their very significance. Matthias, his features outlined in the shadows of the torchlit passage, laid out his strategy in his mind. So we used them to help us get to the boss room and destroy them along with the boss. His plan was as ruthless as it was effective. It involved using weak-willed people as meat to fulfill their sacred mission. Within the hallowed walls of the Temple of Light, two old friends walked down a dimly lit corridor, their cloaks whispering against the ancient stones. Matthias, the chief examiner of the heresy, addressed the vanguard leader of the raiding party, Lucius Giornetti, not by title, but as a friend with whom he had been friends for 2 decades. He spoke about his plans, and his words clearly showed their common history. Lucius, the leader of the Knights of the Temple, responded with a chuckle that echoed in the cool air of the passage, a rare sound of amusement in a place so often filled with solemnity. Ha ha ha, he laughed, and this sound became a signal of their connection. With the warmth of old trust, he teased Matthias, saying, "That's why I'm showing this to you, my best friend, since you're so worried." They stopped in front of a door, grand and imposing, its design a testament to the power and secret it guarded. With a gesture of intimacy and privilege, Lucius presented Matthias with an awe-inspiring sight, the spear of radiant light and the winged shield of Michael. These were not just weapons, but relics of legend. Their very existence became the property of sacred texts and divine traditions. Lucius, bowing his head casually and proudly, admitted that these artifacts required a personal sacrifice from him, a third of his vast fortune. Matthias, hardened by years of service and the Inquisition for heresy, could not hide his surprise. In front of him lay legendary objects that I had only seen in books. His voice betrayed his amazement, which is not often characteristic of a man of his position. As a final reassurance, Lucius placed a comforting hand on Matthias's shoulder, reassuring him of the reality of their victory. That tedious dungeon that we spent 10 years of our lives clearing is now over. You don't have to worry about anything. The confidence in his voice promised the end of their ordeal together, the closing of a chapter that left behind the echoes of battle and the weight of vigilance. In the dim light of the early morning, the training grounds were filled with the sounds of clanking metal and determined shouts. At the head of it all stood a figure with long, flowing blonde hair, whose eyes burned with the fire of ambition. "I will be invincible in this raid," he declared, and there was confidence in his voice that bordered on prophecy. Elsewhere, in a spacious room, 3 young warriors were making preparations. One of them, with sandy hair, stretched with a groan. "Damn, I'm not warmed up yet," he complained, his muscles aching with the desire to act. "Why are there so many people on the training ground?" asked his interlocutor, looking curiously out the window at the noisy scene outside. The question hung in the air until the orange-haired member of their trio, casually holding a bottle in his hand, made a nonchalant assumption. "Probably because of the raid," he thought, taking a sip. "There are rumors that there are only 2 or 3 places left for slaves, so they are trying to stand out." His words painted a clear picture of despair and hope in the ranks, in stark contrast to their own aloof behavior. "Hear, hear. We have nothing to do with it," he continued, dismissing the surging feelings with a wave of the bottle. The rest of the warriors exchanged glances. One of them twisted his face in confusion, not understanding his comrade's indifference. In the corridor of a neighboring building, a figure in a white robe moved silently with the grace of a dove. She stopped, and the sunlight illuminated her with a heavenly glow. Something caught her attention, whispers coming from the training ground, or perhaps snatches of phrases from the conversations of young warriors. "Oh my God," she said quietly, and an expression of slight surprise appeared on her calm face, and her green eyes reflected a story that had yet to be learned. When a group of warriors greeted the white-robed woman, one of them could not hide his contempt. "Hello, sister," came in response with feigned politeness, colliding with the grin of the other, who could not resist hissing, "Hello, Tilda." "Pay your interest on time, trash Tilda." A mixture of respect and contempt hung in the air. Confusion showed on their faces as they watched the nun leave their chambers. "What's happening? Why is this demon sister coming out of our room?" One of them muttered. Suspicion and fear were heard in his voice. The name Demon Sister was a paradox to her serene appearance. It hinted at untold stories and rumors. In a secluded room, far from prying eyes, a man with hair as white as the first winter snow sat in quiet peace. His presence was like a quiet lake, deep and calm. "You are here," he said, greeting his visitors with an unnerving calm that did not hide the tension that followed them like a shadow. The warrior's eyes were attracted by the shine on the man's finger, a ring, simple but eye-catching. He was with his sister until now. The ring on his finger. "Could it be?" whispered one of the warriors, and the dots connected into a silent storm of awareness. What kind of ring is this?" the other one stammered, and the fear in his voice colored the words with shades of horror. The white-haired man looked at the ring with an impassive gaze, as if it were just a trinket. "It's just that someone gave it to me," he answered, and his voice did not contain the heaviness that his companions attached to the gold ring. His indifference only deepened the mystery, shrouding the moment in a veil that was neither entirely threatening nor entirely benign. In a world of magic and machinations, the ring of purification was more than just decoration. In his golden loop lay the power to alter the flow of mana, a beacon of protection from the darkest curses. Its power, framed by an ancient text, spoke of daily deliverance from the power of evil, of a single use of curse removal that could turn the tide of fate. The ring ended up on the finger of a man marked with alabaster curls, his silhouette bathed in the soft glow of magic. "White Rose gave me something very good," he thought, and his lips curled into a knowing smile. The gift was not a simple token, it testified to the mercy and favor of the giver, a benefit from an ally dressed in the robes of piety. White Rose herself, a nun whose eyes danced with a mixture of piety and skill, stood with a confidence that echoed through the halls. "After amplification comes the equipment," she proclaimed, her voice ringing with a melody of strength and confidence. The ring was only a sample of her capabilities, a hint of the treasures that she could give. "Tell me whatever you want." "I'll get everything for you," she offered, and her words became a bridge between desire and its fulfillment. The man, whose white hair stood out sharply against the shadows, acknowledged her abilities with the respect characteristic of those who act not only with intent, but also with understanding. "She prepared something for me even before I asked." "She has common sense," he admitted, admiration and intrigue in his tone. Her foresight was a rare commodity, which he, in moments of calm reflection, knew how to appreciate. He chuckled quietly but meaningfully. "She has a nose for money," he noted. This statement painted a portrait of White Rose not just as a holy figure, but as a player in a larger game. A game where perception was as valuable as the gold in their pockets. In the shadow-shrouded corners of the kingdom, where secrets were the lifeblood of power, stood Sister Agnes, clad in her habit, her eyes betraying the seriousness of her secret dealings. "I heard about it from a black market informant," she admitted, her voice a whisper that carried the weight of her vast network, sneaking into the underground of society as deftly as a snake in the grass. The tale spiraled further into a dark tapestry of intrigue when word of the Assassin's Guild Persephone became known. Once whispered about throughout the land, this guild was a mystery, a shadow dancing away from the light. They were an invisible hand, their touch as deadly as the poison they wielded, a poison that gave them powers incomprehensible to ordinary people. In the midst of this chaos stood a man with hair as white as moonlight, with the composure of a man who had faced death and emerged victorious. His figure, riddled with the scars of countless battles, moved with the grace of a predator. Suspiciously good hunting skills and strengthening the body with poison, he thought, piecing together scattered evidence. Everything is starting to fall into place. It was then, in the midst of a stormy dance, that he discovered the truth that hung in the air like the smell of blood. "My dear client was the Persephone killer," he announced, and the knowledge of his connection with the guild unfurled like the banner of a conqueror. However, even legends fall apart, and Persephone was no exception. Due to internal conflict several years ago, Persephone fell into decline, Sister Agnes mused, her words painting a picture of a once mighty empire reduced to ruins and a whispered legacy. The higher nobles, these puppet masters of power, still coveted the poisonous talents of the remnants of the guild. But I heard that high-ranking nobles who were their clients were looking for survivors and the poisons they used. She shared information that could buy both loyalty and hostility. In the glittering corridors of power, where whispers carry more weight than gold, White Rose stood with the conviction of one who knows the value of secrets. The nobles are ready to spend a lot of money to get the best talent and the best poison, she declared. And in her gaze one could read the understanding that such weapons were priceless on the chessboard of the nobility. Her thoughts were not occupied with small benefits or fleeting acquisitions. With the fervor of a fanatic, she turned on her heel, her robes fluttering behind her. Now is not the time to make small money through outrageous trading commissions, she thought, her mind racing with plans. I must make my dear client mine while I have the chance. Her ambitions were clear as dawn. She wanted to recruit a fearsome assassin into her service so that she could use his shadow abilities for her own purposes. Unaware of this, the alabaster-haired man watched her machinations with detached amusement. It looks like she is very mistaken. He whispered into the silence of his chambers, and a grin played on his lips. Assassin, damn! His grin was a soft sound that spoke of unsolved secrets and plans within plans. Yet in the misinterpretation, he saw a silver lining, a thread of opportunity in a tapestry of complexity. Well, everything will be all right. No. This is even good, he thought, narrowing his eyes slyly. The rumors that White Rose spread could serve as bait, a siren call for those he wanted to lure out of the shadows. As night engulfed the world in its obsidian grip, a cloaked figure appeared against the starless sky. If White Rose spreads rumors about me, he will find me himself, he muttered, sharply outlining his silhouette against the darkness. There was a promise in his tone, a certainty that the disturbance she would cause would lead to the long-awaited confrontation on his doorstep. In the dimly lit room, an atmosphere of camaraderie and jokes reigned around the white-haired interlocutor. One of them, sweat glistening on his forehead, leaned towards him with a mixture of awe and envy. When did you develop such a relationship with your sister? You are amazing. A ring as a gift, he said, mistaking the sign of alliance for a symbol of a more intimate connection. Laughter and teasing ensued, and then another comrade slapped him on the back. So that's why he didn't come back all night, he said, and the group's admiration showed in their grins and taunts. As a man, you deserve my respect, big brother. The white-haired man accepted their praise with a raised eyebrow, silently admitting they were wrong. In an effort to get away from the topic, he cleared his throat, and a serious expression appeared on his face. In any case, I have something to tell you about the dungeon, he began, ready to tell about the dangers and depths from the underground of their world. But before he could begin his story, a sudden knock on the door cut through the fun like a knife through silk. Silence reigned in the room. Heads turned in the direction of the sound. Everyone tensed, preparing for action. "Who's there?" asked one of them. His voice was even but wary. The door creaked open, revealing an empty hallway, but it wasn't the absence that caught their attention. It was a knife, firmly planted in the wooden door and holding a note, which fluttered like a captive bird. Narrowing his eyes, the white-haired man approached, his movements careful but smooth. The note, a silent harbinger of challenge or threat, was an unwelcome end to their short respite. Everyone knew that in their line of work, such messages rarely boded well. On a wooden table, illuminated by the slanting rays of dawn, lay a crisp parchment of an urgent order form. On it was written an order, hastily scribbled but unmistakable in its urgency. Leave immediately and return after analyzing the situation. The map, sketched with precision, spoke of the upcoming journey, of the mission of Goethe's group, shrouded in mystery. In the cramped room, two members of the group bent over the letter, expressing curiosity and bewilderment. What kind of person is it that secretly leaves an emergency order form like that? One of them thought. Skepticism sounded in his voice. A strange man, his interlocutor agreed, but his attention was attracted by the seal embossed on the corner, a sign of authority from the head of the hunting team. But it looks like this is an official document, he added, realizing the reality of the situation. The signature is really his, and the content is written by Ned. These words hung in the air, confirming the authenticity of the call to action. He couldn't be ignored. Holding the order in his hands, a man with hair as white as winter frost looked at him with a hard gaze. He prepared this invitation. "I'll go alone," he said. It was a solitary journey, which he had decided to undertake alone, guided by motives still hidden behind the veil of his impassive appearance. As he folded the parchment, A distant thought floated into his mind, a whisper of a countdown that seemed to echo in the silence of his mind. There are about 20 days left before the Temple Knight's raid. The words, barely audible, were filled with anticipation. This was a period that promised conflict and a rapprochement of destinies, a period that gave rise to the unraveling of events that could change the balance of power. In the silence of his room, the white-haired man allowed himself to think a little. The pieces were moving, the players were ready, the game was in full swing. The days ahead would be fraught with danger and opportunity, but deep down, he knew that the path he would take was etched with the inevitability of fate. In the kingdom of shadows and whispers, a legend was told with reverence and fear, the tomb of the vile princess, shrouded in the mystery of the 8 mysteries of the world. Its dark mouth opened into a labyrinthine, underground kingdom, beckoning the brave and reckless with the call of glory and mortal danger. The ruins of the ancient kingdom of Medea rose above the abyss. Skeletons of warriors, the remnants of a once great civilization, wandered through the dilapidated halls. For over 10 years, warriors defied the fortress of bones and dust, but the heart of the dungeon remained untouched, its secrets locked behind the door of the final chamber, the secret of which was as eternal as the stones themselves. The call to arms was not for the faint of heart. Only the elite, those whose valor and courage placed them among the highest echelon, were considered worthy to participate in the raid. The criteria were as strict as the Guardians were merciless. Only a hunting team of the 5th rank and above had the right to meet with the darkness. However, for the cunning and blessed, fate left a loophole. The blessing of a priest or the written gratitude of a direct slave could tip the scales, giving the right to pass where rank could not cope. It was a game of politics and power, where influence could be sharper than any blade. In the barracks, the white-haired commander pondered the discovery. His team had no rank. They were a group of warriors whose exploits had not yet been sung. It's impossible to start now and gain enough achievements to reach rank 5, he mused, a quiet hum of agreement in his voice. However, his eyes reflected not defeat, but a spark of defiant strategy. There was more than one path to the goal, and where strength was lacking, cunning came to the rescue. Reed was a crucible, and he led his comrades through the fire to become legends or fade into obscurity. In the tangled web of strategy and power, the main character, a man with a mane as white as fallen snow, has found his core. Ned. With the clarity of a hawk eyeing its prey, he realized how much leverage Ned had as a direct slave to heresy examiner Matthias. It was a thin but strong thread that he could pull to unravel the tightly woven tapestry of hierarchy and influence. In the dimness of the room, his thoughts danced with possibilities. In this life I will use Ned, he vowed, and the words were more of a decree than a statement, but they carried with them the weight of unspoken plans. He needed a letter of recommendation, a key to open the door to the Raider Club, which was inaccessible by ordinary means. As the shadows around him whispered secrets and plans, he reflected on the bonds of martial arts that bound him and Ned, bonds that went beyond mere physical movement, etched in the very spirit of their practice. There's no way Ned, given a mission he can't fail, would ignore me, who uses the same martial arts as him, he mused. It was a call that Ned, bound by duty and discipline, would be forced to answer. The protagonist wondered how Ned might perceive him. Does Ned see him as an ally, a compatriot sent by his own master? Or did he take him for a defector, a thief who stole the sacred fighting techniques of their sect? Each option played out in my head like a game of chess, moves and counter-moves that could lead to triumph or disaster. The next steps were clear, permeated with the light of cunning and necessity. If I am the force he must bring with him, he thought, and the idea unfurled like a banner in the wind of his thoughts. It was, of course, a gambit, but he was ready to carry it out. The raid was not just an adventure, it was a crucible in which his resolve was tested, where he could forge his destiny or see it dashed against the rocks of failure. In the shadowy realm of whispers and power, a lone figure stood resolutely, its eyes burning with the zeal of 1,000 silent battles. How strong am I? He thought, and this question echoed in the caves of his consciousness, like a challenge to which there was no answer yet. As fate would have it, the silence was broken by a sudden appearance that attracted attention. Dust and echoes announced the appearance of an invisible force, and the observer, hidden in the darkness, exclaimed in awe, "Wow! This is the entrance!" The moment was filled with anticipation. The aroma of the upcoming confrontation was in the air. Sahaki emerged from the swirling fog, clad in a mysterious cloak, and his appearance was as unexpected as a thunderstorm on a clear day. "Did you come alone?" he asked. Curiosity and unspoken challenge sounded in his voice. Sahaki's name hung in the air as a sign of recognition and surprise among those gathered. In response, a figure appeared from the shadows, its appearance filled with contempt and disinterest. "Hey, go home. I don't want to play with you," he said, brushing aside the significance of the meeting. Like one brushes aside an annoying insect, it was a rejection of the game that Sahaki seemed so eager to play. However, the laughter that followed was neither light nor dismissive. It was the sound of an obsession, a thought tightly wrapped around the opponent's face. "You haven't been out of my head for the last 10 days, there was a laugh, each syllable of which testified to the obsession that had been accumulating over several days and nights, a prelude to an inevitable collision. Among the harsh landscape, where every whisper of the wind carried the burden of past battles, Jeffir stood, turning his back to the world. He was a mystery, wrapped in a cloak of loneliness. The scars that marred his mouth were not only a physical defect, but also a testament to the restless nights they caused. "Because of the pain from the scars on my lips that I received because of you, I cannot sleep peacefully," he declared. And between the unspoken words hung a silent oath. Not far from him, his opponent swung his blade with the confidence of a man who believes in the sharpness of his steel. "I'll show you my new power. Be ready," he boasted, and the phrase hung in the air like a challenge. But the bravado quickly ended. The ground suddenly grabbed him, and he was defeated. The winner stood, his cloak fluttering softly, his gaze cold and contemptuous. "Fool," he spat out as an epitaph for his opponent's stupidity. However, the winner was no fool. His thoughts were racing like a storm. "Ned is a cruel perfectionist. There's no way he would test me with Sahaku alone," he mused, narrowing his eyes. The pieces fell into place. Each of them was a move in a chess game that they unwittingly played out. His fist clenched, not in anger, but in anticipation. One muscle twitched, the only evidence of his readiness. He must have prepared something else, he concluded. There was no fear or hesitation in his voice, only the calm confidence of a warrior, forged in the fire of countless battles, ready for the next test, whatever it may be and whenever it comes. On a deserted battlefield, a cloud of debris hung in the air, obscuring what was happening below from prying eyes. The protagonist stood unwaveringly in the very center of this chaos, and his voice broke through the noise with a challenge that was both a call to arms and courage. "Stop looking. Come out," he said decisively. "I will receive you all." This was not just a proclamation of battle, it was a testament to his unwavering courage. A figure emerged from the swirling dust, hidden in shadow, its laughter echoing ominously to the bones. The sound was a grim prelude to the atrocity to come. The figure, shrouded in an aura of darkness, seemed to be drawing in light, representing an omen of doom. This harbinger of retribution, with a face hidden from view and a voice filled with bitterness, accused the protagonist with words full of contempt. "You ignored me again," he said, and the weight of betrayal and forgotten battles was felt in his tone. The figure's presence was both a mystery and a threat, its eerie behavior hinting at untold power. The figure's distorted face revealed itself, a grotesque mask of hatred and intent to harm. "I'll kill you, slowly and painfully. I will tear you to pieces," he swore, his eyes burning with the promise of pain and retribution. The air crackled with the energy of his rage, promising personal and deadly confrontation. The protagonist's face was distorted with shock. His eyes widened with the realization of the unforeseen danger that now threatens him. "What the hell? Why is this thing here?" he gasped, and the foundation of his confidence was shaken. The unexpected appearance of this enemy added a new layer of danger to the fight, turning what he thought would be a battle of power into a fight that could very well consume his soul. In the noise of the battle, horror was reflected on the enemy's face. "What? How?" he stammered. Fear and disbelief sounded in his voice. He saw something incomprehensible, something that shattered his confidence and turned his confidence into horror. Meanwhile, the main character stood on the ground. His body was a conductor of otherworldly force. He was the eye of the storm, a calm anchor amidst the seething chaos of energy gathered around him. It was a spectacle of raw power, a visual symphony of power summoned from within or without. Recognition dawned on him like a gloomy dawn. "Biological weapon of demon worshippers, Shoggoth," he exclaimed, and the words flowed from his lips with a mixture of awe and horror. This name carried weight, the weight of ancient fears and dark legends. The veil of secrecy was then lifted throughout the story to reveal Shoggoth's true nature. It was an entity from nightmares, slumbering in its egg-like cocoon, awakened only by the ghostly melody of an instrument immersed in hypnosis. This creature was not just a monster, it was a weapon that could be controlled with the precision of a conductor's baton. And here she is, the ocarina of Hypnos, lying in the midst of chaos, like an ancient relic. This instrument was the key to mastering Shoggoth, an instrument that could issue commands through melodic spells and protect its owner from the monster's mental onslaught. When the protagonist's fingers touched the ocarina, the fate of the battle hung on the edge of the notes that would soon fill the air. Shoggoth, the terror of the ancient world, was now a pawn in a game that transcended time, a creature of destruction who could be either the protagonist's greatest ally or his most feared doom. In a realm where the impossible mixed with the real, Shoggoth rose, a creature of the abyss, devoid of reason and insatiable in hunger. Against him, swords and spells were as useless as whispers against a storm. Physical blows simply passed through him, leaving no mark on his ever-changing form. With each soul absorbed, Shoggoth increased not only in size, but also in the arcane power he possessed. The very manna that nourished the essence of humanity became its food, and with every morsel, its power grew like a tide, inexorable and irresistible. However, this unyielding strength and the terror it instilled with its mere presence was not what struck pure fear into the hearts of the warriors. It was something more sinister, a threat that penetrated not into the flesh, but into the very psyche of the victim. Shoggoth affected the mind so powerfully that just touching its essence was enough to strike terror, a terror that grew into a paralyzing fear, reflecting the primal fear of the unknown, the unseen, that which lurks in the shadowy corners of the world. As decay took hold of people, the mind began to crack at the edges. Reality became distorted, like a reflection in the ripples of water. Hallucinations distorted the senses, distorted perceptions, until the mind could no longer cling to reason. At the zenith of this decomposition, when the psyche could no longer stand it, the victim plunged into a crazed frenzy, becoming a puppet dancing on the strings of the Shoggoth's evil will. An ancient and evil energy hung in the air, turning even the bravest hearts to stone and the sharpest minds to dust. The people, once rational and level-headed, succumbed to the insidious madness of the Shoggoth, their eyes glazed over, and they turned to each other in a cruel dance of death. It was an indiscriminate massacre, carried out by a creature that fed on chaos and destruction. In the middle of this pandemonium stood the main character, his laughter cutting through the cacophony, a sound that chilled the soul, like the whisper of fate itself. There was a wild glee in his tone, the kind you get when you see your opponent about to die. His eyes, once calm, now blazed with red fire, signaling his imminent transformation. The color red was a harbinger of madness, a visual sign of the mind's surrender to the will of the Shoggoth. "This is a sign that you are about to go into a state of rage," he taunted, almost enjoying the thought of soon losing control over his enemy. The destruction of consciousness is about to reach 100%. His words were both a prophecy and a sentence, but there was some kind of stillness in him, a center of calm against the backdrop of the storm raging around him. He stood, bathed in a heavenly light that seemed to pierce the veil of darkness, a beacon of determination among the looming shadows. Amidst the chaos, there came a moment of deep reflection. Once upon a time, I thought only about saving the lives of myself and those around me. These words were a confession, an acknowledgement of a time when survival was the only creed by which he lived. But times have changed, and with them, he himself. Above a world shrouded in shadows, the eyes of the protagonist followed the flight of crows in the smoldering twilight. He had long believed that in this cruel world, the only virtue was survival. To survive means to endure, and to survive means to give up everything except yourself. But as the silent birds cut through the ashen sky, a whisper of doubt crept into his battle-hardened soul. What would happen if I had more comrades who knew how to fight? This question made a hole in his fortress of solitude, letting in a flood of forbidden thoughts about unity and camaraderie. These reflections developed into deeper introspection. What would happen if the remaining people worked together more? This thought fluttered like a banner in the wind. The possibility that strength could be found not in isolation, but in the collective pulse of human hearts. Visions of those dear to him flashed before him, as ephemeral as a fading light. If that were to happen, the people I love. His voice trailed off, choked by the thought that perhaps through togetherness, those he cared about could live a moment longer. In silence, he stood alone, and the silence around him was oppressive, like a grave. The weight of his thoughts chained him to his place, a lonely figure against the backdrop of general indifference. And then another voice broke his reverie. "This guy, what is he talking about?" There was confusion in the words with a tinge of fear. It was clear that those around him did not see the ghosts haunting him, the phantoms of a past that could have been. In the fading light, the protagonist's resolve crystallized into a steel edge. "That's why, this time," he whispered, a vow woven into the fading day. The air around him trembled under the weight of his newfound purpose. The man who sought only to survive has disappeared. In his place stood a guardian of hope, a beacon in the approaching darkness. He extended a helping hand to the fallen, to those who longed to find the strength to resist the surging despair. "I saved those I could save," he said, and there was a quiet storm of conviction in his voice. With every word he spoke of his transformation from a lone fighter to a leader of souls, and gave a chance to those who have a desire to become stronger. But there was also one who could not be saved, one whose heart was swallowed by shadows. "However, you will not become one of them," he said with contempt in his voice, like a sharp blade piercing into the twilight. The silhouette of the antagonist loomed on the horizon of a war-torn world like the ghost of betrayal. The protagonist glared at his interlocutor, and his question cut through the silence. "How many people have you fed to this monster?" he asked. The answer was engraved in the emptiness of the antagonist's soul, in the lives destroyed for the sake of an empty victory. "You filthy trash!" The condemnation of the main character was a thunderclap, righteous anger for every innocent drawn into the abyss. His anger was a storm, a whirlpool of justice for the blood shed in the wake of the antagonist. He lunged, and his figure turned into a vengeful blur. The protagonist struck not only with the strength of his hand, but also with all the power of his spirit. This was not just a battle of the flesh, it was a clash of ideals, the final stand against an enemy who had abandoned humanity for personal gain. In the silence of the approaching storm, the protagonist took a position of unyielding strength. He summoned an ancient technique known as the Dragon's Roar, which was whispered about in awe and fear in the East. It was the art of the invisible, the unspoken, reserved for those moments when only the extraordinary could break through the darkness. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a flurry of blows, a dance of destruction that blurred the line between human capabilities and divine ones. The air itself seemed to tremble in anticipation as the hand, guided by the wisdom of forgotten masters, prepared for the final blow. The palm dealt a sure blow, not just to the flesh, but to the very essence of the enemy. The mist of blood coughed up by the enemy met the protagonist's blow, and the world held its breath. At that same moment, the drops of blood burst, their crimson veil torn apart by the force of his will. And from the torn remains of the bloody fog, lightning was born. She flew through the air, becoming a living testament to the strength of the protagonist, a vivid manifestation of the secret art of the Dragon King style. With a wave of his palm, he unleashed a storm of electrical fury, each bolt becoming a piercing spear aimed at the enemy. The antagonist's body shook under the blows, each shock becoming a symphony of pain, an elegy for the end of times. "Instant death," the hero proclaimed, and his voice sounded like a quiet rumble against the background of the fury of the storm. It must have been very painful because electricity was running through his entire body. As he stood over the fallen man, his tone carried the final phrase, "This is a fitting death for a bastard like you." These words were not just a condemnation, but a declaration that the world would no longer be bound by the tyranny of the fallen. He turned his gaze to Shoggoth, an abomination that defies the laws of nature. Physical attacks have no effect on a Shoggoth, he thought, almost to himself, as if recalling a passage from an ancient tome. His eyes, blazing with the knowledge of past battles, recognized the need for elemental fury and holy power in order to cleanse the earth of this evil. The main character, relying on the power of the elements as his ally, understood that the creature was vulnerable. Its time had come to an end. "It is smaller," he noted with cold precision. "So if I attack it again, it will be destroyed." In a realm where arcana were as real as the wind, a lone figure stood amidst a storm of dark energy, and the ground beneath her was scorched by the force of the power contained within her. Eldritch whispers swirled around him, but he held back, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "But I don't need to waste my magical power," he muttered, making a decision not out of fear, but out of considerations of strategy. A man in a cloak that flowed like the edge of a shadow raised an ocarina to his lips. This instrument was an anomaly in the chaos, a simple thing that held secrets that even the ancient stones could not whisper. He played a melody that seemed to permeate the very fabric of reality, each note a thread running along the seams of the world. The melody was known as Shoggoth's breakdown chord, a sonic key capable of unraveling the bonds of magic itself. When the last note sounded, a voice carried by the wind expressed surprise. "You can play this song, I'm surprised." There was genuine surprise in the voice, because the song was a secret that was jealously guarded by the demon god cult. It was a melody that was not meant to be known to anyone outside their secret circles, a melody that had the power to destroy the indestructible. In the secret chambers of the cult, the whispers turned to screams. "This song is the secret of our demon god cult. Temple intelligence couldn't get their hands on it." The words hung with a heavy cloud of suspicion that perhaps there was a traitor among them, a whisper in the shadows who would betray their most sacred trust. And then, as if summoned by the notes of a forbidden melody, another figure appeared from the swirling fog. His hair was styled in an autumn cascade, and his eyes shone with secrets and untold stories. "You know a lot, Ned," someone admitted. Respect and wariness were heard in his voice. Ned's reputation preceded him, an expert on the unseen, a keeper of forbidden knowledge. In a kingdom where the line between shadow and light was as thin as a whisper, a warrior stood on the threshold of fate. His hand, with its fingers curled around the graceful curves of the ancient amulet, was unshakable despite the storm of battle raging around him. This was no ordinary skirmish, it was a dance of fate and will where every movement was a word in the language of power. Ned, a figure as mysterious as twilight, was the key to the warrior's cunning ploy. The warrior knew that in order to infiltrate the squad, he must earn Ned's elusive trust. He planned to weave a web of deception so convincing that Ned would hand over the letter of recommendation without a shadow of a doubt. As the moment approached when it would be necessary to act, the warrior's thoughts thickened like thunderclouds. "The time has finally come," he whispered to himself, and his voice turned into a rumble, lost in the cacophony of the world's heartbeat. He had to pass Ned's test to prove that he was a devoted acolyte of the demon god worshippers. For him, this charade was not just a ruse, but a crucial step on a path that promised to change the course of the future. Echoes of his past life haunted him incessantly, like a chorus of what-ifs and echoes of unpaid debts. There, in a clearing shrouded in the ghosts of ancient trees, he encountered a disguised enemy, a ghost from a past life. The warrior's body, muscles and tendons exposed in the cold air, was a map of battles and scars, each a story etched into his skin. In the final act of this silent opera, the warrior's fists clenched tightly, not from anger, but from determination, as unyielding as the earth itself. "I want things to end differently this time," he decided, his determination becoming a blade sharpened on the stone of his beliefs. Under the merciless sun, the warrior's cloak fluttered like a flag of defiance. His mind was a fortress, his determination an indestructible wall, behind which stood one goal: to deceive Ned, to weave such a web of illusions that it would draw him into the depths of trust. "To do this, I need a chance to get closer to Ned by deceiving him. No matter what," he vowed, the burden of necessity falling heavily on his shoulders. He had no idea that he was being watched by eyes as keen as those of a hawk, tracking his every move, catching the intentions hidden behind the stone facade. "I have been watching you until now." Ned's voice was calm, but there was not a drop of insight in it. He saw through the masquerade, and his deductions were as sharp as the blade he wielded. The statement hung in the air. The verdict was pronounced with the finality of the grave. "You are a target for destruction," Ned said, his figure against the background of fire and shadow glowing with righteous anger. The dance of battle has begun, a deadly ballet choreographed by fate and honed on the stone of survival. They collided in the dust, in a symphony of steel and speed. The warrior's defense was a sight to behold, skillful evasions that made Ned's blows cut only through the air. It was a performance worthy of the gods, every movement a testament to his skill. Ned, masterful and relentless, found his skill challenged by this mystery. Ned's brow furrowed in a rare display of self-control. The feeling in my hand. All my attacks missed. The question echoed, a whisper of doubt in the temple of his confidence. Ned's eyes, usually as inscrutable as a quiet pond, flashed with admiration. "Impressive," he agreed, and the word cut through the heavy air like a blade. His opponent, a warrior shrouded in shadow and mystery, danced through the storm of attack with a grace that defied belief in his ordinary origins. To think that you could sneak through all of this and even counterattack, Ned mused out loud, and the thought left a rare trace of warmth in his voice. The cloaked warrior met Ned's gaze, his features like the mask of a calm provocateur. "Hey!" he called, his voice as calm as a storm. "Are you fighting an unarmed man with a sword?" These words hung between them like a challenge, a mockery, a statement of the obvious imbalance between them. But beneath the surface of this calmness lay the trump card that helped the warrior remain unharmed. He summoned the secret art of the Dragon King style, and his body became a conduit for a storm of electric fury. A technique emulating the principles of the Thunder Palm enveloped him in a cloak of lightning, a spectacle that transformed him into a figure of immense, untouchable power. However, Ned was not one to be easily surpassed. His knowledge of technology spoke of his pedigree, of a shared heritage with the one who stood before him. He knew the counters, the subtle interplay of forces that could unravel the electrical veil. But those who belong to the same clan know how to fend off this technique, he reflected, silently recognizing the connection that united their destinies. The protagonist stood, his hands crackling with the polar energies of yin and yang electricity, the secret arts of the Dragon King style flowing through him like a second skin. "Flowing cloud," he whispered, naming the technique that turned the tide of events, equalized the chances of sword and flesh. Electricity crackled in the air, tension palpable as the two combatants collided, their auras igniting in a yin and yang dance. The warrior stood amid the storm, his presence the eye of an electric maelstrom. Deftly manipulating his yang electricity, he deflected Ned's relentless stream of blows. Each blow deflected off an invisible shield of force. Ned, a master of his craft, could not help but express his undisguised respect. The principle was simple. The same type of electricity repels, but the execution was not the same. "How could you slip through all of this and even counterattack?" he mused, his voice sounding like a low rumble against the hum of charged particles in the air. The warrior's stance was unwavering, his focus absolute. He protected vital points with yang electricity, allowing vicious blows to be deflected harmlessly. The art of electric combat was a ballet performed at the speed of light, and he was its main dancer. Ned narrowed his eyes and realized that it would take very little time to adapt to such an attack. "It can be done, but only in this moment," he admitted, nodding at the warrior's split-second accuracy. It dawned on him. This was not cheap mimicry, not a copy of a skill that could simply be repeated. It was skill, pure and hard-earned. The explanation was simple and clear, like a lesson for the ages. The balance of electricity was key. Too little and the attack will hit, too much and it will be deflected. The time, the location of the attack, the amount of electricity, all these factors required perfect harmony. The warrior's technique was a secret art, requiring a level of skill that spoke of years, even decades of hard training. The Dragon King style was not just a set of moves to be learned, but a path to be walked, and he walked it with diligence and honor. And when the dust settled and the sparks died down, a new recognition appeared in Ned's gaze. "He's real," he declared, and the truth was undeniable. The warrior standing in front of him was not a contender for the throne of electric martial arts. He was their overlord, a master of the Dragon King style, his power resonating with the ancient rhythm of battle, a symphony of lightning and legacy. Confusion furrowed Ned's brow, a line drawn deep under the weight of his thoughts. "But this is even more confusing," he muttered, and this revelation discouraged him. The sacred art of the Dragon King style was a closely guarded secret, its knowledge being passed down only to two, himself and his elder brother. The warrior standing before him, mastering the same art, was a mystery, an impossibility that should not have existed. "Who the hell are you?" The question left Ned's lips, his demand for truth echoing across the battlefield. His eyes narrowed, trying to peer into the veil of secrecy that shrouded his opponent. The air seemed to freeze as a new presence appeared in the narrative. The figure of Jin Riang, the lonely dragon, materialized from the fog of legend. His title of demon god worshipper and rank in the cult placed him in the highest echelons of power. His journey from the Far East through the treacherous Saraha Desert cemented his title as a master of both terrain and arcana. Extended legends told of Jin Ryan's rise to a leadership position in the demon god sect, his martial prowess captured in the Dragon King style, a technique mysterious and profound. Of the many students who sought to understand the secrets of his art, only two became the true heirs of his legacy. They became the vessels into which the entire depth of the Dragon King style was poured. One of them, his biological son, carried the power of the clan in his veins. The other, Ned, was a man shaped by the hand of a master, plucked from the continent of Aslan and transformed into a formidable warrior. They were the two pillars of Jin Riang's martial dynasty, each bearing the burden and honor of the future Dragon King style. High atop the jagged cliffs, where the pines whispered their secrets to the wind, Ned's world tilted on its axis. There was something unsaid in the air, an unsolved mystery of the warrior standing in front of him. To achieve deep understanding in sparring, two successors are needed, the truth echoed in his mind, the mantra of the Dragon King style that had been drilled into him since the moment of initiation. The realization that these teachings were intended only for a select few gnawed at him, deepening the mystery. Ned's eyes, sharp as the blade he wielded, narrowed. "I've never seen your face among ordinary students before," he accused, his voice sounding like a low growl against the wild nature. The discovery that this stranger had mastered their sacred art without his knowledge was a thorn in his side, a mystery that could not be solved. The accusation flew from his lips like an arrow, true and deadly. "You destroyed the cult's valuable asset, Shoggoth." The word Shoggoth conveyed the weight of sacrifice, of lives given for a single purpose. His suspicion was palpable, like a wall between them. "I don't even know if you worship the demon god," he admitted, and the foundation of his beliefs was shaken. The warrior stood unshakable, like an unshakable force in the face of Ned's torrent of doubts. "Who the hell are you? What do you want?" Ned demanded, calling for clarity amid the chaos. And then, in a moment as fleeting as the morning fog, a simple gesture cut through all the complexity, a hand with two raised fingers, a silent but powerful hint. "Everything is very simple, if you think a little," this gesture seemed to say. "There are only two successors who learn the secret art." The word but hung in the air, burdened with subtext, with the promise of an answer beyond the horizon. Ned's heart began to pound wildly, as all the pieces began to fall into place, and the puzzle succumbed to the inexorable pressure of his logic. The warrior's stance, the electric air, the unspoken words, everything pointed to a truth that was as deep as it was disturbing. As the last rays of the sun sank below the horizon, the mystery that hid the warrior began to unravel, thread by thread, leading Ned to the brink of a revelation that would change everything. The twilight whispered secrets as Ned and the mysterious warrior stood opposite each other. The weight of their legacy lay between them. What happens if one of them dies? The question hung in the air, haunting the hallowed ground they stood on like a ghostly presence. Ned, with a heaviness of his kind etched into his features, voiced the dire consequences of such a loss. "If one dies and the other remains alone, then there will be no one to train with," he said, and the truth lay heavily on his tongue. The Dragon King's style required an analogue, a mirror reflecting the depths of ancient art. Without it, art will wither, and the race will fade away. He furrowed his brows, and the realization hit Ned with the force of a physical blow. "This can't be true," he exclaimed, and the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, forming a picture that he never expected to see. The warrior stood before him, no longer asking riddles, and his silence was broken by a statement that broke through the shadows. "I am a shadow student," he said in an even voice, "prepared in case one of you dies." The words hung between them, signaling a plan long in the making. The revelation unfolded like a scroll of ancient legend, explaining the existence of the Shadow Disciples. In the tradition of the Eastern Masters, these secret warriors were the silent guardians of their arts, invisible and unknown even to the inner world, ready to step forward when their successor fell. Ned's eyes, always so confident, always so piercing, now looked at the warrior with new understanding. The warrior before him was a backup, a hidden defense against the unthinkable. He was a shadow forged in silence, bearing with quiet strength the weight of the future of their art. At that moment, Ned realized that their tradition, the very essence of the Dragon King style, was much more stable and extensive than he could have imagined. In the hidden corners of the sect, there existed a tradition that was as harsh as it was secretive, the tradition of the Shadow Disciple. It was a card played in the shadows, an invisible guarantee of the sect's undying flame, even amidst the harshest winds of emergency. The path of the Shadow Disciple was paved with whispered vows and silent sacrifices. They were the invisible counterparts of the successor, just as skilled, just as formidable, but unlike their brother, their fate was sealed in darkness. If the official successor blossomed and assumed the mantle of master, the shadow was extinguished. Life was extinguished to prevent the erosion of power, to prevent the threat of internal strife. The protagonist, hiding behind the anonymity of his role, confirmed the harsh truth of his existence. "Yes, it's not something I just made up," he muttered, and his voice rustled like a steel thread in the still air. His personality was real, as tangible as the blades he wielded, as defined as the tradition from which he came. And yet he was bound by a single caveat, a rule that bound him to the shadows. He could not ascend into the sacred halls of the temple. He could not join the ranks of the raid. He lived his life on the periphery, close enough to touch the fabric of the sect's destiny, but never wear it. Altair, a regal figure, now appeared in chains, bound not only by steel, by expectations, by comrades, by unyielding duty. And it was in these chains that the shadow saw an opening, a crack of opportunity in the strict framework that fettered Altair. The protagonist's lips curled into a grin, the corners of his mouth turned up from the weight of knowledge and the lightness of strategy. "You're probably doing things unworthy of a princess right now," he mocked, posing as an observer, one who watches and waits. When the last words left his lips, "I will take advantage of the situation," it became clear that the shadow had emerged not as a successor, but as a strategist, as a player in a game whose rules were as changeable as the shadows he had once called your home. In the dim corridors of an ancient temple, a tense conversation unfolded between two mysterious figures. The first of them, the owner of a piercing gaze and a stern character, with suspicion, sharp as a sword in a sheath, challenged the presence of his interlocutor. "If you are telling the truth," he said, and the light cast deep shadows on his face, "then your existence must be the deepest secret. So why did teacher send you here?" He listened carefully to the answer, without taking his eyes off the figure standing in front of him. But the answer did not satisfy him. Later, alone with his thoughts, he reflected on this conversation. "I had already contacted Master to check with him," he recalled, "but he said that he had never sent a student like you here." The cold wind whispered through the open windows, bringing with it the smell of approaching rain. In the silence of his closet, he circled the room like an animal in a cage, and the truth gnawed at him. "This is a lie," he concluded, and with every step his conviction grew stronger. If the stranger was an imposter, the deception will be revealed, and he will come up with some pathetic excuse to hide the truth. He paused, considering the teachings of the temple that worshipped the demon god. It was a sanctuary where the connection with the outside world was a thin and fragile thread. "It is difficult for the demon god worshippers in the temple to contact the outside world," he admitted to himself, and these words seemed to him like a betrayal towards his own sanctuary. "This is normal. A person must make his own decisions based on the situation," he reasoned, trying to find solace in the doctrine that he had always been guided by. The decision weighed heavily on him, his hands clenched into fists, his knuckles white with determination. "I will destroy him if he even suspects me," he vowed, and a strong determination sounded in his inner voice. The storm that raged inside was equal to the one that raged outside, and he knew that a storm was coming, both within the walls of the temple and in his soul. In the hidden chambers of the temple, shrouded in shadow and mystery, stood a mysterious figure, draped in a dark fabric of intrigue. His voice was even and spoke of a mission shrouded in mystery. "The order I have received," he began with a hint of disdain in his voice, "is to hide my identity from other demon god worshippers. The mission was solo and required stealth and considerable personal strength. And participate in the raid on your own," they continued, without taking their eyes off the interrogated. They were a backup plan, an invisible bargaining chip in case of unforeseen circumstances. "I must take over your mission if something happens to you," they said, with a confidence that echoed loudly in the stone walls. Tension hung in the air of the room. The interrogator's skepticism colored his facial features with doubt. "Do you know what my mission is?" he asked, and there was a challenge in his voice, reflected from the ancient stones. The confident figure did not flinch. The answer cut through the air with unshakable confidence. "How else?" they answered, a grin playing on their lips as if they had an advantage in a game that only they understood. "You're going to run away with the dragon heart." There was a pause, weighed down by the weight of revelation, as Dragonheart's words hung in the balance. The dragon's heart, a mythical artifact of great power, was the central theme of their dialogue. A magical stone formed in the very heart of the dragon and promising power unfathomable to mortals. The final piece of the story fell into place, explaining that the escape was so swift it bordered on the supernatural. The figure stood, ready to use the electrical acceleration of the Dragon King style, a technique that promised freedom and power. "Once you have the dragon heart in your hands," they declared, the energy crackling around them as if to confirm their confidence, "no one will be able to stop you from escaping." As the two figures stood in the dimly lit room, an air of defiance emanated from the skeptic. His gaze, sharp and unyielding, expressed a silent challenge. "However, everything that you can do, I can too," he said, and his voice carried the confidence of an experienced warrior. It was a claim to equality, a refusal to be considered lesser in the face of mystery and doubt. They were having a good time while laughing fervently and talking on various topics. The guy in the foreground raised his glass of intoxicating drink. The figure in the shadows, contrasting with the fiery figure of the other, spoke calmly, with a hint of manipulation. "The teacher wanted only you on this task," he said, carefully choosing his words to instill anxiety in the interlocutor, to suggest his incompetence or inadequacy. Lifting the curtain on his cunning, the cloaked figure confessed to a daring maneuver. He violated the order by luring his interlocutor with something bright to avoid the difficult conditions of the raid. "I don't want to take the hard way when the easy one lies in front of me." He shrugged nonchalantly, relaxed, but at the same time calculating. It was a recognition of opportunism, a preference for cunning over brute force. The room seemed to shrink as he leaned forward, mystery dancing in his eyes. "To tell the truth, I personally have something to tell you," he muttered, lowering his voice to an almost confessional tone. It hinted at a revelation beyond orders and missions, a personal agenda hidden under the veil of duty. The skeptic's expression hardened, his posture tense in anticipation. "Is there something you want to tell me?" he repeated. Intrigue and suspicion were heard in his tone. He stood on the threshold of discovery, ready to peel away all the layers of deception to reveal the hidden truth underneath. Under the cover of darkness, the revelation sounded like a whisper, but it spread through the hall with the force of a scream. "We are talking about bloody tears," said the white-haired man, and his proximity shortened the distance between conspiracy and trust. His words, filled with meaning, hung in the air between them, like a secret revealing its crimson petals in the darkness. The skeptic's eyes widened, a flash of shock breaking his calm appearance. Thoughts flashed through his head, sharp as a blade. How did he know about this? Tears of blood, a name evocative of fire and loss, was his family's stolen treasure, a legacy shrouded in betrayal and vengeance. It was a secret, shrouded in shadows, that he could share only with the master he had sworn to follow, an oath intertwined with the promise of vengeance on the very temple in which their confrontation now took place. The air grew heavy as he rose to his feet, and his voice became a blade forged in the fire of his wrath. "Tell me, what do you know about bloody tears?" The demand sounded like a clanking of steel, like a challenge trying to break through the veil of deception. The answer was measured, calm, like the eye of a storm. "I'll tell you when I decide that you're trustworthy," the white-haired man answered. There was not a hint in his voice of the secret that he was blurting out at arm's length. He played a deeper game, barter and exchange. First of all, why don't you make my life easier? You can add me to the raid, right? It was an offer that carried the burden of negotiation, a sign of trust that had to be exchanged for entry into the circle of complicity. Discontent settled in the depths of his being, like a persistent chill. I'm tired of the stinking quarters reserved for the lower ranks of the hunting team, he muttered, contempt evident in every syllable. His words painted a vivid picture of reality, in which the musty air of desolation clung to him as tenaciously as shadows to the corners of his cabin. He was offended not only by the stench, but also by the dishonor, the disgrace of his rank, the humiliation of his position. In the back of his thoughts, a reluctant truth began to emerge, a reluctant surrender to what he had resisted. It's impossible that I wouldn't believe him, he admitted to himself, waging and losing an internal struggle. The walls he had built brick by brick out of skepticism and doubt began to crumble under the weight of necessity. With the full weight of the revelation falling upon him, he beckoned the white-haired enigma with an order that brooked no objection. "Follow me. You must come to the same place with me," he demanded. The sense of importance in his voice cut through the air, a clear sign that their game had reached a turning point. The path led them to an abandoned building, shrouded in darkness and whispers of the past. The building stood not far from the temple, its silhouette contrasting sharply with the night sky, like an abandoned sentinel guarding forgotten secrets. The culmination of their journey took place in the darkness of an abandoned room. Standing before the congregation, shrouded in anticipation, he solemnly announced, "My brothers, I have brought the last one." The words echoed, filling the space with their significance. It was a moment of revelation, the final piece placed on the chessboard in a game that spanned the chasm between revenge and alliance. In the cold half-dream of the events of the evening, the skeptical character, now known as the successor of the Master of the East, took a new look at the white-haired figure next to him. "His name is Jafir," he announced, and his voice sounded authoritative. "He was sent by Master to help me in my mission." With this simple statement, he dispelled the shadows of doubt that had crept into Jafir's soul, confirming his purpose and place in their ranks. Confirmation of identity was not a mere formality. It was the key that gave Jafir the opportunity to enter a circle of trust. Jafir himself, until now a silent observer, finally spoke, and there were notes of respect and perhaps curiosity in his voice. "I thought you were very attractive," he said, acknowledging the seriousness and importance of the role of successor in their mysterious brotherhood. The air began to stir as a new figure emerged from the depths of the room. Matthias Grimmer, whose name signified power in the hierarchy of demon worshippers, gave Jaffa honorable recognition. "Be honored to be assisting the successor of the Master of the East, young brother," he said, awe and anticipation in his deep voice. Then the successor revealed the scale of the upcoming action. 40 of us demon god worshippers have decided to become slave candidates for the members of the raiding party, he began, raising his hand in a commanding gesture, who will follow the heresy investigators and the hunting party. It was a statement of scale, of an elaborate plan involving many, each a cog in a vast machine of vengeance and dark faith. Matthias Grimmer, realizing the significance of the moment, decided to clearly and convincingly reinforce his goal. "Since a newcomer has appeared here," he said, throwing a piercing look at Jafir, "I will once again explain the raid strategy. You must remember it. There shouldn't be any mistakes." His words, like a blacksmith's hammer on an anvil, secured the last link in the chain of their unity. It was a decree that left no room for error, because in the complex dance of shadows and deception that they had to perform, even the slightest mistake could lead to death. In the shadowed enclave, where whispers of devotion filled the air, a voice rang out, clear and resolute, declaring loyalty to the glory of the demon god cult. It was an oath spoken in all seriousness, a testament to the fervor that fueled the hearts of those who stood in the shrine of shadows. Jafir, the mysterious one among them, his silver hair flashing palely in the dim light, looked skeptically at the crowd. The idea that all the 40 souls gathered among them were true worshippers of the demon god seemed absurd to him. It was too strange a thought to accept, a twist in their dark picture that bordered on the comical. As he stood still, his mind traced the lines of their history, drawing a contrast with Sahaki, who had once sought power through the crutches of artifacts and beasts, and his own past, driven by raw ambition, untamed and unrefined. But this meeting was different. They were not bound by the same chains of addiction or simple dreams of greatness. They have evolved and become something more. They were an elite force, each of them a sharpened blade, sharpened for the sole purpose of this mission. Their combined might was a formidable arsenal, aimed at carrying out a plan that was set in motion by unseen forces, and their resolve was unshakable. Yet Jefir, standing amid the murmur of his brothers, wondered a gnawing question. If such power flows in their veins, if each of them is a stronghold of power in itself, then what is the purpose of their worship? Then why are you following the demon god? He mused, and the question hung in the air like a ghost, challenging the very foundation of their meeting. Distrust and revelation hung in the air as the skeptic, cloaked under the weight of his role, was confronted with a disturbing truth. Jafir's revelation was an unspoken message from their master, a whisper of doubt that echoed loudly in his mind. The fact that he revealed himself means that the master does not fully trust me. It was not an easy pill to swallow. The bitter taste of betrayal was felt in his thoughts. The shadow of bloody tears hung over him, a secret that should have been kept in the innermost sanctum of their pact. But Jefir knew about it, knew about the sacred vengeance pulsating in his veins. How close are they to sharing such sensitive information? He wondered, and his suspicion gnawed at the beast in his chest. The realization that the master's confidential knowledge might extend beyond him, perhaps to Jefir's benefit, was a silent blow to his loyalty. But while he stood still, his determination hardened like steel in the forge of his will. He did not allow his convictions to waver. The master promised him. He promised him retribution, which became the gloomy refrain of his entire life. "No, I must not flinch. The teacher promised me," he whispered to the shadows like a mantra to calm his swirling thoughts. A figure emerged from the darkness of potential allies, its presence as commanding as their shared history. "If you become an important person to me, I will fulfill your revenge." Her words were a lifeline, conditional and at the same time powerful, a contract of blood for blood, honor for honor. It was the assurance that his revenge would not be a lonely journey into darkness. He clenched his fists at his sides, making a silent oath to himself and the silent gods they served. "I need a master for my revenge," he confirmed, and there was a determined growl in his voice. "He will take possession of the dragon heart, not as a shadow hiding behind the light of others, but as himself, the rightful avenger, whose wrath is his own. Not a shadow, but me," he declared, and his eyes lit up with a fire of conviction, unshakable, like the stone on which their temple was built. In the closed room, where conspiracies were as common as prayers, the skeptical character had an air carved out of contemplation. He stood guard over his fate, pondering the consequences of Jefir's sudden appearance. "If he's a shadow student being trained to replace me," he thought, the thought coiling around him like a snake, "then he might want something to happen to me." This suspicion was the essence of his concern. The path of a successor is often paved through the fall of the incumbent. The thought that Jefir might be accepted as the official successor in the event of his fall lay a cold shadow on his heart. It was a game of thrones played secretly and subtly, with the spectre of death a constant companion. Perhaps, he thought, uttering quiet words with bitterness, "he will aim at my neck." The conspiratorial minds around him turned their attention to mission strategy, casting their lot in the fate of the division. "Now that I have explained our strategy," the organizer of their dark conclave announced, "I will divide you into groups." These words sounded like a call to order and purpose. Roles were assigned with methodical precision. The escort group was tasked with delivering Brother Ned to safety, and the attack group was tasked with confronting the formidable Knight Captain Lucius. Each participant was a piece on the board, each group a moving part of a plan greater than themselves. The skeptic, with the heavy mantle of his role on his shoulders, turned to Jefir, trying to connect their destinies with logic and necessity. "Since we have been assigned the same mission," he suggested, "isn't it natural to end up in the same group?" It was a question that left no room for debate, a statement that bound them together in the intricate dance of their dark ballet. In the dim light of dusk, with shadows casting long, uncertain lines across the room, Aidan stood at the window, his golden eyes reflecting a riot of thoughts. The world outside was unforgiving and full of those who would not hesitate to take away from him the achievements for which he fought so hard, and even his life itself. As the day wore on, Aiden considered his options. The threat was real, and his conclusion was clear. It was far better to keep a potential enemy in your circle, watch and manipulate him, than to let him lurk in obscurity. At the other end of the room, Victor waited with a patient stillness that belied the tension of the moment. His snow-white hair, in stark contrast to the darkness of the room, almost seemed to glow. When Aiden turned away from the window, their eyes met, and there was an unspoken agreement between them. Victor extended his hand. His voice was firm. "I will be in your care." It was a declaration of trust, a surrender to Aiden's tutelage, and a partnership that could change the course of their intertwined destinies. Aiden's thoughts, constantly directed forward, could not help but return to the fragments of his past life, reflected, like in a broken mirror, on the floor of his memories. He had already seen this scene, felt this trust, and was betrayed. This past, filled with revenge and mistaken faith, led to his death. But this time history would not repeat itself. He was sure of it. A figure appeared in the shadows, shrouded in nameless darkness. Known for his loyalty and patience, this observer, Nolan, was a chess piece that had yet to be played. Aiden knew his value, realizing that an ally like Nolan, while loyal, was far more valuable than an adversary. Looking down at Nolan, Aiden was almost contemplative. If he can win this man over to his side, Nolan's unwavering character will prove invaluable in the turbulent times ahead. It was all about changing the balance, taking Nolan's loyalty and turning it into the core of future victories. As if echoing Aiden's thoughts, Victor's voice broke through the silence again, confirming their newfound union. "I too will be under your care." It was a mutual understanding, a joint commitment to move forward along a path full of unknowns, but promising victory over adversity. In the pre-dawn silence, under the cover of the last shadow of the night, Silas stood alone. He was haunted by the ghostly threads of connections that he once treasured, but now they are all lost to the winds of fate and recklessness. There were countless of them, each a whispered promise or a broken connection, but there was one he knew he had to bring back from the abyss. A connection that was the key to unlocking his full potential. It was a connection not with anyone, but with a formidable figure, shrouded in flames, a silhouette full of strength and mystery. This was the same mentor who once invited Silas to go through the labyrinth of the highest martial arts techniques. The mentor's voice seemed to echo in the flames, a challenge that was both an offer and a plea. Would Silas help him get out of their shared purgatory? And then in the crucible of decision, Silas's face hardened. His eyes sparkled with the fire of determination. A caustic mockery escaped his lips, a challenge thrown at the feet of his once mentor. Will he choose death, or, hardened and transformed, will he become the embodiment of survival, as tough and resilient as Jerky? The narrative then reveals a truth, a memory etched into the core of Silas's soul. His teacher Ned, who taught him the Dragon King style, was the eccentric connection that turned Silas into the strongest of men. Ned's lessons were not only lessons in combat, but also lessons in life and perseverance. When dawn came and the world woke up, the sky itself seemed to hold its breath, a canvas of the world painted with blue and white strokes. It was a new day, one that heralded change and spoke of future battles. A proclamation was made in the very center of the city. Piercing the usual noise of life, it announced the names of those who had been chosen for an unusual campaign. The raid group had to go into the depths of the tomb of the Vile Princess dungeon, a task as dangerous as it was prestigious. The list listed those who had been drafted, their fate sealed by the call of heroes, and their new lives as warriors in training began at 6 o'clock in the morning. In the halls of a secret meeting, a group of cloaked men hunched over tattered maps and ancient texts. Their identities were shrouded in mystery, their identities guarded as carefully as the mission they were to carry out. In front of them lay a parchment with a decree of silence. Lips must be sealed, conversations limited to a circle of trust. The weight of the impending mystery hung in the air, and each participant knew the cost of indiscretion. Among them stood a figure with alabaster hair, her gaze piercing the veil of shadows. This was Calum, the architect of their grand scheme, whose mind was a fortress of strategies and plots. In his eyes, one could barely discern the satisfaction that his plans had been brought to life. He whispered to himself, "It's time to get things done," a mantra for carefully orchestrating the chaos to come. The scene changed. and history plunged into the abyss of danger. The Black Steel Spider's dungeon has emerged, a place where nightmares become reality, and its arachnid guard is a harbinger of trials to come. Nearby, the cockatoo's nest raged, a cacophony of screams and anger that promised battle where only the fierce or the foolish would dare to tread. And yet, amid this picture of danger, a cunning trick was discovered. A village in a canyon covered with a goblin lair, using forged documents. It was Kylem's work, a masterstroke to fulfill a promise made to a mysterious benefactor known only as Goethe. The dungeons were cleared and the loot was ready. In the silence that followed the stormy preparations, gratitude flowed freely from the lips of the comrades. The two team members bowed deeply to their mentor, their voices filled with awe. "Thank you, Jeffer. Big brother, thank you for everything so far." They said goodbye with a bittersweet aftertaste of departure. "Please take care of yourself," they added, and their words became a talisman to ward off trouble from the uncertain path that lay before them. In the silence of a gloomy room flooded with sunlight, a group of serious figures gathered, intently following every word of their alabaster-haired leader. "Now you all have achievements," he said in a firm but devoid of triumph voice, "and many vacancies because 40 slaves were sent on a special mission, which they call a raid." He paused, looking them over. "You'll be promoted very soon." There was a hint of anticipation in the air, but one of them, a young man in whose eyes the fire of youth still burned, understood the seriousness hidden under the promise of the title. "After the promotion, the road will become even more difficult, so hold on," he began, but the burden of unspoken thoughts weighed him down. Big brother." He hesitated, wanting to express his deep desire to follow him, to learn more, to be more, but the words stuck in his throat. The plea, "Please let me follow you, I want to learn more from you," remained trapped in the shackles of his mind. He did not want to burden his mentor with his insecurities. "It's okay," he muttered, vowing to carry his insecurities alone. Later, the white-haired leader stood on the edge of a cliff, his silhouette silhouetted against the vast sky. His thoughts were an unspoken clowning before the upcoming journey, an acknowledgement of the brevity of their partnership. "Although our time together was short, I understand," he reflected, his heart aware of the enormity of his goal. "This man has a purpose," he reflected, "and that purpose is much greater than we ordinary people can imagine." The young man watched from the sidelines, and in his eyes, respect and awareness crystallized into painful clarity. "We weaklings have no right to follow him," he admitted to himself, bitterly aware of his place in the shadow of a man who was destined to walk a path strewn with difficulties inaccessible to his understanding. In the dim light of the training hall, the white-haired leader, commanding attention with his mere presence, gave an order that carried the gravity of an ancient prophecy. "If you train until you die," he declared, a cascade of determination running through his voice, "then the day will come when you will be able to walk beside me." The young man, who had previously been tormented by doubts, and now, when the glove was thrown at his feet, could only look at him questioningly, and his heart began to beat with anticipation of such an honor. "Then follow me." The leader waved his hand, turning on his heels and throwing on a cloak that whispered stories of 1,000 battles. The room, filled with tension and ambition, watched as he looked over his shoulder. "I will expect great achievements from you," he said. And the young man, together with his comrades, bowed deeply. Words of gratitude and reverence were heard in their voices. The leader looked into the faces of the young warriors, their eyes burning with the fire of newfound purpose and determination. "Two people who should have already died are alive," he said, smiling at the corner of his lips. Their survival was a testament to his prudence, and in their shining gaze he saw a reflection of his own indomitable spirit. But as the day faded and shadows stretched along the walls of the hall, the leader's thoughts became dark as the approaching night. "However, these guys are already dead," he thought, and a chill of foreboding crept into his spine. 3 years later, a cataclysm was approaching, a summoning of the demonic gods that threatened to consume them all. His thoughts raced like a ticking clock. "Many people, including these guys, will lose their lives," he admitted, feeling the weight of future losses weighing on his soul. There was only one hope left, one chance to break the thread of this dark fate, the heart of the dragon. It was the key, the pulse of a solution shrouded in mystery and danger. In the hallowed hall, where the light danced on the ancient stone, stood a man of impressive stature, his white hair in stark contrast to the shadowy background. Next to him stood a woman in a sacred robe, on whose head was a symbol of faith, and listened attentively to his speech. "What do you think? Do you like it?" he asked, his voice bouncing off the cold walls slightly, seeking her advice. Her eyes, reflecting a look of wisdom beyond her years, turned to the equipment displayed before them. Gleaming armor stood guard next to the weapons of war, each item carefully crafted and bathed in the golden rays of the setting sun that filtered through the tall windows. "This is the equipment I purchased," he said with a hint of pride, crossing his arms over his chest and presenting the arsenal to his companion. As she looked at the set, he turned to her, a small, knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "They are good," he confirmed, approving not only of the craftsmanship, but also the hidden power that each item possessed. The weapon, unassuming in its blunt form, was a conduit of mana, chosen for its ability to channel arcane energies that flowed through the kingdom like invisible rivers. She nodded, her gaze lingering on the weapon, understanding the meaning of his choice. Indeed, they were blunt instruments, but in the hands of those who knew how to use ethereal forces, they had enormous potential. "Just as I ordered," he added, confirming that the choice was not random, but the result of careful planning and knowledge. The narrative shifted, moving away from the quiet, reverent atmosphere of the armory to a vision of the danger that awaited them. The tomb of the vile princess was not just a resting place for the dead. It was an abyss of malice teeming with the reanimated bones of the fallen. A place where death itself was only the beginning of a much darker existence. In the dim light of the armory, the scent of oiled steel and ancient leather in the air, the warrior with a noble figure turned to his companion, a woman marked with divine fabric. "What do you say? Do you like it?" he asked, his voice echoing in the hallowed space, weighed down by the weight of the impending war. She stood as a silent sentinel, looking around at the weapons he had collected. They sparkled with deadly promise, each item reflecting not only the flickering light of the torch, but also the need for its purpose. "This is the equipment I purchased," he announced, his posture as firm as the armor he presented. A smile of calm confidence touched his lips as he assessed the cash. "They are good," he confirmed with obvious satisfaction. Each weapon, each shield, each armor was chosen not for its ability to maim or bleed, but for a much more important attribute, the ability to channel the ethereal power of mana. Among this multitude was a weapon that was unremarkable to the untrained eye, but to those who understood the lasso, it was priceless. Dull, yes, but designed to harness magical energies, it was perfect for the task at hand. "Just as I ordered," he muttered, more for himself than for his interlocutor, pleased with the skill. The tomb of the vile princess. That's where they were heading, into the furnace of living bones and an evil spirit. Living skeletons, if such a concept can be applied to the dead, wandered through its damned halls, mocking the natural order of things with their very existence. This is what he was preparing for. To defeat a skeleton, you need to break it with a blunt weapon, he explained. And this statement was not only a lesson in tactics, but also a rule of combat. Blades that cut flesh and squeezed blood were of little use against these disgusting creatures. Only the crushing force of a blunt weapon was enough. When the man promised to purchase the entire arsenal, the woman looked at him, and there was disbelief in her question. "Really?" she asked, but he was already stretching out his hand to the weapon that had attracted his attention, a sword that glowed with an inner light, its tips singing of past battles and future victories. "I especially like this one," he said, picking up the twilight sword, an artifact of ancient power, shrouded in secrets and legends. It was more than just a weapon. It was the key to victory, a beacon of hope against the darkness they would face. In the muted silence of the temple's armory room, the female believer tilted her head, frowning in thought. "I bought it at the request of a respected customer," she muttered, with a hint of skepticism in her voice. "But the longsword is not very effective against skeletons." She met the warrior's gaze, searching for an answer, pondering his logic. The warrior, a man whose experience was etched in his facial features and calm demeanor, had no doubt. His inner monologue revealed a broader perspective. "It's not just the skeletons I have to worry about in this dungeon." His fears lay deeper, woven into the narrative that the skeletons were merely a facade for greater threats lurking within the ancient walls. As if prompted by his thoughts, The narrative unfolded, revealing a being of light, a figure shrouded in the majesty of the Temple of Light. This creature was woven into their destiny, seeking to complete a chapter that had lasted 10 long years, a crusade to cleanse the underground of darkness. The tale took an increasingly darker turn. It whispered about worshippers of demonic gods, fanatics who were ready to plunge into the abyss for the survival of their faith. Their presence hinted at unspoken rituals, at sacrificial altars hidden in the heart of the dungeon, where blood and shadow mingled. Amid these revelations, the warrior stood a solitary figure against the raging storm, his silhouette crackling with the energy of determination. "The entire party is my enemy," he proclaimed, decisively declaring his readiness to confront the legion of cultists. His path took place against the backdrop of an arcane war, where every spell cast and swing of a blade could tip the scales between light and darkness. Under the cover of twilight, a lone knight stood resolutely within the crumbling walls of an ancient castle. His task was clear: to pass through the dangerous labyrinth and obtain the elusive dragon heart. It was an object of great power, said to grant its owner untold power, a prize worthy of facing the legion of shadows that stood in his way. The knight known as Ned shouldered the brunt of this campaign with stoic determination, even as doubts hovered around him like the fog that shrouded the castle. Trust was a scarce currency, and its path lay not only through enemy territory, but also through the treacherous terrain of fractured alliances. In the silence of the castle, the name sounded: Ned. The one who held the knight's trust, the one whose loyalty was as mysterious as the secret prophecies carved into the stones of the castle itself. Ned's face was a mask of thoughtfulness, betraying no secrets and containing a story that had yet to be revealed. As he contemplated the path ahead, the knight knew that he was faced with more than just the task of convincing Ned of the truth, a truth so deep and frightening that it could destroy the very fabric of their reality. To win the heart and mind of a man like Ned, it will take more than just words, but evidence woven from sincerity and unyielding power of persuasion. However, if words did not help and steel spoke instead, the knight knew what a grim reality was approaching him in this confrontation. This will not be a skirmish that may end in retreat or truce. It will be a battle to the bitter end, a duel where the only outcome will be the death of one soul or another. Among these disturbing thoughts, a woman suddenly appeared in the garb of a sorcerer, in whose eyes the wisdom of the ancients was reflected. Her appearance, although belated, was a reminder that the threads of this campaign are intertwined with many, and each player will have to reveal his card. "Sorry, I'm very late, right?" she cooed, her voice echoing through the stone halls with a timbre that spoke of knowledge of arcana and hidden intentions. She introduced herself as the sorceress from the Research Institute, Angela, and her name became another piece in the intricate puzzle that the knight was slowly piecing together. Is she an ally sent by Anna, or another test that he will have to go through in search of the dragon heart? Only time will tell, and in quests like these, time is as much an enemy as any flesh and blood opponent. A sacred ritual unfolded in the hallowed halls of the ancient temple, the air crackling with arcane energy. A lone sword lay on the altar, bathed in a heavenly glow, and above it hung hands wrapped in glow, weaving a tapestry of divine power into the very essence of the metal. It was the art of enchantment, a delicate craft where the power of the magic invested testified to the skill of the sorcerer. Lost in thought, a figure stood to the side, whose eyes reflected the dance of light. "If I remember correctly, Angelia is one of the greatest sorceresses in the temple," he muttered, awe and reverence in his voice. His words hung in the air as recognition of extraordinary skill. The scene changed, and the seriousness of the sorcery gave way to levity. Having completed the task, the sorcerer turned to another, instructing him to continue fulfilling his sacred duty. Then I entrust this to you," came a soft order, shrouded in trust. The answer was frivolous and teasing. "Ho ho, you definitely can, handsome Oppa." Their friendly interactions echoed in the stone corridors, reminding that even in this place, imbued with ancient power, human warmth remained. In another room stood a figure dressed in the robes of the temple, a vision of devotion. Angelia, clasping her rosary with her hands, begged in a melodious whisper, "Our Blessed Mother, give us your light." Her prayer was a silken thread stretching to the heavens in search of divine blessing. When the spell reached its zenith, the temple vault resounded with a symphony of released power. Before the sorcerer lay objects of great power, now sparkling with sacred light. The blessed twilight sword, the robe of griffin feathers, the strong leather boots, the mace of trials. Each of them was a masterpiece of magical skill. The enchantment was complete. The items were ready to aid those who chose them in the trials to come. The temple has once again become a crucible for miracles, and at its heart is Angelia's unsurpassed skill in channeling the light of the gods into the mortal world. Amidst the luminescent glow of the spell, the warrior stood resolutely, his figure shrouded in the glow of the newly forged magical artifacts. Every item, from the blessed mace of tribulations to the black steel spider hook, showed his unyielding determination. Although I need to prepare for the fight with my party members, I cannot put off preparing for the dungeon, he mused with a steely note in his voice. The burden of responsibility weighed on him, the upcoming battle and the treacherous depths of the dungeon. With this, he whispered, and a quiet storm arose in his hard gaze. The basic preparations are completed. A rush of power coursed through his veins, a silent promise of battles to come. He was ready, armed not only with enchanted steel, but also with the stamina of an experienced warrior. The scene turned into a mundane exchange of gold for services rendered. 5 items, a total of 3,000 gold. A voice rang out, breaking the solemnity of the moment. How will you pay? Without wasting any time, the warrior handed over a heavy bag of coins. Everything is here, Uni, he said, and the clink of gold spoke eloquently of the cost of the journey. However, as he considered the deal, mistrust began to arise in him. At only 3,000 gold for a spell made by Angelia, it's very cheap. There was a feeling of anxiety, an understanding that such transactions have not only a financial, but also possibly a hidden price. White Rose must have pulled the strings, he concluded, and this name brought to mind a whole galaxy of alliances and favors in the shadowy backstage of the temple. Finally, amid the cold stone and echoing halls, a conversation began about logistics. Now let's calculate our expenses, suggested one of the figures, for whom the practical side of adventure often fades into the background compared to military glory. Are you sure about this? There was a questioning answer. A note of uncertainty was in the air. The warrior stood in front of the nun, relief and solemnity reflected on his face. Is it thanks to you that I pay almost no commission? He admitted, and there was gratitude in his voice, speaking of battles not only physical, but also strategic and economic. The nun, in impeccable attire, and with a feigned, stern expression on her face, accepted the confession. It's not just 1 or 2 pieces of equipment, she reminded him. With a slight grin, she added, I prepared for some losses to score points. Her words, casual and at the same time calculating, hinted at a game of giveaway, at sacrifices not only of gold, but also of services and alliances. Come on, we're not strangers to each other, she joked, and the lights of camaraderie and common history, rooted in ancient times, beyond the walls of this temple, sparkled in her eyes. The warrior's gaze softened. A rare vulnerability flashed in his eyes. You probably didn't have much time either. Thank you. His words were a bow, an expression of respect for the nun's battles, which she fought in the silence between prayers and the quiet rustle of sacred texts. As she stepped back, her face showed modest triumph. Well, since you already know. But the warrior was already deep in thought, and the gears were turning in his head, pondering the next step. But what to do? He thought out loud, and the rhetorical question echoed from the stone into the void. Then, with a heaviness that seemed to suck all the light out of the room, he admitted, I have no more money. The words fell like a hammer blow, and the finality of his statement stood in stark contrast to the glowing spell and promise of glory that lay beyond the horizon. A sigh broke the silence. What? Dear buyer, what did you say? The merchant's face showed shock, his features distorted in bewilderment. The warrior's misfortune spread throughout the world, touching the lives of people in the web of trade and survival that connected them all. In the dim light of the dimly lit room, an unusually serious exchange of opinions unfolded between 2 different figures. The first, clothed in the humility of apology, stood with her shoulders weighed down by the weight of failure. This character's words conveyed disappointment. The expected treasures from Canyon Village, which were once considered very valuable, turned out to be useless, and the village itself was not the dungeon of wealth that they had hoped for. The second figure, shrouded in a halo of expectation, listened with growing anxiety, which was almost palpable in the tense silence that followed the confession. Then, as if grasping at straws, the first offered an alternative, a couple of bottles with ominously glittering liquids, the labels of which read about deadly poisons. It was a risky gamble to present these sinister compounds as rewards. At this revelation, the air seemed to thicken, and time itself stood still while the second character comprehended the seriousness of the proposal. The initial shock, deeply etched on their faces, was replaced by an awareness of the true value of poisons. The conversation that had begun, in which there were notes of despair, quickly moved into a different direction. The shock of the second person involved was replaced by unbridled zeal, ardor emanating from himself. With delight bordering on awe, they declared that they were more than satisfied with the deadly ampoules, and there was a hunger in their voices that betrayed their keen desire to possess such a rare artifact. Finally, the narrative reached a climax when the waiting figures, unable to contain their anticipation any longer, insistently demanded poisons. The desperation that previously belonged to the first character is now reflected in the impatient gestures of the second. An outstretched hand, eyes burning with the excitement of the upcoming transaction. It was a moment that reflected the uniqueness of their world, where poisons can be treasures, and the value of objects is as unpredictable as fates themselves. The tension of the deal was still in the air of the room. The character who had just given away the bottles of poison turned, and with a solemn look, gave the last recommendation to the other. He told him to be careful when selling them, and the name Mole, like a stone, fell from his lips into the pool of his interlocutor's consciousness, warning about the danger that this contact poses. The recipient of the ampoules confirmed this with an indifferent nod. The weight of the words was understood, but the heaviness did not seem to be felt. As the first character began to walk away along the dim corridor, a familiar warm voice was heard behind him. The girl immediately shouted for their client to return to them. There was more in this voice than just the seller's concern for the buyer. There was genuine affection in him, a promise to wait for their return. Jafir said that he would pay back after the raid. These words hung in the air, filled with hope for future meetings, like an anchor of normalcy in the midst of their turbulent everyday life. The scene changed, and the story turned out to be against the backdrop of some kind of gathering. Two figures stood talking among the shadows of hundreds more people. One of them asked how many people were around them if they still had to take into account the nights, and the question hung between them like a heavy cloak. Jafir replied that there were about 100 people, in which one could feel the threshold of something grandiose. One of the characters stood apart from the others, lost in thoughts that seemed to go beyond the present moment, going into the past. He talked about his memories, gloomily counting the number of those who survived a similar gathering in a past life. But there were catastrophically few of them. There was a fatalistic determination in their voices. They accepted that history could repeat itself. There was a collective pause in the last image, as if everyone present was holding their breath. One of the characters looked around the crowd and noticed. Jafir said that it seemed that everyone was in a mess. It was the confession that set everything in motion, the silent bell that heralded the beginning of the event that had been awaited and feared. Under the high arches of the sacred halls, a call to arms sounded, and the gathering of the raiding party began. Lucius stood in the front row, his golden armor sparkling in the sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows. His gaze was stern, and his resolve unshakable. He was the chosen leader of the squad, captain of the Knights of the Temple, who was entrusted with a difficult task. The composition of the party testified to the seriousness of their task. The Order of the Knights Templar, led by its official priest, fielded the strongest, 18 battle-hardened knights and 10 healers, ready to give their lives for a just cause. They were a bulwark against darkness, a shield for their people. But this was no ordinary raid. From the shadows emerged the hunting party, 20 slave souls, each a silent predator in the complex hierarchy of the Order of the Knights of the Temple. Their presence spoke of the intricacies of the mission, the need for stealth and cunning amid the clang of steel. There were those who walked in the light but were close to darkness. The Inquisitors of the Heresy, 12 combat Inquisitors and 6 healers, carried the cross of not only salvation but also condemnation. Their purpose was twofold: to heal and condemn, to defend the sanctity of their order with fire and faith. The mosaic was completed by the agents inquisitors of the heresy, 20 more people of the rank of slaves, shrouded in mystery no less than the cloaks. It was a silent oath, a promise to act in the shadow of a grand plan, to be the invisible hand that would guide the outcome of the upcoming confrontation. At dawn, the formation of the detachment was consecrated over the sacred lands. 86 souls, sealed by a solemn oath, were divided into 2 groups, determined by combat prowess and magical abilities. The vanguard, personifying power and strength, stood ready with a sword and shield. Their duty was clear: to engage in close combat, guard the paths, explore the unknown, protecting their vanguard colleagues. The last group, consisting of magicians and healers, was the lifeblood of the party. They held staves in their hands, through which the very essence of support and restoration was transmitted from a distance beyond the reach of the sword. The command of these divided forces was entrusted to 4 distinguished individuals. Captain Healer Arno, with a gaze as calm as the calm waters of a sacred pool, was a beacon of hope and recovery. Standing next to him was Leona's escort captain, her presence as calm as it was menacing, and a testament to the power that lay in protection and support. The party captain, Lucius, towered over everyone gathered. His command was not only a strategy, but also a blessing. The raised hand not only directed the course of battle, but also bestowed a silent blessing on his charges. His authority was absolute, not only by virtue of his rank, but also by virtue of the divine favor which he carried. The concept of stigmata was revered, a divine gift marking those who are loved by the gods. These holy bearers, called saints or holy maidens, were living conductors of heavenly will, their hands glowing with the light of their patron deities. And Lucius, the saint of light, was a revered figure, marked from childhood with the luminous seal of the deity, which promised him, after his earthly death, to ascend to the heavenly palaces. The raiders stood on the threshold of their holy cause, their roles determined both by their skills and by the divine hierarchy that blessed their mission. They were not just warriors, they were the chosen instruments of a higher will. Every step forward a step in a grand cosmic gambit, every breath a whispered prayer for victory and survival. In the silence that preceded the storm of a difficult campaign, the raiders gathered, their spirits buoyed by the presence of those they considered almost otherworldly. Saints and holy sisters were revered among them, their aura equated with that of an angel, and their very presence was an honor that many carried with them as a sacred memory. One of those gathered, a humble warrior with faith shining in his eyes, was amazed at the blessing of seeing the saints in the flesh. He clasped his hands in silent prayer, his heart full of gratitude, representing the awe felt by everyone present. But amid the whispered prayers and reverent murmurs, there was one who, with calm solemnity, bore the weight of their veneration. His gaze, sharp and penetrating, revealed the severity of his role. For the rest, his revelation was a rare gift, a moment of sharing grace with the highest echelons of their holy order. It was a time of prophetic pronouncements, when an authority figure, clad in the regal trappings of his position, spoke in a voice that resonated with the power of foresight. Lucius said that he had prophesied one thing, and the words hung in the air, seeming to echo with divine power. The proclamation was bold, its consequences as vast as the skies above them. With this raid, they will end a saga that has lasted 10 grueling years. The tomb of the vile princess, a name that was whispered across the land, would no longer be a mystery haunting their world. It was an oath that carried the weight of many destinies, a challenge to a riddle that challenged the bravest hearts. On the threshold of a risky undertaking, the assembled warriors listened as their fates were written into the annals of the Holy Church. Lucius said that the names of every person who took part in the raid would be written down, imbued with the weight of history. This voice promised not just glory, but immortality of memory and spirit. There was a revelation among the participants that brought about profound changes. Slaves, shackled with invisible chains but felt in their every step, had to be freed from their shackles. Lucius pointed out that all slaves would become free men, echoing like a stone in the hearts of those who had known nothing but slavery. It was the promise of a new dawn, a future where the shackles of the past would be broken and forgotten. Party Captain Lucius, the Saint of Light, whose very presence was inspiring, urged his comrades to be prepared for the challenges ahead. Lucius urged the people to endure the rigors of preparation that would begin today, a call to arms and hope in his voice, and together with him they will walk the path of glory. His call to arms was an oath, a shared vow to strive for greatness beyond oneself. The voices of the raid participants rose in unison to the heavens, a chorus of faith and ardent joy. All the people immediately began to pray to the Almighty Arya to grant people salvation through her eternal light, and their words turned into a tapestry of devotion, permeating the air and woven into the very fabric of the divine. The path to salvation lay at the top of the Screaming Peak, a monolith created according to nature's plan, and became a crucible for hardening their will and skill. A special training ground, as formidable as it was majestic, waited to test their strength, break them, and transform them into warriors of legend. A lone figure rose from the harsh landscape of Creek Peak, where the winds whispered of forgotten valor. His hands were calloused, his breathing was ragged, but most of all, his thoughts weighed heavily on him. Jeffir only smiled about glory. His voice was just a thread against the background of the howling wind. Jeffir immediately asked himself who this glory was for. He knew the stories, the songs that the bards sang, and the toasts made in the mead halls. Stories of the honors that followed the valiant after their return from the depths of treacherous dungeons. And yet, pressed against the unshakable rock, he realized that beneath the shiny surface of these stories lay the pure truth. Raids, for all their declared nobility, were transactions whose currency was blood and steel, and whose profit was cold, hard gold. In the echoing halls of power where the game was played, like a talisman, a piece of stone from the very dungeon they sought to conquer flaunted. Mathis said that the knights must get used to the dark power that came from the crystal, reminding them that the darkness they will face is not just a physical opponent, but a ghostly one, an evil that clings to the soul. The realities of their activities were revealed not in a military clash, but in the clink of coins. They entered not only into battle with monsters, but also into a political dance to defend the right to victory in these sacred dungeons. Assembling a raid party, securing investments, supplying equipment and potions, each of them was a carefully calibrated piece of the complex puzzle that was their campaign. The narrative of heroism unraveled thread by thread, revealing a complex and pragmatic tapestry. For the raiders, the ascent was not just a physical ascent, it was an existential reckoning with the nature of their journey. The realization that in their pursuit of glory, they too were pawns in a greater scheme, pieces moving across a board where the hands of unseen players guided them not to the light of legend, but to the shine of gold. Long years of preparation bore fruit. The labyrinths of the dungeon fell silent, defeated by the era of struggle. The raiders, their armor battered and their faces etched with weariness and triumph, emerged into the light of a world awaiting transformation. As the shadows of the dungeon receded, the once-forgotten lands came to life. The land freed from the shackles of darkness became the basis for new roads and cities. What was once a realm of whispers and fears now echoed with the sounds of construction and the laughter of those who dared to reclaim it. The winners watched as investors' gold-filled coffers swelled and land values rose like the sun on a new day. They fought not only for glory and honor, but also for the promise of prosperity that beckons the ambitious and brave. It was a monumental enterprise in which the threads of valor and trade were woven into a single victorious tapestry. However, hidden beneath the surface of their newfound prosperity was the truth about their conquest. It turned out that the Great Temple of Light, a beacon for the pious and hopeful, was merely a strategic outpost of the revered St. Lucius. It was from here that plans were made to clear the tomb of the vile princess, and it was from here that the raiders were transformed into instruments of victory. The temple's training grounds became a crucible for developing the skills of raiders. The instructor told all the people around to consider these lights as magical attacks from opponents, when balls of light danced around the students, imitating lasso shots from an invisible enemy. They dodged and twisted, their bodies reacting with the grace born of tireless training. One raider grumbled to another about how difficult it was, his voice hoarse with tension. Jeffir wondered if this was at least a little like a real fight. The mock battle was only a shadow of the war they waged in the depths of the dungeon, but it was a necessary rehearsal for the coming trials. In silence, the two experienced warriors exchanged words of strategy and restraint. Ned immediately told Jafir that they couldn't use the Dragon King's techniques in such a place. his words carrying the wisdom and scars of past battles. They were a different breed of warrior, their skills honed not only in the clash of swords, but also in shadow dancing and the subtle art of survival. The sun was sinking towards the horizon, casting long shadows on the training ground, where the sound of weapons had finally died down. The trainer immediately shouted that the task of defeating 5,000 golems was completed, giving the tired warriors a short break. They lowered their hands, breathing heavily, and the golden light of twilight enveloped them like a well-deserved cloak. An experienced veteran watched what was happening from above, his eyes wide with admiration. The man immediately said that the knights had done even better than he could have imagined, lingering his gaze on the fallen Neda and Japhira, who dotted the battlefield like strange earthen fruits after a storm. This was a testament to the growing skill of the raiders, especially noticeable in those who had previously known nothing but chains. The priest was quick to point out that it was Ned and Japhir who had done the best job, nodding towards the pair whose interactions on the battlefield were as fluid as a choreographed dance, their movements a language of silent coordination and mutual trust. As the dust settled, an unspoken but palpable question hung in the air. He wondered if they might actually be able to clear the dungeon this time. It was a whisper of hope, a glimmer of faith that perhaps, after years of work and loss, the situation could change in their favor. The healers moved among the ranks, their hands glowing with the soft light of restoration. One of the healers announced that she had completely healed the wounds and fatigue of the vanguard, her voice both a balm and a call to unity. Her presence promised not only recovery, but also acceleration of learning. 2 weeks under her supervision would bring progress equal to a month. When the break ended, the coach's voice cut through the conversations. The coach immediately said that now it was time for them to start training from the very beginning. It was a call to return to work, to the tireless pursuit of excellence, which does not tolerate weakness or hesitation. As the raid participants regrouped, the true essence of their undertaking became clear. It was a struggle not only with the physical difficulties of the dungeon, but also with the limitations of their own body and mind. The healer's magic was an integral part of their training, each spell woven into the overall tapestry of their endeavor. The day was drawing to a close, and with it the end of an era of tireless preparation. The announcement came from above. The coach shouted that the training was over. The sense of accomplishment was palpable, and there was a palpable electricity in the air as the soldiers were commended for their perseverance. Not a single soul was lost due to the grueling regime. The coach immediately said that from tomorrow a hellish forced march into the dungeon awaited them all. The real test was yet to come. Warriors were encouraged to enjoy the simple pleasures of life, eat, drink, sleep. Tomorrow would demand everything from them, and they deserved this short respite. As night darkened the sky, the stars bore witness to their resolve, the calm before the storm of their greatest test. However, not all hearts were won by the promise of relaxation and fun. In the dim light, 2 figures stood apart. Their voices rumbled softly against the background of the evening cool. Jaffa asked Ned if he hadn't eaten his share today, too, and a worried furrow appeared on his forehead. The other, silhouetted against the fading light, responded with a calmness that belied the seriousness of the upcoming test. Ned said that he ate as much as he needed. The reason was as practical as it was surprising. Ned said that he must maintain his weight to become stronger. It was a strategy, a calculated choice in favor of agility rather than strength, in favor of speed rather than endurance. It was the discipline of a warrior who knew his body as well as his blade, who understood that every ounce could tip the scales between victory and defeat. The first warrior, moved by the logic and self-sacrifice of his comrade, pushed aside the plate, and in that simple act an unspoken pact was born. Japhir immediately put down his portion and declared that then he would not eat either. After all, their mission was the same. If one fails, the other will bear the brunt of their common fate. In the dimly lit room, you could almost feel the tension hanging heavy, like thick curtains enveloping the stone walls. Ned, his eyes narrowed in a piercing gaze, broke the silence with a teasing, drawling voice in which one could hear a challenge. Ned asked if Japhir really was still trying to outdo him, his grin almost as sharp as the sword he probably wielded. Opposite him stood another figure whose expression was carved from stone, adamant and stern. Japhir coldly replied that Ned should not make such a face, but the corner of his mouth twitched upward, in the ghostly semblance of a smile. He extended his hand and showed a small vial filled with a mysterious liquid that glittered even in the dimness of the room. Jafir assured that he had brought something good to Ned, his tone mixed with mischief and solemnity. Holding out the bottle, he declared with a confidence that belied the simplicity of his gesture. Jafir said that this drink would warm Ned faster and allow him to move faster. It was an offering, a gesture speaking the unpronounceable language of his comrades. The liquid in the vial began to glow, promising unknown advantages in dexterity and perhaps in strength. The scene changed, and now, against the backdrop of the fading day, the long-haired hero thoughtfully examines the bottle he holds in his hands. The sunset painted him in golden and purple tones, which contrasted sharply with the cold thoughtfulness in his eyes. Ned asked Jafir how much information he knew about him, barely whispering, as if afraid to break the sacred silence that accompanied the setting sun. Finally, at the top of the rampart, where the horizon stretched before him, a revelation descended on him, softening the harsh features of his face. Ned said that at first he thought that Jafir wanted to eliminate him and then take the guy's place, and these words carried the full weight of his initial mistrust. But when the birds took off from the towers, there was lightness and liberation in his voice. However, Ned realized that Jafir had no desire to harm him during this training. It was an acknowledgement that there had been a shift in his soul, from suspicion to frail threads of trust, from rivalry to the edge of unexpected camaraderie. Under the cover of night, two silhouettes merged into one, and secrets whispered between them. Jafir said it was about tears of blood, shrouded in shadow, which spoke of a treasure stolen from his family, a treasure steeped in his family's legacy and sorrow. In the solitude of their secret meeting, the man revealed the full depth of his quest, revenge on the temple, the shrine that had turned into an enemy. His voice, although quiet, conveyed the full weight of his determination. Ned said that he was following the master to return and take revenge on the temple, and his revelation sounded in a controlled whisper intended only for one soul. In response, he carefully curved his lips and smiled, not reaching his eyes. Jafir said that he would answer Ned when he deserved his trust. His tone was light, but there was an unspoken challenge in it. It was a dance of words, in which every step was measured, every turn was fraught with subtext. The narrative stretched to the sky, where the twilight testified to the inner turmoil that tormented the seeker of tears of blood. He understood all too well how fragile the power of knowledge was, understood that secrets were a currency in their game that he was not yet ready to spend. The final scene unfolded in the bright light of dawn, and the two figures were separated by more than just the space between them. Ned said that Jafir told him that he would tell him about them when he was worthy of trust, but his words sounded somehow incredulous. His doubt was a tangible force that filled the space between them. This statement echoed the truth of their situation. Trust was not a commodity that could be easily exchanged, and words were only a veil over intentions that had yet to be revealed. In the gathering twilight, questions hung in the air like the last rays of the sun, fading but persistent. Ned immediately asked what Jafir was hiding and what he wanted in return for this information, the long-haired figure demanded, trying to unravel the tangle of unspoken words and hidden desires. His eyes, sharp and searching, searched for the truth in the twilight. The other, looking deep into himself, spoke with a measured pause in which the weight of a new understanding was felt. Jafir immediately thought that Ned in this world was completely different, and this simple recognition bore the imprint of transformation. It was an acknowledgement that something fundamental had changed in who they were talking about, a shift from what was to what could be. Memories flashed like the edge of a blade, revealing a time when violence was the only language they spoke. Jafir recalled that at first Ned tried to kill him, and his voice sounded smooth, like a symphony of steel and shadow in their deadly dance. The revelation came in a low whisper, an acknowledgement that time had woven magic between the two warriors. Probably the fact that they were together for 2 weeks had its effect. It was an acknowledgement that their bond had been changed by shared moments and tacit understandings, by days that had turned enemies into unwanted allies. The correction cut through the conversation, sharp and clear. Jafir said that Ned was asking completely the wrong question, redirecting the flow of their dialogue. His words were the turning point that directed them to the root of the problem. With his back to his interlocutor, he asked the question that lay at the heart of their search. Jeffer said that Ned should have asked where he could look for the tear of blood. Now it was not just about motives, but about the location and keeper of the elusive tear of blood. On the verge of revelation, he looked at the horizon, where the last rays of the day cast long shadows. Jeffer began, saying what he would say to the guy and talking about his sword, but his voice broke off as he was on the verge of revealing a long-hidden truth. The final image captures the moment of revelation, one eye open wide in shock, the question word echoing in the ensuing silence. It was a cliffhanger, leaving viewers with an unexpected twist, a mystery that could unravel their intertwined destinies. In this tale of hidden truths and shifting alliances, every word, every glance, every memory has the power to change the course of their journey. As night fell, the story of Tears of Blood remained as elusive as the fading light, a puzzle composed of whispered confessions and vulnerable moments. And in the past, the father told his son that the relic of their family of barons is the styler demonic sword Bloody Tears, and their ancestor received it as a trophy after destroying the desert demon. And the ancestor dedicated this ball to God, who in turn granted their family the status of barons, and he ordered them to take care of the Bloody Tears from generation to generation. And soon he will accept from him the status of baron, and at the same time inherit such an honorable mission. And he must become an outstanding knight in order to be suitable for Bloody Tears. And as soon as the father finished speaking, he asked his son if he understood, to which the still young Ned replied that he understood. Give him something else as an inheritance. This time there should be a good return on investment, and a little later one clear. During the day, Ned shouted for his sword to be returned to him. After all, he put the bale only in that place, and the baron's status and Bloody Tears did not go there, and they must return the sword now. But the Alden priest began to answer that how could he cause such a commotion on the territory of the temple, and that he was generally mistaken. After all, the Bloody Tears belong neither to him in the family, but to Snyder's defense, and instead of debts, having put his own status on the line, he now has no rights. And as soon as the young master heard this, his anger overwhelmed him, and he began to take out his sword, and shouting at the priest who took his sword that he was a fool. But as soon as he ran up to him, other knights began to attack him and ultimately killed him. And all this was observed by his little son, who could not believe that his father had just been killed. And finally, the priest began to say that he should be glad that his sword did not touch him. After all, if only such a commoner as he was in the Temple of Light crippled his aristocrat and the son of a bishop, then they would have to execute his son too. And a similar picture was part of the phenomenon 12 years ago. And speculation with dungeons that had been heating up for years was common investment and powers of storming the dungeon. And the raid group and the prices of items skyrocketed like crazy in financial goods associated with the dungeons, and at one time investors were able to earn a huge amount of money with the help of this. Continued to fail in order to pull off an investment scam. A fake guild of vagabonds was created and many unfavorable incidents broke out. Factors and enveloping the dungeon, the bubble burst, and thus an economic crisis occurred, and they began to call it the rupture of the dungeon bubble. And the Temple of Light, which started working, made a fortune by selling deformed financial goods in the dungeons, even before the lupacia of the economic bubble deceived. Countless investors said that the situation was safe, and he was selling goods no different from the shred paper, and this was done in order to reduce their losses due to gain. And as a result, investors who bought investment products receive a chrome loan like his father went bankrupt and ended up on the street and on the other. The high-ranking defenders of the bubble burst in the dungeons. The priests, despite the largest-scale economic fraud in history, did not pay for their crimes. And all this time he survived to destroy the temple and take revenge on the priests, especially the priest of Olga, who, under the pretext of friendship, deceived his father and took his life. And he is talking about wool in the whole world. You need to find a symbol of them in the family. Bloody Tears from whom not a single rumor was heard. And Ned did not know why the teacher had tears of blood. After all, the teacher recently revealed to him the true faces of both the head of the Devil sect and the leadership of the 12 apostles. And the head of the sect and half of the 12 apostles are high-ranking officials of the Temple of Light. But as soon as Ned heard, he could not believe these words that Adam told him. And Adam was sure that they told him that if he becomes an important person for him and carries out his retribution, then this is bullshit. And the teacher turns out to be a scoundrel and plans to give the dragon heart they brought to the head of the Devil sect. If this happens, they probably won't be able to touch even the hairs of their henchmen in sex, and it's too late to take revenge. The red-haired guy understood that he was being deceived, and the teacher whom he considered his own family had betrayed him, and he could not believe it. However, if this is not true, how does he know the words that the teacher told him? And the guy couldn't understand what he should do now. And a little later, they began to approach the entrance to the dungeon. And looking at it, the red-haired guy realized that this was the grave, vile princess. And the level of this dungeon cannot be compared with all the places they have been to before. After all, from here, there is a view of an ominous energy that tears him to the core. But other hunters decided that it was interesting and worth a try. And as soon as the door began to open, they did not understand that this was one of the great dilemmas of this world. And at that moment, the other soldiers and hunters began to sense something. But the leader of the healers began to say that, as was said earlier, this is the dungeon that Storm has been attacking for 10 years. And they will now find out that there are cleansing objects everywhere, and this means that the floor has been cleared, and at the moment cleaning is being carried out here. And this dungeon consists of 9 floors, and last time they were able to clear the dungeon up to the 7th floor. And they were also able to destroy the guards of the 8th floor, but due to the sinister energy that was charged from the lower floors. Terrifying monsters keep appearing here, and with just one glance, they can look straight into the depths of your heart. And at that same moment, the guys began to prepare for battle, and the detachment had to get into formation number 3. After all, they will now start their party and fight to the death. But at the same time in the Temple of Light, the head of the 3rd ward of the Temple of Light began to tell the other that he was grateful that they had come here. And they were so worried because in connection with the raid, their soldiers left the temple, and he cannot believe that they came here to lend them a defensive army, and he does not even know how to thank them. But the other bishop began to answer that now in times like these, they should help each other. And after the event, people in the dungeon in the main temple of the 3rd entrance from the central entrance arrived the knights of the temple, and the man that Cardinal Rasker arrived here answered the head of the 3rd parish of the Temple of Light so that they could use it for their health. But at the same time, there was a battle in which a lot of people and hunters fought against evil creatures, and the battle was so large-scale that the entire fortress seemed to be afraid from the swings of swords on each side. And some hunters understood that these monsters were endless and did not understand why there were so many skeleton monsters. But another hunter began to say that he couldn't do it with these skeletons. But suddenly a hunter, with his head and hands bandaged, he began to say that he had heard that the local mistress was the princess of horror-in-law. She once was. In a great swoop and appears once every 1,000 years, and most likely she bewitched her subjects and locked them alive in this tomb. And who can, in 1,000 years, several hundred or even thousands of thieves probably came here. So there are plenty of human bones here. But at one moment, a bright light appeared from the end of the tunnel, and all the hunters began to pay their attention to it. And suddenly bone golems appeared. It was a horror collected from several hundred human remains. And as soon as one of the golems swung and hit the ground, a huge explosion scattered many knights who were near it. And after this, a huge shockwave began to blow away everyone in its path. But at the same moment, the girl nun began to use her magic, a chain of light that was supposed to bind her enemy, and a huge chain that glowed with a bright yellow light began to hinder the movement of the huge golem. And the rest of the soldiers began to attack him while he was chained in order to break him and not let go of the skeleton warriors. But at that moment, the golem began to glow bright green and thus became much stronger than a few minutes ago. And as soon as everyone realized that he was seriously angry, he began to break the huge chain that was hindering his movement. And at the same moment, the main one among all the armies that had gathered here began to raise his sword, and saying that the goddess would guide him, and in the darkness give him better light. And in an instant, he was able to cut the big one in half. The force was hundreds of times greater than the tight monster, and the knights who watched could not believe their eyes. But at that very moment, they did not expect anything else from their master. But Mr. Matthias began to tell them in a rude tone so that they should not dare to relax. After all, since there are these piles of bones, it means that somewhere nearby there is someone who controls them. And so it was, because in the farthest room there was a skeleton of a mid-level mach, and monsters possessed some spells of a lower level. And the guys began to understand that if they didn't deal with the magician, he would continue to call on Golema. He needed to be destroyed quickly. But Mr. Matthias began to say that he himself was in the know, and there was no need to rush him. After all, be that as it may, under the cover of a defensive detachment, they must get closer to the magician, and they need to go deeper and destroy all the Holums on the way. And at the same moment, Mr. Matthias began to turn his head and consider, where is the one who should finish this fight? And turning his head, he still found his subordinate who was standing behind him. And the guy with a huge weapon began to say that everyone should move out of his way, because now he will use the most powerful weapon that is available at this stage of the battle. And not even a moment had passed before he launched a terrifying attack, and the entire tunnel began to burn with a bright yellow color that was heading straight towards the skeleton of Magu, who stood at the very end. And at the same moment, the skeleton magician was defeated, and after this, an ancient tombstone that tried with energy. The magician's skeleton was also destroyed. And that guy started saying that if you don't break it into the coffin with your spell, although if you destroy them at the same time, it won't matter. And once they figured it out, with the magician and his golems, the rest of the knights and hunters began to deal with the rest of the undead. And the nun who was watching all this began to think that in the last raid, it took them half an hour to destroy the tombstone, but now the copy of light has incredible power. And the red-haired guy realized that this is the Son of God. And Adam, who was standing nearby, understood that here is equipment worth 2 million gold coins. And now this guy is incredibly strong with this weapon. And if you try to kill him, it will be very difficult. And soon, the 8th floor was captured by hunters and knights because they didn't understand that the skeletons were no longer rising. And they began to deal with the wounded and decided that today they would set up their camp here. If they don't want to tie up horses in a dream, then they should now place a cleaning facility around the perimeter. And at that moment, Adam began to go around the corner and look for the very place that he knew about in a past life, because he understood that it had to be here somewhere. And as soon as he touched one of the bricks in the wall, he realized that he had finally found it. And in the temporary military construction, the guys began to carefully discuss the map of the 9th floor, and according to intelligence, it took them about 6 days to get to the room of the main villain. And now they will carry out an offensive, simultaneously destroying all the tombstones that they come across. But the nun did not understand. Do they really have to destroy everything because there were 1,000 of them there, and it will take them 2 days to destroy the slabs that are on the way? But Lucius began to answer the nun. What a year ago they certainly went well by choosing the short route. But in the end, they failed miserably, and last year they also reached the tomb of the vile queen. But leaving from the attacks of the guards protecting the passage, they retreated back and fell into the ring of a whole legion of dead monsters walking from every crevice. And that day, they lost too many fighters. And now they will not step on the same rake, and even if they need more time, they need to destroy these slabs. And even if they fall into a trap before the main tomb, they will lose many good warriors. And the fewer there are, the higher the risk of failure in the decisive battle. And one of the most important tasks this time is to preserve the energy of Commander Lucius and bring him as fresh as possible to the main monster. After all, with him as their current commander, this is possible, and he will be able to defeat the monster. After all, a year ago everyone didn't look and were horrified by what they saw. And looking at each other, they saw a terrifying monster who was so strong that he inspired fear with just his gaze. And that one is the guardian of the care of the tomb of the vile queen, who under his gaze broke their entire fighting spirit. While at the same moment a loud scream was heard in the camp, and the squad leader began to come in, not understanding what had happened. But suddenly he saw something that he didn't even imagine he could see. 8th floor. It was the monster Shoggoth who ate knights and hunters, and all they could do was scream for help. And the commander of the detachment could not believe it, even though they had prepared 5 Shoggoths for their strategy. But now was not the time. Yes, and they shouldn't have used them now, and he didn't understand. What idiot did it? And at the same moment, the leaders simultaneously looked in the same direction. And it was a premonition, or rather an instinct, the feeling of hidden danger all over your skin. And as soon as they looked at Adam, who was standing not far from them, he began to answer them what they were staring at. And as soon as he pulled the handle that came out of the wall, something strange began to happen under the feet of the leaders and all the other guys, and they all couldn't understand why this was happening. How this was even possible, because last time this didn't happen. And they did not understand how the dungeon could move at all, and who was in control of all this. The day before the list of raid participants was announced, at a meeting of the Devil's followers, it was said that the passage to the main evil spirits had been cleared with a powerful magical barrier, and therefore the door would not open until the guards arrived. But after everyone enters the main hall, the the passage will close again, and it will remain so until the vile queen is killed. This was discovered by the reconnaissance group and deciphered the magical runes with which the entire passage was covered. But another man began to ask whether it was possible to simply break the wall, but he was told that if it were possible, then does he think that the raid was delayed for 10 years? And the lower he goes, the stronger the protective magic, and it can be considered that it cannot be destroyed at all. But they knew that their commander Lucius was not so simple, and so he took some measures, and he borrowed from the Holy Pope an item of legendary quality of faith. It was an indestructible sacred relic which was leased from Lucius for 10,000 gold coins per year, and he thinks of jamming the door with a stake, preventing it from slamming shut. If these weldings were made by the great creator, then it will not be possible to break the sacred object, and the strike force responsible for Commander Lucius will divert attention to himself, and the rest will bring him as far as possible from the entrance. After Brother Ned steals the dragon heart and escapes through the designated passage, they must awaken the Shoggoth, and Shoggoth is a living weapon. This monster eats people and becomes stronger from their mana, and the person who touches it plunges into madness. And people like Lucius and the rest of the commanders have strong protective magic, so their minds will not become clouded. However, ordinary priests will not be able to resist 5 Shoggoths, and seeing the priests falling into madness and killing their allies, the commander will lose concentration. And in order to eliminate the distraught team members, yes, provided that the Shoggoths are interfering nearby, it will take at least 3 minutes. And thus, the monsters will have enough time to calmly deal with Lucius and not get out of the ground with serious losses and report to the temple about another failure of the raid. And that special elixir received from the leadership, if you drink it, then the effect of the slave's seal disappears for a while, and the orders of the priests will not act on them, and as soon as they drink them before entering the tomb. In order to get out, they will need the outskirts. Hypnosis, and they should not whistle at them thoughtlessly, especially before the start of an attack. After all, this musical instrument with which you can control this monster, when used, the user is not affected by the powers of the second monster. And holding this tool in my hands, I realized that the devil's minions were well prepared. And Adam, standing nearby, understood that most of the guys would die before activating the device. He decided that since there was a large group of medics here, there wouldn't be any serious problems. And as soon as Adam started, the rest of the hunters heard this music that they had heard before, and understood that this music did not lead to anything good. And immediately after that, terrifying monsters began to emerge from some of the guys. And other knights, as well as healers and hunters, saw that this was Shogota's terrifying creature. And Adam, who was standing around the corner, began to shout to the doctor that they should gather in one place and form a group, so that it would be easier for the doctor to carry out the cleansing. And as soon as those guys heard that they had to gather ranks, Adam realized that this was a great chance, and now he could take advantage of this opportunity. And running up to the wall where he knew in advance, he began to look for the nearest ledge to press on it. But at that same moment, he realized that someone was looking at him, and he began to turn his head towards those guys. And as soon as he turned his head completely, he saw that the leaders of the squad with whom he came here were looking at him, and the main leader began to remember the words that Ned said to him, that Adam was sent by his teacher to help him complete the mission. And then it dawned on him that this was the brother whom Ned brought him, and he did not understand what he was doing there. And as soon as Adam pressed the secret button, some kind of wheel came out near him, and he began to tell the leader of the squads why they were staring at him. And as soon as Adam turned his wheel, which had just opened, he began to operate the mechanism. After all, this device should have been discovered only 3 years after the end of the raid. And by that time, this dungeon had been converted into a shelter from the onslaught of demons. I was a security mechanism that changed the position of the walls by rearranging the piles and supporting structures of the tombs. And Adam happened to be here once with his comrades, so he knows the layout of the dungeon like the back of his hand. And all this was observed by Lucius, who remembered that one slave had cleared a nest of angry basilisks, and he was trying very hard to show himself when there were a little more than 20 days left, and maybe it was worth checking whether he was a follower of the devil or not. Lucius began to remember this silver hair and tall stature, and this is the same weak-willed one that Matthias told him about, and maybe he really was a follower of the devil. But Lucius decided that it didn't matter, and he had the seal of a slave, and he would not be able to resist orders, and at that very moment he began to shout to Adam to stop. At that moment something strange began to happen, and the person noticed that Adam began to run further. and couldn't understand why he didn't stop because this couldn't happen. But all due to the fact that it was a special elixir received from the leadership, and if you drink it, the effect of the slave's seal disappears for a while, and the orders of the priests will not work on them either. And the main thing is that the commander realized that this was the effect of the elixir, and at that very moment Matthias began to get angry and shouted at Adam's back that he was the son of a dog. And just as he was ready to strike straight at the Adam who was running away from them, he suddenly appeared. Ned inflicted heavy damage on Matthias, with the help of which he began to hinder his movement, and with the help of yours. The Eastern weapon of an elastic sword was flexible enough to be hidden in a belt, and this terrible blade that encircles the skin like a whip and tears it to shreds. Matthias couldn't understand why his friend was doing this, but Ned immediately after this attack began to run straight after Adam, who had already run far enough. But Ned, running away, began to think that even though he had blocked Matthias's attack, there was still one left. It was Lucius with his huge spear, which he had already begun to use, and a huge attack began to fly towards Adam. And just a few meters away, Adam would have been torn into small pieces. After all, the attack was very strong. Come on! At the same moment, something happened with that attack, and she stopped right in front of Adam. And Lucius, who was looking at it, couldn't believe his eyes, couldn't understand why the attack didn't work. And the running Adam began to say that let him forgive. But now no attacks will affect him. After all, he is endowed with divine luck, and at the time of endowment with incredible luck, the number of uses was 3, and at the moment it was used only for the first time. It was the blessing of the goddess Fortune, divine luck. And at the very beginning of his adventure, she told him what the gods had provided for him. Some gifts as support, so that on his return he will have an advantage and can check his privileges. After looking at the notification window and the day when he went back in time at the moment when he saw the list of benefits, this strategy struck his head like lightning, and the security device moves all the structures of the tomb and forms new dungeon structures, and that means for a long time. In the place where there was no path, firewood appears, and the checkpoint becomes useless. If he is lucky, he will be able to get to the room with the monster. And now luck is on Adam's side, and he continued to run away as fast as he could in order to quickly get closer to the vile queen who was waiting for him, and, together with his partner, to fight her. And at the same moment, Adam noticed that his comrade had finally caught up with him. And his comrade, and at the same time mentor, began to say what Adam can do, so can he. And after these words, Adam smiled because he didn't understand what kind of determination he had. And a little earlier, when he told him to come the plans of the devil's followers after everyone goes to the tomb, he will steal the dragon's heart and be able to escape with it. Ask him what he thinks about it now. And Adam decided that he would tell him how everything would be. If he would do this, he would frankly be screwed, and they would have to take down the main evil spirits together. But as soon as Ned heard these words, he could not understand what he was saying. And jumping up from his seat, he screamed that she was tired of listening to Adam because he was offering them to kill that creature. And that's all these brains could come up with. But Adam answered him in a confident tone to sit back down and he would tell him one interesting thought. And as soon as Adam finished, he asked his partner if he had any questions, because he had already told him this whole plan. To which Ned replied that this was a good strategy and all this could be accomplished. But there was only one problem. It was trust, because Adam said that he was finished if he ran away with his heart, and that's what he meant. For his own information, he can also show the speed of the flow of the royal dash. If he starts to run, then no one will catch him. And what else will happen if he becomes the owner of the dragon heart? But that Adam began to answer him, raised his hand and showed 2 fingers that there are 2 things. Firstly, you can take possession of the power of the heart only in one special way, otherwise it is simple. And he personally cannot do this, but he knows who can help them with this issue. And the second is the person who arrived as a carrier at the main temple. The third parish is Cardinal Aldin, and if he does not appear at the meeting place, his knights will begin pursuit and doubles. The knights are real professionals on their continent. People with such training can be counted on one hand. It's not over yet when the news about him spreads throughout the area. The entire cult of the devil opens a hunt for him. And speaking about the entire cult, he also means their teacher, the master of the flow of the royal tiara. Poisonously, he finally asked Ned if he was sure that he could get them all through without his help. And now Adam and his partner continued on their way to the tomb of the vile queen. I did not push as hard as I could. And Ned on the way began to think about what his old comrade told him. that he really wanted to betray the dragon's heart to the head of the cult personally. Why is this all of a sudden? After all, they will already send him to the dungeon, and as a responsible person, he cannot take actions deviating from the established plan. But as he thought about it, he couldn't understand whether he really thought that they would arouse suspicion from Chrome of Light because the carrier was conspicuous. And it seems that he only heard from the teacher that Cardinal Aldin will be the carrier, and he is not aware of how the transportation will be carried out, and they have prepared such a safe way. What is better cannot be imagined, so he just has to do his job. And by the way, that man from the east told him a lot of things. The structure of their organization is kept a close secret, and therefore the faces of the other brothers, and in particular the leadership, are known to few people. And later the teacher trusts him greatly, and Ned began to understand that all Adam's words turned out to be true. Her sworn enemy, Cardinal Alden, was one of the leading figures of the devilish cult, and he is in such close relations with the teacher that he was recommended for such an important mission. And one of them ruined the life of a person close to him with fraud, and the second had been fooling him since childhood. And approaching the gate with Adam, Ned saw a monster that was climbing out from around the corner and standing in their way. And angry, he hit him with all his might, saying that he would not forgive anyone for the betrayal that he was now experiencing. And he will destroy all the followers of the devil and the Temple of Light, every single one. But Adam, who was running ahead of him, began to notice that his partner began to do stupid things and began to tell him to run as fast as he could, because if they slowed down even for a second, then they would end. But Ned was so angry that he now found out that he could not contain his anger. And Adam, who was closest in front, even though he understood what he was feeling. However, now there was no time for mental delirium. After all, there were only 15 seconds left before the end of Divine Luck, and they had to quickly approach the last gate. And now they were already approaching the main gate, but in front of them stood a terrifying monster who, only with his presence, could inspire great fear in everyone who arrived here. And seeing this monster began to turn towards Adam and his partner, which with all its speed moved straight towards him. At that terrible knight began to take out his huge sword and point it towards our hero. And as soon as he started swinging, his aura began to rise, and this whole room began to plunge into darkness. But Adam started shouting to his partner to jump quickly. And as soon as that dark knight swung, dark energy began to fly towards Adam and his partner, and they no longer knew where to go. But he jumped higher and then noticed that there was a place nearby through which they could get inside. And Ned, immediately after these words, also noticed this gap through which they could get into the last room. And Adam and his comrade jumped off the wall and began to run at full speed through the huge knight who was guarding the main gate. And as soon as the system showed Adam that there was 1 second left for his divine luck, they were still able to get inside this room and fell to the ground, or on the ground they began to catch their breath. After all, they ran away for how long and will finally be able to stop at least a little. And at the same moment, Ned doesn't know what's more surprise or laughter in him. But now he can't believe that they were able to get into the main monster's room in this way. But looking around, Ned couldn't understand why there was no one here, and where was the creature they came for. But suddenly they heard a strange voice that asked them who they were, and she still feels the energy of the knight outside the door. But how were they able to get inside and escape him? And at the same moment a vile princess appeared, who began to tell Adam and her comrades that they had disturbed her sleep. The dream of a representative of the royal family, and they must answer that they are like that. And at this time, in another place, the guys began to say that the walls were no longer moving, and they had caught all the Shoggoths. And after these words, the nun began to tell them to gather everyone and check if there were survivors. And immediately after that, the other guys began to approach Lucius and ask their commander what their next action was. But Lucius only thought that the release had no effect, because the mark of a slave was a tattoo that the priests of light put on slaves, and with the help of a brand they can subjugate them to themselves raid for you. I didn't understand why. Adam did not stop when he ordered him because he is the son of God and can give orders at a distance of almost 1 kilometer. And did he really not have an Arabic terminal on him? Or did he have something that could remove the effect of the tattoo? After all, immediately after the appearance of the Shoggoths, this guy launched some strange mechanism, and the dungeon began to move. And all this indicated that among them, although there were no followers of the devil, their team was infiltrated. And he gathered a group of people who could be trusted the most and slaves who were directly subordinate to them. I started asking Arno what the names of those two subordinates who escaped were, and Arno began to answer that the grey-haired one was called Hell, and the one in the red robe was Ned, and Adam joined them on Ned's recommendation. And Ned served under the leadership of Mr. Matthias Lucius, who heard this and could not believe his ears. After all, he looked straight at the back of Mr. Matthias, who was standing not far from him, and could not understand why he did it. But at the same moment, Matthias was only thinking about how those fools wore out their pants and ran away, creating such a mess. I had a chance to gain recognition from the devilish cult and achieve success in the temple. And now, because of those two, his ideal plan is falling apart at the seams. And he began to tell his brothers to stop the operation and everyone should get ready. The real one behind him, one of the hunters, could not understand why, and Matthias turned his head with an embittered look and answered him to kill or be killed. After all, right behind him stood the guys who were very serious. And Lucius began to ask Matthias if he didn't want to tell him anything. To which Matthias, with a smile on her face, replied that she didn't even know and that they really needed to find out something. At this time, something strange was happening inside the tomb of the vile princess, and Adam and his comrade looked at her and could not understand whether she was that monster or not. But Ned, looking at her, began to understand that this was the owner of the tomb, Princess Juridica, and he could not believe that the princess, 1,000 years ago, had organized that cruel bloodshed. She turned out to be such a nice and sweet girl, and now it was obvious that that chronicle had lied to them, and a person with such a bright face simply could not do something so terrible. And it seemed that they had in vain dug up the tombs of the deceased in search of a dragon's heart, which may not even be here. After all, she had a very sad look, and Ned began to feel that right now he was ready to do anything, just to calm her sadness and make her start to feel happy. But the same moment, as soon as he stepped, the Adam who was standing next to him began to take him by his clothes and thereby keep him on his feet, because he was simply falling into the trap he had prepared. And after that, Adam began to tell his friend that he was stupid, and how could he fall for such a cheap trick, and it seems that he was changed a little due to the betrayal of the teacher. But Ned immediately saw that there was a magic circle under his feet and it was a trap, and if they had stepped on, they would have simply died. And immediately after that, the atmosphere inside this room changed, and a terrifying aura began to emanate from the vile princess, and she began to say that it was such a pity, and this was a great opportunity to catch them. The real Adam opposite her began to understand that now she would try to attack them, and at the same moment there, a cute little girl began to turn into a huge monster that was several meters in height. And immediately after that, she began shouting to our hero and his comrade to quickly say goodbye to their lives. After all, the aura emanating from her seemed to have enveloped the entire room, and now there was nowhere to go, and all that remained was to fight with it. And as soon as Ned came to his senses, Adam began to tell the grief-stricken romantic to look because she was his sweetheart. But his comrade replied that the illusion had already disappeared and that he should shut his mouth. And immediately after this, the princess began to attack them, because of which Adam and his comrade began to jump in different directions. And the red hand stole the physical resources of the body, and the blue magical energy and jurisprudence can create several hundred such hands at a time. And according to the report about this raid, which he managed to leaf through in a past life, many team members were unable to cope with its ability and became something like flammable vessels for legal matters. And in the end, Lucius was barely alive, but still retained victory over the princess, endlessly regaining her strength at the expense of other fighters. And Adam also felt this gaze, a look colder than a frozen river, a look that wants him dead, and the iron wall skill that he received from the god of debt, and the fatigue and damage received during the use of the skill accumulates in the form of debt, and at the moment when the user's magical energy level is completely depleted, the full amount is returned to the user. And at the same time, in another place, there were two teams, as they say, good and evil. And Lucius began to ask Matthias why he was trying to disrupt their operations, and when he had already managed to unite with the other side. Real Matthias began to understand that the face is not a fool, and first those monsters, then a slave who is not affected by the mark. And with such clues, he could not help but understand that he just wants to interrogate him to make sure of his guesses. And Matthias began to understand that he would not be able to escape even with the help of slaves, and he did not know how the structure of the dungeon had changed. And even if he managed to escape, he had failed such an important mission and returned empty-handed. The leadership of the devilish cult would finish him off. And conclusion, All that remains is to finish them off. In order to survive, he must kill Lucius right here and now. And Matthias began to answer Lucius about what he asked when. And is this really what worries him so much? After all, his fate is crap. And the Son of God, armed with items of the legendary level, the head of the healers and another group of combat priests. And he needs to finish off everyone without the Shoggoths and the princess. Although there was still a way out, because they only take Matthias as enemies. But on their side, the brothers remained unnoticed. And Matthias understood that if they hit the gaps in their defenses, there would be a chance. And at the same moment, Matthias began to show with his hand the other slaves that were standing behind him, that by order 3 they must all drink elixirs. It was a medicinal tincture, a special elixir, provided by the leadership of the followers of the devilish cult, and it helps to temporarily remove the effect of the Arab stigma. And Matthias began to say that they would arrange a duel according to the laws of honor, and if he wins, he will tell everything he wants to know. But however, if he wins, then Lucius will no longer know anything, and will have to accept his defeat with pride and die. And as soon as Matthias began to show his last finger to the slaves who stood behind him, Lucius began to tell the whole squad to get ready, and they attacked Matthias. And at the same moment, the mark of a slave, which was a tattoo that was filled by the priests of light. On the body of the slaves, with the help of a brand, the priests forcibly obey and carry out their orders from the bearers of the tattoo. Matthias at that moment realized that he was late, and immediately behind his back, a bottle of elixir began to fall to the ground, and the slaves who obeyed Matthias began to take out their weapons and say that they could not control it, and the fact that they do it not of their own free will. But Matthias, who turned his head, began to understand that they were the same worthless scum, and the people standing began to say that the order of the Son of God is on the same level with his testimony from the Pope. While his order is in effect, the slaves do not obey other priests. If they are not killed, they will continue to attack. And lowering his head, Lucius began to tell Matthias that he was very sorry, and even though they have been friends since childhood, and fortunately since they entered the academy, now they are 32 years old, and they went through many difficulties together, and they were so close that they could understand each other without words. And Lucius can't believe that he stuck a knife in his back. And first he will destroy all the traps he has set here. And literally, a few minutes later, many slaves who drew their swords against Matthias lay killed on the earth. And at that moment, an insect began to crawl out of their mouth. It was a stigma insect that parasitizes in the stomachs of the devil. The worshippers and followers of the devil are so strongly flogged due to the physical strengthening effect of this insect. Not on the human body, but on the shell of a beetle, and the followers of the devil receive the abilities of both minions and priests, and this, despite this. To the rule that slaves and priests can only possess a divine mark, and Lucius, who was standing next to him, began to tell his old friend Mathis that he had fallen, although he believed him and entrusted the selection of slaves. And who would have thought that all these slaves would turn out to be daring followers? And watching this whole situation, one of the captains began to think that at least, sir, Matthias is strong without a doubt. It won't take him even half a minute to deal with 36 slaves. However, their commander Lucius is even stronger, and Matthias, who was lying tied up with a huge chain, began to think about the fact that he suspected that it would not be easy, but did not understand that it would be so difficult. And Matthias never managed to hit Lucius with his blade, and he could not understand whether there was really such a huge difference between them, as if the difference between a son and God's fallen one. And the links of this destiny were forged by the Heavenly Father himself. But at that moment, something strange began to happen to Matthias, and he began to lower his head. And at the same moment, he took something strange out of his mouth, some strange ampoule with a symbol of a devilish cult. But Lucius began to ask him because he wanted to hear the reason for his betrayal. But Matthias began to raise his head and say that Lucius still didn't understand, and since he was so interested, then he must put his goddess next to him and demand answers from her. And at the same moment, he began to bite into the ampoule that was in his mouth. And at the same moment, Matthias was able to free himself from the shackles that were holding him back, and he began to scream at the top of his voice, "I am the secret weapon of the devil's followers which I gave to him by his mentor." He combines the stone of revelation with the mark of an insect, turning a person into a demon, and the mentor told him to use it only at the very last moment, and after he uses the stone it will no longer be possible to become human again. And Matthias began to tell Lucius that everything that belonged to him should have been his from the very beginning. And if a person is destined to be under the power of God, he cannot resist this. and he has nothing to make him grab hold of human life. But Lucius, seeing that Matthias was able to transform into a demonic form, began to shout to his comrades to attack him because after the transformation, the power is not controlled. And at the same moment, other priests began to use it. The goddess, so that she would shed light on her sons, and the skill that they activated was the light of war, which significantly increased the ability of the allies and increased physical strength and endurance. Magical energy defensive healing skills and light effect by 120%. And huge rays of light immediately began to fly attacking Matthias. But he put out his huge paw and began to say that it was useless. After all, with the help of the incredible power that he possessed, he was able to stop the enemy's attack. But suddenly he saw that Lucius, immediately after that attack, began to run straight towards him. And at the same moment there was a huge explosion, and the rest of the soldiers who stood behind began to be surprised at such enormous strength and the fact that their commander began to fight with all his might. At the same moment, they were surprised by what they saw. Even though Matthias was able to stop Lucius's attack by simply raising his hand, he blocked his attack. And the rest of the soldiers began to understand that the commander's attack had no effect, and they should help him, but they didn't understand how. After all, if an item of legendary quality did not pass against the enemy, then what kind of test from items of lower quality? But suddenly the nun began to understand that there was definitely a way out, because there was another legendary item of faith. And she began to remember the words of Lucius when he told her that he trusted her with this, and she should use him for more than just wedge of the doors of the monster's room, but also in other unforeseen circumstances, and the stake of faith is in the subspace storage. And then she realized that if she used this weapon together with the commander's attack, their chances of victory would increase. But as soon as she wanted to take it from the spatial case, she realized that the stake of faith had disappeared. And a little earlier it was stolen by Ned. And at that time, when Adam was fighting against the wicked princess, Ned was holding this case in his hands. He couldn't believe that Adam thought of using this thing, and it sounds. It's certainly not gentlemanly, but the plan was cool. But continuing to fight against this huge monster, Adam and his partner began to avoid her attack. After all, Ned began to remember Adam's words, that when they jump aside, then everything is as Adam said. This ability disappears if you avoid for 15 seconds, and using Shirokov's flank attacks all the time will not work. And due to the fact that magical skills use all the capabilities of the brain, using powerful spells several times in a row can simply melt the head. And serious witchcraft should be diluted with simple magic in order to unload the body. But even with sharpened equipment, you can quickly reach the lethal limit. Therefore, it is better not to forget about this rule. And they began to understand that they needed to attack it right now. And jumping in different directions, they began to execute the plan into actions. 1 step back and 3 forward, and after that they should jump up. And at the same time, using their incredible strength, they began to flank the terrible monster. And even knowing the future, he still remains unable to predict absolutely all of the enemy's moves. And use the Sword of Sunsets. This is a demonic sword with a powerful aura, the power of darkness and light, depending on the magic of the owner, the best weapon that a person who is not a priest can use. Adam began to punch and cut that monster with all his might. And in this matter, what is important is what you packed, and whether there are enough items, and whether you have found comrades you can trust, and whether he has the strength and spirit of endurance not to hesitate, and whether he will be able to get out of even the worst situation. Whether he did everything depends on him, and was hit with all his might by hell, and began to use the light sword technique in the royal shooting range of the dragon ascending to heaven. And in an instant, he was able to cut off the head of that huge creature. But suddenly, something strange began to happen. Something else began to appear from that cut-off place. And Adam and his partner realized that this was not the end. And then the creature transforms. But the one standing in hell understood that this was exactly what he expected from her. And watching how that huge creature began to gather enormous power around itself, began to tell his partner that he had been waiting for this moment. His friend Ned told him that he knew what to do next. And jumping up, he began to fly straight towards the terrifying creature that stood in front of him. And he began to remember the words of Adam, who told him earlier that it's clear that even if he defeats that monster with everything they have, it's beyond their capabilities to neutralize it completely. If you destroy the bridge, its head will take on a second form, and after that, it will only become stronger. However, there is one moment during the video change process when the monster cannot use skills and move, and they will wait for this exact moment. And at the same moment, Ned began to reach under the spatial case in which there was a legendary weapon. And having taken it out completely, he began to attack with it and shot straight at that huge creature. It was a legendary level item of faith level that reacted to the energy of an unholy creature and independently released powerful sacred power. And at the same moment, this huge creature began to experience enormous pain. And as soon as the outcome of the battle was clear, Adam began to fly up to that creature and attack it with his blade. After all, most of the damage was caused by the stake of faith, and at this time they are required to help with balls so that this creature does not pull the stake out of itself. And even though the stake of faith has a legendary level, the sacred power in which it possesses has its limit. Having exhausted the sacred power, the stake will become nothing more than a heavy piece of iron, and Hell thinks that Lucius, who lent this thing to the Pope for a decent amount of money, was not going to use it for an attack. However, the smiling Adam understood that this was not his money, so he didn't care, and soon the coal of faith stopped working. And this meant that the weapon detected and neutralized the enemy, and throwing away his sword, Adam realized that because of this stubborn creature, they couldn't even take a break. And the prepared weapon had already lost all the effect of sacred magic. But although if you remember who their opponent is, he didn't spend that much. And drinking the magical elixir that restored the lost Manu, Adam thought about how Lucius was doing. If Matthias had already turned into a demon, then it would not be easy for them. But he understood that with the strong support of the goddess of light, this time he would not just die. However, even if so, it would still be the same. And at that moment, Adam's partner began to look at the monster he had not just defeated. And noticing this, Adam began to tell Ned that it was not necessary, and this creature would not be able to be reborn in this state. And if you finish him off completely, the door will open and the guard will lead you here. And first they must quickly find the dragon's heart. And throwing a healing potion to his partner, Adam began to tell him to take it just in case. After all, you never know what kind of garbage will happen during the search. And turning around, Adam began to leave. But Ned, standing in the same place, began to think that the Lord of the Land, which is called one of the great dilemmas of the world, was defeated by just 2 people, and this is simply nonsense. And of course, he's not a weakling either, but he can't do this. And this is all purely thanks to the efforts and strategy of Adam. And this goes beyond the boundaries of surprise and suspicion, and the feeling that he simply foresaw all this. But at the same moment, Adam and his partner heard a huge sound. They began to turn their heads towards the huge door that was behind them. And as soon as they turned around, they saw that someone was knocking on the huge door. It was the knight who guarded the entrance. And he began to push the door with all his strength and made very loud and terrifying sounds. And at the same moment, dark energy began to pass through the crack of the door, which rushed straight towards the vile queen, who was seriously wounded and lying on the ground. And as soon as she felt this Manu, she began to speak. Georges, her knight, once again helped her. And at the same moment, she was shrouded in a very terrifying and dark energy and began to be reborn. And Adam and his comrade standing next to her could not understand what was happening here. And Adam began to remember that this was not in Lucius's report on storming the dungeon from a past life. And it turns out that because they entered here without killing the Guardian, unlike Lucius, the future changed. And at the same moment, the third phase of that monster began to appear. And as soon as she was completely revived, she turned her head towards the divine weapon that finished her off last time. And raising her hand, she began to use magic to put that sword away. And at the same moment, some space appeared under this ball, and it began to sink deep down. And immediately after that, she began to turn her gaze towards Adam and his comrade, who were standing near the main door. But before she had time to turn her head, Adam and his comrade were already near her and began to swing their arms to destroy her new form. But when they swung, they didn't realize that something didn't go according to plan. As if they had not been hit, they passed her by. And the fact that Adam did not feel the cross-section of the sword and realized that this was the same ability, ancient magic of space curvature. And immediately after this attack, Ned began to notice that a strange pentagram had appeared under his feet. I jumped to the side and huge roots with large thorns immediately began to fly out of it. And as soon as Ned raised his head, he saw that thing rushing towards him. After all, she was very fast, even faster than last time. But Adam, who stood behind her, did not want to just let her go, and raising his hand, he began to grab her with his web. It was the Queen's spider web, and with this skill he was able to grab it and began to pull it back away from his comrade. And Adam began to pull her with all his strength so that she switched to him, because now she had to come up with something new to overcome her. And at the same moment, Adam began to use his basic method of controlling the amplification energy. And threw that monster aside with all his strength, he began to prepare to fight her with all his might. After all, as a way of protecting the curvature of space, it has proven itself to be excellent. But due to the fact that everything around is distorted, the attacks of the caster himself also cannot pass through. This means that at the moment when the judiciary is about to attack, they will have a chance to strike back at it. And at the same moment, while the princess was preparing to attack them, with one of her gases, she saw that Ned was flying straight towards her, and as soon as he swung, he was able to deliver a good attack. And as soon as he began to understand that his attack worked, suddenly something happened that he couldn't even imagine, and lowered his gaze. He saw that he had been wounded by a very strong attack, due to which he began to bleed. And the one that was able to injure Ned was called Black Mirror. This is ancient magic that reflects the damage received. Depending on the ability of the caster, the reflected damage can increase up to 3 times. Waved her hand, she began to use another of her dark techniques, Dark Hand. And Ned at the same moment began to experience terrible pain throughout his entire body. But at the same time, our hero's fist appeared, approaching with great speed and with all its strength straight towards the princess. And after that, there was a loud blow, or rather several blows, and Adam continued to beat the vile princess from all sides. But he realized that this was not enough, and began to use his thunder skill and, hitting the vile princess with all his might, she began to fly away to the side. And immediately after that, she let herself down and began to attack back. But Adam, with the help of his skills, began to aim straight at her hand, and thereby blocked the energy pathways that made their way to her fingertips. And with the help of his Eastern technique, by blocking the veins through which mana flows, he weakened the enemy. And with the help of it, it is impossible to inflict damage equal to a melee blow or a blow with a sword. But with the help of precise movements, one can interfere with opponents. And after numerous blows, Adam began to understand that the power of her magical flow was incredible, and nothing else was expected from a great magician. And if he did not have the knowledge of using this technique, he would not have had a chance to block her magical veins. And he did not expect that daily battles with Altair would benefit him. And at the same moment, the vile princess began to retreat back, but Adam, with the help of his web skill, was able to catch her. And as soon as he saw that the web was well attached to her body, he began to pull her back with all speed. And as soon as she flew up to him, he hit her in the chest with all his might, which made her start screaming at the top of her voice throughout the room. But that was not the end. Adam began to use the item that was purchased from White Roses. Enchanted rosaries are ancient rosary beads that contain something for each bead. The chromium of light spell can be used by anyone, but a second use of the same spell was impossible. And as soon as the rosary was in his hand, he began to shoot them straight at the vile princess who stood opposite him, and also fired them at his comrade who was lying nearby. And he was glad that because of this, he would definitely not die. But suddenly, there was a loud blow, and Adam began to feel incredible pain in his body. And you will appreciate his blow. Adam began to fly into the nearest walls. And as soon as he flew towards her, crashing, he remained in the hole that he himself had made. And as soon as Adam hit the wall, he began to understand that the princess was very offended, and in just a second freed herself from the magic block. And immediately after this, Adam's hands and his entire body began to be tied by thorny vines. And Adam lost his sight, and saw that the princess who was standing under him began to summon huge fireballs with the help of her magic. And then he realized that he had again gotten himself into something terrible. And not even a moment had passed before the vile princess began to use her skill and attack Adam. And there was a loud explosion from her magic. But at the same time, the sound of a day being broken was heard in the temple, and the White Rose missed the teacup, which broke under her feet, and another nun at that time entered the room and began asking her if she was okay, to which the White Rose replied that everything was fine. She just thought a little for a second. But starting to pick up the fragments of the broken cup, White Rose began to feel something. After all, she didn't understand what it could be, and began to think about her client, and whether everything was okay with him, and whether he was using the items she gave him. But for some reason she was uneasy. She began to think that maybe the rosary that she gave him might be worth charging them with greater healing power. But the streams that she gave him were destroyed, and his bloody hand lay on the ground. And little by little, Adam began to come to his senses after the terrifying attack carried out by the vile princess. But seeing his partner who was lying unconscious, Adam realized that this was a very bad scenario, because the moment was lost. and this only played into the hands of that monster. And it was funny that one of the 8 great insolubles, and before rebirth, he could finish off this creature because for him, it was like 2 fingers. But now he feels his helplessness to the core. And he spent all the items. His weapon was no longer suitable for the battle, and he began to think what else he had left, where they brought from the gods that look like candy. In fact, it's all bullshit. And that bastard definitely decided to ruin everything for him and a good half of the known sacred animals of man. So he looks like his own grave, if he suddenly opens it incorrectly. Curtain, and although he was lucky not to have any penalty damage, he had already decided what he wanted to spend the remaining 2 charges on, using them and defeating them elsewhere. Regret and despair will be predetermined after an incredible decision, the best snack for the gods. And the fact that the gods gave him this was not at all good nature and not a gift. It was just for the sake of God's teeth. But so that they would look at this spectacle and smile up there, and those chains that they hung around his neck amused them. They like the way he wriggles in search of at least some grain of hope. If Adam has to die here, then all his deeds will be tobacco, and he will throw out the ending that was not expected, which no one will definitely like. And as soon as he drew that sign with his blood, a bright light appeared that illuminated this entire dark room. And the goddess of light, who stood up in front of the bloody Adam, began to ask him how to understand this, and he must explain how a person knows this blasphemous sign. To which Adam smiled because he understood that a large fish had caught his bait, proof of the shameful loss of the gods in the past. And that's all he knew about this symbol. The gods never imposed a ban on him, so he will inevitably receive punishment for depicting this sign. The heavenly card is instant death, because whoever violates the divine prohibition is one of the vile rules. As soon as he finishes drawing, he will be a corpse. And the angel who descended from heaven stood in front of the seriously wounded Adam and looked at him with misunderstanding. But Adam, raising his head, began to realize that he did not feel the magical traces of jurisprudence. And I realized that the angel had put up a barrier, and it was good because during this time he would regain his strength. And at the same moment, the angel began to say that she demanded an explanation of how he knew this blasphemous sign. But Adam began to answer that it was somehow strange that a higher creature with a high spiritual rank could not penetrate the world of lower beings. These are vile rules for her information, and how did she get here? But the angel began to answer. Did Adam really forget that it was she who sent him to the past? An angel who has a connection with a lower being receives the right to visit the lower world. And she allowed him to break the order of answers, but there would be no second time, and asked again how he knew this offensive sign. But Adam answered with just one word, which is why the angel who stood in front of him could not understand what he was saying. But Adam continued and said that if she was so interested, she would be kind enough to first transfer the coin to his cash register. But the angel was perplexed. She began to ask Adam, is he crazy? And at that same moment she became incredibly angry, and a huge ray of light began to manifest its power, enveloping her body, and a huge wind rose in this room. But Adam suddenly began to realize that he could not move his fingertips, and was this really an angelic ability? To which she began to respond so that he should not flatter himself, and even though he attracted the interest of the gods, he is still not a saint, and certainly not an angel. And for the fact that he drew this symbol, many gods were angry, and every now and then they are discussing a way to kill him. And he is the ignorance that overstepped morality, and immediately after that, Adam told her to kill him. But the angel couldn't understand what he was talking about, and Adam continued to say that if she is confident that she will deal with the problems that will begin immediately after this, then of course, if she has the right to do so. After all, if you carefully understand the reverse side of the leads that the gods gave him, then it becomes clear that each of them wants something. Maybe some gods said that it gives him a double sword, and he fights cheerfully and dies, and the fact that they don't need a suicide and the fact that they will give him great power, he will become theirs. A slave and those who want to see him in the ranks of their legion simply will not let his soul go to the god of death, and such a conflict is not beneficial for two persons. And that is why they urgently sent an angel here without allowing him to finish drawing this sign an angel. I started asking what the hell he needed, and he began to tell her to give him more, after all, on their privileges. He won't last any longer, and it will be more fun if he dies now. And get to his feet. Adam began to shout, what if the gods hear? If he dies, they will get nothing. And what will be fun? Will they watch and enjoy? And no such luck, if they let him die now, then no one else will distinguish them the way he does. So they must place bets now, and he is giving them this opportunity now. And at the same moment of the battle, they began to decide the fate of Adam, and all of them who were looking down on him began to make their decisions. And the last thing I watched, the goddess of light began to think about how interesting it was. And at the same moment, a bright light began to shine throughout the entire room, directing its radiance straight at Adam. And as soon as Adam raised his head, he realized that this was what he wanted. And the angel who stood next to him began to ask the wretches why this was their will. And immediately after this bright light, something changed in this room, and no one could say what exactly for sure. But now it will definitely become clear. And the vile princess, watching the bright light, did not understand where it came from and what was going on here, because she only destroyed everyone in this room. But what is happening now? And looking closely into the bright light that was shining straight into her eyes, she began to see the forces that were coming out from the distance. And as soon as the dust settled, the silhouette of a man was visible who began to come out straight to her with words, and told her that she really had to wait, friend, because now the real battle will begin. And at the same moment, the vile queen began to smile horribly because she liked this outcome, that she would still fight. And as soon as she used her huge magic, and large magical hands began to fly towards Adam, who stood in the same place and see how a huge force is approaching him. And if he were an ordinary person, he would simply die with one blow. Moreover, that silhouette that could be seen from afar was of terrifying power, and he saw her swinging her arms to attack. But with a quick movement of his hand, he waved his hell and was able to destroy half of her body. And after this, hell began to cut all her huge puzzles that were rushing towards him. But raising his hand, Adam began to use a huge sword of light. It was a sacred object. Those who do not have the right to use this ball burn when they lift it. And now the restriction has been lifted under special conditions. And the goddess Arya, one of the 3 highest deities, watched Adam and began to laugh very loudly and say that he was a happy, funny little man, and she did not know what he was really worth. I am that sword. Now he and she will present him with the best artifacts from her treasury. And the other god began to shout at the goddess of light what she was doing and how she could allow some person to use a sacred artifact. But the goddess of light replied that it really doesn't matter to him because it's not from his collection. And the god of heaven, one of the 3 highest deities, also intervened in the conversation and began to say that he, as one of the 3, also believed that Adam should live. For this reason, he is wary that the god of death, who has never interfered in the human world, has suddenly shown interest in this man. And until he finds out what he is up to, he will not give him this guy. And at the same moment, Adam began to attack the vile princess with his divine sword. But noticing this, she began to bend space, thereby wanting to avoid a fatal blow in her direction. And although she thought that she could escape, Adam thought otherwise and swung his huge sword. He cut her large head into several pieces. And finally, Adam decided to tell her that let her plant be great. Mao, she will not be able to protect herself from the sacred object with the help of human magic. And activating his sword, Adam began to summon a huge bright light that hit the forecast princess with all his might. And immediately after that, the dark energy that enveloped the vile princess began to disappear. And the natural appearance that was originally in this princess began to appear, and she was completely white. Although her eyes glowed red, she began to look at Adam, who came up to her and began to hold her on his lap and ask if she had woken up or not. And at the same time, he thought about Jericho, a spell that, together with a powerful holy attack, has the effect of cleansing from a high-level curse, and he did not expect that he could use it. But thanks to this, he managed to completely dispel the curse of jurisprudence. And looking at her, Adam ultimately realized that this was her real appearance. But suddenly, the lawyer began to answer that she thought she was dreaming of a nightmare, and such a long and terrible one. And having come to her senses, she began to ask Adam who he was and how he could save her from suffering. To which our hero replied that his name is Adam, and he is her follower, one of the 12 heroes, Princess of Law. And at that same moment, she began to remember her past, and how one of the knights brought her the heart of the black dragon, Kaisaros, and he began to ask her to accept it as a gift, to which she replied that titanic work had been done, Knight Yorkius, and that's what else. He can address her simply by her name, and began to ask him if he wanted to tell her something after the victory over Kaisaros. And the knight took off his helmet and began to kiss the young princess, and at that moment they believed that everything will be fine, but how stupid it was. And on the top floor of this bedroom, there is a certain magic circle containing a real treasure, the Elven Tree of Life. I needed the crumbs here to lift the curse that was never placed on the heart of the dragon, and took it thanks to the ancient power. She maintained her life for a whole millennium using elven magic, and she managed to cleanse the dragon's heart. But in return, she lost her human appearance. And finally, she began to tell Adam that he was his comrade who helped her find her way back, and she doesn't even know how to thank them. After all, the end of her briefly extended life was already close, and her body shone beyond all conceivable limits, and there was almost no time left. But suddenly she decided to ask Adam why they needed a dragon heart, to which, with a tired look, lowering his head, he began to say that this was too long a story, and they now needed to speed up, to which she touched her hand to his palm and began to say that he was just joking with her memory, and at the same moment, the skill contract occurred. The exceptional ability of jurisprudence allows you to read the feeling and memory of the one to whom it touches, and she began to see those huge creatures that descended to Earth and began to destroy all living things, and how Adam fought the god of monsters and was ultimately defeated, and how he found himself in a strange place where an angel approached him and extended her hand and thereby allowed him to be reborn back. She saw everything and everyone in different portals and everything else. Adam's entire life flashed before her eyes in a matter of seconds, and at that moment, while she was watching all this past, Lucius's battle against his old comrade was taking place in the same temple. And Matthias began to say to Lucius that with his face it was so much fun for him to fight with him. And the pilots, taking all the blows, began to understand that even with the help of Arno, such an opponent was too tough for him. I didn't yet understand that this was such an anomaly that with each contact, the enhancing spell subsided. But Matthias was very pleased that he had acquired such indescribable power, and he had such a feeling of power, all the holders, and he alone enjoys all this. But Lucius, who stood opposite him, did not want to listen to this nonsense, and began to attack him with the help of his world fire skill, which enveloped him completely, and it would seem that Matthias should have burned alive. After all, huge tongues of flame began to burn everything within its radius, and some soldiers even came under attack, but they managed to escape only after suffering a little. And the healer and the nun who were watching this battle began to think that they were completely stuck with this eater of blind attacks, and there was no way they could engage in battle. And the priest standing behind them thought that this was very wonderful, because those who watched this whole battle understood that this was the power that the followers of the devil were looking for. And smiling ominously, he realized that he had to guess the moment when the priests would relax their vigilance. I won't be able to kill several souls, and if they manage to get close to the main healer or commander of the vanguard, then perhaps he, like Matthias, will be able to get the stone of revelation. Taking out his blade, that ominous priest began to whisper under his breath that they would die. In the name of their religion, there is nothing personal here. But as soon as he began to approach them, a strange aura began to surround him near his body, and he could not understand what was happening to him, because just now everything was normal. And at the same moment, huge creatures began to crawl out from the priest standing behind. And as soon as the main healer turned his head to see what kind of Greeks were there, he realized that among the priests there were so many followers of the devil. But still they died due to the fact that Matthias began to use his exceptional demon skill Eichel Creature of Collection, and he was able to take the energy of insects from the followers of the devil located nearby, and began to tell them that his brothers, he was grateful to them for giving him their powers, and he uses their meaningless lives in the name of a great purpose. And as soon as Lucius saw this, he began to realize that this was a very dangerous spell, and began to shout to his comrades so that they all use any available defensive abilities. And after a few seconds, a huge bright red fire began to appear from all sides, and most of the priests said goodbye to their lives. But Lucius, who covered himself and the rest of the guys with a shield, were still able to defend themselves from such a terrifying attack. But still there were a lot of such victims, and all of them began to be burned in a fraction of an instant. Lucius, who was watching all this, could not believe his eyes that such a huge power existed, and began to shout to Matthias to stop these evil deeds and calm down, because now they will all die together. Well, these words angered Matthias even more, and he began to repeat word after word about the atrocities and answering Lucius so that he would not even dare to tell him about the atrocities, and remembering the past about what they said what would happen. It can't be that Lucius received stigmata, and besides, he never laid claim to the Son of God's son and teenagers. They train until they are 15 years old, and then compete for the right to the stigmata, And this is the oldest tradition. No matter how it is, he already has a stigmata. And Matthias thought about what would happen to him then, because from the very beginning he claimed the right to be called Son of God, and some people thought that Matthias would become the Son of God because some people invested a lot of money in his family, and now this is a scam. And has the goddess really fooled everyone around her finger? And be that as it may, they need to quickly return all the money invested in the makeup family. You agree with the old manuscripts if the person was not on the list of candidates for becoming. The strong of God receives stigmata, the era of disasters and destruction begins, which means that the Temple of Light returns to hot days. And what did his father do after that? How he was chosen as the Son of God, he deceived his people. Carrying out said that they could survive the apocalypse by receiving his useless blessing and traded in these blessings, helping funds from believers and successfully settling their position. And continues to shout at Lucius that he at least knows how many people have lost everything because of him, how many have settled their lives. His family is swindlers, and no, they are worse and not murderers. If this is not a crime, then what is it? The Temple of Light at first only turned a blind eye to their machinations, but soon they completely united. With his family and committed so many terrible things, he did not take any responsibility. And the Temple of Light. This is the real evil that needs to be eradicated from this wicked land. And at the same time, the young princess took her hand away from Adam's. And suddenly she realized that such a future could await them in the future, and she decided to ask Adam, why did he live like that? Because it's very sad. But Adam, emptying his head, began to think about how he should respond to such words and soon realized what he needed to say. And he began to explain that the invasion of demons that she was trying to prevent would begin in a few years. But this time he wants to win and he does not want to suffer another defeat. Therefore, he has a request to her. I remember the words that he told his partner that the power of the dragon heart can only be captured with the help of a special ritual if you do not follow everyone. His heart would simply kill the owner, and he himself is not capable of such a thing. But he knows a person who can help with this. I desperately thought about doing it all differently, but since there are legal circumstances nearby, she is changing, she has experience, she will do a much better job, and she is a great magician of law. Once I already mated a dragon heart with Georgius I Dragon Slayer, and he began to ask her to do this for him now. But the lawyer sighed heavily and began to say that she was sorry because she would not be able to fulfill his request. And horror appeared on Adam's face because he didn't understand what she just said. About 1,000 years ago, the world was on the verge of complete destruction. The strongest of the 7 dragons, the Kaisaros, set most of the world on fire, and the Koisaras was never one of the 12 heroes who fought against the demons, but the insidious curse deprived him of his mind, drowning the main character in his own madness. And death began to choke the earth on both sides of those worthy of Basil Kaisares who remained. Princess Eurydice and Knight Georgius and the Golden Dragon, who took the side of the people in 11, the heroes had to enter into a fierce battle with their old comrade in order to protect and preserve peace. And after a long confrontation between the heroes and the Black Dragon, the knight swung at the Black Dragon and asked him for forgiveness for what he was doing now. And at one moment, Georgius's blow closed Koisarasu's eyes forever. And Adam began to tell the princess that the events that were happening in her era unfolded only through the fault of the demons who called the devil on their world, and about the inviolable rule that the gods cannot descend to the earth of worlds except for those that belong to them. But one of the gods violated this rule. And this was the devil Tartaros. His ability to summon demons of all stripes allowed him to infiltrate the human abode. And those devilish fans who helped Tartaros in this founded the cult of the devil and are now preparing a springboard for the next coming of the devil from the underworld. And their goal was the same as his now. After all, Adam knows that she understood seeing his memories and aristocrats and priests to so many. Influential people did not care about their world. They only cared about the jingling of coins in their wallets and pockets. And greed pushed them into collusion with the followers of the cult and their purchased indifference resistance. The only warrior who stood against the tyranny of Tartaros were his comrades, and he returned to the past not for the sake of a good life, but only to fight again and retain victory. And Princess Eurydice, the strongest magician in the history of mankind, who led a detachment of 12 heroes and convinced them to fight side by side with a common enemy, Adam began to ask her, so that she would give him the strength to protect their home. But Princess Law looked straight into Adam's eyes and began to understand that they were so different. But why were they so similar? And remembering the past and that conversation with her knight, who told her that in just a few years she and the golden dragon lifted the curse from the dragon's heart and performed the fusion ritual many times, and he is fine and on the contrary feels confident in himself. And the remnants of the army of demons who fled to the desert. The red dragon, foaming at the mouth, greedily looks at the land of people, and they have the power to protect the light. But the princess did not fully understand what he meant, to which Georgius told her that he only wanted give their daughter a world without war, and she must believe in him because he is ready to connect with the heart. And a little time later, something strange began to happen to Georgius. Terrifying energy began to emerge from him, and the princess, looking at all this, could not understand what was happening, and the maid told her to be careful because it was very dangerous. And eventually Georgius, maddened by such terrible power, began to lose his mind and turn into a monster. And the princess, watching this, understood that this was the Tageneria that Caesarus had when he lost his mind. This was a demonic curse. And at the same moment, the golden dragon began to appear when the princess said that she had cleansed her heart of filth. But why is this happening? And the golden dragon cast a little magic and created the illusion of dispelling the dark spells. And he had fun pretending to be his comrades, but he was entrusted with an important mission. And waving his hand near the princess, strong magic began to appear that hindered her movement. And the golden dragon began to fulfill his mission imposed on him and use his skill of dragon language. This exceptional dragon skill imposes silence, and he began to say that the princess will forever close her mouth. And that secret that she learned never again and no one can hear. And as soon as I regained my strength, the golden dragon began to say that it was such a pity. And if she had not hunted for the dragon's heart, you and your daughter would have been able to happily spend the years of life allotted to them. And her skill is impressive, and she flawlessly performed the ritual over Georgius and the cursed heart, and she will now watch how her husband, with the help of limitless power, destroys all living things. Because now he has become such a terrible monster that everyone who looks at him will immediately experience all his horror and cruelty. And taking his sword out of the ground, he began to show his incredible power. And the princess standing next to her could not say a word due to the fact that the effect of silence was imposed on her. But in her eyes, one could see that deep down in her soul she was screaming very loudly with anger and hatred for the golden dragon. And now the princess continued to explain to Adam that with her own hands she tore the dragon's heart out of George's chest. And since then a whole millennium has passed along with the cleansing of the curse. She has been waiting for a hero to whom she can transfer the dragon heart. And she knew that Adam had earned the right to this. But his case was not ready for the ritual. He would be torn to pieces or paralyzed forever. There is no way for him to strengthen himself with the help of potent poisons. If he does not take a pause of several months, his energy points will become confused. And the 7 poisons, Jagan and Belial, can only be used with a low level of training. And it can be said that he used all the methods of rapid growth. However, there is still a chance of success. To which the princess replied that it looks like he is thinking of taking advantage of divine luck. If there is at least one chance for a better outcome, then with the help of luck, it can absolutely be done. However, he miscalculated and divine luck will be needed more than once. But Adam could not understand what she meant. And at that very moment, he was surprised at what he saw, as a lawyer wanted to tell him something important. But at that same moment, a spell appeared on her neck that prevented her from saying a word. And noticing this, Adam began asking the lawyer if everything was okay with her. But she only remembered that despite 1,000 years having passed, the dragon's tongue still holds her. But she will not endure this time, and even if the spell does not allow her to talk about it, it can still convey knowledge. And approaching Adam, she began to say that at that moment, he will have to choose between the person he loves most and someone else. And he must take all his artifacts and become stronger, and only after that she and the tomb can leave and escape the conflict. But if he needs a dragon heart in his chest right now, then he must take into account all the dangers. After all, the red dragon, blue dragon, ice dragon, green dragon, he will have to kill all 4 dragons within a year, and only a year more time is not given. And asked Adam for the last time if he could do it. But Adam, in the same turn, continued to listen to her. But suddenly he answered, "Is it possible that according to her he is a weakling? After all, 1 year is more than enough to finish off 4 dragons." And holding out his hand, he said that he promised and would show her the world in which she and Georges wanted to raise their daughter. And 6 months will be enough for him, and she can entrust this mission to him and watch him on the other side of the mortal abyss. And at the same moment, the lawyer thought she understood. After all, for her it was an unbearable burden, and now she began to feel a strong, pacifying calm. But she was so sorry for the fact that she was entrusting a mission that she could not complete then. And at the same moment, the castle began to collapse towards me, and the heart of the dragon appeared from a huge one, and the huge binding shackles began to carry that heart straight to the hands of the judiciary. And suddenly Adam, seeing this, realized that this was the very heart of the Kaisare's dragon. And the Princess of Law, who held him in her hands, told Adam that this is the determination that is worthy of a hero. And raising his heir, the lawyer said that now she will begin preparations. And the hell lying nearby was ready to accept this powerful heart, and with its help he could destroy all his enemies. But the dragon heart lying in the princess's hands, and Adam's determination deserves respect to become a new hero. And the Princess of Law decided that it was time to start. And at the same moment, Adam activated his divine luck skill, and for a while it endowed him with incredible luck. And lying on the ground, he saw a bright light in front of him and the princess who was holding the dragon heart above his head. But suddenly, Adam found himself in some strange place, and he didn't understand what it was because there was nothing visible there, just darkness. But he soon realized that he was inside his consciousness, because he had felt a similar feeling before. And not only is he here, there is something else. And as soon as Adam turned around to see what was standing behind him, a huge dragon's paw grabbed him and squeezed with all his might. And that dragon began to scream and call Adam names that he was a bastard, and how he even dared to take possession of his power. But Adam in turn began to understand that this was the mind of the dragon Kaisaros remaining in the dragon's heart. And now he began to feel its powerful presence, and so powerful that it was squeezing out his soul. And he could not believe that these were the thoughts of a dragon who died 1,000 years ago. But the dragon began to tell him that he smells like the gods, and for him this is a disgusting sensation. And he will not transfer his incredible power to someone like him. At the same time, Lucius continued to fight her opponent, and Matthias destroyed all his minions who stood nearby, and taking the last two doctors and the nun by the head, he began to squeeze them with all his might. And as soon as he finished with them, he began to scream throughout the room, spewing out a terrifying flame that only he was left. But Lucius defended himself from its flames and understood that the same attacks would not do anything to him. And with a retaliatory blow, he began to bring down his even hotter flame straight on Matthias. But the demon Matthias was very fast, and in an instant was able to move behind Lucius, who could not suspect that he would appear there, and hitting Lucius with all his strength with a huge red stream of energy. Lucius began to scream in pain because he could not expect that he could receive such a quick blow to the back. Matthias behind him began to understand that similar Lucius was exhausted, and his speed was constrained, and his reaction was dulled. Well, Lucius, who was lying nearby, understood that he was a bastard, and he was increasingly using demonic power and his ability to regenerate. They both received blows, but only he felt their consequences. But at the same moment, Matthias began to continue beating Lucius. But it didn't take him long to force himself to answer, and Lucius began to beat Matthias in response. But as soon as Lucius wanted to hit Matthias with his huge weapon, he was able to catch him and press him to his body. Thus he began to lift Lucius into the air, and extending his other free hand and activating his Hellfire skill, he began to attack him. And at the same moment, a bright fire appeared that began to incinerate Lucius, who was in the air and could not do anything because his opponent was holding him back by capturing his weapon. And immediately after that, Matthias hit Lucius with all his might, who began to fly into the nearest wall. And having crashed into her, Lucius began to understand that there were no more of his comrades who would help him. And it turns out that there were no ways out, and all that was left was to use his last trump card. However, in this case, he would expose himself to mortal danger. But Matthias, who was standing in front of him, began to raise his hand, and in it he began to concentrate a huge stream of mana, which began to turn into a huge fireball, and he already wanted to end everything here. And as soon as Matthias swung, he already wanted to say goodbye to Tears, because now he will see the last final attack. But suddenly, he noticed that his fire sphere had disappeared, and something came through the fire and destroyed it. It was a magic feather that suddenly appeared. Lucius began to get to his feet, because behind him stood a powerful being, an angel who came from heaven. Lucius has passed, and he began to ask how much he was willing to sacrifice this time, to which Lucius replied that 1 month. But the angel didn't like it, and he raised his hand and said that 1 month. In order to defeat him, this is not enough, and it will take 6 months. And immediately after that, a bright light appeared that moved into Lucius, and he was filled with enormous power and so incredible that everyone who looked at him immediately realized that he was fighting with an ordinary person and with an angel. Well, when Matthias saw this, he couldn't believe what was happening and why he just got scared. And looking closer, he couldn't believe it because he couldn't know that such a thing could exist at all, and it was completely impossible. After all, now Lucius had become his equal, and at that very moment he attacked him with his bright light which pierced Motivus's chest. And after that, he began to attack them even harder, and many bright streams that came out of Lucius's hand began to pierce the entire body of his opponent. And Matthias, who fell to the ground, began to tell Lucius that he was a bastard and knew how to keep the family closed, and he could not believe that he had been hiding this ability for decades. But Lucius answered him that this is a glimpse of honor, a skill that only the Son of God can use, and he acquires the power of an angel, which he will become in the future. But in return, he gives up part of his life, and this is the secret of the temple, which is known only to the Pope and the Cardinal. And for this reason, the average life expectancy of the sons of God is no more than 30 years, and he tries not to use this ability by dreaming about the duty of a full life, and sooner or later still meets an enemy who will force him to take advantage of this. By skill in the temple, doing what it does, sends the sons of God to mortally dangerous places. They have their own reason for doing so. And the Son of God's son is cruel. He is just a jester, a dancing temple. And finally, Lucius decided to ask about his old friend, that he really wanted this power so much that he was ready to betray his friend for it and give up everything. Lying on the ground and seriously wounded, Matthias began to answer him that he was saying this only because he had been chosen as God's son, and he thought that he was the only one who could make puns here. And the only difference is that the goddess recognized his life, but he did not. And how was he different from Lucius? He was a gifted child on whom hopes were placed, but he did not understand why everything turned out this way. And the goddess who gives no answers is endlessly ruthless. And at the same time, Adam's partner began to come to his senses, and he could not understand what had happened, that it had become so quiet, and what was happening with the main monster. But looking closely, he saw in front of him something that he did not expect to see right at that very second. He saw that the lawyer was sitting next to Adam and was doing something, and he could not understand what it was. At the same time, Lucius began to use his healing magic to heal his comrades, and after a moment he was still able to help them, and they began to come to their senses. But Lucius was the only one who survived, and with this their raid was over, and they decided that they needed to go back. And at this time Adam continued to be in the terrible maw of the huge dragon, which with all its strength and power began to growl at him. But at the same moment the dragon began to feel a strange energy, which came from Adam, which was in his huge paws. Poison, in turn, also noticed this light himself, and this was due to his divine luck, and it was as if she was trying to protect him. He only had to relax for 5 seconds, but she still does it in her own way. The Kaisaro's mind will immediately bite them, and even if the ritual itself goes perfectly, and he begins to remember who he was before. And opening his arms, he was able to unclench the huge paw that was holding him back. And on Adam at the same moment, his armor from his past life began to appear. And he himself became much more serious and self-confident, and immediately after that he began to fly at full speed towards the huge face of the dragon, and while in the air he clenched his fist which contained strong energy. He was able to hit the terrible face, and earlier in it he began to jump back and look at how the mighty dragon began. And taking out his sword from under the space, he began to say that if the dragon thinks that he has never played these mental games with other dragons, then if he remembers correctly, and he remembers correctly, and now he will be the 5th one he will crush. And slowly approaching him, Adam began to say that dragons are all making life difficult for themselves and others, and he died. So he should let him finish the human ritual. But no, he decided to get him, and started talking about worthy and unworthy. And now he will blow his jaw off, and then they will engage in his education, and it's time to teach him a lesson. But the dragon began to answer at home that he had a sharp tongue, and now let him try to attack him. And having gathered all his strength into his sword, Adam began to attack the huge dragon that stood in front of him in all its horror. But at this time, Adam's comrade Ned began to come to his senses, and saw Princess Juridica in front of him. He couldn't understand what was going on right now, and Adam seems to be unconscious, and was he really overpowered? And in this turn, the Princess of Law does something to him, and she doesn't pay attention to him at all. And getting to his feet, Ned began to realize that now was a good chance to attack. But suddenly something strange began to happen to his body. And looking at his hand, He realized that at one time something was blocking his Manu, and at some point he realized that before he turned off all his energy, well, even though it was so, he still understood that he should not miss such an opportunity. But at the same moment, the Princess of Law began to tell Ned that he couldn't get up now and needed rest. And turning around, she began to raise her hand, thereby directing her energy towards Ned. As soon as that energy approached Ned, he began to experience something strange in himself. And suddenly he realized that he was incredibly sick. He began to bring his hand to his face. And at the same moment, he spat out the insect that was in his mouth. And he realized that this was the same insect that the devil cult had given him, and which he soon swallowed. And the princess began to tell him that she got out of him this lump of evil. And judging because the insect is in a larval state, he did not use its power at all. And that means he demonstrated exclusively his own abilities. And this is amazing. And this is just a larva, but his body and internal organs managed to receive minor damage, and he should rest a little. She will share magical powers with him, and therefore after a good sleep, everything will be fine. And at the same time, on one of the floors, Lucius began to tell the remaining guys to look at that place and that thing for purification. It was from the 5th floor. It was moved all the way here. They didn't decide that they would have to look for a way out again, because the plan had completely changed and 2 days had passed of the last battle. They were wondering if they would be able to get out of here before the provisions ran out. And the chief physician began to ask his commander what further orders. But after thinking for a moment, Lucius answered him that first they would find a stake of faith. But the doctor and the nun were surprised by this answer because there were too few of them, and it was very dangerous, and maybe they'd better look for a way out of here. But Lucius replied that no, on the contrary, they only had a chance to get out on time. And they began to run in the direction where Adam ran, because I didn't understand that those slaves who stole the coal of faith behaved strangely, and they were like devil worshippers, and these slaves did not engage in battle with Matthias. But still they attacked him. I wondered why. What if he does not belong to different divisions of the cult that are hostile to each other? And in this case, the Son of God and the internal political enemy Matthias should have destroyed each other. And this sounds logical and explains their actions. If Lucius dies, then all the money invested here will go down the drain, and the temple will have to put the dungeon up for auction. In order to somehow put things in order, and since a whole decade of preparations and raids have failed, then there will be no use left from it. They will definitely not even sell 2 slaves. No. One faction of the devilish cult operates on a much larger scale, and they were interested in this place from the very beginning. They need the tomb itself, in the depths of which the dragon's heart lurks. And after the cult buys the rights to own these ruins, those 2 will enter a new reorganized raid and return to these corridors with a stake of faith. If they really have such a task, then the cult should have provided an escape-in plan, or they have something that will help them find the way home, and they have to find them and figure out how to get out of here before they leave the tomb. It was Lucius's plan. But as soon as they approached the main tomb of the princess, a huge knight met them right at the entrance and began to attack them instantly. And the guys couldn't believe it, because the stake of faith was inside the last room. But the guardian remained alive, and how is it possible? And the door to the last room opens only after killing the guard. But the terrifying knight began to scream with all his might, continuing to attack Lucius with his attacks, because of which the shield that Lucius was holding began to fly out of his hands. And the nun, together with the main healers, began to fly away from the terrifying wave that was moving straight towards them. And after a huge blow, Lucius found himself under the onslaught of a knight's sword who attacked him with all his might. And Lucius realized that he could not use a glimpse of honor, and more than once a week, he had to use it in a battle with Matthias 3 days ago, and he still needed to wait 4. And in despair, Lucius began to realize that the end had come for him, and he will no longer be able to see his wife and little child. But at the same moment, the gates of the main tomb began to open from which Adam began to emerge, and Lucius, who looked at it, could not understand what it was. But suddenly, looking closer, he realized that it was that slave, but he didn't understand why he was leaving the last room. And as soon as Adam opened the door, he began to say that minute by minute he was able to climb up here. He was asked, so he will help him as a son of God. And at that moment, he began to turn to the huge knight who attacked Lucius, so that he exposes his head, and with the help of his dragon tongue skill, which is an exclusively dragon skill, silence and limited use are imposed due to the dragon heart. And immediately after that, the huge knight was pressed to the earth by the magic of Adam. And Lucius, who watched this, could not believe his eyes, not understanding what had happened, and what confused him more was that the monster began to obey the slave. But Adam continued to watch as the monster tried to free himself from him. And as soon as 8 seconds passed, and at the 9th second, the huge knight was still able to break the magical paths. And having completely torn them apart at the 10th second, he began to scream at the top of his voice. But Adam understood that the duration of the dragon's tongue was 10 seconds, and it was not surprising that immediately after completing the ritual, it would not be possible to use the dragon's power to the fullest. And that's not all. To protect himself from a heart that could kill him because of the difference between their magical powers, he will only use 1/100th of its power. And even if it was limited, Adam was glad of such dragon power. And after this, Adam began to observe that that knight began to raise his huge weapon. She grabbed her sword, which was called Gram. This sword is especially strong in battle against fire-breathing asps, and a sword created to kill the strongest of them. And now you can't imagine a worse alliance. And the knight swung and began to immediately attack Adam, who stood in front of him. But immediately after this attack, a bright yellow explosion occurred, and many yellow lightning bolts began to fly away, which was in the hands of the knight. And Adam, with the help of his sword of light, realized that instead of dragon power, he would have to use this holy weapon, not remembering the words of the goddess that the first task from her was to save her son, and he accepted it. And at the same moment, Adam, with all the power of the amazing weapon that he received from the goddess, began to attack the knight, with the words that he can now go and kill dragons. And let there be light, Adam said. And at that very moment, a bright stream of light and amazing power overtook the knight. And Lucius, who watched this, could not believe his eyes, because there was no doubt. He saw a legendary weapon, and this weapon that can only be raised by the chosen priest is the Sword of Light. And he couldn't believe how to understand that that slave was not a supporter of the cult. And even if he is a priest, he can still use all his powers in the ranks of the devilish cult. However, why does he feel the energy of the goddess of light in him? And got angry, and began to understand how he felt. Not only that, and it seems like he experienced the feeling as a child when he first met the golden dragon in the royal palace. And then there was unbearable pressure, just like now. And at the same moment, Adam heard a loud sound behind him, and turning around, he saw something that he did not expect to see before. Lucius and his team began to kneel and greet my lord. And a little earlier, the battle with Caesares inside his mind lasted 3 days. And in the end, the seriously wounded dragon recognized the strength of Adam, although this did not mean that he would obey him, and he will continue to watch him. And as soon as Hell began to open his eyes, he saw something strange. The fact that his comrade lay unconscious and did not get up from his place and was crumbling into ashes. And thanking her, he clenched his fist and said that she would not regret her choice. And among the remains of the princess, he found 2 things. Magic crystals. A grimoire created by crystallizing the main currents of magic, which allows you to master skills through meditation. And it contains the ancient magical power of the Kingdom of the Bear, which was owned by the judiciary and the master key of the judiciary. The key that allows you to use all the functions of the tomb. Adam began to remember the words of the Juridica that the power of the dragon heart is equal to only 1/100th, but when it evenly fills his body and increases the safe threshold for its use. And this is the message that the Juridica left him in the crystal. However, if the power in the heart increases and exceeds the threshold of 1/4 or 1/3 of its maximum, physical reconstruction of the body will be required. And therefore he must find someone who could master the necessary knowledge and replace her and give him the magic crystal, and this child can help. And Adam realized that this is Altair. And the gods know Adam's past life, and only a few of them were favorable to him, but he still cannot trust them. And if the gods start acting and pull some trick on Altair, then he wants to find her right now, but there are still unfinished business. And after some thought, Lucius began to tell Adam and his comrade to show their shoulders. And as soon as he approached them and raised his hand, he began to remove the seal. And once the slave seal was broken, Adam and Ned were free. And immediately after that, Adam asked Lucius if he could sort out his debts, to which Lucius replied that of course he saved his life, and now he is in debt to him, and is afraid that he will not be able to pay it in full. And he cannot believe that for several years he secretly stayed in the rear of the cult to destroy their plans, and Lucius was delighted. He is a little ashamed to admit this. But in the Temple of Light, it is not possible to find such violent opponents of heresy as they are, and said more to Adam and his comrade about that for the Son of God, the elimination of the enemies of the goddess, namely the followers of the cult of the devil, is one of the first priority tasks, and therefore he is ready to provide them with any help. But Ned, standing nearby, didn't even know if he was trying to join forces with the owner of the Dragon Heart so that he would not be displaced by a rival faction in the Temple of Light. After all, St. Lucius is a tool created by the temple at the expense of people like him, and he is the one for whom one can only feel disgust. But nevertheless, feelings are feelings, but you had to use what you have and strength. The status of a genius and the connections of God's Son are priceless, and the followers of the devil crawled around the temple, reaching right up to the leadership itself, and it would be better if you maintain good relations with him. And exactly the same as from Adam. Lucius began to tell the guys that it was uncomfortable to have a conversation in such an environment, and they could already return to the temple. The real healer next to him knew that the commander just wanted to see his wife as soon as possible. But Adam stopped them and said that they were speaking frankly. Nothing is over yet, and the real massacre is still waiting for them. And by this time, the temple had probably already become overcrowded with a nest of cult followers. And this is about the battle groups that Cardinal Aldin brought, and the paired knights included in the 10 strongest people of the continent. And as soon as Lucius heard it, he couldn't believe his ears because it was unbearable to even imagine. But Adam continued to say that even though he had acquired the power of the dragon, there are serious limitations in its use, and he needs thorough preparation, and knowing Aldin, you won't get away with just a battle. And since such a thing, Adam opened his hand in which the crystal was, and at that very moment, the temple in which they were located began to change. And a secret room opened. The treasury princess of Lawpoison said that it was time to collect some really cool artifacts. And as soon as they began to approach the huge golden door, no one had penetrated this treasury of jurisprudence for a millennium. And I opened this huge door. He was wondering what was stored inside. And as soon as the door opened, Adam, Lucius, and Ned were surprised at what they saw there. And many crystals that stored various kinds of artifacts floated in the air and shone with bright colors, and some of them were surprised that the objects were inside the crystals. And Lucius realized that at first glance, it was clear that there were dozens of serious artifacts, and all this was a legal treasure. And Adam began to take out the crystal with which they entered here as soon as he lifted it up the mountain. Then the energy that came out of him began to attract artifacts straight into Adam's hands, and he realized that it was possible to go only this way. He had to get it. But Lucius, who was standing behind, began to think that they did not know a way to destroy the crystals, and did nothing to defeat the main monster and the owner of these trophies, Adam. And he thought about who is helping whom here and how arrogant he was. At the next stage, Adam started asking the guys if anyone had an assessment, and the nun and the doctor also started answering what they had, and with the help of an assessment that recognizes the characteristics of the subject. The higher the mastery in a given skill, the more information can be get. And as soon as they began to examine, they realized that this ancient state of Medea had serious knowledge of magic, and the quality of their magical items was superior to the current one. And of course, it was possible to set a price for such an artifact. But due to the fact that no one sells them, money does not matter, and media relics were priceless. But suddenly, Adam began to turn around and saw something amazing. And looking at the magic vial, he couldn't believe his eyes that she was here. And because of this, he was glad that he saw it, or rather found it. And at that very moment, his mood began to rise. And the rest of the guys began to take for themselves the artifacts that were in this tomb. It was a precious soul, a tin shield, the ability of a stone, an obsidian bracelet from Mirror Chainmail. And Ned took the raven mantle of the Twilight Tunic, as well as the bracelet of Fog and Mirage's sword. And Adam also took himself a huge sword that had previously belonged to the knight who guarded the Temple of Jurisprudence, and also a plastic coat and plastic boots of the Dragon Slayer, and a set of gloves. And as soon as they collected artifacts for themselves, Lucius began to say what about the recent conversation, and that he was talking about the fact that he would have to fight against Aldin, and Lucius would not say that he doubted. It's just that in their temple there are no ways to recognize the followers of the devil. They are detected only by the use of the cult's abilities and interrogation. But if the suspect denies any affiliation with the devil's worshippers, then nothing will come of it. But Ned, who was sitting next to him, began to say that there was something else. If you kill the followers did and make the body an insect crawls out, and Lucius realized that no matter what method they were going to use, the problem was Alden's kinship and his position. The Alden family, they are also Rackers, have serious influence, and after his father, he headed the 4th parish. And now, when he was appointed cardinal, he took on the responsibility of the central parish. And moreover, his family has a good relationship with him, and because he maintains neutrality between the factions of the temple, he has no enemies. It is impossible to arrest or kill such a person without any evidence. Ned began to suggest what can be done about the material snails after the massacre of him, and although he said something different, he still doesn't believe them because he asks for evidence. And finally, Adam joined the conversation and started talking about the evidence. Of course there is it, and picking up the artifact that Adam saw earlier, began to tell them what they think about it. And at this time, Cardinal Alden began to tell Bishop Alphonse to look to the right, and then looked to the left, and then began to look forward, and as soon as he finished, Cardinal Alden began to ask how he was feeling, to which Bishop Alphonse replied that he feels great, and Cardinal Alden began to say that it would be much better if he listened to him right away. And the wife of Bishop Alphonse, who was sitting behind him, could not understand why Cardinal Alden was doing this. But suddenly, Cardinal Alden turned his head and began to ask Claudia what she would say, because he said that he had prepared something interesting. And he talks about insects' climate, which is in the stomachs of the followers of the devil, and they allow the use of demonic power, and the more he uses it, the faster the insect grows. And when growth stops completely, an unusual ability appears, and the special ability of the insect inside it is the beetle hive up to the queen, and now gives birth, and eaten by insects from such a hatch, allows a person to be under control. And this is now happening to Bishop Alphonse. And bowed his head, he began to tell Claudia what she now understands. Why is he saying all this? And she must convince her husband Lucius. But Claudia didn't understand what she had to convince her husband Lucius of, and at that very moment the child who was in her arms began to sob loudly, and Cardinal Alden began to approach her and say that it seemed like the baby was scared. And now everything is fine, and he began to ask Claudia what her name was, to which she replied that Marius. And smiling terribly, Cardinal Alden began to say that this is a wonderful Marius, and does he like bugs? And at that very second, he began to bring his beetle straight to him, and tell the little boy that this would be his little friend. And as soon as that beetle touched the boy's face, he began to sob even more. Alden took his hand, and thereby threw his hand to the side. But suddenly she saw that his whole hand consisted of those beetles, and horror appeared on her face from what she saw, because she could not even imagine this. But Cardinal Alden began to get angry because she touched him, and was able to see his terrifying hand. But at the same moment a guard burst into them and began to tell Mr. Alden that they were in trouble, and the fact that Lucius is outside now. And at the same moment, Cardinal Alden began to look out with the thoughts that this couldn't happen so quickly. And now the raid should have been in full swing, and he didn't understand what Lucius was doing here. Well, as soon as he looked lower, he saw how Lucius fought against everyone who stood in his way. And Lucius, who saw Cardinal Alden in the window, began to answer him that he had not seen him for a long time. But Cardinal Alden began to shout to his face that he was out of his mind, and why was he attacking the priests of his own parish? And why did he leave the raid? But Lucius remembered Adam's words when he said that this thing is called the Eye of Truth, and one drop of the liquid is enough, and then you will be able to see insects inside the devil's followers. And smiling, Lucius realized that he seemed not so perceptive, and he started shouting to Cardinal Alden that he was Lucius Ganetti arrests him on suspicion of involvement in cult affairs. And deceiving the Temple of Light is a hard nut to crack, and he will have to atone for it. But the enraged Cardinal Alden looked straight at Lucius with a fierce gaze, and realized what an arrogant guy he was, and he began to remember that the leader predicted that Lucius would return alive. However, this happened too quickly, and people with the rest of the group would not have been able to clear the tomb. So soon it turns out that Matthias was defeated, and it seems that he was discovered even before the final battle. But he couldn't believe that Matthias gave him away. That worthless trash. But now nothing can be done, and besides it doesn't matter. After all, he was trapped. And as soon as he crossed the threshold of the temple, and suddenly the bishops Alfonso began to come out and ask Ulios what kind of trick this was, and accuse the cardinals of diabolical heresy. How dare he accuse him of such a thing? But looking at him at his uncle, Lucius began to understand. Alden's ability that Adam told him about, an uncle, is now under control. But his uncle continued to say that even though he and God are dangerous, there is something that can be accepted, and there is something that cannot be accepted, especially what he is doing now. Lucius came up to him, threw letters, and said that this is proof, because of which Cardinal Alden began to get even angrier, After all, he saw the very letters that he had seen long before the present time. Legal labyrinth, that they will keep the truth secret for now and the eye. If people find out about the existence of this thing, they will soon finish him off, and they will now get other but no less high proof. After all, the Tomb of Jurisprudence is a large labyrinth covering a huge underground territory, and in truth, the labyrinths are laid to the very bottom of the main temple of the third parish. And therefore, if you find the exact place and then buy a loophole and climb out, Matthias used and the followers of the devil gathered here, and physical evidence found in an abandoned building. And this is the letter that he exchanged with Matthias. And here is written the plan for stealing the dragon's heart and laudatory speeches to the devil. Everything is here. But Cardinal Oldin could not understand where he got these letters from, because it was ordered to burn the letter after reading it. But for some reason, Matthias decided to keep them in case he handed it over. And now you can immediately see how much he trusted him. And at the same moment, Cardinal Oldin began to laugh loudly and say it and what he was up to. But did Matthias really feel indebted to him and tell him everything? And they were right in thinking he was one of the leadership of the Cardinal Oldin cult, Araska 11th place, in the hierarchy of followers of the devil. And he began to ask Lucius what this gives him, because he won't do anything anyway. And he won't be able to lay a finger on him because he took his wife hostage. And as soon as Lucius saw his beloved Claudia, he began to get nervous and angry at the same time. But Claudia, facing the threat of murder, could not hold back the tears on her face. And at the same moment, Cardinal Oldin began to say that he would calmly pierce her even before his eyes burst. And he has a very interesting insect, and the one who eats his offspring becomes his faithful servant. And he prepared especially for him an insect princess that is very brainwashing. And he must choose who he can feed it to, his lover or child. Or he will eat this insect himself. All that remains is to choose Lucius and finish everything. And he needs to choose and decide about 3 who will do it. And at the same moment, Lucius began to shout that he was himself and that he should not touch his wife and son. But after the terrifying smile on the face of Cardinal Oldin, he began to put the insect into the mouth of Lucius's beloved, not to talk about the fact that he would feed the bug to his beloved. But at the same moment Ned appeared and, with the help of his new blade, pierced the chest of Cardinal Oldin. And he, in turn, could not understand what had happened. And the Cardinal's guards could not understand when this entire floor was checked using detection magic, and he did not feel anything. But with the help of my bracelets, which possessed my secrecy, and the offering of a couple, only the corresponding legendary level enchantments can be detected. Ned was able to sneak in unnoticed, and immediately after he pierced him, he yanked his blade and cut the Cardinal in half. And Ned, who grabbed Claudia, began to tell her to hold on tight. And immediately after this, one of Cardinal Oldin's guards began shouting and calling Ned names. And after loud words, he began to attack him, and a huge wave appeared inside the room. And Ned saw that the eldest of the twins was an Iron Knight, and for the first time he fell under his blow and realized that he was quite powerful. After all, this is one of the 10 strongest warriors on the continent. But at the same moment, Lucius, who was on the street, began to attack Cardinal Oldin, who was standing at the window, with the help of his weapon. But the elder twin noticed this attack and began to shout to his master to go to a safe place. But immediately after this, there was a huge explosion from Lucius's attack, and the floor of the wall began to crumble in different directions. But the elder brother Gemini still managed to protect his master and took upon himself the entire attack. But at the same moment, another knight approached Ned and Claudia. But Ned, hitting him in the face with all his fist, began to say that he didn't have time for him either. And that guy began to fly away from the powerful blow, not understanding how he managed to react so quickly. And as soon as he ran away, he began to jump into a huge, destroyed wall, thereby escaping from his pursuers. And Cardinal Oldin, who watched all this, could not understand how this happened. After all, he thought that the disciple of the man from the east either died at the hands of Lucius or escaped. If people turned against their cult even before he left for the main monster's room, then this is obvious. However, why is he appearing now? And really, the man from the east manhandled him, and he wanted to corner him. He does what he helps himself. Baldin understands that he has lost hostages, and it will become dangerous if the Holy Sun decides to use glimpses of honor. Then the right decision is to avoid it, and he began to tell his guard, the eldest son, that he relies on him. But the eldest son, smiling, replied that he could entrust this matter to him, and he would quickly handle it. And while the younger son was taking Oldin to a safe place, the elder son, smiling, began to walk to the side to fight him. And at the same time, Lucius, who was standing outside, began to see that his eldest son was approaching him. And as soon as the eldest son came down, he began to take out his huge sword to deal with Lucius. But Lucius, standing in front of him, began to ask if he had come alone and why not together. After all, he had heard that the two of them were like a couple in love. But the eldest son, smiling, replied that he alone would be enough. And he is the 20th in the hierarchy of the followers of the devil. The eldest son of the county will now teach Lucius a lesson. But Lucius began to answer him that he was the first son of light, representing the third parish of the Temple of Light, accepts his challenge and he can attack. And outside this estate, the guards who guarded the entrance began to speak to ordinary residents, that the knights are currently undergoing training for safety reasons. Believers will be prohibited from moving, but believers, they couldn't understand because they came from afar to increase the disease, and now they are simply not allowed inside. And the miners who were not far from the castle saw that there were some explosions inside, and they could not understand what happened there, because everything was in the temple, and there was smoke. The group of miners were simply shocked when they looked at the temple and did not understand what was happening there. And the White Rose also raised her gaze upward and began to understand that this could not simply be training. And she began to remember what she said to Adam so that he would stop by after the raid, and she would give him change, and he should definitely come to her. And she had a bad premonition and tried to stay in the slave zone. And it seems she realized that her client Adam was right and knew that this could happen, and so he told her to stay away from the castle. Having looked at everyone, she still couldn't understand what was happening there. And inside the castle, the enraged priests began to go crazy because there were insects inside them that took control of their consciousness. And they all began to attack the doctor and the monarchy, which successfully defended itself against them. After all, they had good equipment that they found in the last raid, in the chambers of Juridica, which cast a curse of petrification on the enemy, and also the slowdown and skill of the stone soul, which slowed down the target and dispelled it. Enchant the stone soul skill to remove all abilities from the target, and also in Sedan A bracelet that increased the cooldown time of the ability by 50%. The doctor began to think about the fact that the enemies who were brainwashed by the larvae are their priests. If it turns out that the commander killed them, then the opposing temple faction will tear him to pieces, and it was necessary not to kill the priests, but only to neutralize them. And with the help of the fainting skill, this was the skill that activated the hit that hindered their movement. The nun, who stood near her comrade, could not understand how he threw these bombs so accurately, to which he replied that he was a handball player while studying at the academy. It was a sports team game in which players tried to throw the ball into the opponent's goal with their hands. But at the same moment, the commander noticed something strange was now behind him. And turning around, they saw a huge piece of the castle that fell near them. But they didn't understand what it was because a protection spell had been cast on the temple's castle. And as soon as the commander looked up from where this huge fragment fell, he noticed two forces who were fighting on the roof. It was Lucius who fought against his older brother, and the elder brother was a little wounded, but still he was burning with anger from the fact that Lucius inflicted many heavy temples on him. And all due to the fact that if a sword collides with a spear in battle, then basically the second has an advantage. And because the radius of the spear allows you to strike before it approaches the enemy. And the elder brother understood that he, as a master, could calmly release the energy of the ball over long distances, or simply dodge the spear to close the distance and strike. Therefore, everything that came out was a surprise to him. But as soon as the elder brother was able to approach Lucius and attack him, a huge wave suddenly began to throw him back. And all due to the fact that Lucius had a mirror ring and it activated the ancient spell Black Mirror. When hit, it reflected 50% of the damage received. And the older brother realized that he had lured him, pretended that he had opened up, and he almost managed to deceive him. And he was very skillful at playing the weakling. On his face, he realized that his enemy had guessed, and about asking what is the reason why their names are on the list of the 10 strongest continents. And Lucius moved from his place and began to run straight towards his older brother, saying that they simply did not fight with the strongest, and with all the strength of his spear began to attack his elder brother. But suddenly, the elder brother was still able to block one of the blows of a huge spear. And as soon as he realized this, he began to move to the side there in order to quickly get closer to his opponent. And approaching Lucius, he began to swing his huge sword at his face and managed to dodge it. Swung his one hand, which was free, and hit the enemy with enormous force in his ribs. And as soon as the older brother began to fly away from the huge blow that Lucius made, and while in the air, the elder brother noticed that immediately after this blow, Lucius approached him at full speed, and tell him that the Holy Sun as a sacred being cannot be on the list of people. If not for this circumstance, they would never have appeared in the top 10. His older brother with great force, which is why he began to fall down like a bright flame of fire, and falling to the ground he hit with all his strength, and early which Lucius inflicted on him was in his left side. And at the same time, Lucius began to descend to the ground, and her comrades who stood behind him began to see their commander appear. Zero Lucius, breathing heavily, began to tell them not to come near. And it turns out that in his left side there was the same deep wound as in his older brother. And Lucius began to guess that he was counterattacked at the moment when he used the skill cord and head limbs torso, only 5. And although there were no 7, he thought, and the older brother, who was lying on the ground, began to understand that it seemed that the reflection of the damage was on the torso. Then it turns out that this effect was not from me. Object and the percentage of reflection is not 100%, but rather around 50%. And he planned to detain him until Mr. Olden disappeared, but now he changed his mind. And at night, angry, the elder brother began to shout towards Lucius that he himself started it. And with great speed he moved towards Lucius to attack him, and in just a few seconds he was already behind him, and was ready to deliver the decisive blow right now. And as soon as he swung his huge sword, he screamed to send Lucius to the goddess. But at the same moment, the elder brother Castor began to hear the voice of his master, who shouted to him where he was, and he should quickly run to him. This was the transmission of the words, "The queen and the owner of the royal lava can transmit to the owner of the princess lava in his voice or his location." And the elder brother Castor began to ask where he is now. But at the same moment, Lucius stood next to him for a reason and began to use his skill prison of chains and paralysis. And from this, at the older brother with all his might. There was a loud explosion in the place where the older brother stood. And after a loud explosion, the elder brother still survived and still heard orders from his master about his location and that he should quickly run to him. And at this time, Adam still caught Cardinal Alden, and as soon as he approached him, he began to speak. So that he gets up because it's time to get punched in the face. And while they were fighting with his older brother, he began to approach him and ask what it was. And did it really seem to him that something had happened to his master? Petya, no! They came here specifically to tie him up hand and foot, and then from the very beginning, they were going to separate the 3 of them and finish them off one by one. And he found himself right in their trap. When the older brother raised his head, he began to get terribly angry and look to the side and tell him that they were simply scum. But much earlier, Cardinal Alden was at the chambers of his head, who told him that he knows that his ability is consciousness control, and he can quickly take possession of the 3rd parish and subjugate even the Holy Sun. And Aldine answered him that the safest way for Terra transportation is the absence of one, and he will keep the dragon heart in the temple, and they will only need to come there to transplant it. To which the head of the cult agreed and told him to do so. But now running away with his youngest son, he could not understand why everything turned out this way. After all, he developed a plan that included all possible events and the chance of failure of the raid and the likelihood that the disciple of the man from the east, the son of Leonardo, would find out that he would be destroyed. And he set traps taking all this into account. And they could not take action so quickly, but still there could be something that he did not foresee. The betrayal of the man from the east, and Slava that he plans to get rid of his student because he became useless turned out to be a lie. And he wanted to confuse and kill by deception. And in this case, everything comes together. And he can't believe that this vile little man did this. And as soon as they ran to the carriage, one of his subordinates began to tell him to quickly get into the carriage, but Alden continued to think that even though Lucius found out who he is, in fact, there are no problems now, and the cardinals of the temple, the world who are counting on his vote in the election of the next pope, will defend him, even if he is the very head of the devilish cult. But he was more worried about the enemy's forces. If the man from the east betrayed him, then he doesn't know how many more students he has. And if the man from the east himself or his son Chingun is involved, then first he will lie to the bottom, and he needs to gather more fighting forces. But suddenly, while entering the carriage, he touched a strange substance with his hand, and at that same moment he began to look at his hand, not understanding what it was. And looking closer, he began to feel something, as if something was pinching him at the tips of his fingers. And immediately after this, he began to feel a terrible pain throughout his whole body. And having fallen to the ground, he began to scream in terrible pain, and his protector, the youngest son, began to run up to him, asking what had happened. that it was poison, and it hurt a lot, and it was the 68th, and poison from the king's collection of deadly poisons, Fade, and the peculiarity of this poison was acute pain. And taking off the hood, he showed himself to Adam, and began asking Alden who he had just called names. And as soon as he completely took off his cape and stood up in front of Alden, he began to approach him closer and closer. And Cardinal Alden began to say that he was not his subordinate, and who he was. But immediately after his words, Adam kicked him in the face with his foot. But continuing to knock him down, Adam told him to shut his mouth. And at the same moment, the youngest son began to shout to Adam that he was not afraid of the Silver Knight, one of the 10 strongest on the continent. If he surrendered right now, he would be pardoned. But at the same moment, one single needle flew towards this knight, made him fall to the ground, and Adam began to say that he was a weak mistake and should have taken the real one instead of this dying fake. But the Cardinal of the Order, in torment from terrible pain, began to order his to come to him. And after that, he began to tell Adam that let them talk and what he wants. And who sent him here? If the reason is money, then he will give him 2 or 3 times more than promised, and he will pretend that he did not find it. And he also could not believe that with his exceptional one, he still cannot regenerate without poison. He can think carefully after all. It will be more profitable for Adam to unite with him, and no matter what he wants, he will listen to everything, but not easily. So Cardinal Alden told him this. He was simply stalling for time until his eldest son came, or until he could remove at least a little of the poison. But the one standing in front of him heard everything, and heard that he was offered to work for him, and he would pay him much more. And immediately, with an irritated face, Adam began to ask Alden whether he was really waiting for someone. And raising his hand, he showed the helmet, which was covered in blood, and then asked if he was really waiting for this garbage. Well, as soon as Cardinal Alden saw this, he could not understand that this was really the body of a real Pollux. But 12 hours earlier in the morning, Lucius, along with Adam and everyone else, looked at this guy who was lying near the tree. And Lucius began to think that the eyes of truth, and he did not believe in it. But as it turned out, he really could distinguish between the followers of the cult, and it was sad. Even the defenders of Cardinal Alden turned out to be minions of the devil. And Ned, who stood behind me, I remembered the words of my mentor about what he should convey. Dragon heart to the brothers waiting at the gathering point, and among them there will be a priest of the temple. So he should immediately hide and free himself from the mark of a slave. And he realized that he had pretended that they had a heart. They were going to subjugate him with the help of an Arab mark and kill him. And the disguised Silver Knight absolutely guaranteed the success of this plan. And he believed that these goats would help him take revenge. But in a past life, he miraculously managed to escape from the Silver Knight, and after long wanderings with the dragon, a heart that he could not absorb. Martial arts brother stole his heart and threw him, completely exhausted, into one of the caves. And Lucius, taken under control by the lava, was simply a walking horror. And all these memories that Adam recalled about those countless atrocities of Alden forced him to kill him right now. And at that moment, as soon as Adam swung and struck him, loud lightning appeared in the same place. And after a loud explosion, Adam noticed a strange liquid that was near his impact. And upon closer inspection, he realized that the volume was very small. And even if it burned from lightning, the volume could not be so small. And at that same second, some strange discharge or blow flew towards Adobe. Non successfully defended himself with his huge sword. And after that, he began to hear the terrifying laughter that stood in front of him. And Alden began to say, grinning, that he had not taken this form for a long time. And he always trusted the battle to the twin knights. Not because he is weak. In truth, he is much stronger than them. But the reason he did not fight was because that he did not want to show this appearance in which he is in a state of demonization. And Adam, looking at this, began to understand that after the lightning strike, part of his body was torn off and he turned into his true image. And in this state, he most likely had already neutralized the poison. And 5 years have passed since he used the Revelation Stone and became a demonic creature. And during this time, he acquired the skill of disguise, allowing him to transform into a human, as well as stable demonic power. And from those who saw him in this form, no one remained alive. And he is surprised that he managed to force him to use metamorphosis. And Cardinal Alden continued to tell Adam that he had made a grave mistake. And immediately after that, there was a huge explosion. And from this, the explosion was so huge that a huge part of the forest turned into ruins. And Ned at that time being nearby with Lucius's wife and his child, began to understand what had already begun. And he began to tell her to hide in this cave and not come out until he lets her know. Secrecy spell was cast on them, but she didn't understand why he was giving them to her, because what would happen to him. But he turned around and started telling her that he didn't need them. And at the same moment, he began to run away somewhere. And running through the forest, he thought about the fact that he had been waiting for this day for a very long time. The day when he can take revenge on those who killed his father and stole the family heirloom. And one has already died, and 2 remain. And he will send them straight to hell. And at this time, the elder brother fought against Lucius, inflicting the strongest attack on him. But Lucius, with the help of his blessed shield, repelled everything that approached him. And he understood that the elder brother was obviously using the power of the insect, and his attacking abilities had increased significantly. However, the effectiveness of and so decreased, and the serious blows he dealt to him were fewer and fewer. And apparently, he got nervous seeing how they were defending themselves so much. And at the same moment, Lucius began to call his comrade Arn, who immediately understood what he should do. And with the help of his skill of the goddess Arya, he began to use his best skills to increase the strength of Lucius. Olya's light in battle significantly increased the skills of allies. Moreover, the attacking forces of defensive abilities and healing were increased by 120%. Lucius realized that right now he needed to act. And some monks stood near him and began to notice that this enhancement even affected the spirit of the effect obtained. And at the same moment, the huge star began to become even more and more huge. And a huge star, just like the enhanced light church, began to approach the elder brother. But the elder brother tried with all his might to repel the attacks that were flying at him and continue to fend off countless attacks from opponents. The elder brother began to suspect something, that now everything is happening differently, even though he fought off these slow attacks. But still he realized that now he felt somehow strange, and he has the feeling that the world has begun to move a little faster. But as soon as he saw Lucius, who ran up to him very quickly, he realized that it was he who began to move more slowly. Moreover, a shooting star was flying towards him, which was strengthened by the stone spirit and countless attacked the enemy several times. After all, when the enemy approaches the spirit, he receives the negative effect of slowing down and reducing characteristics. And with all his might, Lucius attacked his opponent and was able to inflict very heavy damage on him with his huge spear. And immediately after Lucius's attack, a huge explosion appeared in the castle. And as soon as his enemy was defeated, pieces of the wish were scattered throughout the territory. Lucius, who stood there exhausted, finally realized that they had managed to defeat him. But suddenly everyone began to notice that a huge lightning had appeared, and behind Lucius, something strange began to happen, whether a piece of a huge castle began to fly away to the side. And Lucius, who turned his head, could not understand what was happening there, but he saw how the nun who stood behind him and covered him all the time began to jump to the side due to the fact that an explosion occurred under her feet. And then they realized that this was due to the fact that the energy of the sword dealt a direct blow to the temple. Although even this was not the case, because of the battle between the Golden Knight and the attack commander, cracks continued to grow in the building. And finally it dawned on them that the goal of the Golden Knight was not the commander's head, but the resolution of the castle. After all, after numerous attacks, the castle still could not stand it and began to disintegrate. And the priests who were under the temple began to see that huge fragments of the castle were flying at them. And immediately Lucius ran to see what happened there. Well, put it in your head. He saw that the priests who were brainwashed under the temple were now in danger. And also his uncle, who was sitting next to them, was tied with a golden chain and could not go anywhere. And the Golden Knight, who saw that he could take the chance and escape, began to run towards the forest. A few minutes later, the older brother, who was running through the forest, began to realize that the third larvae had burned out, and he attached his body back. But because of the lost larvae, his combat power fell, and he realized that he needed to quickly ask the master, Alden, to restore his insects, and he couldn't believe that Lucius managed to drive him into a corner. But he still did a good job. After all, they intended to hold him back, and for the healers and that armor that reflected damage, it would take him a lot of time to get them. Finish off. And for him now, the best option is safety, because he remembered these words that Alden told them, that their elder sister arrogated to herself the right to inherit the Arab title, and the fact that because of this they had to serve him as a priest is not their omission. This is not happening because they have anything something is missing, but because this world is wrong, And together they will change this so that the world in which the false god deviates belongs to the one and only true God, and they will become truly righteous people of the new world. And I continue to run away through the long forest. He came at full speed to quickly reach his master. Or Mr. Alden gave you a new meaning to their lives, and he will never allow you to touch this person. And now his master must wait for him. After all, he will instantly rush to his aid. But not having had time to run for a long time, the eldest son noticed something strange in front of his eyes, and at the same moment he was struck by an unexpected attack from Ned. With the help of his Mirage sword, he secretly attacked his older brother, and as soon as the attack was carried out perfectly, Ned stopped and waved his blade, because now he and his together should have triumphed. And the eldest son, who was lying on the ground, realized that this was a student of a man from the east, and he began to ask him why he always interferes in their affairs. To which Ned answered him that after 12 years have passed since their last meeting, he still recognizes his faces. And Ned, angry, began to ask his eldest son in a serious tone, "Have they forgotten that they killed his father, Leonard Strayer?" And then the eldest son realized that this was bloody revenge, but he answered Ned that he did not know such a thing, because he had killed several hundred people, and it was impossible for him to remember all of them by name. And having thrown off his armor, the elder brother began to say, "What will he say now that may not please him? Because now he is too lazy to fight. So if he gets out of here right now, he'll pretend he didn't see him and give him a chance to go home with his limbs intact." And the elder brother began to understand that this sudden attack was very powerful, and his stealth skill allowed him to accurately determine his location and deceive his ability to recognize mana flows. And although he understood that he should not underestimate this guy, however, since he did not decide to separate them and attack on the sly, it means he is confident that he can win in an open fight. And the older brother began to say no need, that he was giving him 10 seconds to get out of here. But Ned, who was standing opposite him, began to answer him that it seemed that he had not aroused his interest. Then what would he say about what he would now show him? And as soon as Ned threw off the robe that covered the sword, the elder brother was surprised at what he saw. It wasn't even that he was surprised, he was in shock because he didn't understand where he got this sword from. And picking up this sword, Ned was ready to fight to the death. After all, the symbols of the Gemini Knights received from Aldine are the components of the Sunball sail of the Golden Knight and the favorite weapon of the Silver Knight, the Moon Sword. And Ned's older brother said that if he defeated him, he would tell him what his younger brother's last words were. Because of which, the older brother got even angrier and began shouting to his opponent to attack because he would finish him off now. And at the same time, at the other end of the forest, there was another battle between Adam and Aldin. And Mr. Alden told Adam that it looked good because the knights of the temple would have already fallen from such attacks. And he can't believe that he can move so fast. But suddenly Alden began to use his skill of mimicry, which allowed him to change the shape of his body with the help of larvae located inside the body. And throwing out many attacks, he wanted to defeat Adam, who stood in front of him. But Adam successfully blocked all his attacks. Not that he blocked and could even respond to attacks with attacks. And as soon as Adam saw his chance, he swung his huge sword and began to hit Mr. Aldin directly on the head with it. But during the battle, Mr. Aldin continued to say that if he concentrates mana, then you can not only change the image, but also create it using a point of metal and the hard armor of a monster. And turning around, he began to attack Adam with all his strength with his digestive juice of the larvae. But our hero was not an ordinary guy, and he was able to dodge and thereby swing his blade, and thereby cut off one of the huge paws of the transformed Aldin. And following this, with the help of his Royal Tiara Flow sword technique, Adam cut it into several hundred pieces. But it seems that it was not long after Adam's back that a strong substance of Mr. Alden formed, with the help of which he began to spew out his skill of mist from gastric juice and attack Adam with it. And immediately after that, he began to make a huge weapon from particles of his body that flew at our hero from all sides. Well, of course, Adam tried to repel all his attacks. And after that, Mr. Aldin began to laugh loudly and tell Adam that he was called the Immortal Sir Aldin. And no matter how much the little people try to destroy him, he is reborn again. And the Adam of an ordinary person has limits of stamina and mana, and the outcome of this battle was a foregone conclusion. And grabbing Adam by his armor, Mr. Alden began to lift him into the air and tell Adam that he won his respect and he appreciated his strength and fighting skills because he is a worthy warrior, and after he deals with him, he will feed him the lava and make him his slave. And immediately after these words, Aldin hit Adam with all his strength, causing Adam to fly into the nearest rock. And after that, Aldin jumped into the air, and gathering mana in his huge paws, he began to continue attacking Adam. And upon landing, there will be a huge explosion, because of which, in the place where it was, the earth began to burst at the seams. And Aldin raised his huge hand in which a huge blade formed, and, swinging, he struck several more times at the place where hell was located. And after the strongest attacks, he began to laugh very loudly. And remember the words of his mentor about the fact that wealth and glory are an unshakable status. Everything that a priest from a family of Marquises can enjoy, if he swallows the insects of the mark as his father did, then all this will become his. There is no insect that would give him unlimited power. It all depends on how he will use it, and he must try to grow a larva. And from the first day, he took the power of an insect so that it could grow. And with the help of this power, he killed people again and again. And when the growth of the beetle was completed, he became a demonic creature with the help of the Stone of Revelation. Well, that's how it was, Mr. Alden thought. After all, immediately after his words, Adam stood up and began to ask that this is 1% of strength, and that's not bad. But he definitely doesn't give in to it now. But Mr. Alden was surprised that this guy remained intact after such attacks, and did not understand how this was possible. But Adam began to answer him that he and the twin knights, if he wanted to finish them all off at once, and perhaps he would ask why they separated them in the first place. He needed to reward Ned. His revenge would have lost all meaning if he had dealt with them single-handedly. And secondly, now demonic creatures are a rarity, and by raising their hand, hell began, cause a bright light that illuminated half of the forest. And after the bright light, Adam began to tell Aldin that he had just received the power of the dragon heart. But there was nowhere else to try it except here, because once a day, he can increase the power of the dragon heart, and the duration is 1 minute, and the increase in power occurs by 9%. And for him, the experience gained in battle with demons is especially important, and the fact that he's immortal comes in handy. But when he saw this, Aldin was very surprised that he was using a dragon heart, because even though he had previously understood that it could not be, because he is not a holy son or a disciple of a man from the East, he is an ordinary rogue, and this is impossible. But experiencing enormous pressure on himself, Aldin began to hear what Adam told him to try to resist, because he was trying several techniques on him. But at the same moment, Adam began to see how his opponent began to run away with all his might. After all, Aldean didn't just want to die here, and he can't end up like this. But at that same moment, he felt that someone was chasing him. And at that same moment, he saw a huge hand in front of him that cut him into several pieces, and having fallen to the ground, he began to move with difficulty. But Adam, who was standing next to him, began to tell him to get up. After all, he still has a lot of things in his arsenal, and he cannot just die here. And at the same time, at the other end of the forest, Ned fought against the Golden Knight, and after a long battle, his sword jumped to the side. And the Golden Knight began to tell him that he made him sweat, but that's all. Now he will die. And pressing Ned with all his might, the Golden Knight already wanted to finish him off. But Ned began to remember the words that Adam said about how this is how to deal with the twin knights. And the strategy will not be simple, of course, but success depends on what damage the three of them can inflict on the Golden Knight. And Ned's role is no less important. 25 years ago, the owner of the Magic Tower told the father of the twins, Count Hugo, that his children have an unusual body structure, and thanks to which their energy resonates with each other. And if one of them uses magic, then the energy of the second will receive stimulation and does not exist on its own away from each other. But if the boys are together, their movements are synchronized that even their faces take on. The same expression and this phenomenon is extremely rare, and due to the fact that their innate reserve of mana is large and both have a good sense of magic with official training, they can become powerful warriors that complement each other. And the father of the twins understood that if they were left, they would live in their own world, and he would have to try. And soon, thanks to the efforts of the father of the twins, Counts Hugo Caster and Pollux were able to become knights with promising talents. And Aldin, having considered this in them, secretly invaded the legacy of the Count title of the Hugo family and made the twins his subordinates. And after that, he gave them the swords of the sun and moon resonating with each other in order to maximize their innate abilities, and the disreputable technique complemented by sun and moon balls, that after an opponent's attack, while he is changing his stance, a flaw will definitely be revealed in the fighter's movements, and this is a weakness that everyone has. However, the Silver Knight's strike seemed to cover the Golden Knight's vulnerability. Eclipse Storm of Blades flawlessly deals with enemies, exceeding the boundaries of speed and accuracy that can only be imagined in freely ignoring blades in a duel due to the connection in the blows with the balls that they inflict together. There are no mistakes, and when Adam told everything, his comrade Ned replied that he understood everything. And Adam continued to say that it is similar to the flowing cloud flow technique of the Royal Tiara and the secret technique of the flow of the Royal Shooting Gallery, flowing clouds, a defensive technique that, in a battle between students of the same mentor, balances the Yan electric field that reflects the enemy's attack. And there is a difference in the sources of the lightning power or the magic of the twin knights themselves. However, it is quite similar to a practical technique in the sense that it quickly reverses the attractive and repulsive forces in places, thereby successfully completing an attack or defense. And Ned, having mastered the technique of rushing clouds with the help of the Sword of the Moon, can reproduce the eclipse, summarizing with the Golden Knight. And after that, he calculated the enemy attacks, getting closer and closer, and then was able to cut him. And noticing this, the Golden Knight began to call his opponent names, because he thought that this could not happen. And with a sharp movement, the Golden Knight jumped back away from his opponent. And as soon as he stopped, he began to think that only Mr. Olding was initiated into the secret of the eclipse, and he did not understand how this guy knew about it. And getting really angry, the Golden Knight began to wonder what famous people his brother had encountered, and whether he had really told them the secret of the technique. And at the same moment, the voice of his master resounded in the Golden Knight's head again, telling him to come running and help him. But the Golden Knight no longer listened to his braids and decided that he would deal with his enemy in 1 minute. And I begin to swing my sword. He sent many of his attacks at his opponent. But Ned understood what I expected if I showed him the sword and the technique. The Silver Knight, no matter how the Golden Knight worries about his master, he will not be able to ignore him if he sends him to Alden. Then he will make any sacrifice to help him escape, and lost the Silver Knight, one is definitely on his guard. After all, no one knows who the Olding will bring after the soldiers or his teacher. If not now, then never again. And realizing this, Ned knew that he had to catch him. And continuing to fight, the Golden Knight was able to wound his opponent. And Ned himself kept it the same way. And swinging his huge Sword of the Sun, the Golden Knight already thought that he could defeat his opponent by cutting him in half. But that was not the case. Literally a second later, I saw that it was simply a shell behind which that guy was hiding. After all, Ned, with the help of his Raven Mantle, which teleports the user a short distance leaving Clone in his place, was able to dodge the attacks of the Golden Knight and end up behind him. And with his incredible Thunderpalm skill, he dealt critical damage to his opponent. And I understand that he stopped his movement in the same way. This was his chance to finish off the Golden Knight. But as soon as Ned swung and thought that he had already destroyed his spirit, he saw that the Golden Knight was still able to block his attack. But Ned, not understanding what happened because he thought that his blow worked, but the sword connected with another sword and stopped moving. And at the same moment, the Golden Knight began to turn his head, telling his opponent that he had finally been caught. And the fact that the Sword of the Sun and the Sword of the Moon attract each other. And after that, the Golden Knight turned around and hit Ned in the stomach with all his might, thereby making him fall into a huge hole, because of which Ned realized that he had received critical damage and began to spit blood. And as soon as his sword fell and stuck in the ground, the Golden Knight began to tell his opponent that he made him sweat and now it's all over. And the Golden Knight, who had pressed his opponent, had almost dealt with him. But Ned simply didn't want it to end like that, and began to push his huge sword away with all his strength, even though his hand was cutting himself at the time. And he began to remember how his father told him that the time would come, and he would continue his work by becoming Baron Strayer, and the time would come, and he would accept the mission of storing bloody tears. And he must become the greatest knight worthy of this sword. And then the still young son of his father remembered these words and promised him that he would not give up. And now he didn't want to let himself be killed right here, and raising his hand, he began to accumulate energy in it. And with all his power, he was able to throw the sword to the side, which flew away and thereby cut off his opponent's hand. And immediately after that, Ned began to place his electric hand directly on his face, and immediately activated his ability. He began to generate a huge electric discharge from his fingertips, and thereby incinerating his eyes, because of which he could not. Now you can see nothing. And what was worst of all was that, due to the super fast attack, he could not recover and began shouting to his opponent that he was a fool and that he would finish him off, and he began to look for his opponent according to his energy traces. Ned used his raven mantle, which teleported him and made clones, and was able to confuse his enemy. And the Golden Knight realized that now there were too many of his opponents, and as soon as the Golden Knight swung to finish off his enemy, who was in different directions, at the same moment, his opponent Ned was already behind him and again inflicted critical damage on him, which is why the Golden Knight could not stand still, for Ned was very good with his blade. And now he decided that this was the end for him, and everything would be over with the Golden Knight. And with the help of his strongest technique, a lightning discharge, he attacked the Golden Knight, and immediately after that, a huge wave went out and began to destroy everything that was in the place where it hit. And all that was left of the Golden Knight was his blade, which lay near Ned's feet. And now the names of the brothers who were in the top 10 strongest continents at that moment were crossed out from the list. And at this time, all the guys who were in the castle began to help the others get out from under the rubble. And although they didn't understand that thanks to the fact that they destroyed the falling building and used defensive magic, the damage turned out to be minor. And it's good that Alden freed the building from people. And the main healer of this castle approached different knights to help them with healing, although they did not understand what they were doing here. And even though Lucius was watching all this, he understood that these larvae died, so people woke up from hypnosis, which means that Alden is either dead or neutralized. And at the same moment, Lucius began to turn around. And as soon as he saw his beloved with the child, he thanked the goddess Arya for helping them. And the seriously wounded Ned walked with Adam and his wife Lucius. And thus, they upset Alden's plans and restored the third parish of the main temple. Within a few days, everyone forgot about rest. After all, they all began to heal the wounded. And soon they arrested the followers of the devil from the central parish and did a lot of other things. But first of all, of course, the support of the allies was ensured, whose forces were practically gone. And when they were all gathered, Lucius raised his glass, and those who drank from it began to feel acute pain in their bodies. And at the same moment, a cleansing was carried out of the cult followers who had been wandering among the temple employees for years. Alden's ability was terrifying, but they couldn't believe that a priest like him completely lost control of his mind, and due to internal wounds inflicted by the lava, they could not get out of bed for several days. But soon Lucius asked his uncle if he was feeling better, to which he replied that everything was fine. Began to thank Adam and his comrade, and he didn't even know how to thank them. After all, they provided an invaluable service. But smiling Adam answered him that they did everything they had to do. And Adam raised his hand and told him to accept a small gift from them if he recovered. And the birdcage of the Mimas appeared. And this is one of the favorite things of the law. The prisoners inside this cage cannot use magic and are preserved in the state in which he was imprisoned. And Alden's head was in this cage. To which Lucius's uncle stood up and began to say that it was dangerous. He needed to be burned. To which Adam replied that they killed the royal lava, and the ability disappeared, so everything was safe, and now he had become obedient. They taught him a good lesson. After all, he goes to the leadership of the devilish cult and may be able to get a lot of useful information from him. And yet, after that, Lucius's uncle accepted the gift from Adam, although he asked Ned whether it was worth giving it to him, to which he replied that it didn't matter, because they already knew everything they needed, and they caused enough pain. And Ned was very pleased. But more importantly, this is because he knows that he cannot keep this matter in his hands. And at that same moment, Adam decided to give Lucius's uncle a magazine and say that they had extracted all the information, and it indicated their cult composition and other shelters and a plan known to Alden. And Uncle Lucius opened the magazine and began to look at what was interesting inside. But after reading a few pages, he realized that it was true, and the devil's travel plan of destruction of the world and its reconstruction, and the people who promoted this Eastern Alliance. And in the Kingdom of Cayenne, which occupies half of the Aslan continent, there are two forces, the Western Alliance and the Eastern Alliance. Initially, the two factions were equal, but after the Queen and the Holy Sun appeared in the Duchy of Giornetti and the Western Union, this balance was disrupted. Due to some negative factors, the terrible alliance continues to be in a state of decline, and some of their territories were sold to the West. And at this point, the difference in power has become too great. Therefore, for several years now, among the aristocrats of the Eastern Alliance, there have been admirers of the cult of the devil, and as a result of this, two great intractables of mankind, the Blue Dragon Artalis and the Ice Dragon Merinia, began to destroy the Western territories. It was for this reason that they were in such a hurry with the raid. The West did not have time left, The deep dragon's nest is located in the largest grain region of the continent, and the ice dragon occupied the central port of the west. And if nothing is done with the dragons, then soon there will be no time in the south. And in the west, because of the current situation, people who lost their homes and united aristocrats joined a devilish sect. They didn't even believe that all this was planned by a cult. And as Alden said, the followers of the devil only pushed the world to the abyss, and the dragons do not help the devil's fans, which means everything will end after the destruction of the deep ice dragon. And after this long conversation, Adam said that he and Ned would deal with the dragons. But Lucius's uncle thought otherwise and began to shout at them. Are they in their right mind? To kill dragons in itself sounds crazy, so they also decided to figure it out together. But Lucius, sitting next to him, began to say that they didn't need him, to which Adam replied that he must protect the third parish and cannot allow the temple to be captured, and the attack has not yet ended. And the Son of God, he is afraid to imagine what will happen if something happens to him or his family. And the person agreed with these words. It was impossible to come up with anything better, and suddenly he stood up and began to say that on behalf of Lucius Ganetti, he appoints Adam and Ned the Elder as holy knights, and he also expresses gratitude to them for their help in defending the parish. They will be given precious gold and magic stones, and the senior sacred knights can visit any place under the control of the temple, and he will issue a certificate stating that they are authorized to gather people and lead them, and they will also give them half of the contributions paid to the temple. But suddenly, Adam began to say that the status can be obtained documented, but due to some circumstances they cannot receive the mark of a priest. But Lucius was surprised why they could not use the abilities of light. Well, Adam replied that it makes no difference, they do not want to go under the control of the goddess. And shaking hands, Lucius said that he understood. If suddenly their decision changes, they should say so, and they will try to help with preparations for the upcoming hunt. And although Lucius's uncle didn't understand about this raid on the dragons, he was worried about them. But since people put their name on the line, he can't say anything against the Holy Son. To begin with, I decided to observe, and at the same moment, Lucius asked Adam when they planned to leave because they needed to hold a reception before leaving. Well, Adam replied that you shouldn't do this. And at the same moment, something strange began to happen in the same room, and they all began to turn their heads towards the cage in which Alden's head was imprisoned. And she began to shine very brightly, which is why all the rooms began to be illuminated with bright lights. And inside this cell was Alden's head, and dark energy came out of it. And at the same moment, the head, which was imprisoned in a cage, began to say that he tried to make a connection. I felt Alden's life force drying up, and began to say that they were the very heroes who caught Alden. But Lucius cried out who he was, and immediately after these words, a bright light appeared in the room, shining even brighter than before, and the cage that held back Alden's power began to break, and the flying head began to respond so that they bowed their heads until he bit. After all, he is the head of a devilish cult, and everyone in this room could not believe their ears, or the reviews could not understand how he found out that Alden had failed, and decided to do everything himself. But the head of the devilish cult began to look intently at Adam and say that enormous energy emanated from him. And it turns out that he is the owner of the dragon heart. But Adam didn't understand why this creature had already appeared, because he knows that now for the chapter there is no difference whether dragon heart is simplified or not. And everything that happened was part of a big plan, and he continued to enjoy his double life. And they calmly dealt with Alden and his twins only because they were allowed to do so. And the head of the cult was supposed to remain inactive for several more years. And during this time, Adam was going to eliminate the leadership of the cult, order Lucius to start a war between the temple factions, and then tear off the main head of his head. But suddenly Adam wondered if there was some kind of special relationship between the head and Alden. But then he would not stand and watch Alden being tortured. And is this usually inconstancy, or is it really the hands of the devil? And most likely it was he who set everything up so that this situation could now arise. And at that very moment, Ned began to tell Adam to run and hide. They would buy him some time for now. After all, he easily destroyed the birdcage, the effect of the ban on the use of skills, which means that the head of the cult is at least an Archmachus, and it would not be easy. But Lucius understood that he had Toz up his sleeve, and the technique of glimpses of honor, and now he could not be allowed to take the dragon's heart. But Ned, standing next to him, began to make fun of his face and ask him whether he really knows how to use a sword. But what did the face of you answer so that he would not lag behind him? Lucius, although he understood that if the connecting spell subsided, if the connection intermediary was destroyed, they would simply need to crumble Alden's head. And deciding to finish all this very quickly and not from both sides, they attacked the head of the cult. But as soon as they approached with their blades, a barrier formed near the head that did not allow them to cause damage. And immediately after that, dark energy began to bind Ned. I didn't understand that he used the mantle in irony without giving them the opportunity to dodge, and the speed of activation was simply terrifying, and that the magic was dissipated, and Lucius could not do anything. And at the same moment, the head of the devilish cult began to tell them to retreat because they could not cope with this. And his skill is the shadow of an ancient dragon, and the characteristics captured by this skill of the target are greatly reduced, and the use of magic is completely blocked. And the head of the devilish cult continued to say that he could not sense traces of this woman, and he would like to know if his intervention changed the situation. But apparently, he wasted his time. He has nothing more to do here. And at that moment, he began to activate his skills-linked curses, Curse of Disease and Curse of Pain, and Curse of Decay. And Ned and Lucius began to experience terrible pain all over their bodies. And Lucius's uncle, who stood nearby, also experienced great fear and pain, and began to pray for the goddess Arya to help them. But suddenly Adam, who stood and watched all this, decided to intervene, and with the help of his weapon he was able to free his comrades. And the head of the devilish cult who watched this attack could not believe his eyes. The fact that Adam used the Sword of Light, because using the Sword of Light requires colossal preparation and serious characteristics. But with the help of permission or the command of drilling, you can easily use the truth. Besides that, he has nothing else. And to destroy the link of the curse, one Sword of Light will not be enough. And in this case, all that remains is to increase his characteristics several times, and using Adam's dragonization skills and the secret medicine of Meteor's Tears. And with the help of such a set, he was able to use the Sword of Light for about 10 seconds without the help of the goddess. Poison began to understand that the worst scenario could only be that he came here on the orders of the devil himself to buy them. And now he has no chance against the head of the devilish cult. He can, of course, be destroyed by dealing with his head and sending the cool fool to hell, but the damage will not be commensurate, and he needs to avoid a direct confrontation. And now he realized that he needed to pull himself together and use a safe fight. After all, if he wanted to maintain victory without losing anything, then in this situation he would have to be taken away from here. And remember the words that I told him, the king of demons, that he was the first person who was able to resist him simply by his amazing tenacity. And they say that the one who enters a battle without a chance of victory is stupid, and those who flee from one type of enemy or surrender are not wise to me. They are ordinary weaklings. And the devil who conquered 10 worlds was punched by some little man, and this cannot happen. And when the goddess of light told him that he wanted to fight again with victory, Adam understood that Tartarus wants pure victory and wants to defeat the completed version of the hero, and therefore killing him now is contrary to his plan. And the fact that the head of the cult appeared here of his own free will, and he thought that he came here in vain. But he began to say that there was such an interesting shot here, and he began to ask Adam who he was and why the goddess of light chose him. Well, Adam became interested, and decided that since the head of the cult himself was asking him, he could not help but answer. However, it is not interesting to talk for free, and he began to suggest to him that the couple would ask each other a question, and if Adam wins, he will reveal his true face to his comrade, and he will be able to do the same. But the head of the cult was surprised when he heard these words, just like Lucius, who definitely heard about the true face of the head of the cult. And Ned thought about it, because even Olya didn't know this. He wondered how Adam knew this. And the head of the cult began to say that his magical search skill allows him to detect lies. And now this guy really knows his true face. But Adam continued to say that they will now act without nonsense if he throws a bloody party here. Of course, his comrades will feel bad, but he can avoid it. And he has plenty of time, and the head of the cult must believe that he will ruin his life. Other things being equal, he has no need to reveal the secrets of even a precious existence. To which the cult leader agreed. And immediately after that, Adam tossed a coin and began to say that he would have said so right away. Because of the flying coin, everyone began to follow with their eyes, and as soon as the coin fell back into one's hand, he covered it with his other hand. And the head of the cult began to say that he chooses tails, and Adam could only then take the eagle for himself. And at that very second he began to raise his hand, and everyone was wondering who would win. A little earlier, there was a coin in the palm of my hand, and Adam asked Ned how he could guess 10 times in a row, to which he replied that he could guess 100 times, because in the eyes of a trained person, a falling coin is extremely slow. And on that day, besides Bishop Alphonse, there was not a single person who did not see this. And which side did the coin fall before Adam covered it with his hand? Lucius and Ned, who were watching this, said it was heads, and Ned, looking at Adam, did not understand why he blindly trusts fate, or is this another trick? If not, why not? He chose a game in which the one who speaks first will win, said second that he chooses tails. And later, they were able to find out the reason for this choice. But at that moment, when Adam covered the coin with his hand, a bright light appeared, which began to illuminate the entire room in red and white. And this light was the energy of Adam and the head of the cult who collided with each other. And victory or defeat is counted only after the hand covering the coin is completely open. And the one who flips the coin while breaking through the enemy's defense wins. And faced with this force, hell began to resist the enormous power of the head of the cult. And at that moment, the hand began to secure its position before the other part of the coin was revealed. It was an ordinary confrontation of forces, and many believed that this was the essence of the game. And if you compete without certain conditions of victory or defeat, it will be difficult to retreat. So Adam made the rules. There, finally, everything was decided because Adam threw out the coin as fast as he could, which began to fly, and Adam, together with the head of the devilish cult, began to watch her. And while the coin was flying, Adam was able to move and activate his skill. And it is clear that the head of the devilish cult noticed that he was using the acceleration electricity of a man from the east, and literally a few seconds later, maybe even less than hell, hit him with all his might. And he thereby began to break through the ground that was under him and fall to the floors below. And as soon as Adam dealt the final blow, he realized that it was time for his dragonization and glass. But Adam was sorry that this happened, that there was a draw. Only the building collapsed, and Adam managed to drive away the head of the cult without serious damage to their side. And the fact that Adam saw right through him, and he found out how to deal with him and forced him to leave. And the girl sitting opposite Ned began to ask what kind of bet this was, because the winner had to ask a question and reveal the true face of the opponent. And since it turned out to be a draw, Adam, who came inside, said that they did not postpone it and decided to fight another time. Because at that moment, Adam, together with Mr. Lucius, went inside the room where this conversation was taking place. And as soon as they sat down, Ned began to ask Adam if he had found out how to remove that spell, to which he replied that he had not, and it seemed that the temple also had no ideas. This spell announced that this was a ring of promise and evidence of the promise of the prisoner. Between two people, if one of the participants violates this agreement, then the time comes for him to be punished. In this case, the ring of the second participant is destroyed, and during the punishment, one of the 5 senses disappears for a month, and, in short, until the start of the second battle. And there he cannot reveal to them the true face of the head of the devilish cult. And Lucius understood that nothing could be done about this situation. If you act according to Adam's instructions, nothing much could be changed. But suddenly Adam said that he wanted to do everything directly. Although Lucius did not understand what he meant, Ned replied that he knew so. And Adam began to explain that he could give a riddle so that they could think for themselves, or the clue would only be an indirect mention. But this story is more dangerous than the Eastern Alliance, and he can only tell it to someone he completely trusts. And as soon as he started talking about the head of the devil cult, at this time the head of the cult himself was walking with a bouquet through the huge castle. And suddenly he began to be surprised when he looked at the hand, because he thought that it would immediately give away his identity, and the promise ring did not disappear. And when he proposed to compete thus, he thought that he was a complete crazy, but maybe it was a bluff, or his dastardly motives are all too obvious. In any case, the head of the cult was looking forward to the exodus, so long as it did not disappoint him. And coming closer and closer to the lonely girl who stood opposite him, she began to turn around. And at the same moment, he congratulated the girl on her 12th birthday, whose name was Altair, to which she answered him that he could not be recognized without chrome robes, and thanked him for coming. This was the first princess of the kingdom of Cain Altair Justina Cain, and the one who approached her was the first principal of the kingdom, Cain, the youngest cardinal of the Temple of Light. And that same evening, Lucius and his wife went to rest. Did not leave. And the thought about the head of the cult, if you serve everything that Adam said, he is practically invulnerable. However, his family cannot avoid the upcoming wallpaper, and so Lucius decided that no matter how hard they turn, they will enter the fight and win. And the revenge is not yet over, the teacher, the senior student, and the other assistants that Alden mentioned, and they will not be established until they kill them all. And even without Adam, Ned would have been lost and regretted his stupidity after betraying the cult, and the fact that he undoubtedly owes him his life, and he vowed to himself to repay the debt, even if he had to fight the devil himself. And Adam, sitting in his room, was meditating but suddenly thought that there was not one, and he just can't understand why the head of the cult appeared. After all, no one changes so easily. Neither man nor demon is not God, and every effect is preceded by a reason if other actions are performed. And this means that the one who knows the future changed history, but the head of the cult remained in the shadows after the transfer of the plan of the apocalypse to the 12 apostles. So his historical role remained the same, and when he attacked Ned Lucius, he did not feel serious threats, and the head seemed to drive away flies from itself. But no more, and maybe he was just wondering who took the dragon's heart, or there is something he doesn't know about, and has he really forgotten something? And at the same moment, looking at his hand, which began to emit a bright light, he realized that everything would fall into place when he began to act, and there was something left to deal with before leaving. But I continued to look at my hand. He saw his improved silver key, and began to remember those words of the goddess that she said that she would expand his abilities in relation to the key, and she needed to give him something, and he should look to her how to free himself and what the angel said, so before disappearing in the legal room when he threatened the gods. And now she's simply rushing him, but he decided to listen to what she has to say. But first he needs to get dressed, and at the same moment he began to move to another room. In an instant, he found himself in another room, which had just been shining with bright colors, and in hell I realized that this place was connected with the silver key. To which the angel who appeared out of nowhere replied that everything was correct. Her key was connected to the guest room of her fork, and greeted Adam. She told him to make himself at home. But Adam didn't understand what kind of one-room villa this was, and he still couldn't understand who gave him the silver key. And that means it was her. Angels can also provide special skills, and she began to answer him that after all, she is responsible for him because she has special powers, and besides, the fight craves spectacles. And if he meets a boring end, her reputation will suffer greatly. And Adam understood this, and began to say that he was so grateful that he was ready to cry. But still, it was just a joke, and he began to tell them to get down to business, and what kind of conversation awaits him. To which the angel asked Adam to move them more comfortably, and with the help of teleportation they found themselves on comfortable sofas, and the angel began to get straight to the point that the conversation would be about additional rewards and rules. And it was certainly interesting, but they would no longer lose rudeness and similar threats. Therefore, with the next such joke, the ability and skills available to him will be taken away, and since he is now prey, and all his skills will be transferred to the one who is hunting him. And at that same moment, Adam realized that such gods had directed their brains, and were saying that if he did not want to give all his goods to the enemy, then he should play by the rules and not resist. And in fact, he knew that such a trick would only work once if you fool them in the same way twice. Can you even consider them gods? And suddenly, he decided to ask the angel what about the reward, because he definitely heard that the goddess of light would give him cool things, and she should not pull the cat by the balls and lay it out. To which the angel replied that he had already received something and a relaxation of the requirements for using the ball of light. This privilege had never been granted to a person who was not a priest. And as for the conditions for completely removing restrictions, he either needs to obtain the permission of the goddess of light, or receive an order from her. I have another new rule. He must carry out the instructions of the gods, and special skills prepared not only by the goddess but also by other gods will be presented to him as a reward for completing the mission. And of course, they only prepared for him the best, selecting privileges based on the strictest criteria. And as she already said, there is nothing for free in the world, and he must serve the gods and carry out their tasks without any hesitation, and prove that he is worthy to own everything. And although I am now warm, it is very inconvenient for them to send heroes through the tasks of the gates of mystery, and they will receive them with all honors. After returning, so were you, the words of the bishop, and sitting on my horse, I'll give it to him. I realize that now, when the end of the raid is approaching, human spies are watching the temple with the help of their fog bracelet, which grants the ability of the unknown. Thanks to this trinket, there is no longer a need to move around at night, but it's better not to go out through the main gate. Lucius's wife approached Ned and began to tell him to take what she was giving him because she had collected it. And seeing this basket of Claudia's food, which after consumption restores stamina. And Manu, he began to remember that when the Golden Knight pierced his stomach, she treated him with this, and he began to thank Claudia for such help. And finally Adam turned to the side and said that he relied on him. To which Lucius wished them good luck in battle. And as soon as they set out on the road, Lucius understood that there is not only a cult of the devil, aristocrats, moneybags, travelers, those who go after the heart of the dragon, countless numbers. His role is that he must pretend to be the owner of this artifact, diverting attention to himself and buying Adam time and space for maneuver. And after they galloped away, the gate closed and didn't let anyone else out. And from that moment on, the third parish was closed to everyone. And at this time, the lawyer who was walking around her estate felt that Adam's traces were moving away. And she realized that it looked like he was leaving this place. And at that moment, her betrothed came up to the lawyer and said something. Yes, they too will go where they need to go. And agreeing, she shed a tear because she understood that this was where her role ended, along with her 1,000-year loneliness. She too can retire and not think about anything else. After all, she now passes on their mission to the follower and the descendant who will go with him. And the girl who came to the window met her dove who brought her a letter. Opening it, she read the beginning and realized that it was from Lucius, in which it was written that he congratulated her on her birthday and asked her an apology due to the fact that he will not be able to attend the reception because they will not be able to see each other for some time. As an apology, he sends her a small gift, and he is sure that she will like it. Well, at least the princess understood that he constantly said that and sent something wonderful. But suddenly, the princess heard that there was some noise going on the street. And as soon as she looked out the window, she heard that there was a fight near her window. And looking closer, she saw a man who had beaten most of the guards who were below. And then she realized that Lucius's gift was this man, and the letter said that he could help her. Lindell Castle was Altair's territory, and she received it along with the title of Duchess when she was only 16 years old. And when Adam and his comrade approached the main gate of the castle, they were met by guards. But Adam took out the letter and began to tell them that this letter was from the holy son of Lucius Jonate. And the old man who approached them said that he would accompany them too. And Ned remembered the words of Lucius, who said that the letter had his seal on it, and they should hand it over to Her Majesty, and he was sure that the princess would help them. But he didn't understand, even though her face thought so. But could she help in hunting dragons? After all, if you think about it, he's one of the aristocrats, and he began to ask his friend if he knew the princess, to which he replied that he saw her once in childhood at a reception in the royal castle, and they say she is burying her talent, and he doubts that she will somehow be able to help them. But at the same moment, some strange warrior in armor flew straight to his feet, and Ned didn't understand what had just happened. But the old man who accompanied them began to say that they were probably scared. But the thing was that the princess's favorites are now standing in front of them. And at the same moment, surprise appeared on the face of Adam, his comrade. After all, they did not think that these were minions. They thought that these were simple robbers. But Princess Altair is beautifully noble and talented, and from birth she has everything that a sparkling star needs. Aslan and even luck was on her side, and when her first son was sick, the king said that the right to the throne would pass to her and her husband, and the crown was given without a fight. And the rest of the fools dreamed that if they married the princess, then he would be her son, and they would be kings. But the princess said that before discussing her marriage, she would say something to them all, and she will not exchange a word with anyone who does not prove her strength and honor. And countless noble men winning the favor of the princess was challenging, and were defeated and returned back and so on in a circle. And all of them were checked by the first knight defender Altair Ophelia armed. And watching all this chaos, Ned did not understand what was going on here, although he must admit he was somewhat surprised. I thought these people were not capable, but they had a pretty good level of training, to which the old man answered him that he was right, and many were hired to represent the interests of the Britons in the arena. If the aristocrats hit Lady Ophelia in a coordinated manner, then there may be a chance that the princess will recognize their strength, and then even the priests. The real Adam next to him understood that they weren't even a match for him, but he shouldn't despise them for that. And that's the real problem, that the opponent is one of the 10 strongest people on the continent. And looking at her, Adam realized that he had not seen Ophelia for a long time, and she looked younger. Apparently they met earlier than last time, but suddenly some fool approached one and began to ask who they were. And with an angry look, he began to say that the end of the line is in the other direction, and they have been stuck here for 3 days and are not disturbing the order. And looking at his yellow bird on the blue fabrics, Adam realized that this was a priest from the Temple of Heaven, a representative of another religion competing with the Temple of Light. It looks like he came here instead of the aristocrat, and began to answer him with venom that they were not participating in the competition, and he should not pay attention to them, and it would be better for him to go and mind his own business. But for some reason these words angered that guy. I continued to say there that they came to deliver a letter from God's son Lucius to the princess, and he needs to be removed for his health. And he said that it was urgent, and is he really ready to take responsibility for late delivery? And suddenly that guy's face changed, and he began to say that he didn't need it. And of course they could move on. But before Adam had time to leave them, they began to discuss Lucius about the fact that he wasn't storming the dungeon now, and somehow they came running here suspiciously quickly. Did the princess really help organize the raid? And the fact that Adam knows nothing, after all, after completing campaigns, people send letters and send them in a special order, and first to friends after the temple, and in conclusion to the beloved. As soon as Adam heard these words, he began to turn towards that big man with an angry look, who continued to say that all the residents of the capital know that there is a vicious relationship between Lucius and his cousin, and they say they had a child, and they are secretly raising him in the temple. And as soon as that big guy continued to say something with all his might, Adam punched him right in the face, and he began to fly several tens of meters to the side because there is a tense relationship between the temples of light and sky. And that's why these guys are so infuriated that people are higher than them in status. But Adam didn't understand what Altair had to do with it, and what he had just said about the girl who loved only him until her death, and the connection with her second cousin. Hadn't they hit his face with their hand for a long time? Adam began to say that those who were standing next to him should also come here. After all, they are freaks who have been standing here for 3 days already to get hit in the head, and it looks like no one is talking to them. So they are bored. And you don't have to stand in line. He'll get everyone in at once. And a little later, the old man who accompanied Adam began to laugh loudly and say that for several months there had been no fights in the queue, but Adam asked for forgiveness and said that they had insulted one respected person, and he could not stay away. But the old man began to say that it was his fault, because as a butler he should avoid conflicts. But the old man began to think that usually if a fight starts, the mistress appears. Ophelia, but this man figured it out very quickly, and their clothes do not look like temple or knightly clothes, and perhaps these people are not just messengers. But suddenly the princess appeared and began to say whether they liked the greenhouse. And as soon as Adam turned his head, he began to understand that in a past life he would not have known Altair for several more years, and his real mission would begin only after training with Ned. He can't believe that this moment has already arrived, and he has begun to greet Her Highness. But the princess noticed that this guy seemed familiar to her, and she began to talk about how she had read Lucius's letter and the Temple Knights Adam and Ned. He recommended them, and he said that they would tell about all the details personally. But now they must answer what they can do for her. And standing behind Ned, who was watching Adam and the princess, something strange seemed to him. Why did Ophelia, who protects the princess, glare at him with such a disapproving look? Because that noise was made by Adam Annie. He or they had already met somewhere before. And the princess began to ask Adam what he could do for her. And after these words, Adam thought about it, that Altair's contact has not yet been fully developed, and the princess cannot view other people's memories as a lawyer. But since this talent is innate to her, she is able to recognize people thanks to her special perception. And Altair, retaining the gift, assembled a team and entered into a fight with the followers of the cult. And the princess was his comrade in arms, and who was the first to resist. And for him, overwhelmed by the thirst for battle and a sense of revenge, she was a girl who showed the right path and a big dream. And the absurd search for the groom was needed only to find the best warriors. The cult sent and gradually took over the kingdom. And Altair's ability to inherit from her throne could not guarantee victory. She needs a strong ally, and at that moment Adam asked for forgiveness from Her Highness, and activated his power. He said that he could become one and thought it would be the fastest way to show him. And suddenly the princess, along with her guards, saw that this was the power of a dragon, and Adam had a dragon's heart. And at the same moment the princess began to ask whether Ophelia was competing or whether she was with Adam. Well, she answered that no. The new series began to immediately take out her blade and say that she would try to inflict 3 blows at home. And standing one opposite the other, they did not begin to emit enormous power. But suddenly, Ophelia noticed that Adam was just standing there, but there were no visible weak points in his stance, and if she mindlessly rushed to attack, she could run into trouble. And she realized that she needed to act as carefully as possible. And as soon as she moved, she realized that Adam, at the very first collision, began to reflect the blade of the sword with the help of his hand. And during the second collision, all her blows did not leave a scratch on him. And at the third collision, the weapon flew out of her hands and was followed by a heavy blow with her palm, because of which she began to fly to the side. But immediately after that, Adam's hand was behind her back. And as soon as Ophelia came to her senses, she realized that she had lost, because Adam, who was standing behind her, asked her if she wanted to continue, but she did not understand when he managed to get behind her. And suddenly she said that, no. The lieutenant had seen enough, and this manner of movement and protection. Everything was perfect, but she still didn't understand where he came from. And after a short battle, the princess began to speak because she heard that the blue dragon destroyed the food areas, and they are looking for a solution to this problem. And creating new plowing is pointless. The followers of the devil are multiplying like cockroaches, and these lands will be devastated once again. But however, due to the new threat, they will have to cultivate the areas of the tournament ridge. And Adam immediately responded to her words that then it would be possible to divert the attention of the cult during the ride. If they do everything quickly, then in a month he will bring her the head of a blue dragon. But the princess liked this plan, but she asked what he wanted. To which he replied that they could determine the reward themselves, and more importantly, during the cleanup of the tomb, legal problems have arisen, and now there are not enough people in the third parish, and therefore they are left without healers, and they need healing power. And that princess realized that it seems he is looking not only for money and fame, and began to ask what are the chances against the blue dragon. But Adam leaned towards the princess and said that everything depended on her highness. Of Medea, which she studied, remained in it, and the fact that Medea's magic no longer exists, and Alta was able to master it thanks to one person, and she said that the training had reached a dead end around this time, and telling the princess that her ancestor entrusted him with the crystal and ordered him to give it to her. And Alta will gain enormous power if he uses the artifact right now, and she can control the dragon heart in his chest. But soon Adam said that they would go, and if she needed them, she could send Gons for them. And this first meeting was glorious. Not at all like what happened in a past life, Adam thought. And it was not bad, and the fact that he missed her. But now they have met thanks to Lucius, and he will be able to show Altair what it is worth, and she will pay attention to him. And the fact that she herself will find him, and he will wait. She, the sitting princess, understood that now she had come across such an interesting man. But at this time, the princess began to ask Ophelia what she thought about this, to which she replied that the guy was impressive, but she was really worried that Sir Lucius recommended him because he didn't understand people well. But nevertheless, Adam has the skills that the princess is looking for, but still she thinks that he is not too weak for the one who carries the dragon's heart. But the princess replied that it seemed to her that he did not completely control him, and that soon he would definitely become stronger, remembering Adam's words that he said that her ancestor entrusted him with the crystal and ordered him to give it to her. And the fact that Adam spoke as if he had personally met Mrs. Juridica, and Juridica was an Archmachus, so it was not surprising to learn that she was wandering around the tomb. And if Adam's words are true, then the ritual was performed on him and his heart by the judiciary itself, and that Adam has great chances for an unknown character, and maybe he will help in implementing her plan. But there was something else that worried the princess. This is what she always felt, either warmth or disgust from the touch of another person. But what she felt with Adam, she saw something strange that she had not seen before, and she was wondering what it was. But at the same time, in another place, the head of the devilish cult summoned his subordinate to him, who as soon as he arrived, began to ask what the orders would be. This was the deputy head of the second in the hierarchy of followers of the cult, and the head of the cult began to say that there was a free place among the 12 apostles. But Alfred did not understand whether there was a vacant place among the leaders of the cult, and that is, one failed. But suddenly the head of the devilish cult asked Alfred, is he really trying to make sure of this through him? And he had to reconnoiter the situation and propose the next commander, but he himself does not understand anything, and he is free to dispose of all the remaining apostles. But the plan of the apocalypse must be carried out, and Alden's failure should not create problems in his work. And at the same moment, the illusion that was created by the head of the devilish cult dissipated. And Alfred, who was standing, realized that he had disappointed the leader, and at the same moment Alfred began to call his subordinate, who was around the corner, and tell him to immediately prepare the phantom horse for him, and he will go to the third parish. The next day the princess approached the huge altar, and for her it was touching because the decoding of ancient texts in the dungeons and the raid on the tomb of jurisprudence ended, and this thing fell into her hands. The same grimoire, and it will be able to increase her magical energy. After all, this is a top-class makeup artist created using the crystallization of magical powers that allow you to master the skill through meditation. And she began to remember the words that told her that the time allotted to her would soon end, and Altair, her student, should forgive her for not being able to teach her more than she needed. But she was sure that she would be able to find a way to improve her abilities, and ultimately defeat the head of the devilish cult. And at that moment, a bright light appeared in the same cave. And suddenly she began to see different things that surrounded her. And suddenly she began to think that this was really subspace, or that the crystal was connected to her mind, and magical knowledge seemed to appear near her. A voice also appeared that asked her that it was really beautiful, and that this was the magic of Medea that they comprehended. And the legal experts who appeared began to say that she was just a spiritual body remaining in a magic crystal, but she would still like to meet the princess with her heir. But at this time, Adam and his partner were playing rock, paper, scissors. And as soon as their game ended, Adam began to say that he had won and was going on a party. And Ned would go and find the followers of the devil in the castle. And Ned thought that this was even for the better, because he still doesn't like noisy events. So Adam can go quietly and have fun. And Ned, who picked up the bracelet, asked Adam if he really wouldn't need it, because he himself said that if you don't show your face, it will be easier to act. But Adam replied that in this mansion there is one of the 10 strongest fighters, so he will need both bracelets, otherwise he will be quickly grabbed. And by the way, that girl somehow looked at him disapprovingly, and after thinking, Ned replied that it was true and he didn't understand why. After all, it was their first time meeting, and it's rare to meet such a southerner, and even with magical skills, and he wouldn't have forgotten their meeting. And does she really know him since the time of the cult? Or maybe she is more dangerous than him. But Adam replied that it didn't seem to him that she was one of the devil's fans, but still, he had to be on the alert, and he was sure that Ned would do a great job. And stirring the strange substance, Adam realized that now he also needed to get ready. And as soon as he did his hair and styled his beautiful voice, then with the help of the face-changing technique, and this is his sewer technique, that allows you to change the appearance. A special technique of a shadow student who in the future will become one of the 12 apostles of the cult. And the facial expression of the posture, all this greatly impresses those around him. An expert in such a technique can easily deceive a person and immediately disappear into the crowd. His skill is not only good, but if they are at a reception where new faces loom every day and everyone drinks themselves into unconsciousness, then everything can work. And the people who challenge the princess are warriors and aristocrats from all over the kingdom. They are honored guests, so you can't talk to them without due consideration. And thus, a separate wing of the castle became both the noisiest front door and at the same time an overnight stay. And where every night he organizes meetings to look at the favorites and their fighters fighting for the heart of Altair. But the work at home now is to collect information and search for fighters, and someone who was known to the personality in his past life may be useful and need to find the warriors who died while he was training in the cave. A little time later, Adam began to hear conversations of different people who were talking about the fact that they were knights, and they said that there had been no news from the third parish for several days, and his sister's husband went there as a guest, and he was ordered to inspect the surroundings until the raid was over. But they never missed inside. And other people talked about the fact that there were rumors that a few days ago there was smoke rising from the third entrance hall. They were wondering if Cardinal Aldin had not occupied it. And Adam, who was standing next to him, understood that he knew that everyone was showing great interest in Lucius and the progress of the raid and at which pillar he did not sit down. Everywhere the same conversations. And the fact that no one knows how the campaign will end and what happened to Alden because information is deliberately not disseminated. But suddenly, while Adam was drinking a drink, a guy sitting next to him began to look at him strangely. And at one moment he began to tell Adam that they were sitting at the table with him a couple of minutes ago, and it was surprising that everyone who was here knew the Baron. But as soon as he sat down at this table, they began to mistake him for him, although the Baron himself had long since left to dance. And the fact that Adam has a good skill, if he is not mistaken, then it was he who brought heaven down to the earth of the priests. And at the same moment, Adam turned his head and realized that this man did not look skillful, but he was able to recognize the technique of changing his face, and Adam became interested in who he was. A guy who was a servant in this castle walked several floors below. And at the same moment, someone dragged that guy by his clothes into another room, and as soon as Ned finished him off, an insect began to crawl out of that guy. And thus Ned began to eliminate all the minions of the devilish cult. And then as soon as he finished the eastern wing, he decided to move on. And jumping from one building to another, Ned looked at the huge castle and was surprised that it belonged to only one man. And he began to think that he would not be able to get used to it because Lucius's house in the temple was the size and was similar to their old house. So he felt comfortable. And it was not only spacious, but warm and cozy, and then it was the same with them. And then he saw his sister and mother for the last time. If she had been alive, she would have become a wife and mother. But the whole catastrophe changed everything. But suddenly Ned heard a voice asking him what he was doing here. After all, the guests were having fun in full swing, and he chose a rather unusual place for a night walk. But he did not understand when he did not feel her approach, and this is his greatest mistake. And thanks to the effect of the 2 bracelets, it can hardly be detected. And most importantly, the protector of the princess. She is one of the 10 strongest, and it is not for her beautiful eyes that she gets such a place. And suddenly she began to tell him not to worry because she felt a strange energy here. However, she has something to do with him, and can he devote some time to her? But Ned began to tell her that they should be honest with each other and how long she had been following him. To which she replied that you couldn't trick him from the 2nd floor of the east building. And Ned began to tell her that he killed the followers of the devil, and she can check for herself next to the corpses, there are larvae. And he apologizes for wandering around the castle, but his leader decided that a quick cleanup is much better than explanations, because every second counts. To which she told him that this is amazing and this is a reasonable decision. However, he is somewhat mistaken, and she talks about the purpose for which she came to him. And at the same moment she swung and began to attack Ned. And the raid on the dragon is the princess's desire. She makes every effort to gather the best warriors and lead them to victory. And his comrade Adam has already proven his worth. But now she needs to test him, and he must show what he is capable of. But Ned didn't understand why such platitudes. But still they answered that if she wants to get punished, then he will agree and fight with her. At the same time, not far from the 3rd entrance hall, the phantom hounds were looking for traces. These were traces of the demonization of Alden and lightning discharges, and the guy was sure that they belonged to the warrior of the royal tiara flow, and it was obvious that there was a disciple of a man from the east, and where the traces of the Silver Knight remained, and the traces of several more people were visible, and an attack using holy power was used. But what was more interesting, inside the carriage, the guy saw some strange substance on the door, and having tried it, he realized that it was me, Persephone, who could not possibly be here, and the man from the east, Holy Sun, who joined the Tarantula cult 3 years ago. They united, and they planned to get rid of Alden, and he could not believe that he could be so crazy about a task on the success of which the future of the cult depends. After all, the entrance and exit to the 3rd entrance hall was closed due to a curtain spell preventing magical analysis. Nothing inside was visible, and the carrier pigeons sent by informants gathered in one place, as if they did not know where to fly. And the impression was created that something very valuable was hidden in the temple, and one of them is probably the head of the cult. But what if the team of the Holy Sun was able to get the other master, and now they are stalling for time to complete the ritual and stabilize the dragon's power? And now everything was coming together. If someone has such power, then the indignation of the visiting patrons about the closed gates becomes an empty phrase. And if the information goes outside the temple, problems may arise, and they foresaw everything. And the question is, who owns the dragon's heart, the man from the east or the Holy Sun? If the first, then we can assume that he was mad and used light dew. And if the second, there is a possibility that the man from the east betrayed the cult, and it was necessary to act even after the battle with Alden. Several days have already passed, and he must find direct evidence before the dragon heart transplant is completely completed. But suddenly the guy who was looking for traces saw a mysterious man standing not far from him in the forest. Some unknown man stood in a black robe and looked straight into his eyes. From the Rainbow Man saw that it was a mask on the face of this guy with a bird's beak, and he was definitely the deputy head of the cult. Not at the same moment he began to run away from him. But the deputy understood that this was just a feeling that that person was definitely connected with what had happened and could not be missed. And at that very moment, he began to order his ghostly dogs to chase him and catch him, and continue the chase. The phantom wolves almost caught up with the mysterious man, and clutching his shoulder with his fierce teeth, the man began to feel pain in his body. And the deputy who was watching this began to see that he still managed to catch up with him. But suddenly, Mysterious Guy started using his thunder palm and destroyed the ghost dogs. And the deputy suddenly saw that it was a stream of royal shooting gallery. He was pleased by the fact that they met. After all, he has business with them. If he cooperates well, then he may not kill him. But the man from the east realized that this guy was a complete pain, and he simply would not back down. And at this time, on another continent, sounds of battle were heard on a huge castle. And the girl, with all her strength and such, Ned, did not give him even a moment of peace. And Ned began to tell Ophelia what it seemed to him, or whether there really were notes of bias in her words. After all, they had already made 3 strikes a long time ago, and she began to answer that the problem was that those who are inferior to him in strength cannot take part in the dragon hunt. And continuing to fight with all their might, they began to attack each other even harder and faster. And suddenly Ophelia decided to attack him with a direct blow. And as soon as their blades met, Ned's blade began to glow brightly. And suddenly it began to envelop Ophelia's blade. And with the help of his magical sword, Mirage, the length and shape of the blade changed, depending on the user's skills. Ned began to get closer and closer to her. And at that same moment he was able to drink her own weapon from her hands, which began to fly off in the other direction. But suddenly Ophelia was not at a loss and began to take a fighting stance, and fight against her opponent hand to hand, and raising her leg she swung, which flew straight near Ned's face. And immediately after this another attack flew and hit the target. And at that same second there was a huge explosion from Ophelia's attack. And standing in that place, she began to understand that now it was all over, and she was able to defeat her opponent. But that was all there was to it. And once Ned was behind her, she began to tell her that she had excellent technique. If she had hit his body not through the illusion, it would have been painful. And with the help of his raven mantle, Ned was able, after creating a copy, to instantly move a short distance directly behind her back. And he continued to say that anyone would hear rumors about such a famous person like her, even if she sits within 4 walls and she hasn't shown all her tricks. But he also has an ace up his sleeve. If both begin to play seriously, then this matter will not end well and they may simply stop. And suddenly she replied that the ace is a royal dash technique, because of which Ned could not understand how she knew about his technique. And Ophelia began to talk further about the fact that the most valuable part of her body is her eyes. The spell of the unknown, or the curtain, is not a hindrance to her, and that's why she was tasked with keeping an eye on him. And at that time, the guy who was running away from the deputy head of the devil began to approach the nearby lake to quench his thirst. And realizing that he could barely tear himself away from that guy and the deputy head of the cult, the teacher was always afraid of her, and she was a difficult opponent. And the situation turned out beautifully. The raid ended immediately as soon as they got rid of the princess's rumors, and because of the complete betrayal of the other students participating in the operation. The deputy head of the control panel is now wandering around the area and sniffing out something. And the disciple of the man from the east, one of the 12 apostles, is known as the Smiling Girl. And she tried to stop her from stealing the dragon's heart. And his movements, looks, breathing, the smallest details were similar, as if they were trained in the same place. And after the battle, she became even more convinced of this. And Adam is also similar in some ways, but he has already proven that he is not dangerous for the princesses. Well, the most important thing was that no one knows what to expect from a Smiling Girl, who was sitting near the lake and began to think about how and where she should restore order first. After all, the Smiling Girl is very similar to him, and they are like brother and sister. And Ophelia finally asked Ned if he was really their ally and what it all meant. Now this Ned, after leaving the 3rd parish, told Alden that now he would never be cured, to which Alden began to ask Ned for forgiveness. And the fact that he was an ordinary priest and did what he was ordered, and he was not going to hurt him and his family. And he shouldn't do that to him. He should, on the contrary, thank him. After all, it was he who sent a man from the east to him, and he also gave him money for training. And now he has become strong. And where would he have been when the streets of their cities were filled with terror? And it would have been right in the depths of the cave. And the children died of hunger, were sold into slavery, all were given up by maddened cannibals. It was he who created the Ned who exists now. And now he must listen to what he tells him. and he should not trust Adam because he is deceiving him. And Alden's words were the ravings of a madman, so he ignored everything he said then. However, No didn't understand how this could even happen. After all, Adam said that the shadow disciple who was raised to replace him was him. But Ophelia's words contradicted Adam's words because she said that the man from the east would marry one of the 12 apostles known as the Smiling Girl. She tried to stop her from stealing the dragon's heart. And the shadow student is very similar to him, and they are like brother and sister, and she met her in person, and she has the same hair and the same eyes as him, and was the right age. But Ned thought his sister was dead, but she didn't just survive, and became a shadow student of the flow of the Royal Shooting Gallery. But still, he did not understand which of them was lying and whether he was making a mistake again. And Ned looking at Adam, who was in the castle and was visible through the window. He wanted to know the truth. And inside the castle, beautiful music was playing, performed by a girl on the violin. And Adam, sitting next to the mysterious man, listened to his story about his work. And the girl who sat opposite them heard the night sonata and understood that the reception was coming to an end. And as soon as everyone began to gather, the mysterious man shook hands and said that time flies very quickly now, and they can have a drink tomorrow and sit somewhere. But when he left, Adam didn't understand where they knew him. The real man with glasses behind began to understand that Adam is an interesting person, and as a merchant he has seen all sorts of things. But he has not met such an amazing interlocutor for a long time. And he is not only strong but also damn talented, and he took the lead on himself but succumbed to his influence and unknowingly gave away state secrets. And he is 20 years old, but it feels like he lived all 40. And how did people manage to find such a person? This man asked the question. More precisely, not to find, but to choose, and maybe soon they will exchange roles of master and subordinate. The real son, near his father, began to ask that everything was so serious, to which his father replied so that he would remember that if he comes across such a person and he shakes everything out of him to the last coin, then merchants, unlike aristocrats, have nothing to rely on if they run out of money. Therefore, it is necessary exercise caution. And without thinking twice, the merchant's son answered his father that regarding the surveillance of the entrusted princess, he should report to Her Highness that he was not suitable. This was the heir to the trading company Pilgrim Edward, an accomplice of Altair. But the head of the trading company Pilgrim and his father replied that it was not worth it to waste such a talent, and it was necessary to bribe him before others did it. And standing next to them, the girl in the second parish of the Temple of Light, the head of the healers in the detachment, said that she also believes that since they are entrusted with selecting candidates, then they either take him or get rid of him. But those who entered his room, Adam understood that he knew or that he had heard and seen, including in a past life. And naturally, he has no idea about those who died before he began his journey. Philip Pilgrim is the head of one of the 3 large trading companies of the continent. And in the past, he made a huge fortune by selling spices to the east, is known as an investor in Alta Princess debauchery, and in fact he was the one who made Altair a key figure in the fate of humanity. And the fact that he told Altair that he was even a member of the royal family and she would not be able to do anything without proper support, and while the head of the cult was alive, it would be difficult for her to act, and she must pretend that she was leading a purely secular lifestyle, while simultaneously building up her military forces, and he would help with this to her. That is why Philip Pilgrim is the main target of the cult, as far as he knows. While Ned was putting on a performance with the escape, a shadow student killed an old patron of the arts. His son, Edwin, also served Altair, but he was unable to reduce the number of victims during the capture in the desert. At this point, the headache increased, and the first was to prevent the death of Philip the Pilgrim, and the second to deal with the shadow student. And of course it will be very hard for him, and the smiling girl can take the form of a man, a woman, or an old man, and even he doesn't know her true face, and no one knows what this girl looks like. And entering the room, Adam realized that his comrade should have already returned. Looking around the corner, Adam saw his comrade sitting on a chair with his blade in his hands. And as soon as Ned saw Adam, he told him, "Finally, you have come." And at the same moment, Adam quickly jumped back, but he couldn't even understand why he jumped away. Is it because he shit his pants? But he's stronger than Ned, and why did this happen then? But suddenly it dawned on him that when they were having fun in the cave, he beat him hard if he was in a bad mood. And now those reflexes appeared, even though he tried to look natural, and Adam began to ask his friend what happened. To which Ned replied that he was looking around the mansion and came across Ophelia, and she said that she saw a girl who looked like his sister, But Adam immediately replied that he really had a sister because this is the first time he's heard about this. But if you remember, Ned said that members of his family died when he was a child, and Ned continued to say that he could believe it, that the older sister whom he thought had drowned was alive. And as it turned out, she was. A shadow student of the flow of the Royal Shooting Gallery which Ophelia tried to lower. And as soon as Adam heard these words, he was very surprised, and it turns out that the shadow student is a sister. Ned and he definitely wasn't mistaken, because he definitely remembers that the smiling girl's name is different. And really, Ned is now testing him, or is it Altair's trick? But most likely this is unlikely because he knew that, no, he could hide the truth forever. But the shadow student turned out to be Ned's older sister, and Adam began to remember that meeting with her when she asked him who taught him this technique. And the fact that she doesn't remember her past is because of one incident, and the current carried her ashore, and she ended up in a foster family, and she had martial arts abilities. So the teacher paid attention to her. And if the younger brother is like her, then he has a similar talent, and maybe she will meet her someday. But she would like to get her memories and her family back. And holding his face, he couldn't believe that this could even happen, and why he hadn't thought about it before. And the fact that he himself personally heard from a man from the East that she has a rare gift for martial arts, and there is a high probability that her younger brother has the same. And in this case, the man from the East teamed up with Alden and dealt with Ned's family in order to get capable students. But it was still interesting when he didn't need Ned anymore. He just threw him out, and what a freak he is. But at the same moment, Ned continued to say that he didn't understand. After all, Ophelia has no reason to deceive him. But if everything he said is a lie, then it also turns out to be some kind of nonsense. That, after all, his father trusted Alden, and he trusted the teacher, and they both trusted the wrong people, and his father's life turned into hell. Therefore, he is afraid to trust people. But they, together with Adam, went through a lot of things and visited different places, looking for a little bit to not say goodbye to their lives. And the fact that we overcame a lot of things and looked into the eyes of death together. And Adam is now his comrade in arms. And Ned began to tell Adam that he wanted to believe him and threw away his blade. He wanted to believe that their friendship was real. But one word is enough for Adam, and even if it's insignificant, he must prove that he can trust him. And without thinking, Adam began to speak. The fact that initially they were supposed to meet only 3 months later, and having stolen the dragon's heart, he met. The Silver Knight found out the truth and fled and hid from the devil fans, hiding from the whole world in the Gorge of Oblivion, one of the 8 insoluble problems of humanity, and the son of a man from the East. His students severely wounded him and took the dragon's heart, and he was a slave of the temple who pursued him in his search. He fell off a cliff and rolled into a cave. There he found him and learned the technique of the flow of the royal dash. Due to the wounds he received, he could not get out of the gorge. But after hearing all this, Ned could not believe his ears. Well, Adam continued to say that using the knowledge he had gained, he climbed to the very top, but he was unable to prevent the coming of the devil from saving people. If he asks who Adam is, then he is the last of men, the hero. The loser is the one who returned to the past, and his only student. And in the past, Ned had to make a plan of action taking into account how much strength he would need to get out of the gorge and his state of health. And his duration of training is a word to deal with their survival. And he resolutely wanted to take revenge on his teacher, and this desire was supported by the fading life in him. However, they had to leave the cave earlier than expected, because the owner of the cave, the huge monster Ondur, attacked them. And Adam could not get rid of regrets. If he had gained his powers and gained knowledge a little earlier, then everything would have been different. But at that moment, his teacher Ned, taking Adam by the leg, threw him away from the cave. Flying away, Adam understood that Ned could survive. He would not have to refuse retribution and sacrifice himself for it. And finally, turning around, Ned said to Adam, so that he looks carefully at the weapon, which he was never able to convey to him. And that very day after the bright flash, what he saw remained forever in his memory. And telling his story until the morning, Adam finally ended the conversation. And holding his head, Ned began to speak, that he doesn't know what to answer because it's hard to believe, but his words don't look like lies. And the fact that Adam uses sacred weapons. Although he is not a priest and knows too many hidden secrets, if Adam is in the mercy of the gods and really returned to the past. But without having time to think, Adam continued to speak, and thereby interrupted his comrade, and began to tell that he understands that it is difficult for him to believe. But it is true. But at least Adam kept silent about something, for example, about his relationship with a smiling girl. Began to apologize to his friend because I tricked my way into the door and he was not sure that he could accept the truth, and it was better to make him suspect a cult. And now Adam needs to fight the devil again, and also that he wants Ned to live on. But while sitting, Ned began to understand that he was always driven not only by revenge, he had to live in the name of his family, and even if his status was taken away from him, his duty to protect Bloody Tears and family is all he has left. And the fact that the teacher gave him a new name and gave him a new goal. And by teaching martial arts, he wanted to pay him with devotion. And the fact that he unquestioningly carried out all orders, he believed that justice was reflected in his every word. And the fact that they were not related by blood, but he considered him a member of the family. And helping relatives is a definite matter. You are such a thought of a chess knight who does not know his field. And Ned blamed himself for living the time allotted to him so shamelessly. But life still had meaning. And once he left behind at least something. Then, starting to get up, Ned thanked Adam for avenging him in his past life and helping him in this one. And the hero returned to save the world. And what a simpleton he took as his student. But since he chose him, he had to be about this level. And leaving the room, Ned finally told Adam not to blame everything on himself, and now they will act together. And as soon as everything was resolved successfully with Ned, he promised to keep the secret. Because the fewer people know, the better. If the events of the future become known to everyone, panic is inevitable. And besides, such information is their advantage. And that day they went to meet Philip. And as soon as they met, Philip began to imagine that they were the confidants of Her Highness Altair, and the matter moved quickly. This was not what was expected from the princess's allies, and Philip began to say that the princess was showing great interest in them, but at the moment she was absent. But Hel understood that since Altair was not there, she most likely fell asleep because of the grimoire, and the crystal makeup artist delivers information directly to the brain. But there is a drawback. While magical knowledge fills a person's head, he is forced to sleep. And the higher the level of the grimoire, the longer the sleep, the body temperature can also rise, and the healer is probably taking care of her. But since it is not a mental spirit, there will be little help from them. And it all depends on how quickly Altair subjugates his magic. And the fact that now she must try her best because they had a hard time with law, so now is the time to relax. The next few days flew by very quickly, and you had to prepare for the dragon hunt and learn new fighting styles and try out weapons. The main healer told Adam to come to her, and as soon as he approached, she hugged him and began to tell him to trust her. It was the hug of an angel, a skill that allows you to find out the state of health and physical abilities of a person, and a common skill among healers. The one on whom it is used causes the feeling of 1,000 slugs crawling across the body. And suffering from pain, Adam began to scream for her to hurry up. But the healer replied that he should be patient for a while. If he continues to move, then he will have to start over. But Ned, who was watching this, began to say that he had something to do here and would most likely go. But Philip stopped him and said that the check health is required to join the squad. And as soon as all the rituals were completed, Ned, who was lying powerless on the earth, began to feel that someone was approaching him. And raising his head, he saw Ophelia, who began to tell him that he looked very pitiful, and that the princess wants to see them now, and they must follow her. Well, I didn't understand why Altair woke up right now. And walking through the central hall, Adam thought about the fact that if he thought about it, the thoughts of the lawyer should have remained in the magic crystal, and she told him a lot, and they were even able to talk a little. And as soon as Ophelia opened the main doors that led to Altair's room, she, sitting on the bed, began to tell them to come into the room. But Adam, standing right in front of her, could not understand whether she had learned something about him. And when the 3 stars stood in one row, the judiciary congratulated Altair. Now her knowledge of Medea has reached the 3rd level, and the basis of the ancient magical art is already inside her. And now only training will help increase her strength, and at each next level, a new star will appear. And she is sure that one day she will learn the last 8th step, which she or no one else could achieve, and then the path to the throne will open. And finally, the lawyer said that, unfortunately, she spent a lot of energy, so she will have to go into sleep before moving to the next level. She will not remember her words. And now they are collected in a magic cup, and she must remember one thing, Adam. He is like in a past life for her sake. But at the same moment, Altair began to wake up, and Ophelia and the healer ran up to her and began to say that she had finally woken up. But the terrifying headache did not leave Altair. and the healer began to tell her not to make sudden movements because she had slept for a whole week. But Altair began to think only that it seemed she had learned something important but could not remember. And inside her head, there were only some words about Adam that he, like in his previous life, did something for her sake. And at that very moment she began to say that they should go after Adam now. And entering the room, they greeted the princess, and she told them to come in quickly. And the fact that she wanted to see them earlier, but did not say hello to her, and now she apologizes for meeting them in this form. But Adam, looking at her, thought about how much Altair had learned from legal thoughts. This could affect not only their relationship, but also the upcoming battle with the Blue Dragon. After all, if Altair found out everything or gained the opportunity to read memories as a lawyer, then he can postpone his feelings. The important thing is that he will not have to convince Altair of the importance of tactics, which will save them from unnecessary headaches. And how things really turned out now. But Altair, who raised her head, realized that Adam was asking her if she had received the contact. After all, when they gave the magic crystal, she thought that he just wanted to join her, but it turned out that his task was to make her stronger for his own interests. But suddenly Altair said that unfortunately she cannot use it, a high-level contact skill, and she is only subject to the spells of the third, and she cannot read other people's souls, as her ancestor who reached the 7th stage did. And at the same moment they returned to the previous conversation that in order for it to begin to operate within a month, even within 3 weeks, a plan had to be prepared to destroy the Blue Dragon. And Adam must remember that he must be convincing. But Adam began to raise his hand, which was sealed by the effect of space, and said that they would discuss this over lunch. After all, his story is too long to listen to on an empty stomach, and a few days later ended with the preparation. They went into battle with the Blue Dragon, along with the Knights of Lindale and his healers. And in addition to the silver shoulder, he took a few more items with him. Altair officially went on a trip, dressed as a princess. The maid went on a luxurious carriage to see the sights, so she will provide Her Highness with cover. The cult supporters are most likely busy suspecting everyone in their ranks, because Adam specifically replaced the traces of the dragon's heart in the 3rd hallway, and their attention is probably focused on Lucius's seclusion. And this will last a month, maybe 2, but no more. During this time, they should quietly, without outside help, get a lot of useful things. And the first step is to hunt the Blue Dragon and meet them. And he still has one more concern, he decided not to say. Altair about her return to the past, because she has not yet mastered contact. But the conversation with the law has been forgotten for now, and Ned was right when he said that a man with whom she had just met was coming up and talking. In short, she was his girlfriend in the past, and it will be interesting who she will take him for. Then 2 options are either a fool or a pervert, and he doesn't know why, but the princess trusts him, so they must act carefully. But Adam understood that he had to embellish it a little, but he did not understand why Altair trusted him, because Lucius's recommendation probably had such an effect. Or maybe the fact is that in her past life Altair lost several people important to her, which is why she was hidden and distrustful. And at the same moment they arrived at the place, and the man in the carriage began to say that beyond the pass lies the plain, the largest grain region of the continent. This is his home. And it turns out that they come from here, and thinking about this, Ned began to remember that he had been here as a child during a family trip, and the fields of wheat that never ended were more impressive than ever. And in any house of the Danakil, hospitality is always considered obligatory politeness for the traveler. But this was the case in the past. And now they all need to take a look at what is happening at the moment. And as soon as they looked out the carriage window, they saw a huge wasteland and destroyed houses that stood alone throughout the area, and a lot of dried bodies that were lying near the houses. And it was terrible. It started 3 years ago when the Blue Dragon arrived. And as soon as they got out of the carriage, Altair began to talk about how he settled near the reservoir and began to poison the water with his poison, and the healers failed to cleanse the land. And in 3 years, 80% of Pashin disappeared. And soon the remaining 20% will disappear. Then the earth will become forever. And it's a miracle that it still produces crops, and it's all about the river water. And now is the golden time. If they miss this moment, they will lose not only the fields for sowing, and as soon as they began to approach the settlement, the knight who met them began to tell him to make them feel at home. And inside the settlement, Altair continued to tell Adam that this aid station here also provides shelter to everyone who has lost their home. And they teamed up with the soldiers sent by the owner of the lands, Danakil, and there were still not enough goods. They had to wait and collect what they needed and move on. But suddenly, Adam heard some loud coughing in the neighboring house, and the one who came inside began to ask the doctor who this man was. And the healer replied that this was the Grimes Knight, and he arrived from the fortress. And during reconnaissance he was attacked, and he destroyed the monster, but was wounded. And Adam, looking at all this, realized that the purple skin was the poison of the dragon that had struck his body. Either he fell out of poisoned water, or he was attacked by a monster from the nest. And what's worse is that the healers will not be able to help, and he can only wait for death, while comedians try to alleviate the suffering. But suddenly, Altair approached Adam and began to whisper in his ear that she was the king's mountains, and he was an honest man. He could be trusted, and she thought he was sent by the owner of Donakil, and they were still going to unite with them, and Hel began to ask the princess how safe this point is, and she replied that she could make it as safe as possible. And immediately after these words, Adam began to use his subspace, and realizing that if this poison is so deadly that no one can cope with it, then he will find a way to neutralize its effect. Each poison has its own antidote, and now this station is a military base of the first level of secrecy, and with the help of their potent poison, Adam decided to cure that guy. Fade will not soon finish his poisons, and the fact is that the key ingredients are very rare, and some of them can only be obtained from the body of Adam, a strong poison based on the blood of a human dragon, and it destroys all connective tissue. However, if its concentration is determined and the condition is controlled with the help of a healer, then the body can be completely restored after neutralizing the poison. And at that moment, Adam told the healer to heal this man every 3 seconds after the injection. Poison in medicines and medicines, it all depends on the craftsman and his method that he uses, and the princess did not know whether Adam's needles would work against the blue dragon's poison. Altair's manner detector beeped that someone is approaching them, and at the same time, on the street, the commander of the nightly detachment greeted the head of the trading company and began to talk about how they had not seen each other for a long time, and began to ask how they were doing here. And as soon as he was the head of their trading company and said that he was glad to see them, but the commander of the nightly detachment is about the contents of the letters that they sent to his father, and that is, the owner Donatel, and they are collecting a raid on the blue dragon, and they have been helping each other for a long time, and one might say they have become, in a sense, family. And therefore, as the eldest son of the owner of Danakin, he simply cannot help but wonder who is behind them. But the head of the trading company could not understand what he meant, because the hunt for the blue dragon should begin only in a year, and on the condition that the Holy Sun finds the dragon's heart. And so they sent their man to the third parish, who periodically informed him, but now the temple is closed. Lucius cancelled all meetings and locked himself in his office. And as they understand the situation for hunting, to put it mildly, is unfavorable. And it would also be right to first come to the castle and meet with the owner of these lands. However, the fact that they are so successfully preparing for the raid and asking for military assistance leads him to believe that someone is playing a game for them and that they are dishonest. And as soon as the head of the trading company heard this, he began to answer him that there was nothing wrong with the warning, and he received an answer from the owner that he began to ask the commander of the nightly detachment whether it was he who ordered to check it or they themselves made the decision. But the commander, waving his hand, began to say that it was useless to gain time for himself with such jokes, and now first you need to unhook the rescue point. But suddenly they heard a loud scream sound from a nearby house, and going inside, the commander immediately began shouting at the entrance to the house. What was the matter? At the same moment, he saw a man who was lying on the table and began to scream terribly in pain, and he realized that it was Sir Grimes. The commander didn't understand what they were getting under his skin. And is it really me who is blowing this needle that guy is holding in his hands? And at that very moment, he began to take out his sword and shout at Adam so that he would immediately move away from Sir Grimes. But before he had time to take one step, a woman's heel hit him straight on his helmet, and Ophelia, standing behind, began to ask why the hell did he take out his sword. But as soon as the commander turned her beaten head, he saw Ophelia, the knight protector of princesses, and began to ask what she forgot here and why she interfered with him. But suddenly, the princess began to say that with the help, she overheard their conversations with the head of the trading company, and his suspicions are natural. But nevertheless, they cannot interfere with the upcoming hunt and harm their comrades. And the letter that his father received was not a request for help. about an order given to her personally by the Princess of the Kingdom of Altair, Justine Kane. And after the princess's words were spoken, the commander's eyes widened, and he began to kneel and ask the princess's forgiveness. A little time later, the knight who was writhing in pain began to tell one that he didn't even know how to thank him, and the commander began to ask for forgiveness from Adam. And he couldn't believe that he would be able to save the elite knight of their squad, and he didn't know it. And so he was rude to him. But Adam told him to raise his stupid head and actually think that he was really capable of an apology. Apparently, all is not lost. And at the same moment, the princess approached him and began to ask if he remembered the times he studied at the academy, when they were given collective tasks, and the guys from his teams because of his harsh character. But they speak frankly, they always paid more attention to details than anyone else. Therefore, there were no disagreements or contradictions in the group, and he was unattainable. And now, as always, he wanted to find out about everything personally, and the loopiness in his character inclines trust. And the conversation went further to the fact that she began to tell the commander that as the Duchess of Rindel she would like to declare that Adam was sent by the goddess Arya to save the Holy Sun and the whole world from destruction. And as soon as the commander heard the department again, his eyes widened, and greed clouded them at once, and they could not recognize the followers of the cult of the devil among them. But Mr. Adam, the blessed Leek himself, appeared as their savior. And according to the command of the goddess, the dragon's heart was transferred to him, and his will is the will of Arya, and they must fulfill it without question, and wrote this letter Lucius himself. And the commanders immediately began to sob with happiness from the fact that the saint and the sun and the goddess Arya were for him. It was incredible coming from the prophet to share this part with him, and he immediately began to say that he was receiving goddesses. But Adam, who was watching all this, realized that now you can open an office called Professionally Deceiving for money. I also have a letter. It's just a princess's invention. And leaving Adam out of old habit, began to stroke the princess's heads, and the girl watching all this could not understand what he was doing. And so the rest of the group members, without any doubts, accepted him as commander-in-chief. And in connection with this, he had several responsibilities. He applied them to other patients, but they could not be completely cured, and in a few days it would begin to spread throughout the body again. Therefore, it was necessary to create an antidote as soon as possible, and the ingredients for it can only be found in the great forest located on the western part of the Aslan continent. But being in the forest, Ned said, because he thought that this forest would die out like the Christian towers, and he couldn't believe that such a place still remained because the forest was of fantastic size, and the feeling here was different. This is due to the high concentration of energy, and after the village, it will not be possible to ride a horse as the horses are afraid of the strong manna. But the head of the food company could not understand that they had to go into the depths of the forest because it was scary there. But Adam replied that it was safer here because there was a smiling girl walking around outside, and he couldn't leave him here, and it would be convenient to use subspace, because he once asked the angel whether it was possible to place a person in space, to which she said that it was possible, and she had no objections. And by the way, the angel continued to say that the previous owner of the silver shoulder, and who complained that his comrade, after returning from under the space, my head moved for days. I was a beast, and I wondered what happened. And suddenly Adam realized that he should protect his friends by keeping them under his wing. And what kind of silver key was he talking about now? But a little later, the princess began to say that that village on the outskirts used to be the land of Danakil, and now there is an outpost there, and the team members who arrived earlier are already waiting for them, and they need to get to the outpost as soon as possible. And starting to move, Adam rode near the princesses. But suddenly something strange happened, and Adam realized it, and he couldn't understand what it was because for a moment he felt someone's gaze on him, and the princess asked him what happened. But Adam, thoughtful, told the princess that he would like to check something. And the last message from the village 2 days ago, a carrier pigeon arrived from them, and that's it. And Maya from the magic tower installed a device that will release red smoke if there are problems in the village. But this is their first trip there, so they told her. And she personally scanned the surrounding area. With her own eyes, they discovered neither ambush nor camouflage skills, and they think that everything will be fine. After all, they have such talents in their arsenal. But what only one knows about the forest or elfin? And he began to remember the past about how he was told that his native land, and he is not sure that this story will be interesting to anyone if he wants to listen to this simply meaningless story of the past. On this I answered him, in the sense of a story that he mutters even in his sleep, and he told him about this place. Every time danger appeared, he lit a fire as if trying to drive away the darkness. Thanks to this, he found out enough about this place, and although it was a beautiful place, behind its beauty lies something that can irrevocably absorb a person. And at the same moment, Adam began to tell Ned to protect the head of the trading company. After all, an attack can happen at any moment. And making their way through the forest, the princess suddenly noticed something strange, something standing in front of them, as if all the tree branches were connected in one place. And as they got closer, they saw that it was a forest door, and it was blocking the path for uninvited guests. And previously, she was in another part of the forest somewhere outside the village. But they had not reached her yet, and she did not understand why this door appeared here. And suddenly a loud sound sounded inside the trees to people. They left here because this is not their land. At the same moment, Adam began to say that the last news from the village was 2 years ago, and calling his huge sword from beneath the space. He realized that this was enough time to capture her, and suddenly Adam began to ask that creature what they did with the settlers. But suddenly, getting off her horse, the princess began to tell everyone to stop. And as soon as she came closer to that creature, she began to tell the inhabitants of the forest that she was Princess Altair, and they came to talk. But the huge creature began to shout at her that they had taken an army with them, and that then now there was no sense of humor in their jokes. And princess, didn't they convey their demands by carrier pigeons? And because of her brother, they have nothing to talk about anymore. And what he said was showing with his finger on the map that this is the water separating them from the inhabitants of the forest. And let each side build outposts with enclosing trees on their side of the river, and they should not dare to cross this border. No more battles. From now on, the age of silence begins the end of bloodshed, and they declare a temporary truce, and since they back up their words with such a valuable gift, they agree. They can be glad that this is the respite they need, and may peace be with the noble elves at their home. And at the same moment, the earth began to disappear from under the soldiers, and most began to fall to the ground, and the horses scattered in different directions. But Adam understood that elves have long ears, live several times longer than people, and have a high disposition towards Mary, and their family has long formed its own kingdom. And over the course of 2,000 years, using the vital energy of the forest and developing magic with alchemy, the elves built an impregnable fortress. The knights began to shout that there was nothing to complain about. If they act as in training, then everything will work out. But suddenly the horse began to step on some strange substance, and at the same moment a huge explosion thundered, and the standing princess understood what their answer was, and she was very sorry. And immediately in front of her, a huge creature began to open its huge mouth and spew out a bright light towards the princess. And a huge bright light began to brighten the entire forest. And at the same moment, from the inside of the watchtower, the place where the elves were watching the forest and magical plants, they thought that they had destroyed their opponents and began to rejoice that that worthless princess and those who entered their land died in an instant. But there was nothing to rejoice at, because after the bright flash, the silhouette of people began to appear, Adam and the princess, and he, with the help of his dragon slayer mantle, which reduced any magical damage, was able to repel the attack, and with the help of the holy barrier, which established the enemy attack with holy power, and the range of application could increase depending on the skill of the user, the healer commander was able to completely repel the attack. And as soon as Adam asked the princess if she took it, she replied that thanks to him. All the elves protecting the forest door are just a soldier and whatever their structure. It will not stop Adam, and with the help of the language of dragons, Adam said that the gates would open because his words contained power. The huge gates that stood in front of them began to open and diverge in different directions. Looking at this, Adam realized that the salt that he felt on himself came from there for the sake of the door opening. After all, the center of the tree is the watchtower, and the elves who were inside saw that the forest door had opened, and they could not believe how this was possible. And at the same moment, 2 elves began to guess to the side, and the little elf was a girl standing in the same place. I saw Adam approaching her and saying that she looked like a small fry, but she was definitely over 100 years old, and first she would hit someone else in the face once, and then they would already arrange negotiations. But suddenly, there the little elf began to shout to Adam so that he would quickly let her go to the ground. And looking closer, he realized that she was a little different from the elf. especially her eyes, which were different colors. And at that very moment, a huge arrow flew straight to the place where Adam stood. And as soon as the explosion sounded, Adam was thrown aside, and the falling little elf began to scream that he was an idiot and decided to send her to the other world, and it was difficult for her to control the power, and they should try not to get hit. And she will give him vodka again, and he must finish him off. The real nearby Adam understood that he remembered this skill and this power, and this is one of the 10 strongest. An unsurpassed archer who in the future will fight together with people against demonic creatures. Daniel and he stood and realized that the distance to the target was 1 kilometer and wanted to kill Adam with 1 arrow. He is one of the 10 strongest, unsurpassed archer who in the future will fight together with people against the demonic creatures of divine Daniel. And Daniel understood that the distance to the king was 1 kilometer, and he decided to lay down A's house with 1 arrow. Using his head, he shot straight to the place where Adam was, and the other foals noticed that the enemy was attacking. But they didn't understand where that arrow came from, because the forest was very dense, and they couldn't figure it out. But the girls decided to find out using their eye skills. Gry, she was able to transmit image and voice information between the remote control golems, and the first went to the commander-in-chief Adam, and the second determined the direction of the attack, and the fact that the trees were too tall and the maximum radius of movement of the golems was 200 m. And at that very moment she still saw the enemy like that, but did not have time to see how the arrow was already flying towards her golems. And at the same moment the arrow hit the target, and that girl realized that this was just a monstrous distance, and the arrow was flying 1 kilometer away. And the other arrow flew straight at Adam, who stood and was ready for this attack. And swinging, Adam struck with all his might with his huge sword, and was able to deflect an arrow that flew straight at him. And the little elf girl and princess watching this were surprised at what they saw. And Arthur, standing in the same place, noticed that it was a good attack. And the elf could not believe her eyes that he deflected the arrow, because this simply cannot be, and most likely it was an accident. And although even this did not matter because Adam's hand was severely wounded, and he wouldn't last long, and she immediately started screaming at Daniel to use something more serious. And she would back him up, and as soon as he heard these words, he began to listen to her and shoot 3 arrows, which turned out to be 3 red comets. And at that very second, they began to fly straight towards Adam, who was standing deep in the forest. And as soon as he stood up and turned his head, he saw that these 3 arrows were crushing and faster than usual. They were a red comet, and because of the speed, it will be difficult to reflect the arrows even with the help of a dragon's tongue. And if you dodge, he will be covered with a shock wave. And getting serious, Adam decided that then he will also show some tricks, and swinging his sword several times. And Ned saw that Adam's body was slow, as was the swing of the sword. But in fact, not even a second passed, and the next moment his movement turned into a dragon. And at the same moment, a loud explosion was heard in the forest. And in the east, one of the significant last words in the technique of the flow of the royal theory is the dragon. However, everything depends on the current mana and strength, and as far as he knew, the technique is in no way connected with a real dragon. But it turns out that it has such a level, and as soon as Adam's huge attack occurred, he remained in the same place where he stood and began to look at the place where his dragon attack flew. And the elf, watching this, could not believe whether he was really a man or some kind of beast in human form, and how could one even fight such a creature? And the fact that they have already lost many brothers because of the deep dragon, and if this goes on, then she will not be able to keep her promise to her mother. And the elf began to tell Adam that they had lost and would no longer attack, and started asking Adam if he was a man or a dragon, because she didn't know who he was. If he needed something, she would do anything, but in return he will only ask him to help them. And then the princess began to come out with all the other guys and approach Adam, who was standing deep in the forest near the little elf. A few hours later, they reached the main house of the elves, and in one of the houses, the elf began to say that the knight Grimes was indeed recovering from poisoning, and part of the poison was still in the body. But this was the first time he had encountered a substance with such a powerful deterrent effect. And although Sir Grimes is still not healthy, frequent movements only disperse the poison throughout the body, and Sir Grimes deliberately followed the group to show by example the reality of the antidote. And after everything he had heard, the man began to imagine that his name was Heron, and he was the elder of the ancient elves, and said that Daniel was standing next to him, and he was a valiant warrior and protector of the Kiara forest. And high elves have considerable strength. Their unusual pupil shows the presence of a special innate skill. And even though Adam understood that this, of course, was all as he said, But the little girl, Kiara, was unrecognizable, and in the past, she was slightly older. And the long-eared ones have a period of some kind of rapid growth, and no one knows how old they are. But suddenly the elder began to say that this also concerns the tree of life, and I can't believe that another one of the people capable of this appeared. But Adam did not understand what he meant, and he continued to say that he was not the first person he had not met in their forest after the truce with Prince Polaris. And here was a man who saved them from infection, and he, just like they, used poison with needles. And his name was Freud, but everyone called him Snake. And as soon as Adam heard this name, he was immediately surprised. And the elder will continue to say that he was looking for his comrades and friends. Their friends are their friends, and he thinks that they can come to an agreement. And it is the lake of life that feeds the forest, spilling its streams throughout its entire territory. And the healing powers of the lake were the reliable foundation of the kingdom of the elves. And when one of the life-giving rivers broke through to the Danakil plain, the lands washed by it became a fruitful place for everyone in the world. And the tree that tried to become the tree of life with lake water has the energy that the inhabitants of the forest draw from. And thanks to this, the elven kingdom has existed for more than 2,000 years. But the blue dragon nested in the lake of life, and the poisonous moisture poisoned everything around. And a few days earlier in Lindel Castle, there was a conversation about how Adam's strategy for hunting the blue dragon, in addition to their powers, was necessary with hers and the elves, but they didn't know if they could come to an agreement. And suddenly, the princess asked Edwin if he didn't trust her abilities, but he replied that this was not so. And at that time, her son, sitting next to his queen, asked what they should do. After all, he understands that Alpha, with their situation, there is no other way out. But the problem was the Danakin people. And that warning about elves is not only for those who live away from them, because the ministry is seriously lighting up the image for new ones. And those who live near the forest treat them more like pests and compare them with wild boars, wolves, bears, and maybe even worse. But now for people with equals, elves are the real enemies. And 4 years ago, before the announcement of the Blue Dragon, the High Elves Red Moon and Black Moon attacked the kingdom of Danakin and the lands where the waters of the Great Lake flow, which means this field too. And they almost managed to capture part of their lands, but the Polaris Principal, the commander of a detachment of knights, came to the rescue. And when the Golden Dragon appeared, the elves completely retreated. Returning to the depths of the forest, that war stopped and victory was for the people. But a year later, the land of Donatil was struck by a poisonous evil. The Lord and his son Regulus believe that to solve the problem, the help of the elves is necessary. So they try to suppress various rumors about them. But the people are stupid and believe that it was the elves who poisoned the field. And strategically, it will be difficult for them to think about the fact that someone from the Union might betray them and whether it's too early to start. But the princess answered the guy that he didn't understand. After all this is only for the better, although he did not understand what she meant. And the princess continued to say that they say that any trouble is luck in disguise, and now the state of affairs is bad. But it's worth looking at it from a different angle, and their goal will be achievable. And at this time, Adam once helped Fade's guild comrade in the consequences of allowing him to become his student. This is the fairy tale he came up with. And Elder Heron Kiara and Dariel began to be friendly towards him, but only partially, and inserted his needles into the poisoned body. The elf was surprised that for her it was better than Mr. Feed's because it had a very quick effect, to which Adam replied that his poison would be more serious. After all, he does not have a recipe, and he is the first to create it. And no one could find the right ingredients, and frankly, Freud will come up with it only after a few years. And by the way, Kiara spoke quite warmly about Fade, and Adam couldn't understand if she was really with him. And a little later, the conversation turned to the fact that they were sure that Fade would want to meet with him, and they began to ask what he said that he couldn't answer that. After all, in Freud's mercenary guild there was a traitor who destroyed it from the inside, and until he is sure that fight does not pose a threat in the truth, he will not say. But suddenly, Adam asked the elf where Fade is now, but she replied that she didn't even know and couldn't answer. But Daniel, who was standing next to her, replied that he had left the forest and it was a year ago, and the gentleman learned about the poisoning of the lands and was wondering if his old Gilgian comrade had come to help. But the little elf couldn't understand why he was getting into the conversation, to which Daniel answered her that someone had recently begged for help, and she should stop turning up her nose and need to behave more decently. But at the same moment, the head appeared and began to ask what kind of disorder they were here. Well, he looked at what was in the area. He realized that Alpha, poisoned by the blue dragon, held on for a long time, taking the poison left by the Fade. However, it is almost over, and they had to decide who needed me more, in other words, who should die first. But thank God Adam appeared. Otherwise, their kingdom would have drowned in an internecine war. I am this guy who is able to neutralize the blue dragon, and his strength is comparable to Daniel's arrows, and perhaps he will be even stronger, and by winning him over to their side, they will be able to find the last chest of the Queen hidden in the infected zone. And 3 years ago, the hand that raised the penultimate chest began to say that the sealed chests are in the 12 towers, and with their help, you can create a new kingdom. And the strongest elves they live, and they will leave these lands and create new homes for the brothers. But the head could not understand what they were planning. And do they really want to abandon the Queen? After all, they live only because she was able to stop the blue dragon. But the elf who answered him with an evil look told him to look at the forest and how his tongue turns. He says this: after all, the Queen could not fulfill her duty, and even before she was struck down by the poison, she was just a weak cripple bedridden. She did not stop the black and red moon when they took her army, and she allowed him to leave. And the Queen turned out to be useless. And now, the time has come for a new state, and the black and red moon showed them all something interesting. And after knowing, they destroyed the tower and took the chest and how recently they were prominent, and starting to say to the head that he is happy to stay, but he must know that he has no future. If he changes his mind, then there will always be a place for him. And then the head did not leave the kingdom to the Queen. He could not take the chest. It was inaccessible to him. And then they see Daniel's talent. He decided to steal him and win him over to his side, and he became strong not only in body but also in spirit, and therefore Daniel will not leave the Queen and his mother here. And of course, if they find out that he wants to get the chest and leave this place, the same one will throw him in prison. It was not clear that it was necessary to get rid of the dragon for the sake of elves and people. And they are all right when they say the problems of their kingdom are solved only with the death of the blue dragon. And he knew that most of the elves had left, and those who were able to fight were not many left. But I understood the complexity of the situation. He gave the soldiers the order to cross the river to search for a new earth, and that village in the Ukraine forest, they liberated its inhabitants, and swears that they were treated like crazy. And thinking about it, the head realized that first he needed to conclude a union, and the place where the tower is located is heavily contaminated with poison. Therefore, it is impossible to get there. However, Hell can deal with this problem, and he must get a sealed chest for him. And as soon as this happens, he will become king. And the elder made it clear that he agreed to the alliance, and the rest of the elves thanked them for saving their families. And what about the Danikelovites? Then the goddess sent a noble man who will show the way, and they must believe and find salvation. But the president of the trading company did not understand why people love the goddess of light so much. But his son replied that for a long time people were protected by the drilling of light. But he did not understand what he meant by protecting, and how the temple sucked how much money out of them. And he didn't think that everything would turn out so successfully, and he worried in vain. After all, the difficulties are just beginning. They need to continue to observe. But Milia Mage of the Magic Tower, it was infuriating. After all, not only are they sticking out in some wilderness, so they were also taken prisoner, and at the moment, it was not even possible to wash themselves. Moreover, if she goes outside, she will immediately see the snout of that vile princess girl, and she started thinking about maybe killing her, and started asking her partner that she had been with her all the time, and didn't she really have any weak points?